The Great Xian Nation, Jiangnan Province, Fengyang City. Fengyang City's second high school, at the Awakening Ceremony site. All right, it's the Awakening Ceremony already. My system should be coming online anytime now, right? In the crowd, Lu Yuan muttered to himself in a low voice. He had transmigrated to this world 18 years ago. The major difference between this world and his former life was the existence of ferocious beasts and supernatural abilities. Ferocious beasts poured out from subterranean passageways, wreaking havoc across the blue star. Fortunately, humans had the ability to awaken supernatural powers to combat them. The strength of these powers was linked to genetic potential, with the more talented individuals even awakening ahead of time. Lu Yuan's parents were just ordinary people. A few years ago, an overwhelming surge of beasts broke loose from the underground, and during the chaos, his father was killed in the beast tide while his mother lost an arm. Given their bloodline, Lu Yuan would be considered lucky to awaken with even a standard ability, let alone a high-grade one. But in this chaotic world, the weak were only trodden underfoot. Lu Yuan wanted to grow stronger. He wanted the power to protect his family. And at that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System successfully bound. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His chance had come at last. Reward: Random S-tier Ice Element Ability, 100 Evolution Points. S-tier. His breath quickened. Across the entire Jiangnan province, with hundreds of thousands of students each year, there hadn't been a single S-tier ability awakened in 2 years. He knew full well what that meant. But the very next moment, he froze. Ice Element. He had assumed he would get some domineering ability like lightning or fire, only to end up with ice. Oh well, S-tier's the real deal. The element itself doesn't matter. Yuan Ji, it's almost our turn. What type of ability do you want to awaken? A bespectacled boy leaned over nervously. His name was Li Ming, Lu Yuan's deskmate and childhood friend. Ice, Lu Yuan answered casually. Yuan Ji, weren't you always saying that real men should awaken lightning? Li Ming was stunned. There were 4 ability categories: element-based, summoning, combat-based, and special. Among elemental abilities, lightning was the strongest in terms of attack, with explosive power to match. Summoning abilities were rarer but not necessarily stronger. The most famous example was Grandmaster Tang Shan, whose A-rank, blue-gold grass ability could summon vast fields of blue-gold grass during battle. Combat-based abilities enhanced physical strength, making practitioners kings of close combat. Special abilities covered the widest range, including things like mental and spatial abilities. People change, you know. Ice just feels cooler. Lu Yuan dodged the question with a half-hearted explanation. Fair enough. Then I want to awaken ice too. Li Ming quickly chimed in. A broadcast echoed through the air. All students, line up. The awakening ceremony is beginning. Don't stress, Yuan Ji. You've got this in the bag. Yeah. The ceremony soon reached its climax. Cheers arose from some, while others were visibly disheartened. At this moment, fates were being decided and tiers were being separated. But for Lu Yuan, none of it mattered in the slightest. By the time this was all over, he'd be miles ahead of them. Class 11, Senior Year, Number 42, Lu Yuan. At last, his name was called. It's nearly over, and not a single B tier has appeared. There goes this year's fund, lamented Principal Wang Jiyuan in a hushed tone. There are still a few more classes. Who knows? There might be a surprise, the director of education murmured, trying to console him. Lu Yuan caught their whispers. Second High had been producing fewer and fewer B-tier talents in recent years. Last year, they only produced 1. The school administrators were anxious. But Lu Yuan? He couldn't be more unfazed. Don't worry. Just place your hand on the crystal. The supervising teacher gently instructed, as if he needed the encouragement. The result? He already knew what it would be. He raised his hand and placed it on the awakening crystal. At that instant, a brilliant ice-blue light erupted. Ice element. This light, it's so strong. Could it be B tier? I'm betting at least a B+. Gasps filled the air. Principal Wang Jiyuan stared intently at the radiant glow, his palms sweating profusely. Their education funding relied heavily on this. The school's evaluation centered on 2 aspects: elite performers' results and overall average scores. If Lu Yuan genuinely awakened a B tier, or something even higher, ability, their standing in the elite student category would be salvaged. Achoo! Achoo! The ice blue light exploded outward, bringing wave after wave of chill that swept across the grounds. The temperature instantly dropped. Many couldn't help but sneeze. This chill, it's ridiculously strong. Could it be an A-tier? Principal Wang Jiuan squinted, his hands rubbing his chin, his voice trembling slightly. It had been years since their school last produced an A-tier talent, and he didn't dare feel overly optimistic. Lu Yuan kept his hand pressed against the awakening crystal. He could distinctly sense something stirring deep within him, as though it was waiting to burst forth. Suddenly, delicate snowflakes appeared, fluttering through the air. 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3 flakes. Is it raining? Someone stretched out their hand, only to feel an icy sting on their skin. Looking up, they realized this was no ordinary rain. It's raining. No, it's snowing. The snow fell heavier and heavier, blanketing the ground in the blink of an eye. Snow in June? What kind of craziness is this? What B-level? This is at least A-level. Gasps and exclamations filled the air as every pair of eyes locked onto the awakened stage. Above Lu Yuan's head, ice and snow condensed into a shimmering crystalline crown. A cold mist swirled around him, giving him the appearance of a sovereign stepping out of a realm of frost and storm. Many students stared in awe, and among the girls, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Then, in the next second, boom, the awakening crystal exploded on the spot, shards flying everywhere. No one cared whether anyone got hurt. All eyes remained fixed on Lu Yuan. To push an awakening crystal to the point of shattering, this had to be at least an S-level ability, an unparalleled, legendary talent that had never before graced the history of Fengyang City High School No. 2 since its founding. The principal fainted from excitement. Somebody call 911. Wait, what's 911 for again? Call 911. Are you trying to cause a scene? The director of academic affairs reacted the fastest. He immediately pulled out his phone to notify the ambulance station right outside the campus gates. That ambulance had originally been prepared for students who might get emotionally wrecked from failing their awakening. Ironically, the first person to be carried onto the ambulance was Principal Wang. At the same time, a glowing interface unfurled in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. Congratulations on awakening your S-level ability, Frost Crown. Panel unlocked. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 100. Ability, Frost Crown S. Level, Awakener. Mental strength, 120 Hz. Vitality, 210 Cal. Skills, marksmanship, beginner. An uproar immediately erupted below the stage. Director Li raised his hand to try to quiet the crowd, then called out loudly. The awakening ceremony is temporarily paused. We'll wait for a replacement crystal to arrive before continuing. Everyone, return to your rooms for now. Awakening crystals were expensive, and ordinary high schools would never have a backup in stock. Lu Yuan breaking the crystal didn't mean he had to pay for it. The country would gladly pray for more talents powerful enough to shatter one. Trying not to look overtly thrilled, Director Li turned to Lu Yuan and said, "Come with me to the office." The fact that he'd just witnessed such a remarkable future powerhouse under his own jurisdiction sent a hidden wave of satisfaction through Director Li's chest. While Principal Wang was passed out, he'd make sure to seize this opportunity. All right, Lu Yuan nodded, understanding the man's intentions. Once inside the office, Director Li didn't beat around the bush. So, what's your ability? Breaking the crystal itself only signified an S-level or higher. The actual powers could only be revealed by the individual. S-level. Frost Crown. Lu Yuan disclosed honestly. Director Li's breathing tightened for a brief moment. Jiangnan Province hadn't seen an S-level awakening in 2 whole years, and now this miracle had occurred in their small-town high school. How could anyone not feel astounded? Reps from the 4 great academies will arrive this afternoon. Have you thought about where you want to go? Not yet. Lu Yuan was clear-headed. He knew others would naturally assist him in analyzing his best options. Director Li appeared even more approving of his calm demeanor. With a steady tone, he explained, the 4 major academies are in North Capital, Magic City, Tianchuan, and Deep City. Based on your frost-based ability, I'd recommend looking into Magic City and Deep City. Pausing for emphasis, he added, Both have a 7th-tier Frost-type Grandmaster as a resident faculty. A 7th-tier powerhouse, a Grandmaster rank. There were only a few hundred of such individuals across the nation. To be accepted as a disciple under their tutelage would assure an unmatched future. Lu Yuan's heart rippled with excitement. It seemed his pathway to greatness had already begun opening itself. Director Li went on. Of course, ultimately, you'll want to factor in the specific offers they propose before making your decision. After giving a few more pieces of advice, Director Li opened a desk drawer and pulled out a wooden box, presenting it to Lu Yuan. Honestly, I'm an ice wielder myself. But between work and life, I've hardly trained properly in recent years. Inside this box is a skill manual and a few potions. Consider it a gift. His tone carried genuine sincerity. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he accepted the gift without hesitation. Indeed, the reason for a private chat in the office was very much clear. Investments were being made, and free resources coming his way. There was no logical reason to decline. Seeing Lu Yuan take the box, Director Li nodded in satisfaction. You've got some time now. Want to use my computer to research the 4 great academies? Actually, could I borrow a phone first? I'd like to call my mom. Director Li paused briefly, suddenly remembering Lu Yuan came from a single-parent household. His father had died fighting ferocious beasts, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Awakening to an S-level ability, not notifying his family immediately would be unthinkable. Before Lu Yuan left that morning, his mother had told him to call home as soon as the ceremony ended. He dialed her number. Hello? Who's this? Mom, it's me, Yuan. Oh, is the ceremony over? How'd it go? I awakened an S-level ability. The other end went silent for a full second. Really? Her voice even trembled. She'd hoped for something decent, but never had she dared to imagine S-level. After his father's death, her biggest fear was that her son would crumble under pressure. Yet Lu Yuan hadn't fallen. He'd grown stronger. And now, with an S-level awakening, she could finally exhale a relieved sigh. This afternoon, the 4 great academies are coming for recruitment. Good. She didn't stop at one good. Tonight, I'll make you your favorite feast. We're celebrating, for sure. All right. Mom is still at work, gotta go. The call ended. Lu Yuan handed the phone back to Director Li. Thank you. No need to thank me. Director Li returned to his desk and turned on the computer. You start researching the schools. The awakening crystal has already arrived, so I need to head to the ceremony. I'll catch you later. With that, Director Li abruptly left the room. The large office was now completely silent, leaving Lu Yuan alone. Where do I even start looking for info on the 4 elite schools? He muttered, looking bewildered. Clueless, he turned to short video platforms for answers. 10 minutes passed, and after sifting through a pile of content, the general takeaway was the same. A claims B is the best, B says C is better, C touts D, and D brags about A. It felt eerily familiar, just like his last life. Beta praised Tsinghua, and Tsinghua hyped up Beta. But as someone who never made it to college before, how was he supposed to choose? This wasn't like picking a dorm room back in the day, where you'd weigh the pros and cons of air conditioning, balconies, and private bathrooms. The 4 elite schools had excellent facilities. Those factors weren't even worth considering here. And as for majors, that wasn't much of a dilemma either. He had awakened an ice-type ability. Clearly, he'd be enrolling in an ice ability academy. Ugh, forget this. Let's just ask the system, Lu Yuan murmured. He suddenly remembered that the system had done more than just grant him the S-tier ability crown of Frost and Snow. It had also gifted him 100 evolution points. What exactly was the purpose of these points? How do evolution points work? And how can I earn more of them? He asked internally. Evolution points are used to directly increase levels and enhance skills. The system responded. For detailed functionality, refer to the system panel. So basically, it's like a role-playing game. Grinding and leveling up. Opening up the system panel, he immediately spotted the upgrade button marked as Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 100. Ability, Crown of Frost and Snow S. Level, Awakener. Mental power, 120 units. Vitality, 210 units. Skills, Marksmanship, Beginner. Nice, this cheat system is as straightforward as it gets. He couldn't help but laugh. How do I earn evolution points? He asked again. By slaying fearsome beasts, you can obtain evolution points. The system answered concisely. Kill beasts, get stronger, Lu Yuan muttered. His path forward instantly became clear. When choosing a college, the key isn't merely reputation. He needed beasts. Once upon a time, ferocious beasts had poured into Blue Planet through underground world portals, leaving untold carnage in their wake. Nowadays, the portals were mostly stabilized. Humanity had built fortifications to keep the beasts trapped underground. Choosing a college now meant adding one more criterion. The campus must have an underground world portal. From overhearing classmates talk in the past, he already had some understanding of the situation. Not every school had a portal. First, their locations weren't easy to predict. Second, student years were considered a crucial period for growing stronger, and accidents involving portals would come at a high price. Generally, only those at Tier 2 or 3, when their powers were more mature, were allowed to venture into the underground world. But Lu Yuan didn't plan to wait. Without beasts, how could he gain strength? Nowadays, it was mostly freelance ability users who braved the underground to hunt beasts. They made a living by extracting crystals from the carcasses and selling them. The money was good, but one wrong move, and you could end up as a beast's next meal. Lu Yuan, however, wasn't intimidated. After all, he had his cheat system. For now, he decided to save his evolution points. With a firm goal in mind, the process of narrowing down his options for schools became much quicker. In a few minutes, he'd reached a conclusion. Only Tianchuan Ability University and Xinqing Ability University met his criteria. If he recalled correctly, both the Magic Capital Ability University and Xinqing Ability University boasted Tier 7 Ice Ability Masters on their faculties. The choice was now clear. He selected Xinqing Ability University. Detailed information popped up on his computer screen. Asterisk Xinqiang Ability University, established in 1983, is located in Xin City, Guangdong Province. The campus spans 200,000 acres and houses 21 academies, officially recognized as one of the 4 elite schools. Asterisk. Just skimming the facts left him astounded. 200,000 acres? That scale was utterly insane. Gazing at the grand campus gates, the futuristic buildings, and the lush, green grounds displayed in one photo after another, Lu Yuan felt his anticipation grow. In his last life, he'd been transported to this world right after finishing the college entrance exams. His dreams of university life had been abruptly cut off. This time, he wouldn't let himself miss out. Click. The door swung open as Director Li returned, a content smile gracing his face. He seemed to be in good spirits, likely because a few promising students had just awakened their abilities. Lu Yuan, how's the research coming along? He asked. Pretty much settled, Lu Yuan replied as he stood up. The school has decided to reward you with 500,000 Blue Star coins. Swing by in 3 days to collect it. It's not much, but don't complain. Why would I? Lu Yuan shook his head. He knew the school's budget was tight. Getting this sum wasn't easy. Good. Now pack up your things. Someone will handle anything unnecessary. Lu Yuan nodded and left. The awakening ceremony concluded, and the playground emptied. Everyone was given 3 days off. Director Li urged him to pack up, probably worried the classroom would get locked. Soon enough, he returned to the senior year, class 11. As expected, the homeroom teacher was in the middle of holding a safety meeting. Swimming safety, online scams. Her voice carried down the corridor. Lu Yuan stood at the doorway and called out, "May I come in?" The class's gaze snapped to the tall figure in the doorway in unison, including the homeroom teacher. "Lu Yuan, come on in," she said. The homeroom teacher, nicknamed the Iron Queen, surprisingly smiled warmly. Even her tone was unusually gentle. Lu Yuan returned to his seat. She knew why he'd come back and briefly mentioned a few things before dismissing the class early and hurrying away. The classroom immediately erupted into commotion. "Bro Yuan, what's it like awakening an S-level ability? I've had a secret crush on you for ages. You wouldn't mind that I'm a guy, right?" The crowd swarmed around him, leaving no room to breathe. He had always been popular, and now, after awakening as S-level, Lu Yuan became the center of attention. While casually responding to the wave of questions, he started packing up his belongings. There wasn't much. He decided to leave his books and worksheets behind as hidden treasures for the underclassmen. Before walking out, someone called after him, "Don't forget to send us photos from college." "Will do," he said without turning back and walked away. After he left, the class returned to grumbling about assignments and homework. The lively atmosphere remained. At the front row, the class monitor, Lin Xiangyu, quietly packed her bag. Her best friend leaned over. "Aren't you going to talk to him?" She had planned to confess after college entrance exams. But now that Lu Yuan had awakened to S-level, he was bound to be recruited by prestigious schools. The gap between them widened in an instant. "We're not in the same world anymore," she said calmly. "It's better to nip these unspoken feelings in the bud." Her friend sighed, only hoping she could truly move on. It was then that hurried footsteps echoed outside the back door. "Has anyone seen Lu Yuan?" A voice called out anxiously. It was Director Li, and his face looked alarmed. "He just left, headed that way," someone replied. "Thanks," he said hurriedly, taking off in the direction indicated, his footsteps quick. The student by the door froze, an uneasy chill crawling up their back. Something must be going on. Hearing the usually stern Director Li personally say thank you, that was rare. Director Li sprinted down the stairs and immediately spotted a figure with a small backpack heading toward the office. "Lu Yuan, wait," he called out, panting. "Director Li?" Lu Yuan turned around and saw the man sweating profusely. He already had a rough idea. "Recruiters from the 4 major universities have arrived. Come with me to the main hall." So that's what it was. Lu Yuan followed Director Li to the entrance of the school's main hall. Standing at the door was a bespectacled middle-aged man smiling from ear to ear, showing no trace of his previous weakness. He was none other than Principal Wang Jiyuan of Fengyang City, Second High School. The moment he regained consciousness, he'd been thinking about Lu Yuan. He'd come directly from the hospital to the school. "Lu Yuan, everyone's waiting inside. Go on in." Lu Yuan nodded and stepped through the doors with the principal. The school's main hall was typically reserved for distinguished guests and never opened to students. But today, waiting inside were recruiters from the 4 major universities. Each one was a 5th-level ability user, equivalent in rank to the city mayor. And now, all 4 were here. The doors swung open. At a long table sat 2 men and 2 women, chatting and laughing, their imposing auras filling the room. "Professors, this is Lu Yuan," the principal announced, escorting him closer. All 4 sets of eyes immediately landed on Lu Yuan. 10 minutes earlier, Principal Wang had invited the 4 professors into the main hall and painstakingly served them tea himself. "Been a while," one said. "You think Tianchuan has a 7th-level Ice-type master? And you dare compete?" Another retorted. "The only Ice-type recruit this year. Don't even think about taking them from me. You swiped mine last year. It's my turn now." Within just a few exchanges, sparks were already flying. Clearly, they were old rivals. The barely restrained aura of 5th-level ability users subtly filled the atmosphere. Still recovering from his ordeal, Principal Wang's legs felt weak. He slipped outside to wait for Lu Yuan, wanting to avoid the battlefield brewing inside. "Allow me to introduce," Principal Wang began, gesturing to each in turn. "This is Professor Zhang Wei from Jingbei University of Abilities. This is Professor Li Hao from Tianchuan University of Abilities. This is Professor Jiang Ting from Morty University of Abilities. And this is Professor Ling Weiwei from Deep City University of Abilities." Lu Yuan stood straight, his posture perfect. "Good afternoon, professors," he said, bowing slightly. He was respectful, but maintained a composed and confident demeanor. "Let's cut to the chase," Professor Zhang Wei of Jingbei University started. "I'll state my offer first. 3 million blue star coins and full coverage of essential elixirs for all 4 years. And with potions, all-inclusive. The terms were already set. Whoever goes first doesn't make a difference." Li Hao continued. "Tianchuan Ability University is offering 3 million blue star coins and a set of D-rank gear." Jiang Ting smirked, her red lips curling up. "For million blue star coins, a custom-made C-rank weapon. And our university has a 7th-rank Ice-type mage too." "A custom-made C-rank weapon? You're really generous." The expressions of the first 2 turned sour. "Shanghai has deep pockets and goes all out to recruit talent." "Hold on, we're still in the game," Ling Weiwei said in an unhurried tone. "We're offering just 1 million blue star coins, but we'll provide academic credits every year based on your performance. guaranteed minimum of 300. And we also have a 7th rank Ice-type master. You guys are going all out. Zhang Wei couldn't help but remark. 300 credits a year guaranteed? That's tough to match. The other two visibly reacted. In ability universities, academic credits are hard currency. 1 credit equals 10,000 blue star coins, with no option to convert it back. 300 credits a year for 4 years is 1,200 credits. Even exchanging it all for money would come up to 12 million blue star coins, not to mention the potential for more. We haven't recruited an Ice-type student in 5 years. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Ling Weiwei said calmly. Lu Yuan, while unfamiliar with the weight of these credits, could sense from their reactions that Shenzhen was offering the most competitive package. Coupled with the Beast Route access and Ice-type mentor, he was already inclined toward Shenzhen. Would this count as a mutual selection? Lu Yuan, have you made your decision? Ling Weiwei looked directly at him. Jiang Ting suddenly interjected. Shenzhen organizes regular expeditions into the underground world. Think carefully. She was gambling that Lu Yuan would fear beasts and going underground. This tactic had worked for her before. While the odds were slim, it was worth a shot. Unfortunately for her, this year she was destined to lose. Who would have thought? Lu Yuan had awakened a personal system. Teachers, I choose Shenzhen Ability University, Lu Yuan said, his voice steady and without hesitation. Ling Weiwei nodded slightly, a look of approval flickering in her eyes. The kid, at least, knew what he was doing. Had he been a coward, she'd have been too disinterested to even try persuading him further. Lu Yuan, I wish you success with your cultivation. Having reached this point, the other 3 teachers refrained from staying longer. After offering simple well wishes, they left. The hall quickly quieted down, leaving only Principal Wang Jiyuan, Lu Yuan, and Ling Weiwei. Once the others had departed, Wang Jiyuan exhaled in relief. He was just an ordinary high school principal and wasn't cut out for this level of intensity. Next time, he resolved to delegate such situations to Director Li. Lu Yuan, this is my contact info. Add me. Ling Weiwei took out her phone and pulled up her QR code. Lu Yuan scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Sorry, the school doesn't allow phones. The awakening ceremony was crucial. Some schools allowed photos for mementos, while others strictly prohibited phones. Unfortunately for Lu Yuan, his school fell into the latter category. Principal Wang's face stiffened, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. Who would have thought this unremarkable school would produce a special recruit? No problem. This is my personal number. It's the same for WeChat. Add me when you can, Ling Weiwei said, producing a small notebook. She tore a page, jotted down her number, and handed it to him. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was her private number, not an official one. Got it, Miss Ling. He took the slip of paper. This here's the special admissions contract. Sign it, she said. Lu Yuan carefully read through the terms before signing his name with confidence. Once the approval goes through in a couple of days, you'll be able to report as a special recruit. If you'd like to arrive earlier, feel free to drop by then, Ling Weiwei added. Lu Yuan had already made up his mind. The earlier he entered university, the more resources he could access and the faster he could grow. Time equaled life, and he couldn't afford to waste any. After seeing Ling Weiwei out, Lu Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the school promptly. In this world, there were no evening study sessions. Nighttime was reserved for student cultivation. About 10 minutes later, he pedaled his bicycle to a stop in front of a towering building. The grand structure stood out, a sharp contrast against the surrounding low houses. The entire building exuded a futuristic vibe. The automatic doors opened and closed rhythmically as a stream of people moved in and out. Directly ahead, 5 bold, shining gold characters stole attention. Combat Ability Center. Lu Yuan knew well that this chain of centers was spread across the entire nation. First, its founder, Lin Hong, was a rank 9 powerhouse, renowned for his strength. Second, it exclusively catered to combat ability users, the vast majority of awakened individuals. Its roots ran deep. Essentially, it was like a nationwide franchise in the previous world. Across the country, the Combat Ability Center ranked number 1 in terms of scale. Second place belonged to the Blaze Ability Center. Fire-type awakeners were fewer than combat-type ones, but the Blaze Center's owner, Hu Mingho, was also a rank 9 powerhouse with both strength and prestige. Inside the building, the setup, two types of services are provided, free and paid. Measuring vitality, assessing mental state, and using standard training rooms are free, just require waiting in line. Purchasing weapons, buying potions, attending classes, and accessing specialized training rooms require payment. After taking a glance at the exterior, Lu Yuan stepped through the automatic doors. The Ability Center has 4 floors. The first floor is reception, the second is the free zone, the third is the paid zone, and the fourth serves as the office area. Each floor spans over 10,000 square meters. With an entire floor dedicated to reception, even a large crowd doesn't feel cramped. Lu Yuan barely waited in line before reaching the counter. "Hello, what service do you need?" The receptionist handed over the price list. "1 E-level training room, please." After a quick glance at the price, Lu Yuan made his decision. E-level is the lowest tier. Since he just awakened his ability, it was just the right fit. It's 400 blue star coins per hour, with partial hours rounded up to a full hour. The receptionist reminded him while handing him the room card. It was money well spent. In the past, his family had limited means, and he could only practice in standard rooms. Now, with 1.5 million blue star coins about to hit his account, there was no need to hold back anymore. The room card came with a virtual screen displaying the room number, 303. He swiped the card, and the door opened. The energy concentration in the training room was significantly higher, effectively doubling the efficiency of any training. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings. On a metal rack against the wall, a variety of weapons was on display: spears, sabers, swords, everything one could imagine. He picked up a sleek black spear. He swung it a few times. His movements were stiff, his strength scattered. Still too clumsy. "But I have the system." Lu Yuan opened the system interface and tapped the only available button. 100 evolution points deducted. Spearmanship, beginner. Spearmanship, intermediate. As the points were spent, a flood of spear training memories surged into his mind, as if he had spent countless days and nights honing his skills. When he regained his focus, the black spear in his hands felt noticeably more obedient, its movements fluid and precise. So this is the power of the system? Not bad. Skill proficiency was divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, ultimate, and perfect. With spearmanship upgraded to intermediate, Lu Yuan raised the weapon again and stabbed repeatedly into the air, each thrust sharper and more precise than the last. "Feels amazing," he nodded in satisfaction. This sense of control was addictive. Next, he began testing his ability. Ice Crown. As soon as the words fell, an icy crown materialized above his head, and the air instantly chilled. The energy within him ignited, his pupils turning an ice blue shade. Snowflakes danced around him, though they radiated no cold, only a smooth, calming energy. Frost began to emanate from the spear, encasing its tip in ice, making it appear even sharper. He maintained this form and practiced for another half hour. "In just 30 minutes, half my energy reserves are drained. My foundation is still too weak for a beginner." The issue was obvious, but he wasn't in a hurry. Afterward, he opened the small wooden box that Director Lee had given him. Inside were a few pills and a skill book. Glacial Spikes, D-level. Effect: forms ice spikes around the body, dealing minor damage while boosting ice ability output. A D-level skill book? Director Lee sure is generous. Ordinary D-level skills alone cost 100,000 blue star coins, and ice element abilities, being rare, were worth even more. The training room's high energy concentration made his mind exceptionally clear. After a brief thought, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began reading the first page. He also swallowed one of the pills to keep his energy up. Time passed. Despite being described as a book, the skill manual was only a few thin pages. Moreover, as an S-level ability holder of Ice Crown, he had an innate affinity with ice element techniques. Just over 20 minutes later, he opened his eyes, having fully absorbed its contents. With a single thought, the system panel appeared. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 0. Ability: Ice Crown S. Stage: Awakener. Mental energy: 120 Hz. Vitality: 210 calories. Skills: Spearmanship, intermediate. Glacial Spikes, D beginner. The new skill, Glacial Spikes, was now a part of his repertoire, as shown on the panel. The system indicated that it, too, could be enhanced using evolution points. Unfortunately, his points were currently at 0. Otherwise, he would have maxed it out right then and there. Glacial Spikes. As he activated the skill, 3 small ice spikes formed and hovered around him in a 2-meter radius, just slightly longer than the black spear in his hand. When the spikes began to rotate, the energy within him grew more active. Lu Yuan recalled the lessons from class. The more active the energy, the more powerful ice element attacks would become. However, as a D-level skill, its boost was limited, only increasing damage by roughly 5% to 8%. He glanced up at the quartz clock mounted on the training room ceiling. The intense energy within the room could damage electronic devices, so smartphones weren't allowed inside the training areas. No phones allowed. Quartz clocks are meant for keeping track of time. This place charges by the hour. Anything less than 1 hour is still rounded up and counted as a full hour. Without a clock, stepping out even a minute late could mean being charged for a full 2 hours. No one could stand that. Over time, customers would definitely go elsewhere. But with a clock, everyone would time their exit down to the minute. They'd even feel like they got a good deal. Lu Yuan glanced at the time, exactly 59 minutes. Close enough, he said to himself. He turned and left the training room. After paying 400 Blue Star coins, he exited the Combat Power Ability Center. The automatic doors slowly slid open. Not far away, there was the parking area where his bike was waiting. As he walked closer, he suddenly noticed a mouse squatting next to his bike. Something wasn't right. Its ears were square, and its eyes glowed blue, a clear sign it wasn't normal. A beast. A beast. Lu Yuan's chest tightened with excitement. This was a live evolution point. He was just about to grab the square-eared mouse. Squeak. Squeak. The creature leapt suddenly, darting into a nearby storm drain. If he wanted, Lu Yuan could have unleashed his power directly, releasing his energy to kill it from a distance. That would have been quicker. Unleashing abilities was an instinctive physical reaction, much faster than activating a skill. But the square-eared mouse had been right next to his bike, and Lu Yuan had only recently awakened his ability. He wasn't skilled in controlling his newfound power yet. If he attacked, not only would his bike be toast, but the nearby scooters would also have suffered collateral damage. He suppressed the urge. There were plenty of such beasts in the underground world. He'd kill more of them later to make up for the loss. No need to waste money over this one. Why were beasts suddenly appearing here in the real world? In the past, they always emerged through underground passages, reaching Blue Star from there. Yet, in recent years, there'd been beast sightings cropping up randomly in the city without warning. What's odd was that these weren't particularly aggressive, a far cry from the bloodthirsty monsters attacking humans on sight beasts were known to be. These sudden appearances were often creatures like the square-eared mouse, weak, barely threatening, and they fled at the sight of humans. The official explanation for this phenomenon was something about underground world projections. They even threw in a heap of convoluted space-time theories. Lu Yuan didn't understand, nor did he believe it. He suspected the authorities were hiding something. Maybe when he got accepted to the Deep City Ability University and started mingling with true elite powerhouses, he'd finally uncover the truth. But for now, Lu Yuan shook his head. There was no point obsessing about it. He was too weak. Getting stronger was all that mattered. Leaving the combat center, he got on his bike and rode home. His mother, Fong Wan, wasn't off work yet, so the rented apartment was empty when he arrived. He turned on the TV and started flipping through the news. Ice Mystic Wu Sheng was slain by 3 9th-tier beasts. Daxia has lost another revered Wu Sheng. There are rumors that someone in the US has awakened an SS rank ability. Very likely to be true. Tensions between Bear Country and Crow Country are escalating. There are suspicions the US is behind the push for war. Lu Yuan's eyes stayed fixed on the screen as a sense of unease settled in his chest. The world was growing more chaotic by the day. If he didn't grow stronger, he'd be left behind sooner or later. He turned off the TV and went to his room. In the corner stood a hardwood staff. It was his spear. A real, ability-compatible spear would cost at least 6 figures. His family couldn't afford anything like that. As for ordinary metal spears, the moment they absorbed energy, they'd warp completely, turning into something as malleable as clay. This hardwood staff, at least, was reliable. Lu Yuan's gaze turned complicated as he gripped it. When people have money, they upgrade their gear. It's only natural. He was no exception. Someday, he was determined to replace it with a proper spear. Once he'd saved up 1.5 million Blue Star coins, he'd go to the Ability Center and buy a genuine, ability-enhanced spear of his own. The one he wanted was the same one he had tested out in the Extreme Ability Center's practice room. Stab, thrust, slash, sweep. Inside the room, Lu Yuan practiced the fundamental moves repeatedly. His actions became faster and faster, sweat soaking through his back. After what felt like hours, he finally lowered the staff and let out a long breath. The clock on the wall read 5:50. His mom should get home in about 10 minutes. But 10 minutes came and went, and the corridor remained silent. 20 more minutes passed. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, he heard someone at the door. Lu Yuan rushed to open it. Standing there was Fong Wan, smiling warmly, carrying a big bag of groceries and meat in her hands. Behind her was a middle-aged man. After his mother stepped inside, the man entered next, carrying a spear and setting it down before leaving. Lu Yuan froze. Mom, this is... You awakened a rare ability, didn't you? This is my gift for you. Do you like it? Fong Wan smiled softly. I like it, Lu Yuan nodded. On the floor lay the very spear he had used in the Ability Center. The one he had planned to save for and by himself. Now, no, it's okay. Go do your homework. I'll call you when the food's ready. Fong Wan said as she carried the groceries into the kitchen. Lu Yuan stopped her. Mom, I got a special admission to college. No need to take the entrance exam. So what homework are you even talking about? Oh, right, just slipped out. Fong Wan chuckled and headed into the kitchen. Lu Yuan followed her in to help wash the vegetables. The sound of the spatula flipping and the aroma of sizzling dishes filled the room. One dish after another was brought to the table: sweet and sour ribs, braised shrimp, and fish head with spicy chopped peppers. Every single one of his favorites. Eat as much as you like, Fong Wan said as she watched him wolf it all down, her eyes full of warmth. After a day of his powers surging and a few exhausting hours at the shooting range, he was already drained. He ended up eating 5 bowls of rice in one sitting. As his hunger finally subsided, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Xiao Yuan, which college gave you that special admission? Only then did Fong Wan ask. Deep City Academy of Powers in Guangdong Province. He answered. Guangdong, huh? That's a good area. She nodded, her smile gentle. Oh, by the way, Mom, between the rewards from high school and college, I've got about 1.5 million Blue Star coins stacking up. Once I receive it, I'll buy you some makeup and a few nice bags. Fong Wan had once been a campus beauty. His good looks were undoubtedly inherited from her. But years of life's hardships had dimmed her radiance, leaving lines of weariness in her features. Hearing her son's accomplishments, though she said nothing, her heart swelled with pride. Keep that money for yourself. Powers users go through money fast. Those are all things for young girls anyway. I don't need them anymore, she said, waving her hand and declining. That evening, Lu Yuan lay in bed scrolling through videos on his phone. A notification popped up on QChat. It was from his childhood buddy, Li Ming. Li Ming sent over a video with a comment. Dude, your college has this insane senior. Check out 1 minute, 18 seconds. Lu Yuan frowned. Li Ming had a sharp eye for beauty, so whatever caught his attention had to be extraordinary. Curiously, he clicked on the video and skipped straight to the timestamp. On the screen was a tall young woman standing amidst a crowd. Her features were flawless, her nose straight, and her skin so fair it glowed. Silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, gleaming with silk-like smoothness. A single-tier mole at the corner of her eye added an alluring touch of cold elegance. Even in casual, loose clothing, her curves were unmistakable. The comments section had erupted, full of people declaring her as their ideal senior, with some even begging the school to lower acceptance requirements. Lu Yuan only watched for a few seconds before turning it off. Beautiful as she was, he wasn't about to get distracted by appearances. 2 days flew by quickly. During these 2 days, he didn't slack off for a moment and practiced his shooting skills more rigorously than before. Before long, the day of departure arrived. Xiao Yuan, take care of yourself at school. Don't worry about things at home. Fong Wan said as she accompanied him to the Fengyang high-speed rail station, her eyes filled with reluctance. I'll be fine, don't worry, Lu Yuan replied. He turned and walked into the station. Waiting for the train felt excruciatingly long as he kept looking up at the schedule display. Finally, the announcement came. Attention please. G888 heading from Tianyuan Station to Deep City Station is now boarding. Passengers, please proceed to Gate 2 for check-in. Dragging his suitcase, Lu Yuan walked toward the gate. Check-in, queuing, boarding, it all happened in smooth sequence. Once on board, it didn't take him long to locate his seat. The seating arrangement featured 3 rows facing each other. 2 girls occupied one side, while the other side was empty except for Lu Yuan's window side seat. Excuse me, can I get through to my seat? He asked. One of the girls looked up and lit up like a light bulb. He's so handsome, she blurted out. Her friend quickly tugged her aside, hurriedly apologizing. Not long after, another passenger, a guy with a trendy 3:7 hairstyle, sat across from him. It wasn't long before a small blue hamster crawled out onto the guy's shoulder. That wasn't an ordinary pet. It was the companion beast of a Powers user. Companion beasts had to be tamed from ferocious wild animals before being stored in capsules to hatch into eggs or found as wild eggs and raised using special serums. The process was costly and intricate, and the success rate wasn't high. Thus, even a first-grade beast was worth a fortune. The moment the hamster appeared, the 2 girls were immediately captivated. Even Lu Yuan glanced over, though briefly. One day, I'll have a top-tier companion beast of my own, he thought to himself. Sensing the attention, the boy named Wang Zheng flashed a smug grin. This little guy is Xiao Mao, my companion beast, he introduced. So adorable. Must have been so expensive, huh? Can I pet it? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Yuan, however, quickly lost interest. He was more into the majestic vibe of mythical dragons or phoenixes. Small, battle-challenged creatures like hamsters didn't quite cut it for him. Go ahead, Wang Zheng said with a slight nod of command. Xiao Mao promptly leaped toward the girls, rubbing against their fingers affectionately. The 2 were absolutely thrilled. Oddly enough, while their focus was all on the hamster, Wang Zheng himself found he was being left out. Quickly, he pulled Xiao Mao back into his arms and started bragging about its toughness. How rare. At first, the 2 girls were listening intently. Wang Zheng tried several times to call over the little hamster he was carrying, but he kept distracting himself with his own topics. All he wanted was to monopolize the attention of the 2 girls. However, the more he talked, the more enthusiastic he became, while the 2 girls grew increasingly impatient. Wang Zheng, immersed in his own world, failed to notice the change. By the time he snapped out of it, one of the girls was already staring down at her phone. So handsome, so handsome. The other girl was also scrolling on her phone, occasionally stealing glances at the boy sitting near the window, a faint smile on her lips. It was only then that Wang Zheng realized he'd been talking to thin air for quite a while. His face immediately turned red. He was the son of a family that had received hefty compensation for the demolition of their old property, several million yuan. Money wasn't a problem, but his ingrained insecurity and vanity hadn't diminished in the slightest. After a brief silence, he forced himself to throw out another topic. Hey, did you guys hear? A student with an S-class ice ability recently awakened in Jiangnan Province. The train was departing from Tianyuan City in Jiangnan Province, so he gambled on the girls being locals. I think I saw a short video about that. One of the girls replied absent-mindedly. Not to brag, but that guy is my cousin, Wang Zheng declared with utter seriousness. The 2 girls were visibly skeptical. An S-class ice user? How could this guy have a cousin like that? At that moment, Lu Yuan casually pulled out a can of Coke from his bag. With a single hand, he gripped it, letting his energy flow into the can. Within seconds, frost formed over the aluminum surface, transforming it into an ice-cold Coke. He sipped it slowly, silently enjoying the unfolding drama. I'm serious. Wang Zheng clung stubbornly to his lie. The person wasn't here, so he could boast all he wanted. What he didn't expect was for the person to actually be sitting right next to him. One of the girls became visibly annoyed. I'd sooner believe this guy next to us knows the S-class person than believe he's your cousin, she uttered boldly, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. If he knows him, I'll eat my Wang Zheng snapped in frustration, but before he could finish, Lu Yuan subtly frowned, as if 3 question marks had appeared above his head. How did this random guy guess so accurately? Hey, handsome, do you happen to know the student with the awakened S-class ice ability? The girl asked Lu Yuan directly, her eyes filled with anticipation. No, Lu Yuan replied flatly, shaking his head. The trio froze, stunned momentarily. But a sly smile curved on Lu Yuan's lips. But what? The person I know isn't someone who's awakened an S-class ice ability. He paused for dramatic effect. It's me who awakened it. At that, an icy, crystalline shard materialized at Lu Yuan's fingertip, radiating waves of cold air. Simultaneously, he unleashed a faint trace of his energy. Not much, just enough for those nearby to sense his strength. The oppressive aura enveloped only their small corner of the train. The group looked visibly shaken. It was as if they had fallen into a frozen abyss, the chill piercing straight to their bones, the overwhelming pressure making it hard for them to breathe. When Lu Yuan saw their reactions were enough, he casually retracted his power. The 2 girls' eyes sparkled with amazement. The quiet, handsome guy sitting next to them had actually awakened an S-class ability. It was like something straight out of a novel. What kind of insane luck was this? Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's face burned bright red. What he thought was casual boasting had backfired so spectacularly, he ended up exposing himself in front of the real deal. The atmosphere grew tense, uncomfortable. Just then, the train's announcement broke the silence. The next stop is Shin City. Passengers preparing to disembark, please organize your belongings. We're already at the station? The 2 girls looked disappointed, especially the one who had been secretly watching Lu Yuan. As for Wang Zheng, he heaved a sigh of relief. Staying any longer, he felt like he'd spontaneously combust from the embarrassment. Ever since Lu Yuan revealed his S-class ice ability, nobody had paid Wang Zheng the slightest attention. The train slowed to a stop. The crowd began spilling out of the carriage. Among them, Lu Yuan followed as part of the flow, disembarking into the bustling station. The train doors slid open, and the sharp energy of the big city greeted him. Towering skylines loomed overhead, steel pillars intertwining like a metal forest, with sunlight pouring through the enormous glass ceilings. Skyscrapers stood tall in the distance, exuding an almost oppressive presence like silent, hulking titans. Everywhere, electronic ads flickered and demanded attention. Rinrin brand renal tonic. Fall in love with rainbows, savor every color. Dominating the roads, Dayun trucks. The familiar sea of advertisements engulfed the surroundings. Among them, luxury brands jostled for prominence. And even the adjacent train bore banners promoting web novels from popular platforms. The girl who had been watching Lu Yuan let out a soft sigh. She realized that someone who could awaken an S-class ability and was disembarking at Shin City likely had nothing to do with her world. He was probably a special recruit for Shin City Ability University. As for herself, just an ordinary student from a lower-tier ability school. Their paths wouldn't intersect again. Elsewhere, Ling Weiwei had already sent a text. She'd be personally picking Lu Yuan up at the station. But life is full of unexpected twists. She suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to and had no choice but to post in the school's task center to find someone to pick him up. The request was barely posted when a senior immediately accepted the mission. Before leaving, Ling Weiwei specifically apologized to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan understood. It's normal to have something come up unexpectedly, and arranging for someone else to pick him up was already considerate. As he stepped out of the station, murmurs spread through the crowd. Deep City Ability University is here to pick someone up. Isn't today the registration day for special recruits? So envious. Graduating their guarantees at least a level 3 start. Following the voices, Lu Yuan spotted a young man holding a flag that read Deep City Ability University amidst the crowd. Dragging his luggage along, he approached. The young man came up to him as well. You're Lu Yuan, right? I'm Jiang Yan. Let's go. Wait a moment, senior. I need to retrieve my weapon. Long weapons couldn't be taken on the high-speed train and had to be checked instead. After retrieving his weapon, Lu Yuan followed Jiang Yan to the parking lot. Before them was a Maybach worth over 2 million yuan. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yan chuckled. Once you venture into the underground world and hunt ferocious beasts, you'll realize this is nothing. One beast can fetch thousands or tens of thousands of blue star coins. Lu Yuan was shocked. That's a month's salary for an average person. High risk, high reward, Jiang Yin said with a serious tone. Plenty of people make money. Plenty die too. He looked at Lu Yuan intently. Don't rush into the underground world. If you must go, you need to follow an experienced team. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. He had already planned to go, partly to earn money, partly to gather evolution points to grow stronger. Jiang Yin spoke lower. That place belongs to the ferocious beasts. They can pounce from the shadows at any moment. Without experience, you won't even know how you died. Typically, you can also take on school tasks to earn credits. Our credits act as currency on campus. Do some simple tasks, and it's enough to cover training and meals. Picking you up, truthfully, is one of my tasks. That's why it's better to wait until you officially reach Tier 1 before entering the underground world. Jiang Yin explained with patience. Lu Yuan listened, but didn't entirely plan to follow the advice. No risk, no reward, he thought to himself. Without entering the underground world to hunt beasts, where would he get evolution points? While he would accept guidance from mentors or tutors, those methods still required time. But adding points directly? That was the fastest route. If he wanted to take first place in the freshman competition, he couldn't afford to play it safe. However, joining a capable team was necessary. He was still just a rookie, after all. Junior Lu, it's getting late. Let's head to campus, Jiang Yin said, reverting to his warm demeanor. Sure. Lu Yuan opened the door of the Maybach and sat down. It was his first time riding in such a luxury car, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Along the way, he constantly gazed out the window. The modern buildings outside gave off a sense of awe. They were sights he'd never seen in his old hometown. Time passed, and the car gradually slowed to a stop. They got out, finding themselves in an underground parking lot near Deep City Ability University. Looking around, all he saw were luxury cars. He couldn't recognize specific brands, but their extravagant aura was undeniable. Any one of these cars taken back to his hometown would certainly draw a crowd. Starstruck, Jiang Yin teased with a smile. Wait till you see what's next. It'll blow your mind even more. A flicker of anticipation crossed Lu Yuan's heart, though he didn't ask further. The two exited the garage. Rounding a corner, the grand gates of Deep City Ability University appeared before them. Standing 100 meters tall and spanning dozens of meters wide, the gates were forged from multiple alloys, exuding an impressive presence. One glance was enough to stir an unexplainable excitement within. Etched above were 6 enormous characters. Deep City Ability University. Standing at the gates, the 1.8-meter-tall Lu Yuan seemed almost insignificant in comparison. For a moment, he was utterly mesmerized. Streams of students passed through the gates, chatting and laughing, brimming with youthful energy. Most merely gave him a casual glance before walking off. He likely wasn't the first newcomer to be awestruck by the gates. After all, who wasn't like that when they first arrived? How's that? Didn't I tell you it gets even better? Jiang Yin said with a chuckle. When I first enrolled, I had an even bigger reaction than yours. Lu Yuan snapped back and gave an embarrassed smile, opting not to respond. Come on, let's get you checked in. If we're too late, all the good food in the cafeteria will be gone, Jiang Yin urged with a wave. Following him, Lu Yuan officially stepped into Deep City Ability University. Barely inside the campus, his attention was instantly hijacked. A massive fountain gushed continuously, the cool mist drifting through the air. Couples strolled hand in hand around it, while towering buildings loomed in the distance, radiating an intimidating aura. Taking out his phone, Lu Yuan snapped a photo and casually shared it to his high school group chat. Barely a moment passed before odd reactions flooded in. Playing on their phone even now, huh? He shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, a sudden commotion surged in the nearby crowd. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward a squad approached from the distance. At the forefront was a silver-haired girl. Her tall, slender frame moved with precision, her cold gaze sharp as a blade. Her combat suit clung tightly, emphasizing sharp curves, almost exuding a murderous aura. A long spear rested on her back, its surface stained with blood that had long since dried. Beside her, a silver wolf followed quietly, crackling bolts of lightning flickering through its fur. A feral beast, yet uncharacteristically obedient. For more team members followed close behind, their presence equally solemn. Clearly, they had just returned from a brutal battle in another dimension. That's Senior Jiang. The Silver Wolf Squad is back. Their presence is absolutely terrifying. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this the same person from the video Li Ming showed him? What's the matter? Got mesmerized, didn't you? Jiang Yin teased under his breath. No. Lu Yuan shook his head. Doesn't the school have its own underground hunting grounds? Why does the Silver Wolf Squad need to hunt beasts outside? He had merely glanced a few times, definitely not staring in awe. Jiang Yin explained as they continued walking. The school's underground tunnels are highly regulated and primarily meant for student training. The strongest beasts down there are third tier at best. The Silver Wolf Squad is an elite team. They can take down fourth tier beasts head-on. There's no way the school grounds can contain them. They have to venture out. Fourth tier beasts. Lu Yuan murmured, his heart sinking. That level of power seemed so far away from him. Right now, his priority was advancing from an awakener to a first-tier power wielder. We're here, the student registration office. Jiang Yin stopped and pointed to an independent building up ahead. Even registration has a dedicated building. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. No wonder Shin City Psionic University spanned over 50,000 acres. Regular universities barely stretched to a few thousand acres. Some didn't even reach 1,000. The two entered the registration center. The hall was nearly empty. The entrance exams hadn't started yet, so the only arrivals were special admissions students, who numbered only a few each year. As soon as they stepped in, a staff member warmly greeted them. New special admissions student, please present your ID. Lu Yuan nodded and handed over his ID. The machine scanned it, followed by a mechanical voice. Beep. Scan successful. Identity confirmed. Level 52 freshman, Lu Yuan. Welcome to Shun City Psionic University. The staff member smiled, handing him his student ID, school badge, dormitory key, and uniform. The dorms are two-person units, fully furnished with brand-new bedding and furniture. You can move in right away. Thank you. Jiang Yin chimed in. The uniform is only for the opening ceremony. You can dress casually the rest of the time. All right, you're all set. The staff member gestured for them to continue. Special admission procedures were straightforward, expected, given how rare S-class abilities were. And after being split among the top 4 universities, Shun City could only secure a handful each year. As they left the registration building, Jiang Yin gave him a mischievous smile. In a moment, you're going to be shocked again. Really? Lu Yuan shook his head with an amused sigh. He figured it probably had something to do with the dorms being unbelievably extravagant. The campus environment was stunning. Lush greenery everywhere. Grand architecture exuding the confidence of a top-tier institution. The air was fresh, the sunlight just right. It was summer, and girls in short skirts laughed and chatted along the pathways. Their pale, flawless legs caught his attention, and it was hard not to get momentarily distracted by the lively scene. Following Jiang Yin, they eventually arrived at the dormitory area. We're here. Jiang Yin pointed ahead. A row of 2-story villas came into view, not massive, but exceptionally elegant and refined. Stone paths led to the entrances, flanked by lush greenery and flower beds, with some filled with blossoming flowers in full bloom. A few had small bridges over flowing streams, their picturesque beauty resembling a painting. Lu Yuan stood there, stunned. He knew the accommodations would be good, but not this good. Even with Jiang Yan's earlier hint, he was still caught off guard. See? Told you you'd be stunned again. Jiang Yan chuckled. Fair enough, Lu Yuan admitted with a nod. There was no awkwardness, just sheer excitement. Living here? Totally worth it. I'm heading off. If I don't hurry, the cafeteria will run out of the good food. Jiang Yin waved casually as he left. See you later, senior. Lu Yuan found himself liking Jiang Yin. The senior was easygoing and didn't make things awkward. Before walking off, Jiang Yin turned back. By the way, you're the only Ice Element special recruit in recent years. There's a 7th-tier Ice Element Grandmaster on campus. Pay them a visit when you get the chance. Lu Yuan had chosen Shin City Psionic University specifically for that Grandmaster. That alone was worth being here. Using the address on his dorm key, he quickly found his villa. Just then, A girl stood at the door across from his. Her features were delicate. Her bright eyes carried clarity. Her skin porcelain fair with a faint rosy hue. Her black hair was tied high with a red ribbon, and even a simple t-shirt couldn't conceal her striking figure. Beneath her black skirt were long, slender legs, direct and incredibly impactful. A light blue little dragon was lying on her shoulder, clearly a companion beast. Compared to the hamster Lu Yuan had seen on the high-speed train, this little dragon was on a completely different level in both bloodline and aura. This also indicated that the girl came from a well-off family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to afford such a companion beast. Lu Yuan glanced at the suitcase beside her and understood that, like himself, she was also a newly admitted special student. There are only a few special admissions students, yet there is such a beauty of this level. He glanced a few more times, quickly looked away, took out his key to open the dorm door, and dragged his luggage inside. At that moment, the girl at the door of the dorm opposite also noticed him. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a straight nose, a defined jawline, tall and slender figure, his entire aura was calm and pure, leaving a deep impression at first sight. But she was not just looking at the appearance. Her name was Xia Qingyin, awakened with an S-level grass-type ability, natural spirit moisture, possessing keen perception. When her ability activated, she clearly sensed that the boy opposite was emanating a cold and sharp aura. That was the fluctuation of an ice-type ability. "Master, I'm so sleepy." The deep-water demon dragon cub lying on her shoulder whimpered affectionately in her mind. Once bonded, a companion beast can communicate telepathically with its user without speaking. Usually, one person can only bond with one companion beast, and one companion beast only recognizes one master. Of course, the master can proactively terminate the contract. The deep-water demon dragon is extremely rare and can grow to a maximum of the 7th level. The family chose a water-type companion beast for her to make up for the grass-type's weakness to fire. There are already many fire-type awakeners, and once suppressed, the consequences are severe. Water types can both block damage and coordinate with output. But the problem is, it's not just fire types that counter grass types. Ice types also counter grass types. Although there are few awakened ones, the suppression effect still exists. There are even special recruits of ice types. Xia Qingyin's eyes glinted with a slight chill. At the freshman competition, it's likely to be a problem. "All right, go in." She calmed the deep-water demon dragon, opened the dormitory door, and walked inside. Lu Yuan walked into the dormitory. Pushing open the door of the duplex villa, a spacious living room came into view. The floor was as shiny as a mirror, the marble coffee table clean and neat, the leather sofa soft and thick, and the crystal chandelier dazzling and bright. The overall atmosphere was low-key luxury, yet relaxing. Lu Yuan nodded. As expected of Xin City University of Abilities, the dormitory conditions are indeed top-notch. "Hello, I am Xiaoya, the intelligent dormitory management assistant. Feel free to call me anytime you need." Suddenly, a sweet mechanical voice sounded in his ear. "There's also a smart assistant." Lu Yuan paused for a moment and tentatively said, "Turn on the air conditioner for me." Beep. The air conditioner is now on. A faint hum sounded, and a cool breeze blew directly toward him. Not bad, pretty smart, and the wind power is enough. He looked around and found that the villa surprisingly had a kitchen. Although his cooking was always disastrous, often turning home-cooked dishes into dark cuisine, having one was better than not having one. At the end of the living room was a wooden spiral staircase leading straight to the second floor. The first floor was the common area, and the second floor was obviously the private space for the two of them. With a hint of anticipation, he stepped onto the stairs. There were 6 rooms on the second floor in total. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with wash areas, and 2 separate toilets. The staircase was right in the middle, symmetrical on both sides, 3 rooms per person. No need to wait for a shower, and no fighting for the bathroom. This design is truly considerate. I got here first, so I get to choose first. He chose the 3 rooms on the right side. Arriving at the bedroom door, he first scanned his fingerprint. He has always had a strong sense of boundaries. Locks are never spared where needed. The door opened, and he dragged his luggage inside. The room was very large. A soft large bed, a brand new wardrobe, a small table, a floor lamp, all fully equipped. But the more complete it is, the emptier it seems. This clearly shows how spacious the area is. There is also a glass door on the inside. Pushing open, there is a wide, spacious balcony. He walked out, the wind coming straight at him. Closing his eyes, the breeze brushed his cheeks. Good lighting, strong ventilation. Top-tier universities are truly different. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID showed Ling Weiwei. "Hello, have you arrived at school?" Her voice came through the phone. "I'm here, in the dorm area. The senior Jiang Yen who's picking me up is pretty nice." He casually praised him, as a way to cover for the other person. "That's good." She paused, then smiled and said, "If you don't understand, you can check the campus forum, or of course, you can ask me." The tone was light and lively, carrying the unique vitality of a young girl. "Campus forum? Where is it?" Lu Yuan was a bit confused. Ling Weiwei was stunned for a moment. "Didn't your senior who came to pick you up tell you?" Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Senior Jiang really hadn't mentioned it, so he alone had to take the blame. There was silence on the other end of the call for a few seconds. Ling Weiwei also understood. It was most likely that Jiang Yen had forgotten. The campus forum is a communication platform for Shenzhen University. You can post questions there, and many seniors will respond. As soon as she finished speaking, she sent a link. "This is the app download link. This is the app exclusively for our school. It has many features, such as monthly cultivation potion collection, cafeteria takeout, dormitory repair requests, all included. The forum is just one of the modules." Lu Yuan felt a shock in his heart. No wonder it's a top-tier supernatural university. Even their system is so well developed. He clicked the link to download and install it. The app is called Heart at Shinda, which sounds quite artistic. The dormitory internet speed was lightning fast, downloading it in less than 2 seconds. "Is it installed?" Ling Weiwei asked. "All right," Lu Yuan replied. Before hanging up, Ling Weiwei smiled and said, "Welcome to Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Enjoy your college life." Lu Yuan smiled. On the other side, the third canteen of Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. "Classmate, what are you eating?" the aunt at the window asked warmly. "Auntie, I'm not going to eat my classmate. I want an order of honey crispy roast chicken." Jiang Yin pointed to the roast chicken beside him. "Achoo, achoo, achoo." He sneezed several times right after finishing speaking. "Who is talking about me?" He rubbed his nose and muttered. After opening Heart at Shenzhen University, Lu Yuan felt both excited and nervous. The homepage was the login screen. A line of small text in the lower left corner. "Not logged in yet? Register now." He clicked on it. The registration process is very simple. Just need an ID number and student number, then set a password. The student number is on the student ID card. Lu Yuan filled in the information, set a commonly used password, passed the human verification, and successfully entered the system. The interface was clearly divided into different sections: monthly cultivation potion collection, cafeteria takeaway, dormitory repairs. All functions were fully available. There is also a search box at the top of the page, making it very convenient to find things. Lu Yuan typed in forum and clicked confirm. The page changed, leaving only one module, the campus forum. He clicked on it. The post jumped out immediately. Must-read guide for freshman level 52. Pinned. A new barbecue restaurant just opened on campus. Has anyone been there? Shocking. The eldest Miss Xia family rumored to have been specially admitted to Shinda. Behind the first article hung 2 large golden characters, top, clearly meant specifically for freshmen. Pretty thoughtful. Lu Yuan smiled and clicked on the post. After a while, he finally sorted out a few key pieces of information. First, advisor resources are limited. Each advisor only mentors one student, and it's usually the advisor who actively selects the student. To be chosen, you must stand out in the freshman competition. The post also specifically reminded that you can visit your desired mentor in advance to make yourself familiar, increasing your chances of success. This was exactly to Lu Yuan's liking. He came to Shenzhen Supernatural University specifically for that 7th rank Ice Element Master. Secondly, the freshman competition. The college entrance exam is in July, followed by a 1-month summer vacation, and formal enrollment begins in August. After all the new students have arrived, including special admissions, a freshman competition will be held uniformly 2 months later. The ranking determines the monthly credits and the distribution of cultivation potions. More importantly, mentors will select candidates based on the rankings. Third, credits. At the Superpower University, credits are hard currency. Potions, skills, and equipment can all be purchased with credits. Blue Star coins can also be used, but what you can buy with them is mostly slow-moving goods. Here, credits are worth much more than money. Lu Yuan muttered to himself quietly. Just purchasing privileges alone, credits completely crush money. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that the special admission criteria also mentioned credits. He immediately sent a message to the admissions officer Ling Weiwei. Teacher Ling, when will the credits promised for special admissions be awarded? A quick reply came. You should know about the freshman competition. The credits are awarded after the competition based on your performance. The freshman competition is the best proof. Again, with the freshman competition, it seems this match is truly a matter of life and death. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, and his fists slowly clenched. Growl. His stomach suddenly growled. The atmosphere was interrupted. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. No matter how big the ambition, you have to fill your stomach first. Since getting on the high-speed train until now, he hadn't eaten a proper meal, so feeling hungry and uncomfortable was normal. He opened hard at SDU and clicked on the cafeteria takeout. As soon as the page loaded, a variety of delicious foods appeared, and just looking at the pictures made his mouth water. As expected of a top university, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. After much deliberation, he still ordered a serving of braised chicken with rice. The takeout was delivered quickly. While eating, he checked the preparations for entering the Otherworld portal for the first time on the campus forum. This information wasn't in the freshman guide. He had specifically searched for it. Most freshmen valued their lives and wouldn't voluntarily go to the underground world. But Lu Yuan was different. He had awakened the system, and to become stronger, he had to enter the portal and hunt fierce beasts. After eating his fill, he left the dormitory. He planned to visit the 7th rank Ice Element Master in advance. If he could be accepted as a disciple, the significance would be completely different. Ordinary students only receive lessons, but disciples inherit the legacy. Mentors have limited energy. Truly training disciples requires a huge investment. Forum information shows that Qin Tianlong, 46 years old, possesses an S-level ability called 9 Nether Mystic Ice, lower 7th rank, skilled in marksmanship, Dean of the Ice Academy, and even created the S-level skill, Ice Explosion. Lu Yuan noted down the address and rode a shared electric bike over. The campus was so large that it took more than 20 minutes of riding before he saw the 2-story villa. The student lived in a double room, but the advisor had a single villa. He parked the car and walked toward the door. Before he reached the entrance, a senior student wearing black-rimmed glasses stopped him. Tutor Qin isn't here. You should go back. Lu Yuan frowned. Who are you? He couldn't possibly leave after just 20 minutes because of a single sentence. The senior smiled. I'm Hu Dahai, class of 51. You're a specially admitted freshman, right? Freshman of the class of 52, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded. He was not surprised. The other party was both a student of Mentor Qin and had never met him, so naturally, appearing at the villa's entrance would be mistaken for a specially admitted new student. Hu Dahai looked delighted. Then you must have awakened the S-class ice ability, right? Lu Yuan said calmly. S-class ice ability, Ice and Snow Crown. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his supernatural power, and the cold instantly spread, forming an ice and snow crown atop his head. Hu Dahai's eyes lit up. Our school hasn't produced an S-level ice user for many years. Mentor Qin will definitely choose you, and might even take you as an apprentice. But he sighed again. Unfortunately, Mentor Qin went to the underground world passage in the province a few days ago and won't be back for at least a week. Lu Yuan turned around, preparing to leave. Hu Dahai smiled and stopped him. Since you are a future junior brother, I'll show you around the school. Lu Yuan nodded. Being new here, he also needed to familiarize himself with the environment. Halfway through the tour, Hu Dahai suddenly said, the eldest miss of the Xia family was also specially admitted, and she's in your cohort. Lu Yuan was stunned. He recalled the girl in the dorm opposite whose shoulder was adorned with a dragon-type companion beast, and a vague suspicion arose in his heart. Hu Dahai explained, the Xia family is a great clan in Guangdong province. and the clan leader is a 7th grade upper-level master, even stronger than Instructor Chin. He spoke solemnly. This year's freshman competition will be very intense. Lu Yuan's expression was calm. With the system in place, as long as he has enough evolution points, he is fearless. Hu Dahai smiled and joked again. That eldest Miss Xia is absolutely stunning. If you manage to win her over, you might just win effortlessly. Lu Yuan remained silent. After a moment, he suddenly asked, Senior, can you take me to the underground world passage? He was very clear that the first time entering there, someone had to lead the way. Hu Dahai was just a senior and had no obligation to help him. Lu Yuan still tried to speak up and ask. Hu Dahai thought for a moment and said it was possible, but the passage to the underground world was sealed, so even if he wanted to go, he couldn't get in. Lu Yuan was stunned and asked why. Hu Dahai shrugged and said it wasn't like this before. He guessed the venue was cleared early because it was being used for the freshman competition. Lu Yuan felt a stir in his heart and asked how the competition was held in previous years. Hu Dahai said it was just a knockout tournament, one-on-one battles. Lu Yuan suppressed a smile. If the competition were really held in the underground world, he would have somewhat of an advantage. Hu Dahai pointed ahead and said the mission center had arrived, asking if they wanted to take a look. Lu Yuan immediately agreed. He had heard about this place long ago. A few minutes later, the two entered the hall. Inside, there are dozens of task screens and more than 10 submission windows. Hu Dahai explained that tasks are chosen on the screens and proofs are submitted through the windows. Lu Yuan stood dazedly before the darkened screen. Hu Dahai smiled and swiped his student ID, and the screen instantly lit up. It turns out that you must swipe your card to use it. Tasks are divided into levels from D to SS, with colors ranging from white to red. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. Tasks keep scrolling on the screen. New volunteer, 0.02 credits. Setting up the venue, 0.01 credits. Shadow cat claws, 10 pieces at 0.5 credits each. Ghost fire lizard tails, 5 pieces, but as high as 200 credits. The numerical gap was glaring. Lu Yuan quickly did the math, and his expression immediately changed. You get 200 blue star coins just for joining, and 100 more for setting up the venue. As expected of a top-tier supernatural university, they really have money. Lu Yuan sighed. Hu Dahai reminded. The rewards depend on the evaluation. Only excellent gets this much. Good gets 20% less, and pass gets half less directly. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, unable to help but think of Senior Jiang who admitted him. It can't be that he was originally excellent, but ended up being rated as good or even passable. Hu Dahai said again. You already have a student ID, so it's always good to take on tasks when you can and earn more. Lu Yuan nodded. Can I take on several at the same time? He will be going into the underground tunnels to hunt fierce beasts in the future, so he can't keep running back and forth to turn in quests. Hu Dahai shook his head. No. You can only accept more after leveling up. I'm currently level 3 and can take on at most 3. Lu Yuan had no choice but to give up. At this moment, the quest center suddenly became lively. Look, the captain of the Silver Wolf Squadron is here. Senior Sister Jiang looks even more beautiful. Even I, a girl, would be turned by her. Lu Yuan looked over. Silver hair like snow, expression cold and calm, a mole of tears at the corner of the eye. The spear behind gleamed with chilling light, no bloodstains remaining. Jiang Xuanran's expression was indifferent as she walked straight to the window. The space ring flashed, and a pile of loot covered the table. All of these are completed. The staff checked, and there were 5 tasks. 2 B level, 2 A level, and 1 S level. A total of 1,280 credits were credited today. Jiang Xianran nodded and left. Everyone was amazed. 1280 credits. That's 12.8 million blue star coins, right? Don't calculate it randomly. Credits can't be exchanged for blue star coins directly. The highest rate on the forum can only reach 1 to 20,000. With just one sentence from the staff, the crowd instantly erupted. A mission paying 1,280 credits was ridiculously high for the students present. Hu Dahai whispered. Do you know why it caused such a commotion as soon as she arrived? Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't know. He cautiously asked again. Because she's beautiful? Hu Dahai smiled and said. That counts, but it's not the only reason. He lowered his voice and explained. Senior Jiang Xianran, an S-level psychic with Yuqing Divine Thunder, reached mid-level 4th stage at just 22. She also led her team to win the last National Psychic University Championship. Only then did Lu Yuan understand why she was so popular. In an era of mass awakening, the strong are the belief. Moreover, this strong one is excessively beautiful. If she were just a vase, she couldn't have this kind of appeal. The two left the mission center. Looking up, the sunset resembled burning ashes, pressing down on the horizon. Shall we go eat? Hu Dahai asked. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded. The campus is very large, and the cafeteria has as many as 24 halls. They went to the nearest one, the 14th cafeteria. The cafeteria is spacious and grand, with just the right number of people. Many students have symbiotic beasts with them, eating while feeding them. At a top-tier supernatural powers university, raising symbiotic beasts is not uncommon. Students at Shun City Supernatural Powers University have an astonishing ability to make money. Can't afford top-tier deep-water demon dragon hatchlings, but most people can afford ordinary companion beasts. Want to raise one? Hu Dahai asked as he slowed his pace. Lu Yuan nodded. Who wouldn't want a companion beast by their side? But what he wanted was not a decoration. He needed one that could go to battle, a fierce character like the deep-water demon dragon. Did you raise it? Lu Yuan asked. Hu Dahai laughed. Of course. As he spoke, he took a containment ball out of his pocket. Shall Bai come out? The containment orb opened, and a flash of light appeared. The companion beast appeared. A milky white kitten jumped out. Meow meow. As soon as the kitten appeared, it spread its paws and held Hu Dahai tightly. Haha, my little me is a bit shy around strangers, don't mind her. Hu Dahai stroked its fur, smiling a little awkwardly. Lu Yuan's eye twitched. He didn't expect Senior Hu to like this kind of soft and cute type. Usually it was hard to tell. After looking for a few moments, Hu Dahai put the symbiotic beast back into the containment ball. The two casually found a window seat to have dinner. After the meal, Hu Dahai said he wanted to return to the dormitory. Before leaving, the two exchanged contact information. Lu Yuan did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he headed straight to the school's resource trading center. He has already decided to go to the underground world passage tomorrow. The passage inside the school was blocked, so he went outside the school. Senior Hu was very enthusiastic when leaving and said that he could be reached if needed. But Lu Yuan didn't want to owe anyone favors and planned to go alone, then find a way to locate the team. The off-campus passage was fraught with danger, and the forum repeatedly warned that being unprepared was a death sentence. Soon, he arrived at the trading post. Ahem, classmate, what do you need? Behind the counter was an old man with white hair, but he looked full of energy. I want 3 bottles of first-level energy potion, 1 bottle of first-level disinfectant potion, 1 bottle of first-level berserk potion, 1 bottle of first-level calm potion, and a set of D-grade alloy battle armor. Lu Yuan recited it all in one breath. Energy potions can replenish physical strength and speed up Yuan energy recovery. No need to explain disinfection and rage. Calmness potion is even more crucial. When fighting fierce beasts, it's easy to be affected by the bloodthirsty aura, and once you lose control, it's death. All right, 3 bottles of energy, 1 bottle of disinfectant. The old man muttered while quickly moving the abacus beads. Lu Yuan was stunned. People in this era still use an abacus. The crisp clicking sound of the abacus was sharp and brisk, its speed frighteningly fast. After a moment, the old man stroked his beard and smiled, saying, a total of 288,000. Since it's a school promotion, I'll round it down to 280,000. Cash, card, or facial recognition. How many? Lu Yuan's expression changed instantly. He never expected that the entire set would turn out to be ridiculously expensive. Still promoting? This is clearly deadly. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, the old man smiled and said, 30,000 for 3 bottles of energy potion, 8,000 for 1 bottle of disinfectant. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan silently handed over his bank card. He originally thought only the D-grade alloy battle suit was expensive, but he didn't expect the potions to be even more outrageous. A beep sounded. That was not just the sound of payment. It was also his heart bleeding. After paying, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something. I'm a specially admitted freshman. Can I receive cultivation potions every month? The old grandfather nodded. Of course. Lu Yuan handed over his student ID. After confirming the identity, the old man said, "It is indeed a special recruitment for new students. Wait here, I'll go get the potion." After saying this, he turned and left. Returned to the dormitory in the evening. Lu Yuan opened the computer and began searching for information. The results came quickly. Guangdong Province has more than 20 supernatural ability bases, each connected to an underground world passage. But the passages are far more numerous than these. The bases are built only in underground worlds with relatively low danger levels, where most ferocious beasts are below level 5. This is the place where social psychic users hunt ferocious beasts and make money. As for the underground world where 6th-tier ferocious beasts roam, it is completely sealed off by the military and tightly guarded. Moreover, each underground world is an independent space, not connected to one another. After screening, Lu Yuan locked onto the target. Jiangzhan City Superpower Base. The location was remote, and the beast levels were low, making it perfect for a newcomer like him to practice. After checking the information, he lay down on the bed. Although it was only 9 o'clock at night, he had to get up early to travel tomorrow, so he needed to conserve his energy. Early the next morning, the alarm went off on time. Lu Yuan got up and walked to the balcony. Dawn had just broken. He didn't linger in bed any longer and quickly washed up. Putting on the newly purchased D-grade alloy battle suit, he slung the jet black spear on his back, ready to head out. As he opened the dormitory door, the door opposite opened at the same time. Xia Qingyin stepped out. She wore a breathable white short-sleeve shirt with a slender figure. Her long hair was neatly tied up high with a red ribbon, clean and tidy. Beside her, a dark blue little dragon struggled to keep up with her short legs. That was exactly her symbiotic beast, a deep-water demon dragon hatchling. It struggled desperately with its short little legs, looking both comical and pitiful. Xia Qingyin slowed her pace, her gaze sharp, and also saw Lu Yuan. She had gone out early in the morning to exercise. The handsome guy in the dorm opposite, carrying a full set of gear, fully armed. Could he be going to the Paranormal Ability Training Center? She never even thought about the otherworldly portal. There were plenty of ways to make money at school, but without enough strength, who would risk their life by venturing into another world? She was even less aware that Lu Yuan had already awakened the system. After a brief encounter with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan left the school carrying a jet black spear and headed straight to the subway station. The people in the carriage were not surprised by his attire. In this carriage alone, there were several others fully armed in the same way, obviously heading to the underground world to hunt fierce beasts. A few hours later, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the station. After taking another vehicle, he quickly reached the Jiangzhan City Psychic Ability Base. The base buildings are somewhat old, with cracks even visible on the walls, but this does not deter the large number of social psychics coming and going. They don't care whether the building is new or not, only whether they can hunt beasts and make money. The aura emanating from those people made Lu Yuan's heart tighten slightly. Walking inside the base, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look around. There are shirtless big men gathered around the table playing cards, women rubbing mahjong tiles, and others chatting loudly. Noisy and lively. This place doesn't feel like a base. It's more like a small society teeming with all kinds of people. But it's normal. Food, drink, and entertainment are all business. Who would complain about having more money? Lu Yuan recalled the strategy from the forum. The first time entering the underground world, you must first register your identity. He scanned around and finally found the registration window in the corner. Registration is very simple, just an ID card. The cost is 500 Blue Star coins. After completing the process, he received an exclusive card. Jiangzhan City Superpower Base. Name, Lu Yuan. Points, 0. Looking at the information on the screen, Lu Yuan frowned. What are these points? The staff didn't even look up. After the ferocious beast dies, taking key parts and crystal cores can be exchanged for points. Points can be exchanged for money, as well as resources and equipment. Points from different ability bases are not interchangeable. Here, using points to buy resources is more cost-effective than using Blue Star coins directly. Only then did Lu Yuan realize that ability bases are not just about fighting monsters to make money. The staff sized him up, carrying a long spear and wearing battle armor, much better than those clueless rookies. Lu Yuan replied casually. The other party advised, newcomers should join a team first, otherwise it's very dangerous. How do I choose? Lu Yuan frowned. He couldn't possibly ask one by one. The staff member pointed to the adjacent room. Inside, there is a recruitment board for teams, listing the requirements and contact information. After expressing his thanks, Lu Yuan walked inside. The information on the recruitment board was densely packed. Furious Killing Team, Recruiting Fighting Type, First Tier, Mid-Level, and above. Forest Team, Recruiting Grass Type, Female only. The requirements were getting increasingly strict one after another. Lu Yuan read through them one by one, growing more and more frustrated in his heart. Finally, his gaze stopped on a line of text. Firefox Squad, Recruiting Ice-Powered Individuals. There was only this one requirement. Too easy. So simple it made people suspicious. Lu Yuan squinted and confirmed once more. It indeed only said ice powers. Let's try first and see. He dialed the phone. Soon, a mature female voice came through. Lu Yuan gave his name and said he was an ice-type Esper. The other party's tone was cheerful. Just in time. We're about to enter the underground world to hunt fierce beasts. Come over immediately. After giving the address, he hung up. Lu Yuan put away his phone, feeling both excited and cautious. Meanwhile, somewhere at the Jiangzhou City Superpower Base, the Firefox Squad was waiting for him. Sister Zhou, do you mean you're recruiting new members? Or a little brother? The tall, thin young man asked with a smile. Zhou Wan nodded. He's at the Jiangzhou Ability Base. I've sent him the location. He'll be there soon. Don't interrupt until things are settled. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan found the Firefox team by the coordinates. He glanced over. There were 4 people in the team, 2 men and 2 women. Lu Yuan. After confirming, Zhou Wan got straight to the point. If you want to join the team, first prove that you are ice type. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and a snowflake formed at his fingertip. Zhou Wan nodded with satisfaction. All right, that's enough. From now on, you belong to the Firefox team. Lu Yuan was stunned. That's simple? No need to test skills. Zhou Wan rolled her eyes. Ice types are rare to begin with. I put up recruitment for 2 weeks, and only you reached out. We only need ice types now. Don't worry too much about strength. After you enter the other world, you'll stay in the back line to support. We're only active in the shallow layers. With me and Huahua here, survival is guaranteed. Huahua. Zhou Wan smiled as she took out the containment ball. My companion beast. I spent a year to finally buy it. With a flash of light, a firefox landed. Its fur was a mix of beige and fiery red, and its crimson eyes seemed to be burning. With a flick of its tail, sparks flew everywhere. Lu Yuan understood in his heart that this was how the Firefox battle team got its name. Zhou Wan put away her smile, her tone serious. Let me be clear first. If you can't hold on after entering the other world, don't be stubborn. Withdraw on your own. Lu Yuan nodded. He could give it a try, but he must not hold anyone back, let alone cause harm. Zhou Wan sized him up and her tone softened a bit. It's good that you have some self-awareness. Many newcomers don't even bring equipment and just rush in recklessly. Lu Yuan wore battle armor and carried weapons on his back. He looked neat and clean-cut, giving a good first impression, whether to the previous staff or to Zhou Wan now. Zhou Wan took a closer look and immediately noticed something was off. On Lu Yuan's battle armor, there was a round emblem. The upper half was a pattern, and the lower half clearly printed 6 characters. Deep City Superpower University. These 6 words carried great weight. Xinqing University of Supernatural Abilities is a top domestic university and the flagship institution of Guangwang Province, its prestige needing no further explanation. Looking at the long spear in his hand and the battle suit on his body, they were all new, without a single scratch. The answer was obvious. This young man who just joined the team was a specially recruited freshman from Xinqing University of Supernatural Abilities. As for the specially recruited new students, only those who shatter the awakening crystal during the awakening ceremony and awaken with an S-level or higher ability are qualified. Such geniuses number only a few dozen nationwide each year. Unexpectedly, she actually found one. The lowest are S-level Ice-type abilities. If this isn't finding a treasure, then what is? The strength of the supernatural ability determines the upper limit. But at this level, Even the lower limit is frighteningly high. Even though he is currently only an awakened person and not even considered a formal superhuman. Without discussing proficiency, relying solely on talent, his combat power can rival that of a mid-level first-tier awakened C-class superhuman, or even a high-level first-tier. The first level is divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. The gap is enormous. The terrifying nature of rare abilities is evident at a glance. Thinking of this, Zhou Wan's eyes lit up, unable to contain her excitement. She smiled and asked, "Little brother Lu Yuan, you're from Deep City University of Superpowers, right?" "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded. The battle suit was purchased by the school, so it's normal to have the logo. "Lu Yuan, welcome to join us." Zhou Wan took the initiative to extend her hand. After the two shook hands, the other 3 also began to introduce themselves. Su Lu blinked. "Hello, little brother. My name is Su Lu. Elemental class C-level ability, transparent jellyfish, support-oriented, mid-first tier." Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Hello, Sister Lu." Then Huang Hao stood up, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Handsome guy, my name is Huang Hao. Elemental class C+ level ability, destructive great wind, skilled with the spear, mid-first tier. Remember, I am a serious person." "Yes, you're the most serious one." Zhou Wan rolled her eyes. This guy loves to joke around the most. He's completely unrelated to the word serious. Lu Yuan responded politely, meanwhile noticing that he said he was skilled with the spear. In the air, there was a faint trace of a competitive feeling. Lu Yuan also used a spear and had just recently raised his proficiency to an intermediate level. He secretly competed in his heart, not knowing who was stronger compared to the other. Huang Hao looked excited. "Not bad. You chose the spear too." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "An inch longer, an inch stronger." Wang, who was muscular all over, carrying a double-edged axe on his back and holding a shield in his hand, he clearly looked like a frontline fighter. "My name is Wang Hu, C+ level Tiger Soul, first stage upper rank." Zhou Wan continued. "Zhou Wan, Trident, B-level Wildfire, second rank lower level." Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. She looked calm, but her weapon was so fierce. If they really fought, the scene would probably be explosive. It was his turn. Lu Yuan, S-level Ice type Ice Snow Crown, currently still an awakener. "Just arrived? Please take care of me." Huang Hao asked curiously, "Is there really a crown?" Lu Yuan nodded. Huang Hao laughed heartily. "Then you're even more handsome than me looking in the mirror after a shower." Lu Yuan also laughed as he responded. Zhou Wan clapped her hands. "Let's go to the underground world." After confirming that Lu Yuan had prepared the medicine and food, the team immediately set off. Wang Hu and Zhou Wan walked at the front, exerting an imposing presence. Huang Hao coordinated from the center. Lu Yuan and Su Lu brought up the rear. They ascended the stairs, heading straight to the 3rd floor. The so-called underground world was merely a space occupied by ferocious beasts. Turning past the end of the stairs was the entrance to the passage. The real test was just ahead. The line stretched long, extending from that end all the way to the stairwell, like a coiled dragon. "Let's go." Zhou Wan waved her hand, and a few people stood at the end of the line. Su Lu asked behind Lu Yuan, "Do you know why we must find an ice type?" Lu Yuan shook his head. Su Lu lowered her voice. "Sister Zhou and brother Hu are strong in offense and defense, but their crowd control isn't enough. I'm water type. Pairing with an ice type means double slow, no one can escape." Only then did Lu Yuan understand that what the Firefox currently lacked was control. Water and ice share the same origin, creating a strong combined effect. Grass types can also control, but they rely on vines to bind tightly. When at a low level, they are too fragile. A fierce beast can break free with a desperate struggle, making it easier to be counter-killed. Huang Hao came closer, winking. "Don't worry, my shooting skills are almost at intermediate proficiency. For every fierce beast that comes, I'll take one down." "Almost intermediate, huh?" Lu Yuan gave a dry laugh. He was already at an intermediate proficiency level. After thinking it over, he decided not to say anything and left Some face. The line looked long, but the inspection went quickly. Before long, it was Firefox's turn. "Yo, team leader Zhou, new recruits again?" The staff member checked the ID while sizing up Lu Yuan. Quite a good new recruit. Zhou Wan handed over the ability base ID card. After the 5 finished verification, Lu Yuan finally saw the appearance of the underground passage clearly. It looked like a black teleportation portal in a game, bottomless and endless. He held back his excitement and followed in. The moment he stepped in, he couldn't quite describe the feeling, as if being gently lifted by some kind of force. Even more surprising, this really was a passage with solid ground beneath their feet. Inside, it was pitch black. Without a light, it was impossible to see clearly. With the flashlight, they moved forward, soon seeing a light ahead. They had reached the exit. Lu Yuan stepped forward, instinctively looking around. The imagined scene of ferocious beasts besieging the city and corpses lying everywhere did not exist at all. As far as the eye could see, there were only people. Dense clusters of ability users gathered together, each carrying faint and subtle energy fluctuations. The latest medicine, want to take a look? Elixirs. Want to take a look at the elixirs? Right after coming out of the passage, someone was shouting loudly. Disinfectant medicine, wholesale price. 10 bottles for 5,000. Don't miss out. Latest map, 100,000 coins. The range of ferocious beasts activity clearly marked, very accurate. A crowd gathered around, staring at the Firefox team sales pitch. Zhou Wan looked calm and dismissed them with just a few words. Huang Hao whispered a warning. There are many dealers like this in Jiangzhou City. There are indeed cheap goods, but a mix of real and fake. Fake elixirs are common. Newcomers can't tell the difference, and it could cause trouble at crucial moments. It's best to avoid them if you can. Lu Yuan nodded, keeping the words in mind. The surroundings fell silent, and he looked up to survey the area. In front of him was a small town, quaint in style, resembling an ancient city. Tall walls stood outside the city, thick and solid, exuding a sense of oppression. Fully armed psychics stood on the wall, responsible for guarding the passage. As soon as fierce beasts appeared in the telescope, they would take immediate action. If high-level fierce beasts appeared, they would immediately call for reinforcements. It was these people guarding the front line that kept the outside world safe. Lu Yuan watched intently. Huang Hao suddenly came over, smiling mysteriously. Lu Yuan, do you know what that building is for? He pointed into the distance. Lu Yuan followed his gaze. An ancient-style pavilion stood there, with 3 characters written on the plaque above the door, Wangyue Pavilion. At the entrance stood 2 heavily made-up young women, dressed revealingly and posing seductively. What does it mean? One glance was enough to understand. Su Lu frowned and stamped her foot. Huang Hao, it's bad enough that you're inappropriate yourself. Don't corrupt the newcomer. Huang Hao laughed heartily. I was just making an introduction. Lu Yuan is so steady. How could I possibly lead him astray? Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't know. Huang Hao leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice. That's where men relax. Those who know, know. Don't be fooled by brother whose fierce look and the double-edged axe on his back. He's actually an old regular over there. Lu Yuan widened his eyes. Is that for real? He really couldn't tell. Huang Hao sneered. Why would I lie to you? Hunting ferocious beasts outside for a long time leaves you with a bloodthirsty aura and heavy mental pressure. Occasionally relaxing is also a way to ease the mood. Lu Yuan was silent. He understood the reasoning, but he absolutely would not go. He suddenly asked, does brother Hu not have a wife? Wang Hu looked to be at least 35 years old. As a person with special abilities, his income far exceeded that of ordinary people, so supporting a family was not difficult. Huang Hao sighed. In our line of work, you might die in another world any day. Can you bear to let your wife and children wait for you and never come back? Lu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. Huang Hao laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. You just arrived in another world. Focus on improving your strength first. Finding a beautiful girlfriend in college is better than anything else. Lu Yuan did not respond. He now had only one goal, to become stronger. As for a girlfriend, it will happen naturally. Su Lu beside him frowned, watching the two whispering for a long time, feeling a bit uneasy. She only hoped that Lu Yuan wouldn't be led astray by Huang Hao. Zhou Wan stood at the front of the team, prepared to leave the city. Check your equipment and potions. Lu Yuan looked down to double-check. Huang Hao checked while smiling. First time going out of the city to hunt beasts. Nervous? Lu Yuan shook his head. He was indeed not nervous. After the inspection, Zhou Wan took out an old map from the bag, and everyone gathered around. Outside the city, there are only mountains, forests, and rivers, with no buildings. The map clearly marks the distribution of ferocious beasts in each area. Zhou Wan pointed to a region. Let's first go to the activity area of the shadow cats and spotted dogs, so Lu Yuan can practice. Everyone nodded, and Lu Yuan agreed as well. No problem, let's set off. They had to be checked once more before leaving the city. After passing the inspection by the ability users at the gate, they officially left Jiangzhan City. Just after stepping out of the city gate, Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. The oxygen concentration was too high, so dense it feels suffocating. The first time he arrived in the underground world, he just felt dizzy and tightness in his chest. Su Lu comforted him from the side. Lu Yuan, don't panic. Stay a little longer and you'll get used to it. I felt the same way when I first came. Get used to it more, huh? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. Slowly, the primal energy within his body seemed to reach a certain balance with the air, and the sense of oppression gradually faded. Once no longer affected by oxygen, the dizziness completely disappeared. He looked up and glanced around. This is a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees block out the sky and sun, leaving only scattered patches of sunlight that fall on the thick layer of fallen leaves, which rustle underfoot. The dense shrubs are so thick it feels like ferocious beasts could leap out at any moment. Lu Yuan tensed his nerves, not daring to be careless. Fortunately, the Firefox team has not noticed anything unusual so far. The formation is very clear. Captain Zhou Wan and Main Tank Wang who walk at the front. Su Lu and Lu Yuan stay in the middle. Huang Hao, who also used a spear, was responsible for covering the rear. The team advanced steadily. Suddenly, Zhou Wan stopped and glanced at the map. Turn left. Everyone immediately turned. Not far after leaving, a black shadow darted out from the bushes, blocking the way ahead. Lu Yuan focused his gaze. Sharp teeth and claws, a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, a slender tail swaying. Shadow cat. It was taught in class. Small body, juvenile form. First rank, lower level. Zhou Wan looked back at Lu Yuan, her eyes testing. First rank, lower level, just right for practice. You go. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay. Su Lu waved her wand, and a layer of light blue glow fell on him. I've given you a buff. Your output will increase. Lu Yuan signaled that he understood. First level lower rank beast is one of the weakest ferocious beasts. If he couldn't even defeat it, he might as well give up and go straight back to school. Moreover, there was also the benefit of the buff. He clenched his spear, a grin spreading across his mouth, and charged straight ahead. Zhou Wan whispered to Wang Hu and the other two. I'll get closer to keep an eye out, to prevent any accidents. You all watch the surroundings. The three nodded. Got it. On Lu Yuan's side, he held a pitch-black long spear, approaching the shadow cat without any concealment. The shadow cat spotted Lu Yuan, letting out a sharp hiss, its ferocity fully exposed, with razor-sharp white claws instantly raised. It pushed off with its hind legs and lunged straight at him. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he pointed his spear directly at the shadow cat's abdomen, his energy enveloping the spear shaft. His arms suddenly exerted force, thrusting the spear forward with a whistling sound. With a swish, the alloy pierced through flesh and blood. A piercing cat's scream rang out as the shadow cat was directly impaled on the gun. Lu Yuan pressed the gun tip against the ground, stepped on the corpse with his boots, and pulled hard, tearing the flesh open. A large hole was ripped open in the shadow cat's abdomen, and it quickly bled to death. Killed a first-level lower-rank ferocious beast shadow cat. Evolution points +10. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Not far away, Zhou Wan's eyes lit up, and she nodded silently. Decisive in action, fundamentally solid, and calm enough. Su Lu was full of admiration. That shot was so cool. Huang Hao, however, fell silent, feeling increasingly uneasy as he watched. Lu Yuan's marksmanship was obviously even better than his. Thinking about how he was supposed to teach someone before, Huang Hao felt his face flush. Several people surrounded him. Well done, Zhou Wan sincerely praised. Lu Yuan waved his hand with a smile. Not bad. Wang Hu squatted down, pointing at the corpse, and said, "After hunting, you have to take the spoils. The claws and crystals are the most valuable." He drew a dagger and sliced open cleanly, neatly removing the sharp claws, then pulled out a dark purple crystal from the opening. Lu Yuan watched attentively, memorizing every move. The next moment, the grass suddenly rustled. "Watch out!" Huang Hao shouted fiercely, thrusting his spear straight ahead, impaling the shadowy cat that was lunging at Su Lu and sending it flying on the spot. Using his wind elemental ability, the cat was blown even farther, crashing heavily into the grass. Everyone immediately stood back to back, forming a circle to prevent being ambushed. Zhou Wan threw out a containment ball, and the symbiotic beast Huahua appeared. The fiery red fox stood beside her, its tail swaying gently, sparks flying. The rustling in the grass grew louder and louder. Several shadow cats rushed out one after another. Lu Yuan glanced over. The smaller ones were only low-rank first level, while the bigger ones were mid-rank first level. But it wasn't over yet. Behind the group of cats, an even larger figure slowly emerged. The crescent moon mark on the forehead shone brightly, steps steady, and behind it dragged two tails, entwined and raised, exuding a formidable aura. "Shadow Cat King," Zhou Wan whispered. The Cat King fixed its gaze on Huahua. Huahua did not show any weakness either. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Zhou Wan said in a deep voice, "Huahua and I will hold off the Cat King. You guys deal with the smaller ones first, then come to support us once you're done." Everyone nodded. The battle erupted instantly. Su Lu waved her staff, blue light descending, empowering everyone. "Lu Yuan, let's go." "Go." The two of them rushed into the group of cats with their guns raised. Lu Yuan activated his ability, taking down one lower-rank shadow cat with each shot. Several fell in succession. Huang Hao was slightly less skilled, but he had no trouble dealing with the lower-rank ferocious beasts. On the other side, Wang Hu raised his shield and toughly resisted several mid-level shadow cats. He activated the tiger spirit, low growl roaring, his strength surging. While blocking the claws, he swept with the double-edged axe, forcing the shadow cats to retreat. Although he couldn't kill them, he stabilized the situation. System prompts kept ringing continuously. Lu Yuan lowered his gun and commanded sharply, "Ice shard ring." 3 ice shards circled around him, radiating an intense chill. Primordial energy surged as he took a step forward, the spear gathering power. Locked onto a mid-level shadow cat, suddenly lunged forward. Blood splattered. The pitch-black spear sliced through the air, directly piercing through the shadow cat's skull. 3 ice shards scraped across its body, leaving a series of bloody gashes. Before long, the shadow cat was completely dead. You have slain a Tier 1 mid-level fierce beast shadow cat. Evolution points plus 20. 20 evolution points, no way. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. The remaining shadow cats instinctively backed away, looking at the black gun in the boy's hand, a chill rising in their hearts. On Lu Yuan's face, they saw unmasked greed. In the next moment, Lu Yuan charged into the beast pack with his spear raised. The black spear flew wildly, and the shadow cats fell one after another. You have slain a Tier 1 mid-level fierce beast shadow cat. Evolution points plus 20. Soon, only the Shadow Cat King remained. Though named Cat King, it was only a first-tier upper rank and was steadily retreating under the combined suppression of Zhou Wan and Huahua. When it realized all its subordinates were wiped out, it immediately fled in disarray, its charred fur long losing any trace of elegance. Lu Yuan made his move. He anticipated the direction. The spear slipped from his hand and shot out, directly piercing the Shadow Cat King's thigh. The Cat King screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Yuan quickly stepped forward, drew his gun, and stabbed repeatedly. Blood holes were everywhere. He only stopped when the alert sound went off. You have slain a Tier 1 advanced fierce beast, the Shadow Cat King. Evolution points plus 50. Everyone gathered around, showering Lu Yuan with praise. His performance was truly outstanding. After lunch, the Firefox team continued hunting. Shadow Cat and Spotted Dog kept falling. Evolution points plus 10. Evolution points plus 12. Lu Yuan was harvesting frantically, his spirit remaining high. The increase in evolution points made him more and more berserk with each battle. Evening quickly fell, and the sky rapidly darkened. Everyone set up the tents and roasted the spotted dog meat, the grease dripping and the aroma spreading everywhere. Sprinkled with cumin, a few people ate heartily and with great enjoyment. At night, in Lu Yuan's tent, Huang Hao quietly crept over. Your shooting skills have already reached the intermediate level? Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Hao's breath faltered, and his eyes suddenly widened. He originally thought Lu Yuan was only slightly better than himself, at most at a beginner's proficiency. But after the battle with the Shadow Cat group, he sensed something was off, which made him unable to hold back from asking. The night was deep, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. People with low mental strength must sleep to recover after a busy day. Advanced psychics have strong minds and can go several days without sleep. To prevent nocturnal attacks by ferocious beasts, everyone decided to take turns keeping watch. Tonight, it was Lu Yuan's turn. There is no signal in the underground world, so a base station can't possibly be set up here. There are few people at the passage entrance, but many ferocious beasts. Could it be that they installed a network for the beasts so they could team up with humans? Just thinking about it is ridiculous. But the phone still works. Even before coming in, Lu Yuan had already downloaded a few novels. He could read them even without internet. He opened one called After Awakening the SSS-level Ice ability, I Became Invincible. Just as he was getting into it, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet taken stock of today's gains. As soon as the thought arose, the system panel appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 300. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown S. Realm, Awakened. Spirit, 120 Hz. Chi and Blood, 210 calories. Skills, Shooting, Intermediate. Ice Prism Aura, D, Beginner. He was stunned. Not only can skills be upgraded, but realms can also be broken through. Between skills and realms, he chose realms without hesitation. Finally, I'm going to become a true supernatural power user. Just awakened, only considered an awakener. Without guidance, it is extremely difficult to advance. And he, without even taking an apprenticeship, is about to break through. Suppressing his excitement, he pressed. Evolution points, 250. Realm, Awakened first stage lower rank. The power inside his body suddenly exploded, his spirit and vitality surged simultaneously, and he immediately steadied his mind. Spirit, 120 Hz, 140 Hz. Vitality, 210 points, 240 points. After an unknown amount of time, he looked at the panel again and was stunned. Just after breaking through the realm, Lu Yuan's mental power and vitality surged sharply. His mind was clearer and his strength greater. Just now I was feeling sleepy, but now I'm fully energized. Inside the tent, Zhouwan was half asleep and half awake. She is a second-tier lower-level esper, most sensitive to meta-power fluctuations. In her sleep, she sensed significant meta-power fluctuations outside. Something happened. She instantly became alert, unzipped the tent, and rushed out. But she saw Lu Yuan looking down, reading a novel. Is there a ferocious beast nearby? She asked. Lu Yuan shook his head. Zhouwan was about to leave when she suddenly sensed something unusual, her pupils contracting. You broke through? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. She was shocked, but also happy. If Lu Yuan gets stronger, the team will be more stable. Sleepiness came again, and she yawned as she went back to sleep. Lu Yuan continued to keep watch through the night. Fortunately, nothing happened overnight. At dawn, everyone got up to pack the tents, washed up briefly, and prepared to set off. Yesterday, I intended to train Lu Yuan, but he was ridiculously strong. Rather than training, it was more like teaching him common sense. For example, how to extract crystal cores, which wild herbs are poisonous. Zhouwan spread out the map. I originally wanted to let the newcomer practice, but I underestimated him. Today, we're going to the area we usually visit. Everyone answered in unison. That area is on the other side of the forest, where the black-spotted deer often appear. This ferocious beast is entirely pitch black and ugly in appearance, usually ranging from mid to upper first rank. The antlers, however, are valuable. They can nourish the body and are in high demand on the market. Selling them can make quite a profit. On the road, Huang Hao came over. Are you feeling unwell? Any sense of emotional loss of control? Lu Yuan shook his head. He knew very well that what Huang Hao was talking about was the bloodthirsty aura inadvertently acquired after hunting a ferocious beast. The calming potion can suppress the loss of control, but after drinking it, one still needs to leave the other world for a while and let the body gradually cool down. Huang Hao looked full of envy and gave him a thumbs up. You're really something. The first time I entered the underground world, my emotions lost control that very afternoon, and I was kicked out. Lu Yuan understood in his heart that this was not just a matter of strength, but also because his ice-based abilities could suppress his emotions, allowing him to remain calm at all times. Several people hiked for several hours, casually dealing with the fierce beasts they encountered on the way, and finally reached their destination. By the creek, a black-spotted deer with a completely black body and ugly appearance was lowering its head to drink water. It was impossible for it to escape the encirclement and kill by the Firefox squad. With Lu Yuan joining, they harvested quite a lot in one day, filling more than half of the large box they carried. The next night, it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch. He thought for a moment, opened the system panel, and checked his gains. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 450. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown S. Boundary, first rank lower level. Spirit, 140 Hz. Health, 240 cal. Skills, Shooting, Intermediate. Ice Prism Aura, D, Beginner. The evolution points are 450. There were 50 points left yesterday, which means 400 points were earned today. Black Flower Deer gives higher evolution points, but in smaller quantities, while Shadow Cats and White-Spotted Dogs are more dense, so the total gain is not significantly increased. Unfortunately, they only appears on the Ice Shard Ring, and there is no prompt after the realm, indicating that it cannot be broken through yet. Lu Yuan was not anxious. The biggest taboo in cultivation is impatience and agitation. The night receded, the morning light broke through the clouds, and the third day arrived. During the day, the Firefox squad decided to continue ambushing the black flower deer. Die! A spear pierced through the abdomen of a black-spotted deer. Lu Yuan pulled out a dagger and cut off the antlers, suddenly feeling a surge of agitation boiling in his heart. He could suppress it with his powers, but the emotion was clearly present. Lu Yuan immediately reported the situation to the team leader, Zhou Wan. Drink this bottle of calming serum. Zhou Wan's face suddenly darkened as she quickly pulled the serum from her backpack, unscrewed the cap, and pressed it into his hand with a tone that brooked no refusal. This was the first time since Lu Yuan had joined the Firefox squad that he had seen her so stern. Lu Yuan originally wanted to say that he had a calm potion in his bag, but seeing Zhou Wan's serious expression and noticing the bottle cap was already open, he didn't hesitate anymore and directly drank the potion in one gulp. The medicine took effect immediately, forcibly suppressing the turmoil raging inside him. But he knew very well that this was only temporary. If he doesn't quickly return to reality to cool down, both his emotions and his cultivation will leave hidden dangers. He cannot afford to bear such consequences. To prevent losing control along the way, the Firefox team unanimously decided to escort him back to Jiangzhou City first, then return to the other world to continue the hunt. Soon, they arrived at Jiangzhou City. The ability users on both sides of the city gate used devices to scan one by one, strictly checking if anyone had illegally brought a complete fierce beast back to reality. Zhou Wan released her companion beast, Huahua. After confirming that the contract relationship was correct, the guard allowed passage. In the Great Xia Kingdom, only the Symbiotic Beast Breeding and Research Association is qualified to bring ferocious beasts back to reality and convert them into ferocious beast eggs through special devices for rehatching. Some people who have awakened-related special abilities also join this organization to make a living. Before parting, Zhou Wan borrowed paper and pen to write down her cue message. Add me, and according to the team rules, you'll get a share. I'll notify you when there's any action. Lu Yuan nodded, folded the paper, and put it into his pocket. The Firefox team entered the other world again. He then returned to the Jiangzhou City psychic base through the passage. After connecting to the internet, he searched by number. The profile picture was a fiery red fox. He smiled and sent a friend request. The base was still noisy. Lu Yuan did not stay but took the subway alone, returning to Shunxing Supernatural University after a few hours. He stopped walking in front of the school gate. The massive school gate came into view. It is said that the school gate is the face of a university. It must be said, the entrance gate of Shunqing University of Supernatural Powers is very imposing. Every time I pass by, I can't help but stop and take a few more glances. Maybe it's because Lu Yuan has just enrolled and hasn't seen much yet. Those senior students coming in and out are long accustomed to it, barely bothering to glance. Walking into the campus, after a few steps, he saw a familiar figure. With a gentle expression, it was none other than Senior Jiang Yan, who had previously given him rides. Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan took the initiative to greet. Jiang Yan was about to respond, but his gaze fell on the spear behind him. The bloodstains on the spear had long since dried. He frowned. Junior brother Lu, you entered the underground world? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Jiang Yan was about to ask more, but suddenly noticed a change in his aura. His expression was shocked. You've been promoted to a superhuman? After receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Yan smiled and said congratulations. He also apologized again for not mentioning the campus forum a few days ago. Lu Yuan waved his hand, not taking it to heart. He then asked casually, Senior, how long do you have to wait after entering the underground world for the first time before you can go in again? Jiang Yan thought for a moment. It depends on the person. To be safe, wait until the bloodthirsty aura on your body has completely dissipated, then wait a few more days. Lu Yuan silently took note. By the way, your weapon and battle suit need to be cleaned. There's a cleaning center to the right of the dormitory area, Jiang Yan reminded him. Lu Yuan scanned a shared electric scooter. This car is powered not only by electricity, but also assisted by primal energy from a fierce beast's crystal core, making it much faster than ordinary electric vehicles. Before long, he arrived at the cleaning center next to the dormitory area as directed by the navigation. As soon as he entered, a staff member came up to him. Student, are you here to clean weapons and equipment? Lu Yuan was full of murderous aura, his equipment stained with blood, clearly just returning from underground. He nodded in confirmation. The staff quoted expertly. Long spear 68 blue star coins. One set of male battle armor 288 blue star coins. Please show your student ID. After cleaning is completed, we will send a pickup code on the Heart at SDU app, and you can collect it with the code. Lu Yuan scanned and paid 356 blue star coins, handing over his student ID. Then he went into the changing room, took off the battle armor, and changed back into his casual clothes. When he came out again, he felt much more relaxed. Lu Yuan handed the removed battle armor and spear to the staff. The other party scanned the student ID and paused. You're still a special recruit freshman? Yes. The staff shook his head and sighed. It's rare for special recruit freshmen to dare to go into the underground world. After leaving the cleaning center, Lu Yuan did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to the task center. He handed over the 10-pack Shadow Cat claws and his student ID at the window. Task completed. This was his first day's gain from the underground world, and he did not hide it from the Firefox team. Compared to selling materials at the superpower base, submitting tasks at school earned more credits, and everyone agreed, except that this part was deducted during the profit sharing. After the staff checked and confirmed, they said, C-level task, 0.5 credits, credited today. 0.5 credits are worth several thousand to 10,000 blue star coins, which is not much. But after completing the task, he found that his task level on the app had risen to level 2, allowing him to take on 2 tasks at the same time, effectively doubling his efficiency. Back in the dormitory, as soon as Lu Yuan entered, he said, Xiaoya, turn on the air conditioner. The air conditioner is already on. The air conditioning quickly filled the villa. Ice-type psychics naturally preferred low temperatures. He ordered takeout and had just sat down when Xiaoya suddenly reminded him. Master, someone is knocking on the door. Knocking sounds came from outside the door. Lu Yuan grew suspicious and opened the door to see a tall, burly young man he did not recognize. The other party spoke first. My name is Feng Shi, S-level Earth-type ability Jingang Xuantu, and also a specially recruited freshman this year. Lu Yuan nodded. You have business with me? Feng Shi grinned. I'm here to challenge you. Lu Yuan didn't ask why Feng Shi wanted to challenge him. Some people are naturally inclined to challenge the strong, looking for flaws in their opponents to push themselves to improve. The path of cultivation varies for everyone, which is not surprising. He asked calmly, I won. What's the benefit? Feng Shi scratched his head and smiled. As long as you're willing to fight, win or lose, I'll give you 100,000 blue star coins. How about that? 100,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. This simple-minded kid turned out to be a wealthy guy. He had spent quite a bit on battle armor before and was just looking for a chance to recoup. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, I just came back from the underground world. I'm a bit tired. Can we fight tomorrow? Hearing the 4 words, underground world, Feng Shi's eyes lit up. You dare to go down so early? My family wouldn't even let me go. In his eyes, those who dare to go to the underground world are all tough people. Just as the two were talking, the door of the opposite dormitory opened. Xia Qingyin came out, with a dark blue little dragon resting on her shoulder. She was about to take her symbiotic beast, the deep-water demon dragon, to the ability hall for training. Hearing the noise, she glanced over. It's him again. She knew Feng Shi. He had come to her yesterday as well, but she had refused him. She has grass-type abilities, which are strong against earth-type. Hitting him is meaningless. Moreover, she is not lacking 10,000 blue star coins at all. However, her natural spiritual aura sensed that the boy opposite had grown much stronger than a few days ago. Has he broken through? Xia Qingyin was somewhat surprised. From being an awakened one to a true psychic, it's not something that happens just by achieving it. It requires accumulation as well as opportunity. Both comprehension and guidance are indispensable. She was able to break through so quickly because her aunt is an S-level grass-type supernatural ability master of the 7th rank and often gives her guidance. She came to Shun City Supernatural Ability University partly because her family is local. Secondly, her aunt is the dean of the grass-type academy. But the boy opposite was different. He was tall and sunny-looking, but dressed plainly, and his family background seemed ordinary. Most likely, no one had specially taught him. That could only mean his talent was not low. Xia Qingyin squinted. For the first time, she regarded Lu Yuan as a true opponent. Without any hesitation, she turned and walked straight to the Supernatural Abilities Hall. Afternoon. After lunch, Lu Yuan scrolled through his phone for a while, then immediately lay down to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already pitch dark outside. He grabbed his phone and saw 2021. There was also a new message on the screen. Your rifle and equipment have been cleaned. Please pick them up as soon as possible. Pickup code 134679. A storage fee will be charged after 3 days. Sent an hour ago. Lu Yuan quickly tidied up, rode a shared electric scooter parked at the dormitory entrance, and headed towards the cleaning center. The night was deep, but the streetlights were glaringly bright, making the whole road look like daytime. He didn't slow down. Halfway through the ride, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He stopped the scooter and took out his phone. Caller ID, mother. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. She only called when I first started school, but then she called again after a few days, which is unlike her. She usually doesn't like to nag frequently. The call connected. Feng Wan's voice came through. Xiao Yuan, we are moving. Lu Yuan was stunned. Where are you moving to? Not decided yet. The city told us to pick any place we want. We'll let you know once it's settled. Focus on your studies. Just pick any set. Lu Yuan knew in his heart that it was probably because he had made a merit and received a reward from the city. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the cleaning center. After giving the pickup code, the staff quickly handed him the rifle and battle suit. Still smiling, he said, Classmate, welcome next time. Early the next morning. Master, someone is knocking. Xia reminded. Lu Yuan was washing up on the 2nd floor and immediately quickened his pace. In less than a minute, he appeared at the door. As soon as the door opened, that tall, sturdy figure was indeed standing outside. His simple, honest face, yet with an indomitable fighting spirit. Feng Shi, the person who came to challenge yesterday. Brother Lu Yuan, heading to the arena now? He asked with a smile. The university is full of hot-headed young students. Conflicts are nothing unusual. Even top-tier psychic universities in Deep City are no exception. So the school specially established an arena area. If there's a conflict, settle it on stage. Let strength do the talking. I can still make a bet. Please have the referee notarize it. The ring is open to the entire school. All students can watch. The outcome will be decided on the spot. No one can cheat. All right. Lu Yuan nodded. He noticed a brown little bear standing beside Feng Shi, looking foolish and dull. Is this your companion beast? It looks quite silly. Feng Shi smiled, rubbed his nose, and said, Don't be fooled by its looks. Xiao Shi is surprisingly strong. Xiao Shi is the name he gave to his companion beast. After a brief chat, the two rode shared electric scooters from the dormitory building straight to the arena area of Deep City Supernatural University. On the way, Feng Shi lowered his voice. Besides you, I challenged 8 other specially admitted freshmen, and all were rejected. Lu Yuan felt a jolt in his heart. Including the 2 of them, there are a total of 10 specially admitted students in the 52nd class this year. 10 slots, all elites. He squinted, his expression solemn. There are too many powerful individuals. Moreover, all 8 of them avoided confrontation, indicating complex backgrounds, abundant resources, far beyond what he could compare to. To catch up with them, he could only fight desperately. I have to enter the other world again as soon as possible, he resolved silently. The Deep City Supernatural University was enormous, with many cafeterias and 4 arena areas. They went to the closest one. After riding for quite a while, we finally arrived. As soon as we entered, rows of square arenas were neatly laid out. The edges were lined with D-grade alloy ropes, sturdy and durable. Lu Yuan glanced roughly around. There were at least dozens. There were few people early in the morning. Most of the arenas were empty, and only a handful of spectators were scattered in the stands. As the 2 entered the venue, a staff member approached them. Good morning. Here to challenge the arena? Yes, a friendly match. The 2 nodded simultaneously. Register first. They filled in their names and information. The staff smiled and said, All right, follow me. The 2 followed him to the front of the ring. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked toward him. The invisible pressure emanating from him made Lu Yuan instantly alert. A second-tier Esper. A true strong one. The referee uniform he wore indicated his identity as a ring judge. Indeed, Shunxing Supernatural University is wealthy and powerful. A second-tier supernatural being here can only be a small referee. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. In his hometown Fengyang, second-level superpowers could serve as police precinct chiefs. He was still marveling when the staff had already unlocked the arena. The referee asked, Do you want to make a bet? Both shook their heads. The 100,000 blue star coins were given voluntarily after the match, not considered a bet. The referee said, Step onto the stage from both sides. The match is about to begin. The 2 nodded and each walked to one side. Feng Shi's companion beast, a young stone-armored bear, wanted to follow him onto the stage, but he told it to stay off the stage. Lu Yuan didn't have a companion beast yet, so one-on-one was fair. At both ends of the arena, the 2 young men faced off. A man held a gun, his eyes sharp. One person held the knife, full of confidence. Feng Shi spoke, a friendly match, just to a point. All right. Lu Yuan gave an okay sign. 3, 2, 1, start. The referee's whistle sounded. The battle erupted in an instant. Diamond Earth. Feng Shi shouted sharply. Earth-type supernatural power poured into the blade, the entire knife radiating a dark yellow glow with a heavy aura. He stepped forward, as steady as a rock. Ice and Snow Crown. Lu Yuan no longer held back. An ice and snow crown formed and settled atop his head, 3 icy spikes spinning around him, exuding a chilling aura. Even Feng Shi sighed silently at how handsome he was. Lu Yuan moved with his gun, the tip flickering with cold frost, his figure agile as he slid close to the ground. Feng Shi swung his horizontal blade fiercely. The earth light condensed solidly, with heavy force. Blade and gun clashed, frost and earth light exploding apart. Ding! Lu Yuan spun around, aimed his gun, and retreated using the momentum, quickly putting distance between the 2. They said it was just a spar, but neither held back. After a fierce fight for a moment, sweat appeared on both their foreheads. If this drags on any longer, it won't work. He's better at enduring. Lu Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He deliberately showed a flaw. As expected, Feng Shi seized the opportunity and suddenly struck down with a fierce slash. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched into a smile. Not good. Feng Shi realized he had been tricked, but it was already too late. Suddenly, A flash of cold light tore through the air, followed closely by a long spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Lu Yuan thrust the spear forward, then suddenly changed his move, flicking upward and directly knocking Feng Shi's great blade away. The weapon clanged as it fell to the edge of the arena. The blade fell, but the person was gone. The outcome is decided. Lu Yuansheng. The referee announced loudly, his tone still carrying a hint of lingering admiration. Truly worthy of being a special admission freshman, this match was beautifully fought. Even he, a second-level Esper, might not be able to achieve this level of performance. The battle was over. Feng Shi cupped his fists, his expression solemn. Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for your teaching. Lu Yuan returned the greeting. Brother Feng Shi, you flatter me. Facing an opponent of the same level is the real thrill. From this battle, he also clearly saw his own weaknesses and the room for improvement. After stepping down from the ring, Feng Shi was very straightforward and immediately transferred the agreed 100,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan received the transfer and smiled, asking, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Feng Shi scratched his head. "Not yet. I see you haven't eaten either. Shall we eat together? Let's go." In the cafeteria, Lu Yuan ordered a basket of Xilong Bao and a bowl of soy milk. Feng Shi's plate, on the other hand, was piled high like a small mountain, several times the amount of his. The two of them ate while chatting. Brother Lu Yuan, what is the underground world really like? Feng Shi bit on a half piece of fried dough stick, his face full of anticipation. He had seen many pictures online, but they always seemed unreal. He wanted to hear a first-hand account. I went to the underground world near Jiangzhou City. The environment was like a primeval forest, cold, damp, and full of unknown dangers everywhere. Lu Yuan slowly began to recount his experience. Feng Shi listened intently, his eyes filled with longing. He had already made up his mind to join the battle team and venture underground to gain experience. At worst, he would hide it from his family. After all, they couldn't control him. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yuan didn't return to the dormitory, but headed straight to the school's ability hall. Xinjiang Superpower University cooperates with multiple superpower centers and has exclusive venues on campus. Among them is the Ice and Snow Superpower Center. Fengyang City does not have a center of the same kind, so now that he has encountered it, he naturally has to check it out. The Ice and Snow Superpower Center was founded by Yi Qingyue, an 8th-rank upper-level grandmaster. She awakened an SS-level superpower, Divine Frost Profound Ice. Unfortunately, compared to the two 9th-rank pavilion masters of the Fighting Pavilion and the Flame Pavilion, her fame still fell short. 9th-rank experts are few and far between in Daxia. Moreover, Ice-type ability users are rare to begin with, and the venue has not been established for long, so its popularity is naturally limited. Ice and Snow ability arenas are not found nationwide. For example, Lu Yuan's hometown, Fengyang City, doesn't have one at all. To facilitate student training, Xin City Ability University has designated a specific area to build ability arenas in concentration. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan was almost there. He rode a shared electric scooter and looked up. Martial Arts Ability Hall, Flame Ability Hall, Deep Water Ability Hall. One tall building after another rose from the ground. Each type of ability had a different style, and the architectural designs varied accordingly. But all of them were imposing, stirring one's emotions just by looking at them. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. The closer the car rode, he noticed that awakening abilities with high probabilities like combat and flame had many people coming and going in those halls. On the contrary, the grass-type and ice-type ones, which have a low awakening rate, were cold and deserted at the entrance. Storm Psychic Pavilion, Asakusa Psychic Pavilion, Ice and Snow Psychic Pavilion. He drove all the way to the entrance of the Ice and Snow Psychic Pavilion and parked the car. Couldn't see clearly from a distance. Now standing in front of the main entrance, I can finally see the whole picture clearly. The entire building is primarily ice blue, with a huge snowflake symbol on the roof and an intentionally created falling snow effect nearby. The details are well done, full of an icy vibe. Above the main entrance, 5 large characters are written in a lively, flourishing script. Ice and Snow Supernatural Ability Hall. Indeed impressive. Lu Yuan sighed sincerely. But no matter how beautiful, it couldn't hide the desolation. There was almost no one at the entrance. Just like the ice element itself, it was ignored by people. He sighed softly and stepped inside. Just after entering, a cold air hit him in the face. The temperature displayed on the wall was below 10 degrees Celsius. Comfortable. Lu Yuan squinted. He was an ice-type psychic, and the low temperature actually invigorated him. This kind of chill could not be provided by the dormitory air conditioning. He looked around. The interior was also in an icy blue tone, with a layout similar to the combat ability training hall. Only it was on a larger scale. After all, this was the core area of the campus. He stood in place, his gaze tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity and caution. A staff member in uniform walked over and smiled, asking, "Is this your first time here? Do you need any help?" The staff member was a girl a few years older than Lu Yuan, with a gentle smile that put people at ease. Lu Yuan nodded and said that he had awakened an S-level Ice type ability, lower first rank, used a spear, and it was his first time here. He hoped to be recommended a suitable training room. Hearing S-rank Ice ability, the staff member was clearly stunned. Such a talent is rarely found even once a year nationwide, let alone at this school. She suppressed her shock and suggested he go to the second-floor sea-level training room. 1 hour costs 1,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan swiped his card to enter. The training room was filled with cold air, and thick ice and snow covered the floor. This ice and snow helped absorb elemental energy. He practiced with his gun, then sat cross-legged to absorb the primal energy, feeling smoother than ever before. Several hours later, he opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed. This effect was something other supernatural training halls could not provide. He paid 4,000 blue star coins and trained for a full 4 hours. When leaving, the staff smiled and saw him off. Stepping out the gate, he originally intended to grab a shared electric bike, but he saw a figure coming out from the nearby Asakusa Supernatural Hall. The girl had a delicate face and fair skin. Her high ponytail was tied neatly with a red silk ribbon. Her battle suit was loose, but it couldn't hide her outstanding figure. Those slender, fair legs were straight and well-proportioned, as if meticulously sculpted. The girl was Xia Qingyin from the dormitory opposite Lu Yuan's, a young deep-water demon dragon desperately chasing after her from behind. "Master, wait for me, I was wrong. I won't be lazy anymore." The young one kept pleading in its heart. "Still want to have a next time?" Xia Qingyin crossed her arms and responded coldly. During the morning training, the cub tried to slack off several times, so she made him do extra practice as punishment. She really looks like a heroine straight out of a comic. Lu Yuan silently sighed. After glancing a few more times, he withdrew his gaze, got on the shared electric bike parked beside the ice and snow ability hall, and headed straight to the cafeteria to replenish his energy. In the blink of an eye, it had been the 6th day since Lu Yuan, as a special recruit, arrived at Shunqing University of Abilities. At the Jiangzhan City Supernatural Base, the Firefox team finally withdrew from the other world back to reality. Soon, Zhou sent a message. Divided by team, you can take 30% of the total income from the first 3 days. 30%? That high? Lu Yuan replied immediately. The more you work, the more you earn. You perform the best, exceeding expectations. You and I each get 30%, and Wang Hu, Huang Hao, and Su Lu will share 40%. Feel free to accept it. All right. Lu Yuan did not refuse again. Do you want points or exchange them for blue star coins? We're still at the base, so we can exchange them on the spot. Blue star coins. It's more cost-effective to use points at the base, but Lu Yuan has calculated that buying resources on campus offers greater discounts. The prices at top universities are unbeatable by the bases outside. All right. 10 minutes later, the transfer was received. 89,680 blue star coins, nearly 90,000. Lu Yuan was stunned. Just 2.5 days in the underground world, and the income was this much. The battle suit was almost undamaged, so it didn't count as a cost. The real expense was just 1 bottle of disinfectant used for a grass-cut injury on the first day, plus 2 energy potions to restore vitality. In total, less than 30,000. In other words, this trip earned a pure profit of 60,000, making 20,000 a day. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now it has become a reality. No wonder so many psychics, knowing the danger, still rush in one after another. And once they step in, they never want to turn back. Lu Yuan lowered his head in thought. Hunting fierce beasts brings in a fortune. Who would want to go back for that meager fixed salary? Suddenly, he remembered that before leaving, he had given Zhou one a bottle of calming potion. Sister Zhou, how much is that bottle of medicine? I'll transfer the money to you. He sent a message. Don't mention it. We're all on the same team. Helping each other is only right. Zhou Wan replied quickly. Let's keep things separate. Just give me a number. Lu Yuan didn't like taking advantage. Even with close brothers, accounts must be clear. All right, 12,000 blue star coins. Zhou Wan replied helplessly. Actually, she was very happy inside. She hadn't misjudged him at the start. This kid had talent and a steady personality. Bringing him into the team was definitely a gain. After transferring the money, Lu Yuan brought up the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 560. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, first rank lower. Spirit, 142 Hz. Chi and Blood, 246 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Intermediate. Ice Shard Ring Body, D, Beginner. The second night was 450 points, and with the gains from hunting fierce beasts on the third day, it rose to 560 points. In these few days, he took his medicine on time every day and trained for more than 6 hours in the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. The gunfire showed no movement, but that lit up again behind the realm. He didn't hesitate and broke through directly. Evolution point minus 560. Realm, first rank lower, first rank middle. A familiar shock surged. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his back straight, eyes closed, sensing the primordial energy surging within his body. The strength surged through the meridians, blood and chi boiling. The whole body felt as if it was wrapped in a cold current, yet also like it was being scorched by blazing fire. Meanwhile, in the opposite dormitory, Xia Qingyin had just finished washing clothes and was about to hang them out to dry. She possessed natural spirit essence, with senses far beyond ordinary people. The next second, her complexion slightly changed. From the dormitory across, a surge of elemental energy fluctuated. Even across a wide avenue, she could sense it. This was definitely not the sound of ordinary cultivation. Broke through again? That was her first reaction, but quickly denied. The person opposite had just stepped into the lower tier of the first rank a few days ago. In just a few days, advancing another rank? This speed is simply ridiculous. If it wasn't a breakthrough in realm, then why did the primordial energy erupt so fiercely? What exactly is the reason? Xia Qingyin blinked her eyes, becoming more and more curious the more she thought about it. She made up her mind that once the energy fluctuations completely disappeared, she would go to the opposite dormitory to find out clearly. After about an hour, the energy finally settled down completely. Even when she used her special ability, Natural Spirit Moisture, she couldn't sense the slightest trace left. Finally, I can go and take a look. Xia Qingyin's heart stirred. She walked to the door of Lu Yuan's dormitory, raised her hand to knock, but then stopped. Coming to ask so suddenly was too rash. She turned back to her room and took out 2 pieces of chilled watermelon from the fridge. At the hottest time of midsummer, watermelon is the best way to beat the heat. The person across the way is still an ice-type ability user, so they probably won't refuse. Holding the watermelon, she knocked on the door. At this moment, inside Lu Yuan's dormitory, the turbulent primordial energy within gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a thought, the panel appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Level, mid first stage. Spirit, 172 Hz. Vitality, 296 cal. Skill, Marksmanship, Intermediate. Ice Thorn Ring Body, D, Beginner. Spirit increased by 30 Hz. HP increased by 50 points. The gains from the breakthrough exceeded his expectations. He looked around. The air still held a chill, and a thin layer of frost had even formed in the corners. Such a commotion? Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Xiaoya's voice sounded. Master, someone is ringing the doorbell. Lu Yuan frowned. Who could it be? Square Stone? Doesn't seem like it. He didn't think much of it, and went downstairs to take a look. Opening the door, a girl in a white fitted short-sleeve shirt stood at the entrance. She had delicate features, a straight nose, and long hair flowing down her shoulders. She was holding 2 pieces of chilled watermelon, smiling warmly. "Hello, I am Xia Qingyin, living across from you." She introduced herself generously. Her smile was bright, making it easy for people to relax. "Hello, I am Lu Yuan. Do you need something from me?" He casually glanced at the watermelon in her hand. In the height of summer, this thing was too tempting. The most important thing is, these 2 pieces of watermelon are seedless. Taking a bite will definitely be incredibly refreshing. "Lu Yuan, I see you're craving it. Here you go." Xia Qingyin smiled and handed over the 2 pieces of chilled watermelon. Lu Yuan took the watermelon and stared at her, asking, "You're not just here to deliver watermelon, are you? Just say what you need." Xia Qingyin didn't beat around the bush. "I felt a strong wave of energy fluctuation in the dormitory. It's coming from your side." "You could feel it even through the dormitory?" Lu Yuan smiled. "My power is natural spirit essence. I can sense energy changes." Lu Yuan stopped hiding and directly released his aura. "Then you should have a clearer view now." Xia Qingyin's pupils contracted. "You've broken through, mid-level first rank." She had already vaguely sensed it, but didn't dare to believe it. How could someone who just enrolled a few days ago possibly skip 2 levels? But with Lu Yuan's aura right in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. "Lu Yuan, nice to meet you." Xia Qingyin suppressed her shock and turned to leave. Lu Yuan munched on watermelon as he returned to the dormitory. Sweet, crisp, and cool, his mood was great. On the other side, Xia Qingyin returned to her room, but her heart grew increasingly tense. Lu Yuan started chasing up just a few days after entering the school, while she had awakened earlier but was still stuck at mid-level stage 1. The gap was widening. She suddenly thought that Lu Yuan had recently been to the underground world. Could the breakthrough be related to that place? Originally, she planned to wait until after the freshman competition to explore, but now she couldn't sit still. Her companion beast is a growth-capable dragon, almost invincible at the same rank. Even if entering the underground world early, she might not lose. The deep-water demon dragon cub, who was lying on the sofa dozing, was shaken awake by Xia Qingyin. "Master, what are you doing?" The babyish voice was full of resentment. The little guy opened his eyes, looking confused, still not quite aware of what was going on. "Stop sleeping. We're going to the underground world immediately." Xia Qingyin spoke decisively, giving a direct order. "Huh? Didn't you say today was a day off?" The dragon tail swayed gently, its face full of grievance. "Ahem. I'll definitely make it up to you next time." Xia Qingyin smiled sheepishly, half coaxing and half deceiving. "All right then." Xiao Long was fully awake and could only resign himself to fate. The next day, on the 7th day after Lu Yuan entered Deep City Superpower University. In the afternoon, he walked out of the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall with a satisfied expression. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. "Is someone looking for me?" He took out his phone. "Junior Lu, are you there?" "It's Hu Dahai." Since they exchanged contact information at the cafeteria entrance that day, the 2 of them had hardly talked. Now suddenly sending a message, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be curious. "I'm here, Senior Hu. Is there something you need?" The message was just sent out, and the other party quickly replied. "Minter Qin is back and wants you to meet him tomorrow." Lu Yuan's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat quickened. Minter Qin is back. The opportunity has arrived. He suppressed his excitement and asked eagerly, "Do I need to bring a gift?" The first time visiting the advisor, showing up empty-handed just felt wrong. Giving something expensive feels like a waste. Giving something cheap feels like losing face. Getting it right is even harder than the exam. "No need. Just come directly." Hu Dahai answered very straightforwardly. Lu Yuan felt relieved. "This mentor is pretty good. Relax. You are the school's only S-class Ice-type psychic. Taking you as a student is basically guaranteed, and there's even a chance for marriage and passing down lineage. Perform well." Seeing this, Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. "Got it, I will." He put away his phone, got on a shared electric scooter, and prepared to go to the cafeteria. Just as he twisted the handle, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his sight near the giant superpower pavilion ahead. That person was also riding an electric scooter. Lu Yuan squinted to take a closer look. Feng Shi. A thought stirred in his heart, and he suddenly sped up to catch up. As he got close to Feng Shi, Lu Yuan called out, "Brother Feng Shi." Feng Shi immediately turned around, "Brother Lu Yuan." He actively slowed down, and the two walked side by side. "I didn't expect you to be training at the ability hall too. I'm heading to the cafeteria to eat. Want to join?" "Just hungry, let's eat together." Soon, the two parked the car in front of the cafeteria at Deep City Supernatural University. Lu Yuan ordered 2 servings of green pepper beef egg fried rice, plus a large bowl of black bone chicken soup. Training at the Supernatural Hall is too physically exhausting. Without eating more, it's impossible to endure. Kafang's dish was even more exaggerated. 4 servings of green pepper beef stir-fried rice with egg, 2 big bowls of corn and pork rib soup, plus 2 large pancakes. A typical northern appetite. Excessively generous. He's not fat at all, just strong and solid. Obviously, he trains hard regularly, or he would have gotten round by now. Taking a sip of soup, Feng Shi lowered his voice. "By the way, among our current special recruits, there is an S-level fire user. You need to be careful in the supernatural competition." Lu Yuan squinted. "I know. Ice abilities are rare, but they are naturally countered by fire, and they are thoroughly suppressed. At the same level, ice almost always loses. Even if it's 1 or 2 minor realms higher, it may not necessarily have the advantage. Once ice turns into water, all elemental energy dissipates, leaving only ordinary clear water. Faced with flames of several hundred to 1,000 degrees, it poses no threat at all. Even if his talent is not low, he must never underestimate his opponent." The next morning, thinking about going to see Minter Qin, Lu Yuan got up early. It was still early, so he didn't rush over and first went for a jog around the dorm area. Morning runs help build stamina, and he insisted on doing them every day. Occasionally, he would run into Xia Qingyin from the opposite dorm. After running, a fine sweat appeared on his forehead, and his stomach began to growl. He went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then rode a shared electric bike to buy some fruit, heading straight to Qin Tianlong's residence. More than 20 minutes later, in front of Qin Tianlong's house. This place, like Lu Yuan's dormitory, is also a standalone 2-story villa. After the car came to a stop, he walked towards Qin Tianlong's residence. Just as he approached the door, he saw an elderly man standing guard at the entrance, seemingly well prepared. Next to him stood a burly middle-aged man with a straight posture and sharp eyes, clearly a bodyguard. With Qin Tianlong's strength as a level 7 ice master, these men were mostly just there for early warning. If a real fight broke out, they wouldn't be of much use. Lu Yuan adjusted his hair, straightened his clothes to make himself look more composed, and then walked over, meeting the gazes of the 2 men. The old man sized him up and took the initiative to speak. "You are Lu Yuan, right?" "Yes. Minter Qin is waiting for you inside. Follow me." After speaking, he led Lu Yuan to the door, opened it, and gestured for him to go in. At the door, Lu Yuan still felt a bit nervous, his throat tightening. He took a deep breath before stepping forward. In the living room, a middle-aged man wearing a long gown was sitting on the sofa, slowly drinking tea. He just sat quietly, but exuded an oppressive aura. Lu Yuan's breath hitched, his heartbeat quickened, and he could only covertly activate his supernatural powers to barely keep steady. "Lu Yuan, you're here." Qin Tianlong looked up at him, his gaze heavy. That kind of aura belonged to a 7th-rank grandmaster, unabashed and unmistakable. "Hello, Instructor Qin. I am Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan nodded, his expression restrained. "Sit." Qin Tianlong gestured to the seat opposite. Lu Yuan sat down. "Not bad. The school hasn't had an ice element special recruit for 5 years." Qin Tianlong said calmly. "Just luck," Lu Yuan smiled. "I'll be straightforward." Qin Tianlong put down his teacup. Tutors usually select candidates after the freshman competition, but they can also decide in advance. "I know." At this point in the conversation, the meaning was already very clear. Qin Tianlong stared at him and suddenly smiled. "You came to find me, probably not just to be my student, right?" Lu Yuan looked up, his gaze firm. "Yes, I don't just want to be your student. I want to take you as my master." Lu Yuan no longer hid it and nodded calmly. Qin Tianlong also spoke straightforwardly. "Wanting to be my disciple is simple. Just place in the top 3 in the freshman competition. You don't need first place, top 3 is enough." This requirement isn't high, right? Lu Yuan nodded. Understood. Qin Tianlong laughed. Not bad. Here's a little gift to start with. He took a skill book from the cabinet and handed it over. Lu Yuan looked down. Ice shattering technique. A B-level skill, it's the prerequisite for my self-created ice explosion technique, Qin Tianlong said. Once you officially become my apprentice, I'll also teach you the ice explosion technique. Lu Yuan's breath caught. Ice explosion is an S-level skill, rare and priceless on the market, easily starting at tens of millions. It is also Qin Tianlong's exclusive skill, with even greater power. He set a goal in his heart, to place in the top 3 of the freshman competition. Suddenly, he remembered something. How should an ice element combat a fire element? This year, there is an S-level fire-type rookie who is naturally countered. If you face him in a match, being eliminated early is inevitable. Qin Tianlong said in a deep voice, ice can't counter fire. A direct fight is suicide unless your strength overwhelmingly surpasses his. First, raise a water-type companion beast. Water counters fire and can shield you. He looked at Lu Yuan. Do you have one? No, Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. He didn't even have a symbiotic beast. Second, seize the initiative. Catch them off guard, so fast they have no time to react. Qin Tianlong paused. Third, rely on weapons. You also use a spear. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Burst your energy and blood. First knock away his weapon, then take advantage of his distraction to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Yuan understood that his marksmanship needed further improvement. Qin Tianlong looked at him. Any more questions? Lu Yuan answered, not for now. Qin Tianlong added, later, go to the library and choose a body tempering technique. I recommend you learn shimming ice soul body. I practice this too. If you have any questions, you can come ask me. Lu Yuan nodded and made a note to go to the library as soon as he left. Let's exchange contact info first. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime, Qin Tianlong said, taking out his phone. After adding the contact, Lu Yuan cupped his hands and said, goodbye, then turned to leave. Qin Tianlong suddenly asked, when did you awaken your special ability? About 10 days ago, Lu Yuan answered casually. Qin Tianlong was stunned, staring at him. Are you sure it was 10 days ago? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded firmly. Qin Tianlong suddenly laughed loudly. No need to wait for the freshman competition. I'll take you as my disciple right now. Are you willing? Lu Yuan was stunned. Just now, he mentioned wanting the top 3, and now he was taking disciples directly? Of course, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so he immediately saluted. Disciple Lu Yuan greets the teacher. Good, good, Qin Tianlong said twice, his face full of delight. The reason he changed his mind was that he could sense Lu Yuan was already at the mid-rank of the first stage, with a solid foundation and not a hint of shallowness. Moreover, he only took 10 days to go from awakening to mid-level first stage. Such comprehension is simply astonishing. To not accept such a genius, should he wait to be snatched away by others? Qin Tianlong made an instant decision and accepted him as a disciple exceptionally. Since you have become my disciple, I will directly teach you the ice explosion technique. He finished speaking and went inside, taking out a thick skill book, as large as a dictionary. Here, take it. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This was an S-level skill, given away just like that. It's just that this book is too thick, heavy, and substantial. I originally wanted you to learn ice-breaking technique, first to build a solid foundation before practicing ice explosion technique, which would be more stable. But since your comprehension is so high, you can directly start with ice explosion technique, which actually saves more time. Qin Tianlong looked at Lu Yuan, his face full of satisfaction. A rare ice-type special student seen once in 5 years, with such outrageous talent, as the head of the Ice Academy. Of course he was pleased. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan responded immediately. This sentence made Qin Tianlong feel even better. He squinted and nodded. He decided on the spot to personally take Lu Yuan to the library and borrow the body refining technique book, Shimming Ice Soul Body, for him to practice at any time. The dean personally accompanied someone, which was a completely different treatment from students going by themselves. The school regulations stipulate that all skill books and body refining techniques can only be borrowed and read within the library, and are time-limited. With many students and limited resources, this was the only way. Cannot take it away, and it wastes time, so the efficiency is naturally low. But the rules are made for ordinary people. With his dean's status as a guarantee, borrowing a book is straightforward and easy. Xinjiang University of Supernatural Abilities has never been fair. The entire supernatural world is even more like this. Resources will always favor the strong. Xiaoyu, just stepping out of the residence, Qin Tianlong shouted sharply and took out a containment sphere from the spatial ring. A flash of light, and a huge ice-blue eagle landed in front. The eagle's claws were sharp, its gaze piercing, as if it could tear apart its target in an instant. Xiaoyu is my bonded beast. The library is far, riding it is much faster. The two took turns mounting on the eagle's back. Hold tight, we're taking off. As the words fell, the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its broad back was steady as if on flat ground. It circled hundreds of meters high, flying among the clouds. Lu Yuan looked down at the entire city for the first time. Once towering buildings now seemed tiny. While flying, Xiaoyu released a mental barrier to block the strong wind. The speed was extremely fast, yet only a light breeze brushed the face. Refreshing and free. Since water-type companion beasts can counter fire-type, why did you choose ice-type? Isn't fire-type more of a threat to you? Lu Yuan asked directly. Qin Tianlong said calmly. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Contracting companion beasts of the same type helps us grow faster and become more powerful. As for counters, they're not avoided, they're fought head-on. Hundreds of meters up in the air, the signal remained stable. After finishing the call, Lu Yuan immediately sent a message to Hu Dahai. It's done. I have become a disciple of Teacher Qin. A minute later, Hu Dahai replied instantly. Congratulations, Junior Fellow Lu. To be accepted by Mentor Qin so quickly, you're ready to take off. On the other side of the screen, Hu Dahai could already imagine Lu Yuan's promising future. The eagle landed. The two arrived in front of the library. The entire building was magnificent in scale, no less impressive than the teaching buildings. Many students were coming and going. Some were chatting and laughing, others were buried in their studies. The atmosphere was both intense and lively. Come on, I'll take you inside. All right, teacher. As soon as we entered, a staff member greeted us with a smile. Please show your student ID. Dean Qin, you came in person? Qin Tianlong nodded. Lend my disciple a book on body tempering technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body. Of course, please wait a moment. The staff's attitude instantly became more enthusiastic. Many students on the first floor had already noticed. Isn't that the dean of the ice department? That freshman next to him. Could he be the newly accepted disciple? It's only been a few days since the semester started, and they've already chosen someone? The murmurs gradually increased. After more than 10 minutes, the staff member hurried over carrying a thick, ancient book. Dean Qin, here is the Shimming Ice Soul Body you requested. As soon as the book appeared, the crowd instantly erupted. S-level body refining technique. You can actually take it away. The dean's disciple is really something different. Admiration and envy all fell on Lu Yuan. Just entering school, he was already standing at such a height. While others were still lining up to borrow books, he was already at the top. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan ignored the surrounding discussions. After obtaining the Xuanming Ice Soul technique, they turned and left the library. Come to my place. I'll teach you the basics, Qin Tianlong said. Lu Yuan nodded and rode on Xiaoyu together with him. Sit tight, take off. The man and beast quickly returned to Qin Tianlong's residence. In the training room, Qin Tianlong got straight to the point. Body tempering is divided into 4 stages: refining bones, refining organs, refining meridians, and refining flesh. From the first to the 4th stage, this is the order. Grade B and below can only reach the 4th stage. Grades A and S can undergo a second tempering, refining the bones, organs, meridians, and flesh again, reaching stages 5 to 8. These are all fundamentals, so related techniques can connect smoothly, and switching cultivation methods doesn't cost much. But if in the future you come into contact with SS level or above, you must continue to deduce based on a complete mastery of S level, pushing beyond the 9th layer. Remember, SS level cannot be directly retrained. If you want to switch, You can only start over from the foundation of the original S level. He spoke clearly and plainly. Lu Yuan listened attentively, showing no hesitation. Qin Tianlong nodded. All right, I'll guide you through the basics. Open the cultivation method and start by refining the bones. Lu Yuan followed suit. The human body has 206 bones, 29 in the skull, 51 in the torso, and 126 in the limbs, with 64 in the upper limbs and 62 in the lower limbs. According to the method of Xianming Ice Soul Body, use Ice-type supernatural powers to refine each bone one by one. Only after completing them all can it be considered the first level. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. A total of 206 bones. Refining them all once counts as one level. This difficulty is even harsher than expected. But he quickly calmed down. The system gave the answer. The same evolution points can be used to break through body tempering. Since there is a shortcut, the pressure is much less. Let's begin. The first time will be painful, bear with it, Qin Tianlong said in a deep voice. Understood. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged and activated his ice ability. The teaching officially began. As it turned out, Qin Tianlong was not exaggerating. The coldness seeped into the bones through the supernatural power, like fine needles piercing inch by inch. The marrow chilled, intense pain shooting straight to the brain, as if the entire bone was crushed and rebuilt. Lu Yuan's face instantly turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. This was only the first step. There were still more than 200 bones waiting for him ahead. The path of body tempering had only just begun. He deliberately guided the primal energy within his body, repeatedly striking his bones. That kind of pain was piercing and bone-chilling, making his scalp tingle. Lu Yuan felt his whole body tighten, unable to sit still. But he gritted his teeth and endured. After gradually getting used to it, this bit of pain didn't seem like much, and there was even a faint sense of exhilaration. However, Qin Tianlong had warned that bone tempering should not be rushed. If you train too hard, the next day you won't even be able to get out of bed. More seriously, it might leave hidden injuries that affect future cultivation. After a whole morning of teaching, Lu Yuan had already learned how to guide the elemental energy to refine bones. After lunch, he headed straight to the Ice Elemental Ability Hall. Practicing spear techniques, refining bones, taking medicine to absorb elemental energy, nothing was missed. The whole day, he relied entirely on his own endurance. He fully refined 11 pieces of bone. At this pace, it will take more than 2 weeks. Lu Yuan frowned. If it were someone else hearing this, they would have been too shocked to speak. But he found it slow. We still have to go to the underworld. That's the fastest place to improve. He muttered to himself. The bloodthirsty aura within his body had almost dissipated. It was time to descend again. He sent a message to Zhou Wan. Sister Zhou, when are we going back into the underground world? A few minutes later, Zhou Wan replied. Usually twice a month, each time lasting a week. We just got back yesterday, so we still have to wait a few days. All right. Lu Yuan put away the communicator. In a few days, the bloodthirsty aura will completely disappear, and there will be no more worries. Taking advantage of this time, he plans to boost his ice explosion technique. The system had already indicated that once he gets started, he can use evolution points to directly improve to the beginner proficiency level. By then, he will be able to truly execute the ice explosion technique. The idea was nice, but reality slapped him hard in the face. After studying for several consecutive days, he only scratched the surface. The skill never appeared on the panel, and the evolution points were useless. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. After these days of intense training, my attributes have improved again. Thinking about entering the other world again soon, Lu Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. There, after all, were heaps of evolution points. With a thought, the panel appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown S. Level, mid-first stage. Spirit, 174 Hz. Chi and Blood, 301 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Intermediate. Ice Prism Halo, D, Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Xianming Ice Soul Body, S, Level 0. Vitality has broken through the 300 mark, finally passing a threshold. Body Tempering Technique appears on the stats panel, but unfortunately, it's still at level 0, just barely starting out. Later, Qin Tianlong threw Lu Yuan another book called The Complete Basics of Martial Arts, his tone very firm. He said that no matter how strong your special abilities are, you can't rely solely on weapons. Close combat is the ultimate key to survival. At everyone, gather at the Jiangzhan City Special Abilities base at 12 noon tomorrow. Zhou Wan added Lu Yuan to the battle team group and sent the notice that very night. Huang Hao was the first to reply, received, and the others followed one after another. Lu Yuan set the alarm and went to bed at 9 o'clock. Re-entering the underground world allowed for no slightest carelessness. A night passed. Lu Yuan got up very early, washed up, changed into his battle clothes, and slung his weapons on his back with swift and decisive movements. When he went out, he suddenly remembered that Xia Qingyin from the opposite dormitory hadn't appeared since that questioning. He thought about it for a moment, but didn't dwell on it any further. Other people's matters were none of his business. He rode a shared electric bike to the school gate, transferred to the subway, and hurried all the way to the base. A few hours later, he stood once again at the entrance of the Jiangzhan City Ability Base. Lu Yuan, over here. Zhou Wanyuan waved from afar. He nodded and walked over. Zhou Wan stood at the door waiting for someone. Huang Hao looked down and typed. Wang Hu remained silent, repeatedly wiping the double-edged axe, its blade gleaming with a cold light. How do you feel about going underground for the first time? Huang Hao put away his phone and asked. Not bad. Lu Yuan replied calmly. Hundreds of evolution points, tens of thousands of blue star coins. This trip was not a loss. When are we going in? He asked. Su Lu went to get more potions. She'll be back soon, Zhou Wan replied. A few minutes later, Su Lu came briskly carrying several bottles of potions. Zhou Wan glanced at everyone, her voice decisive. Firefox team, all present. Let's move out. Everyone inspected and stepped into the passage. The familiar sense of oppression struck again. Jiang Zhanqing arrived. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across, his nerves immediately tensed. On the city walls, guards were patrolling, merchants were shouting, and the moon-gazing tower was still brightly lit. Jiangzhan City was as usual, without the slightest abnormality. Zhou Wan took out the map, and all the members of the Firefox squad gathered around. Are we going to hunt the black-spotted deer again this time? All right, no problem. Either is fine. Everyone quickly reached an agreement. Lu Yuan also nodded. His current true combat power is already enough to deal with lower second-rank beasts, and can even barely contend with mid-second-rank fierce beasts. But fierce beasts can be solitary or live in packs. Once they run into a pack, no matter how strong, they can't withstand the siege. Being cautious is the only way to survive longer. His plan was simple. Continue farming first-level fierce beasts to raise his strength a bit more, then go after second-level ones. Zhou Wan saw no objections and immediately gave the order. Let's go. After passing through the city gate inspection, the group left the city following their usual formation, heading straight for the black-spotted deer's habitat. On the way, they encountered many lower-tier first-level fierce beasts, most of which were taken down by Lu Yuan before they even got close. Wait, I'll go. He raised his gun and stepped forward, a shot to the throat. Sometimes, even when the fierce beast was clearly with someone else, he would charge over to finish it off with a killing blow. His teammates were puzzled but didn't bother to argue. After all, he contributed the most effort and took the greatest risks. Killed a Tier 1 low-rank fierce beast jumping pig. Evolution points plus 10. Killed a Tier 1 low-rank fierce beast little bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. Prompts keep popping up. Lu Yuan's evolution points steadily increased. Time in the underground world was very precise. Sunrise at 6 in the morning, sunset at 6 in the evening. After dark, the Firefox team set up camp by the stream. The sound of water flowing gently, a few fat fish splashing in the water. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they jumped into the water to catch fish. Soon, the bonfire was lit, and the fish sizzled on the fire. Sprinkling a handful of cumin, the aroma spread everywhere. After eating their fill, they began to keep watch. When it was Lu Yuan's turn, he did not rest. Practice shooting, temper the bones, repeatedly rehearse the ice explosion spell. Strength is the confidence to survive. The next morning, the team continued their journey. An hour later, They arrived at the black-spotted deer habitat marked on the map. The real hunt has begun. Spread out. Don't be more than 500 meters apart. Zhou Wan's tone was calm yet resolute. This way, it's more efficient and they can watch out for each other. Everyone quickly scattered. Before long, Lu Yuan heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes ahead. The next second, a deer-shaped ferocious beast suddenly leapt out. Its entire body was jet black, with a fierce appearance. It was the target black-spotted deer. It saw Lu Yuan, then glanced at the figure not far away, but instead of rushing over, it turned and ran. "Don't run," Lu Yuan shouted sharply, thrusting his long spear fiercely. But the black sika deer moved strangely, the spear tip grazing past it and piercing deeply into a nearby big tree. With a roar, the ice elemental energy exploded, piercing through the entire tree, causing it to shatter and fall to the ground. A layer of frost instantly formed on the trunk, startling the birds into scattering. "Lu Yuan, what happened?" The loud noise attracted the teammates. Lu Yuan briefly explained, and everyone immediately chased in the direction the black-spotted deer had fled. Following the trail, they arrived at a small settlement. More than a dozen black-spotted deer were gathered together. The largest one in the center was obviously the leader. The leader roared angrily, and the second-rank lower-tier aura explosively erupted. Zhou Wan's expression tensed, summoning her bonded beast Huahua. Su Lu immediately applied buffs to the entire team. This team had been formed for a year, and the number of times they encountered the black flower deer leader was countable on one hand. Half a year ago, Zhou Wan was seriously injured and lay in bed for a week before recovering. But now, things were different. She has Huahua, and also Lu Yuan, this powerful new member. It might not be impossible to fight. Count me in. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan had already rushed out. 3 ice shards circled around him, exuding a chilling aura. At the moment of closing in, he exerted force with both arms, thrusting the spear like thunder. The sound of tearing exploded. The spear tip directly pierced through the leader's thick skin. Lu Yuan shot out his gun, and the wound quickly frosted over. The leader screamed miserably, his limbs numbed, and he collapsed with a thud. Lu Yuan showed no mercy, firing several consecutive shots to finish him off. The black-spotted deer leader was completely dead. Kill the second-stage lower-ranked black-spotted deer. Evolution points plus 120. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. He didn't expect the black-spotted deer leader to be so valuable. He had only fired a few shots and had already killed the blackened deer leader that had been a constant headache for the Firefox team on the spot. This is ridiculous. Is this an S-level ability? Everyone was stunned, and one after another gave him a thumbs up. Even Wang Hu, who was usually silent, rarely showed an expression of approval. With the leader dead, the remaining black-spotted deer immediately fell into chaos and were quickly cleaned up by everyone. Killed a Tier 1 mid-level fierce beast black-spotted deer. Evolution points plus 22. Killed a Tier 1 mid-level fierce beast black-spotted deer. Evolution points plus 22. Evolution points are soaring. The gains are quite impressive. This is way too tough. My blade can't even cut through. Huang Hao gritted his teeth and went to cut the antlers, but the antlers didn't break. Instead, the dagger chip cracked first. In the end, it was Wang Hu who swapped for a tougher knife, found the right angle, and managed to take off the entire antler intact. I'm not holding antlers in my hands, but tens of thousands of blue star coins. Huang Hao's eyes lit up. Lu Yuan followed Wang Hu's method and took out a brown crystal core from the deer leader's body. The spoils from the other black-spotted deer were also cleaned up by Zhou Wan and Su Lu. Just as everyone was preparing to rest, Zhou Wan suddenly spoke up. "Lu Yuan, how did you suddenly become so strong?" Last time during the mission, he could barely handle a lower-tier, first-level ferocious beast. Now, he could slay a lower second-rank leader in just a few rounds. In just 10 days, his strength seemed like that of a different person. Only then did everyone realize, their gazes all fixed on him. Lu Yuan smiled and released a hint of aura. "I'm pretty lucky. I've already broken through to the mid-first rank." The aura pressed down, and the whole room fell silent. Mid-first rank? That fast? They remembered when he just joined the team. He said he was just an ordinary awakener. Now he has directly stepped into the mid-level of the first stage. Even Wang, whose expression slightly changed. Zhou once suddenly frowned. Lu Yuan, you wouldn't have. Sister Zhou, don't worry, I haven't taken any random medicine. Lu Yuan immediately waved his hand, his tone firm. It was normal for Zhou to think this way. He had broken through too quickly. Anyone would find it absurd. But so what? The system awakened on its own, and its rapid increase in strength was well-deserved. Hearing him say this, Zhou finally felt at ease. What she feared most was that Lu Yuan would be greedy for sudden progress and overdraw his future. But thinking it over carefully, Lu Yuan had always been steady. He would never do something so foolish. Sister Zhou, what you said isn't right. Lu Yuan is a once-in-a-century genius. Huang Hao teased with a smile. Brother Hao, don't flatter me anymore. Lu Yuan also smiled. The little episode quickly passed. The group took a brief rest, replenished their energy and water, and then continued hunting fierce beasts. Time flew by, and it was already the night of the second day. Lu Yuan glanced at his evolution points. In a day and a half, they had increased by 560. The only thing that could be enhanced on the panel was the D-rank skill Ice Prism Ring. He didn't rush to upgrade and decided to keep saving. Another night passed. This was his second time entering the underground world on the third day. The last time on the third day at noon, he was irritable and felt unwell all over. But this time, there were no abnormalities until the evening, and his mood was unusually relaxed. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The longer it lasted, the more evolution points he gained. It was his turn to keep watch. He seized the time to practice shooting. Stab, pierce, lift, pluck, sweep, block, withdraw grip. Half an hour later, he exhaled slowly. There was no sweat on his body, only a chilling cold lingering around him. He opened the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 870. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, mid-first level. Spirit, 174 Hz. HP, 302 Cal. Skills, Marksmanship, Intermediate. Ice Prism Aura, D, Beginner. Body Refinement Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S, 0 level. Evolution points are already 870. Most likely to exceed 1,000 tomorrow. Not bad. He was about to close the panel to learn Ice Explosion Technique when he suddenly froze. After Gunmanship, the long-lost lit up. The last time it appeared was when he had just awakened the system. Gunmanship is his greatest reliance right now. He didn't hesitate and clicked directly. Evolution points minus 860. Shooting skill, intermediate. Shooting skill, advanced. In an instant, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. It's like training hard day and night for years, with every detail etched into the bones. These memories flooded into his mind, flowing smoothly like water, without any discomfort. Instead, they made Lu Yuan feel even clearer in thought. After absorbing everything, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what advanced proficiency in shooting looks like? Something that countless ordinary psychics could never grasp in their entire lives, he mastered with ease. Try this power. Lu Yuan grabbed the spear and took up a stance. Huff! The sound of breaking air suddenly rose. Within 1 second, he fired 3 consecutive shots, steady, precise, and fierce, his movements crisp and decisive, without the slightest pause. If he were to encounter the leader of that black-spotted deer again, he probably wouldn't last even a second. As expected, quite strong. Lu Yuan retracted his gun, his eyes full of excitement. After a brief moment of excitement, he refocused his attention back on the ice explosion technique. What surprised him even more was that after studying hard during this period, he actually managed to understand 1/10 of the skill book. A new line of text appeared on the panel. Ice Explosion Technique, S, Entry Level. Unfortunately, he had just spent all his accumulated evolution points on gun skills, leaving only 10 points, which was not enough to upgrade the Ice Explosion Technique to the beginner level. He had asked the system before, and from beginner to elementary level, the consumption was actually not high. S-level skill, huh? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan followed the Firefox squad into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. Today, he was more active than anyone else. Before long, He found several small bamboo leaf snakes under a pile of dry leaves. As the dry leaves were lifted, the snakes immediately raised their bodies, baring their fangs, trying to scare him away. What's going on? I actually find them a bit cute, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. But the next second, the snakes sensed something was wrong. The human before them was not only unafraid, but was actually smiling. They turned around, trying to escape. A flash of cold light. Swish, swish, swish. The long spear stabbed repeatedly, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Killed a Tier 1 low-level ferocious beast bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points +10. Killed a first-level lower-rank ferocious beast bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points +10. A prompt sounded in his ear. Lu Yuan immediately opened the panel but found that there was still no upgrade arrow behind Ice Explosion, and the evolution points were still insufficient. He gritted his teeth and continued searching. But for the next half hour, not to mention a ferocious beast, he didn't even see a shadow. It felt as if heaven itself was deliberately working against him. Lu Yuan, I've spotted a first-level red-haired rat on my side. Lu Yuan was rummaging in a corner with his spear when he heard Su Lu's voice and immediately rushed over. The two had agreed long ago that if they ever found a fierce beast, anyone who could call it must do so. Of course, he wouldn't miss the chance. Looking closer, a dark red-furred red squirrel was baring its teeth and snarling. In the next second, it suddenly lunged at the seemingly weaker Su Lu. Looking for death, Lu Yuan raised his hand and fired a shot. A cold gleam flashed. The gun tip pierced through, blood splattering on the grass. The red-haired rat died instantly. For this low-level ferocious beast, he didn't even need to use his abilities. He could handle it with sheer force alone. Killed a first-tier mid-level ferocious beast, red-haired rat. Evolution points +10. Got 10 points again, feeling good. But today the luck is really bad. This place should be where the black spotted deer appear the most. But the Firefox team searched all morning and didn't even see a shadow. Could they all have been killed, or are they hiding? Zhou Wanxin felt uneasy, took out the map, and called everyone together. This area probably won't work. Should we head deeper inside? She suggested. Su Lu frowned and pointed at the map. Further inside, there will be more Tier 2 ferocious beasts. Some of these areas might even have mid-tier Tier 2 ones. It's too dangerous for us to rush and recklessly. Zhou looked at everyone. What do you all think? Huang Hao laughed and said, what's there to be afraid of? With Lu Yuan here, he can take down a low-tier Tier 2 black flower deer leader with just a few shots. If we really encounter a mid-tier Tier 2, we'll just retreat. Unconsciously, Lu Yuan had already become the strongest in the team. When he first joined the team, he was just an awakener, but now he could handle things on his own. The changes were so fast that even he felt a bit dazed. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yuan patted his chest, speaking with certainty. Zhou looked at Wang Hu again. And you? I have no objections. With Lu Yuan here, the risk is minimal. Everyone reached an agreement. Zhou nodded. Then let's go to this area, the habitat of the purple fong snake. Rest here for half an hour and set off when the time is up. Half an hour passed quickly. The Firefox team continued to push deeper into areas they had never set foot in before. Halfway, a mid-level first-rank Pippy pig collided with them. As expected, it was instantly shot dead by Lu Yuan with a few shots. Killed a first-level mid-rank ferocious beast, Pippy pig, evolution points +24. Lu Yuan instinctively opened the panel. The next second, his eyes lit up. Behind, Ice Explosion, the he had been waiting for finally appeared. He didn't hesitate at all and clicked directly. Evolution points -100. Ice Explosion S. Entry. Ice Explosion S. Basic. The moment the evolution points disappeared, a large amount of knowledge about the application techniques of Ice Explosion flooded his mind. The parts one couldn't understand before, when I read them again now, suddenly become clear. But skill books can only take a person to the beginner level at most. Beyond that, it's only through talent and day after day of hard practice, or some sudden insight, that one can progress further. Lu Yuan, did you hear me? The voice pulled him back to reality. It turned out to be Huang Hao speaking. He had just been immersed in his memories and hadn't heard it at all. I'm listening, Brother Hao, what's up? Lu Yuan's expression was calm. How about roasting pigskin tonight? Let's see if it smells better than the pork belly sold outside. Huang Hao laughed happily. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded. The habitat of the purple fong snake was too far away. They walked for a full 6 hours, and by the night of the 4th day since entering the underground world at Liyuan, they still hadn't arrived. Fortunately, they had plenty of supplies, so there was no worry about food or drink. As it turned out, roasted pippy pig was indeed more fragrant. It grew up in its natural environment, with firm and tender flesh. The pigs outside eat feed and are kept in pens. The smell is simply incomparable. The lively atmosphere by the campfire quickly faded. Before going to sleep, Zhou suddenly asked, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Lu Yuan knew she was worried about him. She looked young, but was actually very thoughtful. "It's all right." Lu Yuan shook his head. "If there's a problem, don't force yourself. You must speak up." Zhou gave her reminders before leaving. It was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch at night. Shooting skills and ice explosion technique took a temporary pause. He took the opportunity to continue refining his bones, then took out the complete basics of martial arts that Qin Tianlong gave him and started practicing. Just as Qin Tianlong said, even without a gun, even if his weapon was broken, he had to be able to take down the enemy with his bare hands. As soon as Lu Yuan began learning hand-to-hand combat, a new line of text appeared on his status panel. Hand-to-hand combat, beginner. At dawn, the 4 members of the Firefox squad got up. Only Huang Hao was still dreaming. Chicken leg, smells so good. How good, get up. Lu Yuan opened the tent and woke him up. After a simple wash-up, everyone continued on their journey. After 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. Stick together. Zhou looked at the map, her expression serious. The purple fong snake is a level 2 ferocious beast, much more dangerous than the black-spotted deer. This is unfamiliar terrain again. One wrong step could cost a life. Look out. There's a purple fong snake. Huang Hao pointed at a pile of stones, and as soon as he finished speaking, he hid behind Lu Yuan. Yesterday he was still full of confidence. Today he immediately cowered. Lu Yuan stepped forward and used his spear to push aside the pile of stones. It wasn't a snake, but a snake's shed skin. Purple fong snake skin. This one is worth tens of thousands. Zhou eyes lit up as she carefully put it away. Hiss. A fine hiss came from the grass. Everyone immediately became alert. Zhou summoned her companion Beast Huahua. One more beast meant one more chance of victory. Only Lu Yuan remained calm. 2 snakes slid out from the grass. Nearly 1 meter long, with robust bodies. The most striking feature was their pair of purple fangs. They were not for show, they were highly venomous. Once the skin is bitten through, the toxin rushes directly to the nerves. This is a venomous snake with fangs, also called the purple fong snake. They open their mouths, their purple pupils staring intently at everyone. The prey has been locked onto. Just in time, Lu Yuan mobilized the primal energy, frost covering the tip of his spear. Icy mist swirled around. The next moment, he fired 3 consecutive shots. Fast, precise, ruthless. A purple fong snake was pierced on the spot and fell motionless. Killed a 2nd-rank low-level ferocious beast purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. The other snake originally intended to attack. The next second, the remaining purple fong snake was suddenly startled. My companion was actually killed with 1 shot? No, this is way too strange. It suddenly twisted its body and ran. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun Lu Yuan's gun. Killed a 2nd-tier subordinate ferocious beast purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. Lu Yuan, you're really something. The 2 purple fong snakes were dead in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. While packing up the spoils, Huang Hao smiled and said, "I've never eaten snake meat before. Shall we roast some tonight?" Lu Yuan glanced at him. "If you want me to visit your grave next year, you can give it a try." Everyone let out an awkward laugh. Zhou looked at the venomous fangs with a look of regret. Too bad we don't have the tools to take them off. This thing is worth tens of thousands. The fangs were sharp, and the gloves couldn't stop them at all. If he got pierced by accident, the poison would be lethal. Sister Zhou, I have a solution. Lu Yuan smiled. Zhou eyes lit up. Really? He crouched down, cold energy surging in his palm, freezing the venomous fong directly. The ice layer quickly spread, thickening more and more. The next second, he snapped it with his bare hands. Crack! The venomous fong broke like a cookie. The crowd hadn't even had time to be shocked. Rumble! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar, shaking the ground. Everyone looked up at the same time. An earthquake? Can there be an earthquake underground too? Huang Hao looked completely bewildered. No, it's a ferocious beast. Zhou Wan's expression suddenly changed, and it's very large. A massive black shadow emerged from deep within the forest after a few seconds. It was a rhinoceros-shaped beast. Nearly 4 meters long and 1.6 meters tall, its skin was rough and thick, with limbs as solid as stone pillars, weighing at least several tons. The most terrifying feature was the single horn on its head, hook-shaped, occupying half of the head, shining with a cold light under the illumination. Just a glance at it made people's hearts tighten. Unicorn rhinoceros. How could it appear here? Zhou Wan's face completely darkened. This is simply not the territory of the unicorn rhinoceros. All you can say is that they were unlucky and happened to run into a lone one. This size of unicorn rhino is mid-level second rank. We might not be able to defeat it. Retreat quickly, Zhou Wan urgently warned. Lu Yuan originally also wanted to retreat, but upon hearing this, his steps stopped instead. Only mid-level second rank. Having a big build doesn't mean having a high level. I just learned the Ice Blast technique and haven't even tried it out yet, but I'm using you as a guinea pig. He muttered to himself. The next second, to the shock of everyone in the Firefox team, he charged forward with his spear raised. Lu Yuan, come back, don't be reckless. Zhou Wan shouted loudly. The voice was so loud, he couldn't possibly not hear it. But not only did Lu Yuan not stop, his speed actually increased. Zhou Wan nervously stomped her feet, almost rushing forward to pull him back, but Huang Hao grabbed her firmly. What are you grabbing me for? Hurry up and bring him back. Huang Hao shook his head. Lu Yuan has always been steady in his actions. He wouldn't recklessly rush to his death. These words were like a bucket of cold water, calming Zhou Wan down. Since he joined the team, he has never acted impulsively. I hope he really has it under control. She whispered a prayer. On the other side, Lu Yuan charged at the unicorn rhinoceros with his gun. That beast, seeing him not flee but counterattack, instantly flew into a rage, lowered its head and charged with its horn straight on. It had only one thought, to crush the man into mince. But in the next moment, the situation completely reversed. Ice explosion. The moment the tip of the spear touched the unicorn's horn, the primal energy flowed into its body along the horn, instantly spreading throughout. The next second, bang, bang, bang. The ice-type primal energy exploded inside it, like buried explosives going off. It wasn't just the horn breaking. The entire body exploded on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, fragments scattering all around. Lu Yuan's armor, face, and hair were all splattered with fresh blood. Su Lu, who was hundreds of meters away, felt nauseous just watching and almost vomited. As for Huang Hao, Zhou Wan, and Wang Hu, they ignored their disgust, overwhelmed only by shock. They knew that the unicorn rhino was no match for Lu Yuan, but never expected him to be killed in a single strike. Lu Yuan's growth speed had become so fast that it was hard for people to understand. Having just killed the rhinoceros, Lu Yuan wasn't very excited. The smell of blood meant nothing to him. He only felt a strong sense of emptiness. At the moment he released the ice explosion technique, he clearly felt that most of the primal energy in his body was being directly drained. For those with special abilities, it was like their mana was completely drained, and they simply couldn't adapt in that moment. Lu Yuan slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Killed a mid-level second-rank ferocious beast, unicorn rhino, evolution points plus 400. The result was astonishingly good. The white crystal inside the rhino was intact and valuable. His evolution points were also approaching 700. The deeper they went, the stronger the fierce beasts became, and the rewards grew even more extravagant. The members of the Firefox team all came running over. Huang Hao gave a thumbs up and smiled. I told you there was no need to worry about you. Zhou Wan, however, sensed something was wrong and asked seriously, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan spoke frankly. The primal energy consumption is too high. I need an energy potion. Zhou Wan immediately handed over a bottle. Lu Yuan drank it in one gulp, his primal energy slowly recovering, and his condition clearly improving. Huang Hao hugged the rhinoceros meat excitedly and said, "Tonight we're eating rhinoceros meat." Lu Yuan said calmly, "Ordinary fire can't roast it. We have to rely on Sister Zhou." Zhou stared at him and asked, "What skill did you just use?" Everyone gathered around, their eyes full of amazement. Lu Yuan truthfully said, "My teacher created the S-rank skill, Ice Explosion Technique, and just learned it yesterday." Zhou pupils suddenly contracted. S-rank. The Firefox squad was once again stunned. An S-rank skill book is already priceless, let alone one that is self-created and ridiculously rare. But this is not the most frightening part. The truly terrifying thing is that Lu Yuan learned it in just 3 weeks. He had only been at Deep City Supernatural University for 3 weeks, so even if he started practicing from day one, it was barely over 20 days. Others couldn't even grasp a C-level skill, but he directly mastered an S-level one. This comprehension is simply extraordinary. Otherwise, the mid-level second-stage unicorn rhino couldn't have been killed in one strike, and most of its primal energy would not have been instantly depleted. Lu Yuan, we're not strong enough. Staying any longer is too dangerous. Are you going to stay? After gathering the spoils, Zhou asked quietly. This is not pretentiousness, it is reality. They can't help, they will only hold us back. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Hunting down a ferocious beast here is worth a day's gain outside. He cannot give up. Then we'll go ahead first. Be careful. What belongs to you, you will get in full. Zhou stuffed most of the energy potions into his bag, leaving only one bottle for herself. Huang Hao also handed over his spear to him. Lu Yuan's original spear couldn't withstand the ice explosion technique and had shattered along with the unicorn rhinoceros. Bought for more than 200,000, don't mess it up for me. Don't worry. After everyone left, Lu Yuan felt he had mostly recovered and rushed deeper on his own. There, it was full of evolutionary points. 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped. A fatal problem emerged. The map was in Zhou hands. She forgot to give it to him. Looking around, there were trees on the left and trees on the right. God knows exactly where he is. The next second, a sound suddenly came from the bushes. Hiss! A purple fong snake darted past him. Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Isn't this just evolution points handed over for free? He raised his hand and fired a shot. Killed a second-tier lower-grade ferocious beast, purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. Not bad. Listening to the system prompt, Lu Yuan squinted his eyes in satisfaction. No map. Can't return to the original location? Then just stay active nearby, as long as you don't go far. Want to return to the city? It's simple. Just follow the direction you came from. The direction couldn't be exactly the same, but Jiang Zhanxing was big enough to be seen from afar. After making up his mind, he circled around to explore. Every time he passed a tree, he would mark it with his dagger to avoid getting lost, until he pushed aside a patch of grass. Ahead was actually a clearing, with a fierce beast's lair in the center. Let's first see what it is, then decide whether to make a move. Lu Yuan lowered his body, hiding in the grass to observe. He soon formed a judgment. Wolves and ferocious beasts live here, large in size, with rough blue-green fur, and a tail wrapped in faint wind elemental energy. Swiftwind demon wolf. Adult form, upper second tier. Moreover, these wolves always operate in male-female pairs and never allow other members of their kind to approach. He memorized this knowledge thoroughly back in high school. Coming from a poor background, he could only study hard. Both are fully grown adults. Both are upper second stage. Lu Yuan frowned. The difference in realms is slight, but the gap is immense. One can still manage, but two would be dangerous. But should I really give up? Killing the Unirhino gave him 400 evolution points. According to the system's calculation, a Gale Demon Wolf has at least 500, so two would be over 1,000. The temptation was too great. Just as he hesitated, the grass behind him suddenly rustled. Who's there? Lu Yuan instantly tensed up and snapped his head around. The grass parted. A graceful figure stepped out. Delicate features, long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a light black battle suit. Her battle suit clung tightly to her figure, with every curve fully displayed. A deep blue baby dragon was lying on her shoulder. The person walking out of the grass was Xia Qingyin from the dorm opposite to Lu Yuan's. Since the last time she asked him a question, she had seemed to disappear. But the most important thing now is, why is she in the underground world? Lu Yuan was stunned. Xia Qingyin was also stunned. A few seconds later, she blinked. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Lu Yuan directly said, to hunt vicious beasts. He asked in return, what about you? Most people who come to the underground world come for money. It is full of dangers here, and without enough rewards, no one is willing to risk their life. Besides making money, Lu Yuan also needed to earn evolution points. But Xia Qingyin was the eldest daughter of the Xia family, and her family had equipped her with a rare deep-water demon dragon cub, so by all accounts, she wasn't short of money. Xia Qingyin only told half the truth. I brought Little Blue here for real combat to improve our coordination. The effect of real combat far surpassed that of the training room. Moreover, the school sealed off the underground world, clearly preparing for the new student tournament, familiarizing themselves with the environment in advance, gaining every advantage. What she didn't say was that she suspected Lu Yuan's drastic improvement in strength was related to the underground world. That's why she came too. The first time she entered, she was driven back by the bloodthirsty aura, but she still chose to come again. Because here is real, free, and the danger is thrilling. This is something the training room cannot provide. Xiaolon, Lu Yuan asked. Xia Qingyin smiled. That's it. She patted the little dragon on her shoulder. Say hello. The little dragon lazily opened its mouth. Hello. After finishing speaking, he lay back down again, too sleepy to move. Perhaps this deep-water demon dragon, hatchling, was naturally prone to sleepiness. Lu Yuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. He really couldn't defeat two upper second-stage Gale demonic wolves on his own, but now it was different. As long as Xia Qingyin was willing to take action, these two wolves wouldn't even be able to make a ripple. There are two ranked 2 upper Gale demon wolves ahead. I can't handle them alone. Can you help me? Lu Yuan spoke. Xia Qingyin frowned, her delicate face showing concern. Xiaolon and I can team up to hold off one. But Lu Yuan, you're only rank 1 middle. Facing rank 2 upper is too big a gap. Even for S-level abilities, it's hard to cross an entire major realm. Lu Yuan's expression stiffened. This is saying he is not capable. How can a man be incapable? He patted his chest and smiled confidently. Leave the other one to me, no problem. Seeing his determined expression, Xia Qingyin's worries gradually faded away. The two crouched back into the grass. Getting closer, Lu Yuan smelled a faint, fresh fragrance, like the scent of petals, probably related to her grass-type ability. He said softly, there's a male and a female in the nest, one for each of us. Remember to leave air for yours. Don't kill it in the end. Xia Qingyin was puzzled. Why? You can't bring a live, ferocious beast back to reality. Let me deliver the final blow, Lu Yuan said calmly. He could never mention anything about the system. Xia Qingyin nodded. Okay. Lu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two stood up at the same time. Lu Yuan picked up a stone and forcefully threw it at the nest. Smack. The stone hit the entrance of the cave, producing a piercing sound. The male and female wolves tangled up in the den were interrupted, and their anger instantly exploded. Before long, 2 fierce wind demon wolves charged out. Their pale green eyes were filled with murderous intent. Howl! The deep howls of the wolves shook the forest, scattering the flying birds. Lu Yuan sneered coldly. No matter how fierce the shouting is, strength is the true path to power. He clenched the light green spear left by Huang Hao and charged forward fiercely. Xiaolon, let's go. Xia Qingyin no longer hesitated and drew her sword, rushing out. The deep-water demon dragon jumped down from her shoulder, its body suddenly swelling as it directly switched into combat mode. Many symbiotic beasts have 2 forms, usually docile, but ferocious during battle. Xiaolon is the same. The 2 Gale demon wolves saw that instead of retreating, they were counterattacking, and their murderous intent grew stronger. But when they clearly saw Xiaolan's appearance, their hearts suddenly sank. Dragon race companion beasts. The dragon race is naturally powerful, a top-tier bloodline among ferocious beasts. A male and a female quietly communicated. It's a dragon, still want to fight? What's there to be afraid of? It's so small, how strong can it be? If it dares to mess with us, It must die. They quickly made the decision to continue attacking. Lu Yuan couldn't understand beast language and just sneered coldly, muttering about what. He raised his gun and charged forward. The two Gale demon wolves did not retreat either. The wind elemental energy wrapped around their wolf claws, sharp as blades, directly confronting the spear. Razor leaf, water ball impact. Xia Qingyin swung her sword, sending out a flying leaf-shaped curved blade cutting through the air. Xiaolon opened his mouth and spat out several water balls in succession. Whoosh! The flying leaf passed by, slashing open the abdomen of a demon wolf, blood flowing profusely. Bang bang bang. Water balls continuously smashed down, shaking its body unsteadily. The demon wolf immediately roared in anger and turned its head to lock onto Xia Qingyin. On the other side, clang. The wolf's claw clashed hard with the spear, sparks flying everywhere. The wind element energy made the gun barrel tremble wildly. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was skilled with his gun technique and held it firmly under control. The ice element energy surged within him, activating the ice prism ring body. End it, ice explosion technique. As the words fell, most of the primal energy was instantly drawn away. Bone-chilling cold exploded in the air. Lu Yuan's face turned pale, and the Gale demon wolf taking the full brunt of the attack screamed in pain. The ice-type primal energy burst out along the spear and immediately engulfed the entire Gale demon wolf. With a muffled bang, its head was blown open, bleeding. At a higher level, it didn't die immediately, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Lu Yuan coldly fired a few more shots until it was completely dead. Killed a rank 2 advanced Gale demon wolf, gaining 550 evolution points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This one alone was worth a whole day's haul. Adventuring really paid off. He turned to look towards Xia Qingyin. The other demon wolf was covered in wounds, its fur stained with blood, looking thoroughly battered. Xia Qingyin was clean and composed, the young deep-water demon dragon pressing down on the opponent. Lu Yuan judged the timing was right and threw the spear. The spear pierced through the demon wolf, ice energy exploding inside its body. Killed again, gaining another 550 evolution points. Suddenly, 1,100 points were credited, and he felt delighted. But Yuan Neng was drained, his vision darkened, and he directly collapsed to the ground. Xia Qingyin rushed over to ask. Lu Yuan drank a bottle of energy potion and gradually recovered. He admitted that without her, he simply couldn't hold off the two demon wolves. Xia Qingyin shook her head but pressed him on what skill that strike just now had been. The explosion in that instant also left her feeling shocked. That huge adult Gale demon wolf was actually blown to pieces on the spot. She was still fighting just now, so she didn't have time to ask more. It's my teacher's exclusive S-rank skill, Ice Explosion. Lu Yuan did not hide it. S-rank skill. Xia Qingyin opened her eyes wide. On the day she checked in, her aunt also gave her an S-level skill book. But until now, she had only mastered 60%, not even reaching the beginner proficiency level. Sigh. She sighed softly. Lu Yuan's talent made even her, a eldest daughter of a prestigious family, feel somewhat defeated. But she quickly put away her emotions. Cultivation is not about competing with others, but about continuously surpassing oneself. If you keep focusing on others, it will only cause unnecessary internal conflict. She glanced at the bloodstains on Lu Yuan's face and said, "Your face is dirty. Do you want to wash it?" "All right, sorry to trouble you." With a thought, Xia Qingyin's space ring flashed, and a basin of water appeared on the ground. "Xiaolon, pour some water." The deep-water demonic dragon cub muttered, "I'm the one doing the work, but the credit goes to you," complaining with his mouth, but obediently letting it slide. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The scene was exactly like an advertisement slogan. "We don't produce water, we're just the carriers." After a simple wash, all the bloodstains on his face were gone. After expressing his thanks, he asked, "Did you bring a map?" "Of course." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. "I happen to not bring one. You and Xiaolon have good coordination. Why not take me along too?" Xia Qingyin nodded in agreement. She didn't mind helping a classmate on the way. During the journey, Lu Yuan opened the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1900. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, mid-first tier. Spirit, 174 Hz. Vitality, 302 Cal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Combat Techniques, Beginner. Ice Spike Ring Body, D. Beginner. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Beginner. Body Refinement Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. 0 level. The evolution points have already reached 1900. He immediately noticed after the body tempering technique. So far, only over 90 bones have been tempered, still far from the complete 206 bones. For other items, such as realms and marksmanship, there are not enough evolution points. Especially the realm, the consumption was ridiculously high, which even surprised him. Clearly, ascending one mid-level rank only requires 560 evolution points, so now over 1,000 is still not enough? He asked the system, but the system coldly replied, everything is normal. With no other option, Lu Yuan could only pour the points into the body tempering technique. He stopped in his tracks and said to Xia Qingyin beside him, I think I have a new insight into the body tempering technique. Could you take a look for me? Xia Qingyin's eyes widened. You had another breakthrough? And it's the body tempering technique. The body tempering technique relies on long-term body conditioning and pushing limits. There's no such thing as sudden enlightenment. Just a few days ago, he broke through to the mid-first stage and learned the S-level Ice Explosion technique. And now he's having a breakthrough with the body tempering technique too? This cultivation speed is just ridiculously fast. She couldn't help but think, he probably isn't practicing an S-level body tempering technique, right? Just lucky. Lu Yuan didn't explain further, tapped on the system panel, and found an empty spot to sit cross-legged. Evolution point 1100. Schwamming Ice Soul Body, S. 0 layer first layer. The next moment, ice element energy suddenly exploded from his body, spreading coldness everywhere. Adding points is not as easy as imagined. Crack, crack. The bones felt like they were being hammered repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth tightly, trembling all over. Keep it up, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin watched with her heart in her throat. A whole hour later, he finally opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The flow of qi and blood surged within his body, much stronger than before. The ice elemental energy was also noticeably more abundant. He immediately opened the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 800. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, mid-first rank. Spirit, 194 Hz. Vitality, 422 Cal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Beginner. Ice Ridge Ring Body, D. Beginner. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. First level. His gaze sharpened. At the 0 level of body tempering technique, Spirit was 174 Hz, and Stamina was 302 calories. Now the Spirit has risen to 192 Hz, and Stamina has directly surged to 422 calories. The increase in Spirit isn't exaggerated, but Stamina has surged by a full 120 calories. When he initially advanced from lower rank 1 to middle rank 1, it only increased by 50 cards. This time, it nearly doubled. More importantly, the total amount of ice elemental energy within his body increased by a full 30%. I used to have to exhaust all my strength to release the ice explosion once, but now I can barely manage to cast it twice. Lu Yuan, you finally finished training. I brought sandwiches, do you want some? Xia Qingyin turned her head to look at him. It was just her mealtime. She and her companion beast sat nearby, both eating heartily. Yes, thank you. The body tempering technique consumes too much energy. Lu Yuan was already hungry. He took the sandwich and took a big bite. The bread is soft and chewy, filled with fried egg, ham, and chicken breast, with plenty of ingredients. The sauce is slightly sweet and not greasy, with just the right flavor. It's so delicious. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up. Of course, I made it myself. Xia Qingyin lifted her chin, her expression smug. She couldn't match Lu Yuan in cultivation, but she was just as good at cooking. As she ate, her supernatural ability, natural spirit moisture, suddenly sensed something was wrong. The aura on Lu Yuan was much stronger than before. This is not the kind of change that ordinary body tempering techniques can bring. She slowed down and couldn't help but ask, "What level of body tempering technique are you practicing?" Lu Yuan did not hide it. S-level, shimming ice soul body. S-level. Xia Qingyin took a sharp breath. How did you do it? Luck, I guess, maybe a bit of talent. Lu Yuan brushed it off casually. He couldn't exactly say that he got evolution points by killing ferocious beasts, effectively skipping training altogether. Xia Qingyin stared at him, with only one word left in her heart. Demon. The next half-day, she didn't encounter any second-rank advanced fierce beasts like the Gale Demon Wolf again. But for a lower second tier like the Purple Fong Snake, he took out nearly 10 of them in one go. Killed a lower second tier ferocious beast, Leaf Monkey. Evolution points, plus 120. Killed a lower second tier ferocious beast, Little Yellow Bear. Evolution points, plus 140. Night. Lu Yuan opened the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2050. Evolution points breakthrough 2000. But the realm is still stuck. No matter what, it can't go up. He frowned and could only invest the evolution points into skills first. Ice Prism Ring Body, upgraded from primary to intermediate. This is the skill book given by Director Lee. He could have broken through a long time ago, but he just didn't take action. For now, he can only improve his combat power first. As for breaking through the realm, he'll need to find another way to push through. Evolution points minus 200. Ice Ridge Ring Body, D. Basic. Ice Ridge Ring Body, D. Intermediate. Upgrading skills is much easier than breaking through body tempering technique. A huge amount of memory was directly poured into the mind, and as long as it was absorbed and digested, it was considered complete. After absorbing it, Lu Yuan mobilized the primal energy within his body and released the Ice Prism Ring once again. This time, the ice prisms increased from 3 to 4, and the size grew larger, with a stronger ice-type amplification. However, after all, it was only a D-level skill, so it couldn't be ridiculously powerful. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Ice Prism Ring, D, Intermediate. The on the panel is still there. That means, with the remaining 1850 evolution points, he can still upgrade it to Advanced. Save where you can, spend where you must. Lu Yuan had no intention of pouring a large number of evolution points into a single D-level skill. Night fell. Xia Qingyin and the Deepwater Demon Dragon cubs nibbled on their own food. Lu Yuan picked up dry branches nearby and started a campfire. The flames rose, dispelling the chill. He cut the fierce beast meat hunted during the day into pieces, skewered them on a stick, and roasted them over the fire. Sizzling sounds, dripping fat. Then sprinkled a handful of cumin and seasoning, and the aroma instantly exploded. The smoke drifted over, drifting into the noses of Xia Qingyin and Xiaolan. "Master, I want to eat meat." Xiaolan communicated with Xia Qingyin in her heart, almost drooling. The next moment, as if he had anticipated it, Lu Yuan came over holding several skewers of grilled meat. "Do you want to try some?" Xiaolan's eyes lit up. "Yes, I want it." Xia Qingyin smiled and took it. "Thank you. No need to be polite. We're just helping each other." She nodded and took a light bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with just the right flavor. Indeed delicious. Xiaolan is even more exaggerated. Such a small body with an astonishingly big appetite. Before Xia Qingyin had taken a few bites, it had already swallowed the whole skewer. "I want more." It stuck out its tongue and shouted. Such a glutton. Xia Qingyin flicked it. Little Lon hugged its head, looking very aggrieved. Lu Yuan smiled and handed over another freshly baked one. "For you." The night passed very peacefully. Xia Qingyin possesses an S-level ability called Natural Spirit Moisture, which makes her especially sensitive to the presence of ferocious beasts, able to detect them even while asleep. With her around, Lu Yuan didn't need to keep watch at all. In the past, when I was with the Firefox team, it would get dark at 6 in the evening. We ate from 6 to 8, and then slept from 8 until 6 in the morning. 5 people took turns keeping watch, 2 hours each. Being woken up in the middle of the night was not a pleasant experience. Now that there's no need for night watch, Lu Yuan finally got a sound sleep. He hadn't felt this at ease for several days. Early the next morning, the two naturally woke up. They had slept for a full 10 hours. As long as they didn't stay up late, anyone could get enough rest. A faint snoring sound came from the tent, It was Xiaolan. A person wakes up after enough sleep, but Xiaolan is a deep-water dragon hatchling, not a human. After washing up, the two began making breakfast. Xia Qingyin took out a microwave oven from the spatial ring. It can be powered by yuan energy, she explained simply. She put the food in, started it up, and simultaneously transmitted primal energy. As the fragrance wafted out, Xiaolan immediately woke up, flapping her little wings as she flew over. As expected, this trick works best. Xia Qingyin smiled. The next second, her smile froze, and her pupils constricted sharply. Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong and asked her what had happened. Xia Qingyin frowned. A fierce beast with a very strong aura is 1,000 meters away. It should be third tier. Third tier. Lu Yuan was stunned. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening tiger roar exploded. The valley echoed. All beasts were frightened, and the ferocious animals in the darkness trembled. A massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It should have been swallowed by the night, but it seemed to carry its own firelight. It was a blazing tiger. Its body was as heavy as a small mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The muscles in its limbs bulged, exuding a strong sense of power. Its gaze swept over, as if carrying flames, sending chills down one's spine. The blazing flame tiger was fiery red all over, its mane seemingly burning, with real flames flickering on its tail. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, allowing Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin to clearly see its appearance. This aura was absolutely incomparable to a second-tier Gale demon wolf. Even without identifying the exact rank, it was clear that it was at least third tier. Third-tier defense far surpasses second-tier. It can instantly kill second-tier attacks. Even at most, it causes minor injuries to a third tier, not even breaking the skin. The reward for killing a third-tier ferocious beast is astonishing, but Lu Yuan knew very well that it was a death sentence. He only had one choice: escape. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions. Xia Qingyin immediately spoke, telling Lu Yuan to hand over everything to her spatial ring. There was no time to pack. They had to take everything at once. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but complied. He had originally planned to abandon the camp and flee for his life. Unexpectedly, her ring space was vast, capable of storing even 2 tents directly. Xiaolan was also stored back into its containment sphere. The next second, the two turned and sprinted wildly. The flame tiger had already locked onto them, relentlessly in pursuit. The strength gap between them was obvious, and the distance kept closing. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. At this rate, we're doomed. Xia Qingyin took out 2 white pills. The speed pill contained wind elemental energy, capable of rapidly increasing speed for a short time. Lu Yuan knew he was ice elemental. Forcing himself to take it might backfire. But there was no time to worry now. Survival came first. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Heat surged within his body, his breathing tightened. The next moment, his speed skyrocketed, multiplying several times over. The sound of wind exploded in their ears as the two quickly put distance between themselves and the pursuing creature. The blazing tiger froze for a moment, confused as to why they suddenly sped up. It chased desperately for a while, but never caught up. Eventually, it stopped, unwilling to waste any more energy. The prey had escaped. In this underground world, there were countless ferocious beasts. There was no need to cause a big commotion over 2 ordinary people. Moreover, he was carrying a mission. After running desperately for several minutes, huff, huff, the two collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Yuan found himself increasingly short of breath, his chest feeling as if it were pressed by a stone. This was the price of forcibly merging the primal energy within his body. Just as he was about to push through, Xia Qingyin suddenly whispered, "Natural bath." In the next moment, green light fell upon him. She acted to clear the negative status effects for him. Breath instantly became smooth. Lu Yuan sighed in relief and said with a bitter smile, "This speed pill is really strong. I almost flew just now, but the side effects are too harsh." Xia Qingyin rolled her eyes at him. How could it not be harsh? One pill costs more than 300,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan was stunned, then immediately clenched his fist and thanked her. "I will definitely pay you back once we get out." Over 300,000 worth of elixirs. It would be surprising if they weren't powerful. All right. Xia Qingyi nodded. Her family was wealthy, but that didn't mean she would give things away for free. Then, she emptied everything from the spatial ring. 2 tents landed on the ground, and Xiao Lan came out of the containment sphere. Lu Yuan had long been curious. How big is this ring of yours? It can even fit a tent inside. About 100 cubic meters, she said casually. 100 cubic meters? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He remembered the TV saying that 1 cubic meter costs 30,000. That 100 cubic meters would be at least 3 million. The larger the volume, the more difficult to process, and the price would only be higher. Maybe even 5 million wouldn't be enough. He gasped. This is the confidence of a great family. Suddenly, another thought popped into his mind. Since it's so big, why didn't they just take me in earlier? Wouldn't that have saved a speed pill? As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingyin let out a laugh. Lu Yuan looked completely puzzled. She covered her mouth, barely holding back her laughter. You don't have a space ring yet, do you? Lu Yuan nodded. He has been busy cultivating during this time and has completely forgotten about this matter. After leaving the underground world, he plans to go to the school to buy a spatial ring. Xia Qingyin showed an expression she had long anticipated. She said calmly, a spatial ring is essentially a piece of spiritual space. It must be imprinted with a spiritual mark in order to truly be possessed. People are not objects. They have independent consciousness. If you want to enter the ring, you have to completely erase this consciousness. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then understood. So, you mean turning a person into a thoughtless slave in order to insert them? Yes. Xia Qingyin nodded with a smile. Lu Yuan gave a dry laugh. That really can't be done. As soon as the words fell, several blue figures swiftly passed overhead. The speed was extremely fast, as if wind elemental power had been used. Although the outline was blurry, it was clear that it was a gale hawk. Immediately after, several white shadows flew past. Moving slower, they could be seen clearly. Mid-level stage 2 ferocious beast, white feather pigeon. Xia Qingyin recognized it at a glance. Lu Yuan frowned. These 2 types of ferocious beasts usually never leave their nests. How could they be rushing out at full speed? Xia Qingyin looked solemnly at the map. Their direction is Jiang's Hanqing. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Could it be they want to attack the city? No one could be sure of the answer. But one thing is clear, they can't stay here for long. 2 waves of ferocious beasts have already flown by in a short period of time. If another wave comes and discovers them, it would be a dead end. Return to the real world first. Xia Qingyin whispered. Lu Yuan nodded. He had been in the underground world for nearly a week, and the restless emotions inside him were becoming hard to suppress. The situation was also becoming increasingly dangerous. Fortunately, the gains were considerable. He had mastered the ice explosion technique, completed the first level of the Xianming Ice Soul Body, and still had 1850 evolution points left, plus a sum of blue star coins when he left. The 2 set off immediately, making all haste. The night was as dark as ink, forcing them to stop and rest. It was not until noon the next day that they finally arrived at the city gate of Jiangkan City. Show your identification. The psychics on both sides of the city gate stopped them for inspection. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin took out their base identification cards, and Xiaolan's contract was also carefully checked. Everything was in order. After confirming their identities, they were allowed to pass. You came back just in time. The instruments show a sudden increase in ferocious beasts nearby, and they could attack the city at any moment. If you had been even a little late, we definitely wouldn't have opened the gate. Both felt a pang in their hearts and silently felt relieved. After entering the city, the number of supernatural beings on the city walls increased significantly, and new types of cannons were set up. The atmosphere was tense. The ferocious beasts might not come, but no one dared to take the risk. Seeing Xia Qingyin about to leave, Lu Yuan spoke. I'll split the points with you half and half. Many ferocious beasts were first discovered or subdued by her. Moreover, it was she who took action against the Gale Demon Wolf. Otherwise, those more than 1,000 evolution points would have been gone long ago. Xia Qingyin nodded in agreement. She didn't like people who were polite in words, but raised complaints afterward. If you don't want it, then don't want it. If you want it, then want it. As for Lu Yuan, he was straightforward and direct, making it easier to get along with him. Afterwards, the two of them returned to reality through the underground passage and headed straight for the second floor of the superpower base. The 6 large characters' spoils exchange were very eye-catching. Lu Yuan pushed the suitcase to the window and opened it. Inside were more than a dozen crystals of various colors, as well as valuable parts from ferocious beasts. The staff's eyes lit up. This batch of goods has quite a few points. Counting began. Purple Fong Snake Tooth, 27 points each. Leaf Monkey Ears, a pair worth 19 points. There is also the Gale Demon Wolf Crystal, 69 points. The counting voices continued without stopping, and the points quietly increased. The staff used instruments to count the spoils Lu Yuan brought back item by item. Congratulations, a total of 620 points. At the Jiangzhan ability base, 1 point equals 1,000 blue star coins. 620 points is 620,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan had an idea before coming, but hearing the price quoted still shook him a bit. Earning 620,000 in one day. This is the speed at which psychics make money. Terrifying. He suddenly felt that the 100,000 level D-grade alloy battle suit and Yaoji were not expensive at all. No investment, no such return. He handed over his psychic identity card. The machine emitted a prompt sound. 620 points have been credited. Can they be directly exchanged for blue star coins? All right. Lu Yuan reported the bank card number. After becoming a superpower user, his vitality was strong, his spirit was high, and his memory far exceeded that of ordinary people. He clearly remembered a string of numbers. In less than 2 seconds, the phone vibrated. 620,000 deposited. Once the money was in hand, he had no intention of staying long. Good thing we withdrew quickly, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. When was the last time the ferocious beast attacked the city? Seems like about 4 months ago. Several teams also retreated in embarrassment, their expressions full of lingering fear. The threat of the ferocious beasts was never a joke. The two returned to the base's first floor and went to the changing room first. The battle suits were covered in bloodstains, the metallic smell sharp and pungent. Lu Yuan had long had enough. After changing clothes, he looked at Xia Qingyin. Give me your bank card number. He promised to split it halfway. He would not break his word. Xia Qingyin reported the card number. Lu Yuan transferred 310,000. There were no regulatory alerts. In this world, superhumans earn money too quickly. Large transfers are nothing unusual. As long as you verify your identity as a psychokinetic on the app, you can freely transfer large sums of money without being monitored. Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something. That speed pill costs over 300,000. I'll transfer it to you now. Without that pill, he would have died underground long ago. He must pay back this money. I forgot the exact amount. Just give me 300,000, Xia Qingyin said casually. Lu Yuan nodded and transferred the money on the spot. The balance instantly decreased by 300,000. Counting today, the income was 620,000, and the expenses were 610,000. A net profit of 10,000. After all the hustle, it's only enough to buy 1 bottle of energy potion. You don't seem to have made any money. Xia Qingyin teased him. It doesn't matter. There will be more opportunities in the future. Lu Yuan said calmly. Money wasn't important to him. Evolution points were the key. As long as he could improve his strength, he would eventually earn more. Besides, after hunting fierce beasts these days, he hadn't actually lost out. The two left the supernatural ability base together. I'm going back to school, Lu Yuan said. Since it's on the way, do you want to ride? Xia Qingyin shook her keys. Of course. He wouldn't be foolish enough to squeeze into the subway during rush hour. The two entered the underground parking garage. A group of people were gathered around a red sports car, taking photos and expressing amazement. It was a Ferrari, flashy and expensive. Xia Qingyin pressed the key, and the car lights flashed. Everyone's eyes instantly turned over. She's beautiful and so rich. It's just unbelievable. The man in the back must be her kept boyfriend. Whispers rose and fell in succession. Lu Yuan didn't know he had already been seen as a freeloader. He only saw Xia Qingyin let out a soft sigh. Frowning, she said, this Ferrari is only 4 million, the cheapest one in my garage, so why are there still so many people gathered around it? Lu Yuan's eyes widened. 4 million, and you say only? Can these 2 words even be used like this? He really couldn't understand the world of the rich. Sitting in Xia Qingyin's Ferrari, watching the scenery outside the window rush by, and listening to the roar of the engine, Lu Yuan quickly returned to Shun City Supernatural University. Along the way, his heart kept churning. When he first came to Shun City, the senior who picked him up was driving a Maybach worth over 2 million. Now, he was sitting in a Ferrari worth over 4 million. He suddenly had a thought. He wanted to buy a luxury car someday. Of course, that would be on the condition that he had more money than he could spend. He wouldn't stop buying cultivation resources just because he had earned a few million. Instead, he would not spend it on luxury goods that were useless for cultivation. In front of the entrance to Shunqing Supernatural University, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far as they walked into the campus together. Coming towards them was a senior wearing black-rimmed glasses with a somewhat mature appearance. It was none other than Hu Dahai, a second-year student. Junior Lu Yuan, what a coincidence, running into you again. Hu Dahai greeted him, cast a glance at Xia Qingyin, and gave Lu Yuan a meaningful look. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan didn't understand it at all. It is quite a coincidence, Senior Hu. Last time when he returned from the Jiangzhan City psychic base, he ran into Jiang Yin at the school gate. This time coming back, he ran into Hu Dahai again. The coincidence was a bit absurd. The two exchanged a few words before going their separate ways. Seeing that Lu Yuan had no reaction at all, Hu Dahai simply took out his phone and sent him a message on QQ. Junior Lu Yuan, I was just joking before. How come you actually got her? The phone vibrated. Lu Yuan unlocked his phone and was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, he finally remembered. Back then, Hu Dahai had said a joking remark. The eldest Miss Xia is so beautiful, and you're not bad either. If you became her boyfriend, wouldn't the freshman competition be an easy win? That was just teasing. But now, he clearly misunderstood. Lu Yuan hurriedly replied, Senior Hu, you're overthinking. I just happened to meet her in the underground world of Jiangzhan City and then came back together on the way. Xia Qingyin, Hu Dahai stared at this title and immediately understood. He had really overthought it. However, he set his sights on a new target, the underground world. Hu Dahai couldn't help but ask, Junior Lu, have you already been to the underground world? Yes, Lu Yuan said calmly. But Hu Dahai felt a surge of emotions in his heart. He himself had only dared to go down after 3 or 4 months since the semester started. Before the semester officially started, Lu Yuan had already gone through a trial. The gap suddenly widened. After returning to school, Xia Qingyin took a call. Her expression changed abruptly, and she left in a hurry. No one knew what had happened. Lu Yuan headed straight to the cleaning center to clean his spear and battle suit. Sitting on the electric scooter, he was somewhat lost in thought. His own long spear had already been shattered into scrap iron. The one in his hand now belonged to Huang Hao. Later, he still needed to go to the resource trading center to buy a new one. He couldn't keep borrowing it forever. Sooner or later, he had to return it. After leaving the cleaning center, he first went to the mission center. Before leaving the campus, he took on 2 missions, one level C and one level D. He received a total of 2.5 credits. The missions weren't difficult. He only accepted them because he was confident. The credits weren't many, but at least he got some back. Afterwards, he went to the resource trading office. This time the goal was clear, buy a gun. The clerk smiled and asked, Student, what do you need? Long spear. What quality? Grade D, no grade C. He originally wanted to choose grade D. But when he thought about how last time a single cast of ice explosion shattered his gun, he immediately changed his mind. He couldn't treat weapons as disposable items. The quality had to be improved. The staff handed over a tablet. These are all the Class C spears. Choose for yourself. The data on the screen is clear. Qingyan spear, 55 kilograms, 2.6 meters, for 148,000 Blue Star coins. Black Dragon spear, 60 kilograms, 2.7 meters, for 199,000 Blue Star coins. Lingxiao spear, 80 kilograms, 2.9 meters, 60 credits, can only be paid with credits. Lu Yuanyue looked increasingly distressed. The cheapest one costs more than 400,000. For each quality upgrade, the price doubles directly. But he had no choice. If the weapon isn't hard enough, next time it might not just be the gun that breaks. When he first arrived at school, He still had 1.5 million Blue Star coins in his account, enough to buy it if he gritted his teeth. My current comfortable grip strength is between 56 and 64 kilograms. After repeated comparisons, Lu Yuan chose the Black Dragon Spear. The spear weighed 60 kilograms and was 2.7 meters long, perfectly fitting his hands. Come in with me. Old Xie, I'll take him to get the spear. You help me watch the door. After swiping the card, the staff led him into the storage room. The 60-kilogram Black Dragon Spear was too heavy for the staff to lift, so the buyer had to carry it himself. As they walked along, all kinds of weapons filled the shelves: staves, broadswords, long swords, everything imaginable. Finally, they stopped in front of a long spear that was entirely black. The cold gleam of the spearhead was piercing, sharp enough to tear through the air. A black dragon was coiled around the handle, intricately carved, both beautiful and non-slip. This was the Black Dragon Spear. This is it. Take it, the staff member said with a smile. All right. Lu Yuan gripped the gun with both hands and lifted it gently. The feel was solid, the weight just right, allowing him to fully exert his strength. Compared to the old, limp gun he had before, this one was harder, fiercer, and more manageable. A wave of satisfaction surged through him as he left the trading post with the new gun. He was still a few hundred meters away from the shared electric bike when he kept swiping through short videos. Suddenly, he saw a message that the results for the military exam were released today. The college entrance exam is divided into the military exam and the literature exam. This refers to the military exam. The military exam mainly tests mental strength, vitality, damage, or support abilities, and then has a few questions related to ferocious beasts, so the results come out quickly. You can't just throw a student who has only awakened for a month into the underground space to kill ferocious beasts. Most people's legs would tremble when they saw the ferocious beasts, let alone take action. Lu Yuan just cast a glance. He was already a university student. The college entrance exam was a thing of the past for him. Thinking about the college entrance exam, he remembered his high school best friend Li Ming. Li Ming awakened an E-level ability, making it difficult even to pass the vocational college entrance exam. His grades were okay, so he simply chose the liberal arts exam, aiming for an ordinary undergraduate school. The liberal arts exam is a few days later than the science exam and has just started now. Lu Yuan silently prayed for him in his heart. Also his former class monitor, Lin Xiangyu. According to classmates, she awakened a B-level ability, which is considered a good talent. B-level abilities will most likely follow the martial arts entrance exam path. He didn't know how well she did or which school she went to. Lu Yuan didn't think much. Unconsciously, he had already reached the shared electric bike parking spot. With a beep, the bike unlocked. He got on the bike directly and headed toward the dormitory. Just returned from the Jiangzhou City Ability Base. Wandering around again in the Deep City Ability University, he was physically and mentally exhausted, only wanting to have a good sleep. The wind was strong, howling past his ears. Before long, he was back in his dorm. He went up the spiral staircase to the second floor and entered the bedroom. Exhausted to the extreme, he didn't even have the strength to take a shower. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell asleep instantly. When he woke up again, Lu Yuan reached for the phone by the pillow and looked at it. 10 p.m. I actually slept until 10. Tonight is probably going to be hard to get through. But this sleep was deep enough, making him feel much more relaxed and restoring his strength. He got up and went to the bathroom, taking a cold shower. His stomach immediately growled. He opened the Heart at Shenzhen University app and ordered a honey crispy roast chicken. It was just past 10, and the nightlife for university students was just beginning. The canteen delivery service was still operating. This roast chicken was recommended by Senior Jiang Yin and was very popular. Even at this time, the cafeteria would make a fresh pot. If he hadn't been quick, he really wouldn't have been able to get any. As expected, waking up at 10 at night, he couldn't fall asleep when it was time to. Tossing and turning until 3 in the morning, he finally managed to fall asleep. The next day, he didn't get up early again. He only got up at 8 in the morning. After a simple breakfast, he rode his bike straight to the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. Training must not be interrupted. Even if he could rely on the system to add points, he was unwilling to miss out on any improvement in daily life. Every bit stronger in daily life meant less consumption when it came time to really allocate points. This was also an indirect way of earning evolution points. After morning training ended, he left the ability hall contentedly and went to the cafeteria for lunch. Usually after eating, I would go back to the dormitory to take a nap for an hour or two before coming back for training. But today, I'm not going back. You've had enough sleep already. Why are you still lying there? Afternoon. Lu Yuan appeared once again at the Ice and Snow Psychic Pavilion. Even the staff who were familiar with him couldn't help but take a second look. She remembered that Lu Yuan used to take a nap at noon. Didn't expect that now. He even skips his afternoon nap. Awakened the rare S-level paranormal ability, yet still works so hard. Practiced in the Ice and Snow Paranormal Abilities Hall for 5 hours straight. Only after dinner did he return to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. Next to the living room sofa, there were several bags of snacks that were not his. No outsiders could enter this dormitory. That can only be. Da-da-da. Footsteps came from upstairs. A tall, thin young man with pale skin came down the spiral staircase. He looks about the same age as him. Hello, I'm your roommate, Lu Yuan. The other party smiled very kindly. As expected, it's the roommate. The results and admissions for the military exam are very fast. You only apply to schools, no need to choose a major, no need for adjustments. Results are out the next day after applying. Hello, I am Lu Yuan. The two shook hands. The first impression was quite good. Brother Lu Yuan, you were specially recruited, right? What kind of awakened ability do you have? Lu Yuan's eyes were full of curiosity. He arrived just an hour ago. After asking the smart housekeeper Xiaoya, I found out that this dormitory has been occupied for more than 20 days. Those who moved in early could only be special recruits. My awakening is S-Class, Ice and Snow Crown. Lu Yuan did not hide it. S-Class, Ice Snow Crown. Lu Yuan's breath tightened, and his eyes lit up. Brother Lu Yuan, can you spar with me tomorrow? This question left Lu Yuan dumbfounded. Fight a battle? They just met. Where would the grudge come from? Lu Yuan still had a smiling face. Seeing his confusion, Lu Yuan quickly explained. I am the top scorer in the Tianchuan Province Martial exam, awakened with A+ level ice abilities. I wanted to see how much difference there really is between A+ and S level. Lu Yuan was stunned. You're also ice type? Ice types are already rare. I didn't expect my roommate to be the same type. Fine, if you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What realm are you at now? Lu Yuan scratched his head. Awakened 2 months ago, still at the awakener stage. It was obvious that he felt a bit embarrassed when saying this. All right, you are an awakener? Then I'll also lower my realm to awakener to fight you. Lu Yuan responded calmly. This decision was very fair. Only battles at the same realm can truly reveal the difference between abilities. Lu Yuan asked unwillingly. Brother Lu Yuan, what realm are you at now? Since you asked me, I'll ask you too. That's only fair. Lu Yuan replied directly. Mid-first stage. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. First level median? That was the goal he set for himself for the first semester of freshman year. The semester hasn't even started yet, and Lu Yuan has already reached it? This is just ridiculous. He suddenly thought of a crucial question. Brother Lu Yuan, when did you awaken your supernatural ability? The awakening of supernatural abilities depends on one's talent. The rarer the talent, the earlier the awakening usually is. If Lu Yuan had awakened very early, that would still make sense. Lu Yuan said casually, a month ago. To be precise, less than a month. On the day of the awakening ceremony. Lu Yuan was completely stunned. Less than a month, from awakening to mid-level first rank. This can no longer be explained by effort. Such a person is standing right in front of you. And yet they have such a gentle expression. Lu Yuan suddenly felt a bit tense in his heart. Fortunately, Lu Yuan said he could suppress the realm. At least if he lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. The next day, the two of them arrived at the school's arena area. On the way, they ran into Feng Shi again. Tall and strong, muscular all over, he was preparing to go to the Jianyang gym for training. Hearing that the two were going to the arena to fight, Feng Shi smiled and said he wanted to watch. Lu Yuan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He just had a sense that something was going to happen. Arena area. After completing the formalities, the two stepped onto the stage. No bets, just sparring. Brother Lu Yuan, come on. Lu Yuan's gaze was steadfast. The moment he stepped onto the arena, his blood surged with excitement, and his confidence soared. But the next second, he added another sentence. Remember to go easy on me. Passion is passion, but the mind remains clear. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded and gave an okay sign. Feng Shi stood below the stage, staring fixedly at the two. Not long ago, he had just returned from the underground world. The first team he joined was unreliable. He didn't learn anything. So, he wanted to seek advice from Lu Yuan. As agreed, Lu Yuan lowered his level to Awakener. The battle ignited in an instant. Ice and Snow Crown. Does such a thing really exist? A pale blue crown appeared above Lu Yuan's head, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Yuan was stunned. Lu Yuan was using a broadsword, but against Lu Yuan's 2.7-meter black dragon spear, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons kept clashing, sparks flying everywhere. Lu Yuan's spear technique had reached advanced proficiency. His strikes were fast and steady, his rhythm unrelentingly pressing against Lu Yuan. Even if Lu Yuan infused his blade with ice-type elemental energy, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Lu Yuan didn't even use spiritual energy, yet he still kept up with him in the fight. The reason is very simple. Lu Yuan's swordsmanship was only at a beginner's proficiency, full of flaws in his eyes. Brother Lu Yuan, isn't this a bit too much? How did your spear technique get this good? Lu Yuan wore a strained expression. Practice more. Lu Yuan looked calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he infused the ice elemental energy into the spear. One shot sparked it all. Whoosh! The big knife flew out of his hand and landed heavily on the ground. I admit defeat. Lu Yuan was completely convinced. Without a knife, what's the point of fighting? You're not ruthless enough with your strikes, and your rhythm is too slow. You're always being led around. Lu Yuan directly pointed out the problem. Swordsmanship and marksmanship, at their core, are about mastery of the weapon. Lu Yuan's foundation was too weak. His shortcomings were evident at a glance. Lu Yuan originally just wanted to see the difference between A+ and S-level Ice-type abilities. The difference in supernatural abilities was not apparent. Instead, it exposed a fatal problem. His knife skills are terrible. After listening to Lu Yuan's analysis, Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Starting tomorrow, I will focus exclusively on practicing sword techniques. Before the freshman competition, I must reach intermediate proficiency. Then it depends on whether you can endure hardship. Lu Yuan looked at him. Lu Yuan clenched his fists. Lu Yuan had already become this strong. He couldn't be left too far behind. The dormitory across. Xiaoyin, we are just too lucky. We even got assigned together in college. The one speaking was Wang Yuzhu. She was Xia Qingyin's high school classmate and also her best close friend. She awakened the Class A ability Merciless Storm. Her martial arts exam score ranked 10th in the province. On the day of filling out her college applications, she chose Deep City Supernatural University without hesitation. It was close to home. My best friend was also there. Xia Qingyin smiled. Where could there be so many coincidences in this world? Actually, Xia Qingyin had informed her aunt and helped Wang Yuzhu change dorm rooms. Wang Yuzhu knew clearly it was her help. The previous remark was just a joke. Xiaoyin, I really didn't expect it. You're looking better and better. I wonder which lucky man will benefit from this in the future. She stared at Xia Qingyin's chest, smiling meaningfully. Come, let me have a look. She reached out with a mischievous grin, but Xia Qingyin dodged. Xia Qingyin frowned. This is how you act right after arriving? Believe it or not, I'll have Auntie send you back. This best friend doesn't hold anything back, but she's not a bad person. Don't. Xiaoyin, you're the best. You definitely wouldn't want to give me up. Wang Yuzhu laughed and begged for mercy, then suddenly changed the subject. Going for a drive tonight? All right. Xia Qingyin agreed. The pressure had been too much lately, and she also wanted to get some fresh air. After chatting with Feng Shi, Lu Yuan took Lu Yuan to the Ice Elemental Ability Hall. Lu Yuan looked very calm as soon as he entered, obviously having been to a place like this before. The two each went into separate training rooms to practice. The morning quickly came to an end. Both were quite exhausted and headed straight to the cafeteria after leaving the training room. The Honey Crispy roast chicken was sold out, so they had to queue at a different window. While waiting in line, Lu Yuan received a message from Zhou Wan. Have you already left Jiangzhou City? Lu Yuan sent an emoji, indicating he left early. There is no signal in the underground world, so messages can't be received at all. Zhou once sent another message. Jiangzhou City was sealed off this morning. Fierce beasts are attacking the city, and it's estimated that hunting won't be possible for a month. The fierce beasts really made a move. Lu Yuan felt a sudden fright, grateful that he had left quickly. Then Zhou Wan talked about the Firefox team's gains from a few days ago, totaling 900 points, equivalent to 900,000 Blue Star coins. Immediately after, she transferred 630,000. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and didn't accept it right away. He thought taking half was enough, 70% was too much. Zhou Wan sent another message. Without you, we wouldn't have gotten any of this. With things said to this point, Lu Yuan no longer held back and accepted it outright. The money for the Black Dragon Spear has been reimbursed. After deducting the cost of the potion, there's still a net profit of about 100,000. After receiving the transfer, Zhou Wan was silent for a few minutes before sending a message. Lu Yuan, you've brought us many surprises recently, but with your skills, you shouldn't be stuck in our team. The meaning is very clear. She felt the team was too weak and would hold him back. Rather than struggling along together slowly, it's better to let him go somewhere stronger. It was evident ever since that incident with the unicorn rhinoceros. If the situation weren't dangerous, she wouldn't have let others retreat first. Lu Yuan stared at the message, feeling heavy-hearted. In the Firefox team, there was always Zhou Wan who took care of others. Huang Hao, who talks a lot but is loyal and righteous. Wang Hu, who doesn't say much but teaches him survival skills underground. And Su Lu, who is timid and shy but silently supports the entire team. He has been a member for less than a month and has only gone underground twice. But he truly experienced that feeling of fighting side by side. If he really had to leave, he wouldn't want to. Brother Lu Yuan, stop looking at your phone. It's our turn to pick the vegetables. Lu Yuan called back to him. Lu Yuan put away his phone, carrying the dishes, and found a table to sit down. Not long after, Zhou Wan sent another message. Are you free tomorrow night? Let's have dinner together. Yes, I'll be there on time. Let's just part on good terms. After finishing the meal, Lu Yuan wanted to go back to the dormitory together. Lu Yuan said he had something to do and left first. He had just contacted teacher Qin Tianlong, who said he was free at noon. This underground journey made him realize his shortcomings. After parting ways, he went straight to Qin Tianlong's residence. Student Lu Yuan, come in. The butler opened the door for him. In the living room, Qin Tianlong sat on the sofa. This time, the sense of pressure was not as heavy as the first time. Perhaps he had become stronger. What do you want from me? Lu Yuan said directly. Teacher, I used ice explosion underground. The power is enough, but it consumes too much elemental energy and can't be sustained. Just relying on the spear, the output isn't enough. Is there a more suitable skill? Hearing underground world, Qin Tianlong's expression remained calm. With his strength as a 7th-rank grandmaster, Lu Yuan's sin of blood could not be concealed at all. When he heard Lu Yuan use ice explosion, Qin Tianlong was still stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that not only did Lu Yuan have a high talent for cultivation, but he also comprehended skills so quickly. Moreover, with his steady and practical nature, the more he watched, the more satisfied he became. This disciple was truly taken on correctly. Qin Tianlong suppressed the amazement in his heart and said, the more powerful the skill, the more energy it consumes. That's very normal. Once your realm improves and your body tempering technique continues to advance, the energy within your body will naturally increase. By then, you will be able to use S-level skills multiple times as well. I have 3 skill books here, just right for you now. Take them and practice. He flipped out 3 books and handed them over. Ice Blade, Ice Extreme Flash, Ice Shield, Ice Blade A rank, long-range concentrated Ice Blade attack. Ice Extreme Flash B rank, instant teleportation, useful for chasing or dodging. Ice Shield A rank, forms a shield to block damage. Lu Yuan took it with both hands and thanked solemnly. Thank you, teacher. When encountering ferocious beasts in the underground world, he could only charge forward and fight head-on with his spear. His aim with ranged throws was unstable, often missing the target. Although the power burst counted as a ranged attack, it consumed too much energy and couldn't sustain clearing small monsters. With the Ice Blade, he finally had a stable long-range method. Combined with the displacement of Ice Extreme Flash and the defense of the Frozen Shield, his combat system was basically complete. Lu Yuan asked again, "Teacher, my Xianming Ice Soul body has reached the first level. What should I pay attention to for the second level?" The book was as thick as a dictionary, but the teacher was right in front of him, no need to translate by himself. Qin Tianlong was stunned. He had just begun learning the ice explosion technique, and the Xianming Ice Soul body was already at the first level. He immediately used his spiritual power to investigate. All 206 bones of Lu Yuan had been tempered with ice elemental energy, without a single flaw. The strength of his bones far surpassed that of other supernaturally gifted individuals of the same rank. Qin Tianlong coughed twice, suppressing his shock. The second stage is tempering the internal organs. The 5 internal organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. When you reach the 6th level, you have to temper the 6 hollow organs: the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and sanjiao. But you are still far from that now. Remember, you must temper the heart first. The heart is the core. If it cannot hold up, you will explode and die instantly. Lu Yuan firmly engraved this sentence in his heart. This concerns his life. To temper the 5 viscera, you must first build 5 bridges. Bridges? Using the circulation of qi and blood in coordination with the Xianming Ice Soul body, connect the internal energy channels to the energy node in the heart, forming a stable loop. The other 4 organs operate on the same principle. I'll first teach you how to temper your heart. The rest you practice yourself according to the book. The disciple understands. The two entered the training room, and the one-on-one teaching officially began. Not until evening did Lu Yuan leave Qin Tianlong's place, looking invigorated. He ordered takeout on Xian Zai Shinda and carried 3 skill books back to the dorm. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Yuan lounging on the sofa, eating chips while watching TV. "Brother Lu Yuan, want some?" "Thank you." Lu Yuan put down the book and casually grabbed a few pages. Lu Yuan stared at the book on the table, his face full of surprise. "Skills books aren't allowed to be taken out of the library, are they?" "It's not borrowed. It was given to me by my teacher." "Teacher?" Lu Yuan looked completely confused. Lu Yuan knew he hadn't accessed the campus forum yet, so he directly sent him the link. "It's the school's official app. There's a forum inside. Take a look yourself." After speaking, he went to the kitchen to wash his hands. When he came out again, he was already holding 3 skill books and went upstairs. Ice and Snow Supernatural Ability Hall. In the sea-level training room, the elemental energy was so dense it almost condensed into fog, with specially made ice and snow piled all around, greatly increasing training efficiency. In just one morning, Lu Yuan had barely scratched the basics of the B-level skill, Ice Extreme Flash. Evolution points -60. Ice Extreme Flash, B. Beginner. Ice Extreme Flash, B. Elementary. A vast amount of memories flooded into his mind. After spending 60 evolution points, Lu Yuan was finally able to fully execute Ice Extreme Flash. He had 1790 evolution points left. The panel showed that the skill could still continue to improve in proficiency. It doesn't cost much to go from beginner to intermediate, but he chooses to save up first. The beginner version is sufficient for now. Only 1 month left until the freshman competition. His goal is very clear. Rushed up 1 tier before the match, even reaching the lower 2nd tier. Let's see how effective it is. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed. A blue light streaked by, and he had already dashed over 10 meters. Fragments of white frost remained behind, fully released for about 0.4 seconds, reaching up to 15 meters. The speed and distance both satisfied him. He paid 4,000 blue star coins and left the superpower hall. He trains for at least 8 hours every day, and the venue fee alone is 8,000. The elixirs provided by the school are far from enough. He has to pay out of his own pocket. All in all, it costs at least 10 to 20,000 a day. Without money, he simply can't afford to train. Psychics make money fast, but burn through it even faster. If you want to get stronger, you have to invest resources. After the bloodthirsty energy inside his body dissipates completely, he prepares to go down to the underground world again, hunting ferocious beasts. for the blue star coins, and also for the evolution points. But today there was no need to keep spending money on training. In the afternoon, he rode a shared electric bike away from the school, heading straight for the subway station. The long spear was wrapped in satin cloth and carried along. He still has to return the gun to Huang Hao. The dinner is set for 6 p.m. at Juxinlu. Zhou Yuan sent a message last night, including the location. 5:40. Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of Jushin Tower. 2 stone lions guarded the door, exuding an imposing aura. A golden signboard hung high under the eaves, with vigorous brushwork. The entire building was mainly constructed of dark wood, with intricately carved window frames layered one upon another. The red lanterns gently swayed under the corridor. Antique and charming, full of grandeur. The name is elegant, and the setting is also quite impressive. Lu Yuan casually sighed. Maybe because the decoration was unique, there were especially many people eating there, and the hall was packed with people, bustling with liveliness. He withdrew his gaze, stepped into Jushin building, and reported Zhou Yuan's name at the counter. The young man at the counter checked and smiled, saying, "Private room 52. Would you like me to take you there?" Lu Yuan nodded. "That would be great, thanks." It was his first time here, and he didn't want to wander aimlessly. After wandering for a while, he finally found private room 52. The young man stopped. "Here we are. Do you need anything else?" "No, thank you." After he left, Lu Yuan pushed the door open and went inside. There were already 4 people sitting in the private room, the other members of the Firefox team. After finishing this meal, he was going to officially leave the team. "Sister Zhou, Brother Hu, Brother Hao, Sister Lu." He greeted with a smile. "Here you are, sit here with me." Huang Hao beckoned. "Brother Hao, I brought your spear, it's in the corner." Everyone was present. Zhou Yuan made the decision. "Let's start ordering. I'm treating today, don't be polite. Rare occasion, then I won't hold back." Huang Hao laughed. "Exactly, Sister Zhou is being so generous today." Su Lu joined in the teasing. The group ordered food while facing the screen. Lu Yuan glanced at the prices and found them inexpensive. Good dishes could be had for just a few tens to 100 blue star coins. No wonder the business is so booming. In less than half an hour, all the dishes were served. White-cut chicken, steamed grouper, and roast goose filled the table, filling the air with aroma. The waiter also brought several bottles of beer. "Can you drink?" Huang Hao asked. Of course. As soon as the wine was poured, everyone started eating. The chicken was tender and smooth, the fish fresh and sweet, the roast goose crispy on the outside and juicy inside. Every dish suited Lu Yuan's taste. The atmosphere was lively, yet it couldn't mask the feeling of farewell. After more than an hour, everyone was full and satisfied. Lu Yuan stood up and looked at them seriously. "Farewell to all members of the Firefox team." It was getting late, and Lu Yuan left Jushin Tower. "Safe travels, and we look forward to your next visit." He and the Firefox team considered it a formal farewell. "There are too many people here, the taxi can't get through." He walked to an open area before taking out his phone to call a car. The evening wind howled. Lu Yuan stood in the wind, his expression somewhat heavy. Suddenly, meow. Where did the cat come from? He looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately stunned. That was not an ordinary cat at all. Its size was noticeably larger than usual, with sharp teeth and claws, and a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. It's just that the markings are faint. The fur is coarse and messy, as if it's been injured for a long time or malnourished. A shadow cat? In the real world, how could there be a shadow cat? Is he drunk? Just a beer, no big deal. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The thing was still there. Ferocious beasts do appear in reality, but most are like the square-eared mouse, non-aggressive and posing very little threat to humans. But this one in front of me is obviously different. What if this thing goes berserk? Lu Yuan muttered to himself softly. The next second, the ability erupted. Since he is no longer in the underground world, there is no need for him to conserve Yuan energy. A swift and decisive battle is the safest approach. A sudden chill spread rapidly. Ice and snow surged forth, instantly engulfing the shadow cat. The cold sealed in, freezing bone and blood. In a few breaths, it was completely motionless. Slain a first-tier lower-level ferocious beast shadow cat. Evolution points +8. Only 8 points. Lu Yuan frowned. He remembered very clearly that a first-level lower Shadow Cat was 10 points. Could it be that he has only barely stepped into the first rank, his strength too weak? For now, this was the only conclusion he could draw. There was no one around. The darkness and the shadows of the trees concealed the body completely. Lu Yuan called the relevant agencies before getting into the car and leaving. Inside the taxi, he suddenly remembered something. Back at the Martial Arts Ability Center, he had seen a ferocious beast next to a bicycle, also in the real world. But that time it was a kangaroo rat, posing almost no threat. At that time he thought, once he got into Deep City Supernatural University and came into contact with more powerful people, maybe he would find the answer. But after actually getting in, his mind was filled with only one thing. Go to the underground world. Kill the ferocious beasts. Collect evolution points. To become stronger. He completely threw this matter out of his mind. Until tonight, meeting again. In the real world, why does the Shadow Cat appear? Moreover, it is weaker than I remember. Something is clearly wrong. Among all the people he had met, the strongest was undoubtedly his teacher, the head of the ice department, Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan directly sent a message to the teacher. The other party did not reply immediately. The taxi soon arrived at the station, and he transferred to the subway to return to Chengxin City Supernatural University. The familiar school gate was still imposing. Just entering the campus, the colorful fountain stood out exceptionally. On the nearby benches, pairs sat closely together, their intimacy glaring. Lu Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth, regretting having looked that extra glance, and quickly rode the shared electric bike back to the dormitory. He entered the first floor and glanced around, but didn't see Lu Yuan. He probably was in his own room. Lu Yuan didn't think much either and went back to his room to open Ice Blade. First, condense the ice elemental energy within the body into the shape of a blade. He only planned to understand the principle. Once he mastered the basics, he would use evolution points directly to improve proficiency. 2 hours later, he stopped training. The phone lit up. Teacher Qin replied to the message. It's most likely the cult Black Blood sect behind this. They often release fierce beasts in less populated areas, but their temperament is generally not aggressive. The Shadow Cat you encountered looks scary, but it's actually not much of a threat. The government has been cracking down hard. The school's task center occasionally posts related missions. You can take one if you're interested. Lu Yuan's face darkened. This world not only has underground ferocious beasts, but also secret cults in the shadows. The so-called underground world projection was indeed just a cover, meant to prevent panic. He still had one question. Lu Yuan immediately sent a message. How could a ferocious beast appear in the real world? Logically, ferocious beasts can only live in the underground world. Entry and exit require scanning, so it's impossible to bring a living creature out. How exactly did the Black Blood cult manage this? A few minutes later, Qin Tianlong replied. The ferocious beasts in reality are not brought out directly. They take the meat of ferocious beasts from the underground world back, then graft it onto ordinary animals, combining it with potions to promote fusion and mutation, which forms the monsters we see now. Because of this, their ferocity is insufficient. In this regard, the country currently has no better solution. After reading the news, Lu Yuan finally understood. What was truly terrifying was not just the ferocious beast. It's testing the person. No wonder the crescent-shaped mark on the shadow's forehead darkened, and its fur became coarse and stiff. It turned out this was not a complete ferocious beast, but a monster forcibly fused from ferocious beast meat and ordinary animals. The people of the Black Blood cult have truly gone mad. Lu Yuan shook his head, but his heart grew even more resolute. He must become stronger. What I said today must never be told to ordinary people. Qin Tianlong's expression was unusually serious. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded. He wouldn't act recklessly. The skills he had yet to master were only Ice Blade and Ice Shield. For the next 3 days, he focused primarily on Ice Blade. Day 3. Evolution points -80. Ice Blade, A. Beginner. Ice Blade, A. Elementary. Remaining evolution points, 1718. Memories flooded in wildly, and he instantly mastered the Ice Blade. Lu Yuan raised the Black Dragon Spear and swung it fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Several crescent-shaped ice blades tore through the air and exploded in the distance, spreading a chilling mist. Can be released without weapons, consuming internal primal energy. Ice Blade, A, beginner. 17-18 points are enough for him to advance to intermediate level. But he did not move. 3 days later, he began cultivating the Frozen Shield. Evolution points -80. Frozen Shield, A. Entry, Frozen Shield, A. Beginner. Memory absorption complete. He mastered the release method. A layer of ice shield as thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly hard, covered his whole body, enough to block many attacks. Remaining evolution points, 1638. He still did not continue to improve his proficiency. As for the first step of the second level of the Shinming Ice Soul Body, refining the heart. The metaplasm channel must form a stable cycle with the heart node to be considered successful. But he was still far from that step. The sense of blockage inside the body remained intense. Heart tempering cannot be rushed. He suppressed the restlessness and refocused on breaking through the realm. Day by day passed. Another 4 days passed. At night, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory, sat cross-legged to cultivate, and absorbed primal energy. He was bare-chested, with cold air continuously rising from his skin. He exhaled a breath of foul air. The moment he opened his eyes, he didn't even bother to put on clothes first and opened the system panel. Realm, first stage mid-level. That familiar, finally lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. System upgrade points essentially compress the cultivation time. As long as the foundation is laid in advance, fewer evolution points are needed to complete the breakthrough. This is the real reason why he couldn't ascend despite accumulating 2050 evolution points in the underground world, yet used fewer evolution points to reach the first-rank upper level after returning to school. The hard-earned progress from those 10 days of intense training. How could it possibly be non-existent? Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly pressed on the system panel. Evolution points -1628. Boundary, first rank mid, first rank upper. The next second, a vast amount of spiritual power and blood force exploded inside him, like a dam breaking. The terrifying primordial energy fluctuations spread instantly. Not to mention Xia Qingyin, who possesses the S-level ability, Natural Spirit Moisture. Even Lu Yuan, who was in the living room on the first floor eating watermelon while watching TV, suddenly looked up. No, brother Lu Yuan, you. Lu Yuan was stunned, his pupils dilated, and he forgot to eat the watermelon in his hand. He remembered very clearly that when Lu Yuan first returned to the dormitory, he was only at the mid-rank first tier. That was already ridiculous enough. He is the top scorer of this province, yet he is still only at the Awakener realm. But this pulse of primordial energy, there is only one explanation. Lu Yuan is breaking through to the first tier of superior. This is so perverse. Lu Yuan muttered softly. What's terrifying is not just the fluctuation, but the talent. With this thought, he tossed the watermelon aside and rushed back to the bedroom to start training. Originally 6 hours a day. Starting today, it's increased to 8 hours. On the other side, Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu had just finished showering and were chatting leisurely. Suddenly, Xia Qingyin's expression changed, and she sharply looked into the distance. Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Wang Yuzhu reached out and waved her hand in front of her. It's all right. Xia Qingyin came back to her senses, but was clearly distracted. Wang Yuzhu teased with a smile, missing a handsome guy? Xia Qingyin's expression remained unchanged. To some extent, she really was thinking about someone. She spoke softly. Xiao Zhu, do you believe that someone awakened their powers not long ago and is already rushing to reach first-rank ascendance? First-rank ascendance? Don't joke. Anyone who becomes a superhuman is already considered fast. Wang Yuzhu shook her head. She might not be able to manage it in a whole semester. Xia Qingyin raised her hand, pointing to the dormitory across. Right over there. Really? Wang Yuzhu stood up from the sofa, half in doubt, stepped into her slippers, and walked to the dormitory door, opening it. Outside the dormitory was a road more than 10 meters wide. She had only taken a few steps out when she clearly felt a strong wave of primordial energy hitting her face. How is this possible? She was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. A minute ago, she still didn't believe it. Half a minute ago, she was skeptical, Now the fact was slapped right in her face. Soon, Xia Qingyin also walked out of the dormitory, smiling as she said, Xiao Zhu, are you convinced now? I'm convinced. Wang Yuzhu nodded repeatedly, unable to help but ask, who is in the dorm opposite? Do you know them? She knew very well that Xia Qingyin had awakened early, lacked no resources, and never fell behind in training. Yet she was only at mid-level first rank. But the person opposite not only hadn't awakened early, yet their realm had directly surpassed hers, which was truly absurd. Lu Yuan, a gifted prodigy, and particularly hardworking. Xia Qingyin answered truthfully. At this moment, the primordial energy fluctuations gradually settled. Lu Yuan successfully stepped into the upper first tier, and the first thing he did after opening his eyes was to check the panel. Spirit and blood vitality surged comprehensively, and strength noticeably increased. Looking at the luxurious skill bar and the few remaining evolution points, his expression was calm, showing no signs of losing control. It's time to return to the underground world. Evolution points won't wait. He wiped the frost off the computer and began checking the channel information. The underground world of Jiangzhan City had long been sealed off, so he had to choose another target. In the end, he locked onto the number 3 superpower base in Deep City. The ferocious beasts there were the weakest, the environment familiar, and the distance not far. But it was already late, so he would have to wait until the next day. The next morning, Lu Yuan got up on time. Lu Yuan put on his slightly worn D-level alloy battle suit, slung the black dragon spear wrapped in black satin cloth on his back, and walked down from the second floor of the dormitory. Lu Yuan was awakened by the alarm clock. After being provoked by Lu Yuan again yesterday, he was clearly more disciplined and was about to wash up before going to train at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. He rubbed his eyes and asked, Brother Lu Yuan, where are you going? To the underground world. Lu Yuan had Xiaoya open the door, and it opened with a creak. Just after stepping outside, they ran into Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu, who were preparing for their morning run. Going to the underground world again? Xia Qingyin asked. Yeah. Are you all going for a run? Wang Yuzhu introduced herself, and after a brief exchange, the two parted ways. After walking away, Wang Yuzhu teased quietly. If you meet alone in the underground world, won't something happen? Xia Qingyin rolled her eyes. Do you think that's possible? The martial arts exam ended, and new students reported early. No one dared to slack off. Those who could enter Xinqing Supernatural University were not simple. The campus was bustling from early morning. Lu Yuan rode a shared electric bike straight to the school gate. The campus avenue was wide, and he sped along all the way. He took a taxi after leaving the school. The driver reminded him as he got out. Young man, be careful. There is more meaning behind the words. Not just getting off the car, but entering an underground world. After the car left, the Deep City number 3 superpower base came into view. As a first-tier city, the base here was far more imposing than that of Jiangzhan City. The building was brand new and imposing, with security guards stationed at the entrance. 2 guards stood upright, their eyes sharp, showing not the slightest bit of slack. Lu Yuan followed the crowd, walking into the number 3 psychic ability base in Deep City. It was his first time here, and he instinctively scanned his surroundings. The layout here is similar to the paranormal ability base in Jiangzhan City. Each base requires a separate ID card. They are not interchangeable. He was about to register when a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached him. Young man, first time here, right? Need a map? 50,000 Blue Star coins, fixed price. The man shook the map in his hand. Lu Yuan felt a tightness in his heart. He planned to enter the wilderness alone to hunt fierce beasts, so the map was essential. But he simply could not distinguish between true and false. Money is a small matter. Life is the most important thing. Can I take it to the staff for verification? If it's genuine, I'll pay immediately. Lu Yuan said tentatively. The middle-aged man's face stiffened, and he turned around and walked away. Quickly, he went to stop other newcomers to sell. Could it really be fake? Lu Yuan muttered softly. The map is real, but it's not worth 50,000. A voice sounded beside him. The speaker was a man of about 35 years old, wearing a Class C alloy battle suit. Can a genuine map really be worth less than 50,000? Lu Yuan frowned. The man smiled. This map is free. You just need to register an identity to get it. When he heard you were looking for the staff, afraid of being exposed. He naturally hurried to change his target. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Selling something free for money, that's really shady. The man glanced at him. Are you a student of Shinda? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. His black dragon spear and D-grade alloy armor both bore the school emblem, so it was not surprising to be recognized. Our team recently got a new student from your school. The man frowned. Doesn't your school have an underground passage? New students can train within the school. Why are they coming over here? The passage is sealed off, probably for the new student tournament. Lu Yuan explained. Got banned. The man's pupils constricted. Looks like this year's freshman competition is not simple. Of course, a total of 10 special admissions were recruited this year, so the competition was definitely fierce. Lu Yuan replied casually. 10? You know that so clearly. Wait, young man, you're not a freshman too, are you? The middle-aged man stared at him. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Our team just recruited a new member, an S-level Earth-type ability user, also specially recruited. Maybe you know him. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Earth element. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He recalled the day he had a one-on-one fight with Lu Yuan and met Feng Shi on the road. Feng Shi said he had withdrawn from his original team and was preparing to find a new one. Earth element isn't rare, but S-level is not common. Most likely it's Feng Shi. Didn't expect to run into you here. Why don't you join our team? Even if we don't know each other, we're special recruits of the same level. It's good to get to know each other. The middle-aged man invited warmly. S-level abilities have a high ceiling and a high floor. As long as they are properly developed, they provide stable combat power and greatly improve the team. Forget it. I'm still used to working alone. Lu Yuan waved his hand to refuse. This team is clearly not weak. But if the team splits, adding one more person means the benefits will be diluted. What he lacks now is not only evolution points, but also blue star coins. Teaming up is safer, but the money is definitely less than going solo. Besides, he will often go to the underground world in the future. He can't keep switching teams all the time. After thinking it over, being alone is still more comfortable. All right. Be sure to be careful when you enter the underground world. The middle-aged man reminded him before leaving. Lu Yuan went to the registration window of the Deep City No. 3 ability base. He paid 1,000 blue star coins. Xinqing No. 3 superpower base. Name, Lu Yuan. Points, 0. It's exactly the same as over at Jiangzhan City. They must be making a fortune just from registrations. Lu Yuan grumbled in his heart. Fortunately, he obtained the underground world map of this place. He spread out the map, glanced over it briefly, and chose the route. Passing through the underground passage, Lu Yuan entered Deep City No. 3. He took a quick look and found that the construction here was similar to Jiangzhan City. The hawker's calls continued to rise and fall by his ear. Bulk herbal medicine sale, starting at 20% off. Spirit maintenance pill, 200,000 each. Stay awake for 7 days without losing energy. Lu Yuan originally planned to ignore these sounds like before and head straight out of Deep City No. 3 to hunt fierce beasts. But the phrase spirit maintenance pill made him suddenly stop in his tracks. Not sleeping for 7 days and still staying alert. This was crucial for him. With it, he could continue hunting fierce beasts at night, saving a lot of time. The newborn competition was approaching, and the sooner he finished his underground training, the more time he would have to return to school and practice, increasing his chances of winning. The only question is, are there any side effects? He felt a bit hesitant inside, but still walked over. There was a long line in front of the stall. Obviously, many people had their eyes on this pill. When it was his turn, he asked directly, how long does it last? Are there any side effects? This is what he cares about most. If it would damage his spirit, or even affect his future, he would rather not have it. The vendor smiled and said, 200,000 each, lasting 7 days. No major side effects, just that after the effect wears off, the first time you sleep, you'll sleep an extra day or 2. Lu Yuan did the math. Changing 1 or 2 days every 7 days was quite profitable. He took out his bank card. All right, I'll take it. The vendor didn't take the card and continued. But there's a condition. The mental attribute must exceed 250 Hz. Otherwise, the effect will be discounted, and there might be irreversible damage. Do you meet the requirement? Lu Yuan felt a jolt in his heart. He remembered looking at the panel when breaking through the first tier upper level. The spirit attribute was 260 Hz, just meeting the standard. He nodded. Only then did the vendor swipe the card and ask him to enter the password. With a beep, the payment was successful. The vendor handed him a brown-black spirit maintenance pill and reminded him, "Take no more than one per month. Taking too many will harm your body." Lu Yuan took the pill, his gaze turning solemn. Time could finally be held in his hands. Behind Lu Yuan stood a one-eyed youth. The other eye was covered with a black eye patch, and his fierce aura made it clear he was not to be trifled with. He patted his chest and said, "5 spirit-sustaining pills, please." The vendor smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, only 4 left." "4 is 4, swipe the card." With a beep, the transaction was successful. After receiving the pills, the one-eyed youth quickly caught up to Lu Yuan and stood directly in front of him. Lu Yuan didn't walk fast. He heard the entire conversation just now. The other party wanted 5 pieces, but only bought 4, and now stopping him was nothing if not obvious in its purpose. Lu Yuan's expression was indifferent. "What is it? Our team has 5 people, 1 each, but we're 1 short. Can you sell me the one you have?" The one-eyed young man forced a smile, his face stiff. "Not for sale." Lu Yuan answered firmly and turned to leave. First come, first served. Why should he give it up? Thinking he could just take it with a single sentence, "Dream on. If you really want it, pay more." The one-eyed young man's face darkened as he stared at his back, cursing in his heart. "You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you already want to jack up the price." Of course, he could tell that Lu Yuan was waiting for him to raise the price. But once he did, he would lose out, and he couldn't swallow that anger. He snorted coldly and threatened loudly. "You'd better not let me run into you in the underground world, or you'll be in for it." He thought that this scare would definitely make the other party turn back and back down. But Lu Yuan kept walking without stopping, not even turning his head, heading straight towards Gate 3 of Deep City. "Damn it!" The one-eyed young man clenched his fist, his gaze cold and dark. "Don't let me see you in the underground world. You're so stingy you won't even add money, yet you still want the elixir? Keep dreaming." Lu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the threats and walked to the city gate. After showing the identification of the beast base, 2 psychics checked it and let him pass. Outside the city, a rush of oxygen-rich air hit him. Back in the underground world, Lu Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable, but quickly adapted, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Ancient trees towered all around, blocking out the sky and sun. Click. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan stepped on something hard. Looking down, it was a bone, pale white. He used his combat boot to brush away the soil, revealing more bones. Judging by their shapes, all were skeletons left behind by ferocious beasts. After the hunt, the crystals and organs were taken away, and the bodies were gnawed and weathered. Such scenes were nothing unusual in the underground world. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from above. 2 monkey-like ferocious beasts with black and white stripes sat on the tree trunk munching on bananas, their fangs exposed and claws sharp and menacing. "Is standing high really safe?" Lu Yuan sneered coldly, sweeping his spear horizontally. Several icy blades tore through the air, and although they missed the beasts, they froze and cracked the tree trunks. Cold mist billowed as the 2 ferocious beasts fell heavily, one with a broken arm, the other with a broken leg, blood gushing profusely. Their eyes were blood red, still roaring as they lunged forward. Lu Yuan faced them head-on. In just 2 rounds, the spear pierced through their bodies. Killed a first-level lower ferocious beast, black and white spotted monkey. Evolution points +12. Killed a first-level low-rank ferocious beast black and white spotted monkey. Evolution points +12. The alert sound rang, signaling the end of the battle. Pathetic. He collected the crystal and continued deeper. Ferocious beasts kept appearing along the way, but they couldn't stop his steps. Killed Shadow Cat. Evolution points +10. Killed Pippy Pig. Evolution points +24. Killed Big Fong Squirrel. Evolution points +40. With the blessing of the Ice Blade, his killing efficiency greatly improved. Not all ferocious beasts will pounce on humans when they see them. Some will flee instead. For example, that black-spotted deer, which led the enemy all the way back to its settlement. As a result, the entire species was slaughtered to extinction, which was simply an overwhelming disaster for it. One whole day passed. Evolution points. For 90. The evolution points on Lu Yuan's panel reached 490. At first, there were only 10 points, which means a net profit of 480 points during the day. This is just the outermost area. We haven't even encountered second-tier ferocious beasts yet. If we go further in, there will only be more evolution points. He lowered his head in deep thought. At night, Lu Yuan ate a few pieces of high-energy compressed biscuits, then swallowed the spirit-sustaining pill. Gulp. The pill was dark brown, but not bitter. Instead, it was slightly sweet. As the medicinal power spread, his spirit instantly lifted. The fatigue brought by traveling and hunting was swept away. The effect is quite good. He did not delay and took out a large flashlight to turn on. The strong light spread out like daylight. Most ferocious beasts also rest at night, and they sleep more deeply than humans. When the light shone on them, they usually showed no reaction. But there is also a type of ferocious beast that lurks during the day and only takes the stage at night. Back then, the Firefox team took turns standing guard at night to prevent their sneak attacks. If no one stood guard, the only outcome was one, being torn apart. Lu Yuan tread lightly, harvesting from a distance with the ice blade while staying alert behind. Killed a first-stage lower-rank ferocious beast red Fong giant earthworm. Evolution points plus 11. Killed a first-stage mid-rank ferocious beast toothless tiger. Evolution points plus 20. A night passed. Evolution points, 710. The flashlight's illumination range was limited, causing him to miss quite a few prey. That night, he earned a net profit of 220 points. On the first day, a total of 700 points were credited. The second and third days, he kept going deeper. After 3 days, he gained a total of 2,400 points. With a thought, the panel unfolded. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2410. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown S. Boundary, first level upper. Mind, 260 Hz. Health mana, 520 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Beginner. Ice Spike Barrier, D. Intermediate. Ice Flash, B. Beginner. Ice Blade, A. Beginner. Ice Seal Shield, A. Beginner. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. First level. A row of nearly dazzled the eyes. Apart from marksmanship, all other skills can be upgraded. The problem now is, continue to strengthen the monster-slaying weapon, Ice Blade, steady and sure. Still bet on the most powerful burst skill, Ice Explosion, decisive in one hit. After hesitating for a while, Lu Yuan decided to save the evolution points. Don't spend them recklessly for now. Breaking through to the lower second tier is the priority. The newborn competition is held in the underground world, where the environment is complex and ever-changing. Instead of improving skills, it is better to directly enhance the realm. Breaking through has no side effects and will not damage the foundation. After increasing vitality and spirit, the power of skills will also rise, achieving 2 goals at once. Day 4. This should be considered the central part of the underground world, right? Lu Yuan stopped, glanced at the map, and muttered to himself. After confirming the direction, he continued forward. Not long after setting off, a slight tremor suddenly came from the ground. His expression darkened. This was definitely not an earthquake. Most likely a large ferocious beast, better hide first. He quickly slipped into the bushes and held his breath. Soon, a gigantic creature slowly emerged, its size like a small mountain. It had a tiny horn on its head, almost negligible compared to its massive body. Its entire body was covered in thick gray armor, pitted and full of curved notches on the surface. Its limbs were short and stout, and each step shook the ground. Its weight probably close to 10 tons, even larger than the unicorn rhinos he had seen before. Lu Yuan squinted. This kind of ferocious beast had never been mentioned by the teacher. He took out his phone to take a photo, opened the Xian Zishinda app, and used the automatic recognition feature to search. The database had been downloaded in advance, so it could be used even underground without a signal, which was indeed convenient. Soon, the information popped up. Ironclad Rhino. Adults are mostly upper second tier, with a few reaching lower third tier. Maximum height is 3 meters. The iron armor provides extremely strong defense, but moves slowly. It was originally called Ironclad Rhino. Lu Yuan carefully observed while comparing the information. The one in front of him was over 2 meters, but under 3 meters, clearly upper second tier. His gaze turned slightly cold. How many evolution points will killing it give? The previous Gale Demon Wolf was also upper second rank, but only gave 550 points, indicating inflated strength. This Ironclad Rhino is obviously tougher to deal with. Conflict is on the verge of erupting. Killing a middle second rank Unicorn Rhino grants 400 evolution points. If he could take down the second level advanced Ironclad Rhino, it would be worth at least 800 points. But Lu Yuan wasn't sure if he could break through its defenses. The information in Xian Zai was very clear. This guy is covered in iron armor with incredible defense. Therefore, Lu Yuan simply put points directly. He is never stubborn. He changes when he needs to. The armored rhino is just a meat target, completely different from the fierce type like the flame tiger. The danger is not that great. Fat meat delivered to your mouth. How could you let it go? Lu Yuan opened the panel and clicked the upgrade arrow after Ice Explosion spell. Evolution points minus 1,600. Ice Explosion spell S. Beginner. Ice Explosion spell S. Intermediate. A full 1,600 points. Upgrading an S-level skill really burns through money. The moment the upgrade completed, a flood of memories about using Ice Explosion technique poured into his mind. After fully digesting them, he clearly felt that the power of this move had increased by at least 50%. Now, it shouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Yuan stared at the armored rhino, quietly waiting for it to approach. When the distance was right, he suddenly stood up and charged forward, holding the black dragon spear. The ironclad rhino hadn't even reacted before it took a mid-level ice explosion head-on. The ice layer on the tip of the spear burst instantly. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. A hole was blasted out of the ironclad rhino's tough armor. Pretty tough, indeed. Lu Yuan cursed softly and casually downed a bottle of energy potion. The intermediate ice burst spell consumed too much energy, almost draining him completely. Although it didn't completely blow through, it was enough. The iron armor cracked open, exposing the flesh and blood inside. Lu Yuan hesitated not at all, plunging his spear hard into the wound and stirring it wildly. Roar! 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 The armored rhinoceros kept screaming in agony, its cries tearing through the air. This pain is more cruel than any torment. But Lu Yuan had no burden at all. Fierce beasts and humans are naturally mortal enemies. If he dies, he profits. The black dragon spear churned inside the wound, blood spurting out. The armored rhino was completely mad. He staggered around wildly despite the severe pain. Lu Yuan was already prepared and swiftly retreated using the Ice Extreme Flash. Keep a distance of 15 meters. The opponent couldn't reach him for the time being. He moved while striking, the ice blade viciously slashing at the wounds. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice blades fell one after another. The armored rhinoceros's movements grew slower and slower. With a loud bang, the massive body fell straight down onto the ground. Killed the second-tier superior ferocious beast ironclad rhinoceros. Evolution points plus 900. The system prompt sounded. It was completely dead. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. 900 evolution points, 100 more than he expected. Not bad. He took out the silver-white crystal from inside the rhinoceros and continued to walk deeper. Most of this area was inhabited by first-level low-grade ferocious beasts, with the occasional second-level low-grade. Second-level mid-grade were considered rare. As for the second-level upgrade, you can only say it's a matter of luck. Fierce beasts roam everywhere, so the map can only mark approximate locations. It's impossible to pinpoint exact spots. The night of the fourth day, Lu Yuan opened the panel. Evolution points, 1,500. The harvest is pretty good, but he suddenly remembered something. These past few days, he had been so focused on killing monsters and training that he completely forgot to buy a space ring. The backpack was already full, and a suitcase was still being dragged by hand. The only valuable parts of the ferocious beast were the crystals and vital organs. The crystals were small and easy to carry, but the organs were large and took up a lot of space. He could only discard the organs of low-level ferocious beasts to make room for installing crystals. Knowing they weren't worth much, he still felt reluctant to part with them. They were all obtained through his hard efforts. At night, he continued to press on with his journey. Suddenly, a chill surged up from behind. He turned around sharply, sweeping with his flashlight. A few green-winged bats had somehow followed behind. Their bodies were entirely green, with a ferocious appearance. Lu Yuan frowned and swung out several ice blades with the back of his hand. Two fell on the spot. The rest immediately scattered to escape. Killed a first-level mid-tier ferocious beast, blue-winged bat. Evolution points plus 20. Killed a first-level mid-rank ferocious beast, blue-winged bat. Evolution points plus 20. Evolution points served on a silver platter. He curled the corner of his mouth. Daytime on the 5th day. Lu Yuan unleashed slaughter once again. There were clearly more mid-level second-rank beings in this area, and traces of high-level second-rank activity could even be seen. The higher the rank, the greater the consumption. The primordial energy inside his body plummeted rapidly. He had to give up on several tough targets. Energy potions can restore vital energy, but no more than 3 bottles per day. Drinking too many will only cause problems. Otherwise, everyone could output infinitely. The sun sets. He opened the panel. Evolution points, 3,000. In just one day, it rose to 3,000. The efficiency more than doubled compared to the first day. Unfortunately, the familiar did not appear after the realm. Could it be that more than 4,000 evolution points are needed? As Lu Yuan was thinking this, a cave suddenly appeared ahead. Since he ran into it, he naturally had to go in and take a look. The cave was not large. Inside, there was only a pool of clear spring water, with a few inconspicuous wild plants growing by the edge. Boring. He was about to leave, when suddenly something stirred in his heart. Is it really just an ordinary weed? He took out his phone to take a photo and identify it. The result popped up quickly. A few plants looked ordinary but were anything but simple. The image cannot be found in the database. Grade B herb spirit calming herb. Can soothe the mind and nourish the qi. Grade A herb dew condensing grass. Can calm the mind and quiet the qi, aiding cultivation. Grade A herb dew condensing grass. Can calm the mind and quiet the qi, aiding cultivation. Several consecutive weeds were all medicinal herbs. In this world, medicinal herbs are hard currency. Elixirs and potions used for cultivation are all made from them. One is solid, the other is liquid, but essentially the same. A single B-grade herb costs tens of thousands of blue star coins. An A-grade one costs over 100,000. After this trip, he easily earned hundreds of thousands. Unbelievably lucky. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly, pulling the herbs out by the roots and carefully collecting them all. At this moment, he saw a plant he hadn't photographed before. He casually took a photo and uploaded it to Heart at Shenzhen University. The result popped up. S-grade medicinal herb Chong Xuetzao significantly boosts vital energy and blood, considered a great tonic. Use with caution. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. S-level. Inside the small cave, there was actually an S-level herb hidden. A-level herbs are already hard to cultivate, and S-level ones are even rarer. There are only a handful of companies in the country capable of cultivating S-level herbs. Its price is at least 10 times that of A-level herbs. One plant starts at 1 million. The last time he saw a 6-figure sum was the special admission reward deposited into his bank card by the school. Since the grass is this absurd, could this spring water be unusual as well? Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the clear spring, and he raised his phone again. Image cannot be found in the database. The database showed that this spring water was just an ordinary mountain spring. Lu Yuan did not believe it. How could a place that grows S-class herbs have only ordinary water? He suspected that it only looked that way on the surface, clear and transparent, indistinguishable. He lowered his head and took a sip. A faint warmth spread down the throat, gently stirring the blood and qi. It's only a little exciting. It doesn't do much for me. It is clear that it is not the spring water nourishing the S-grade herbs, but rather the herbs affecting the spring water in return. Captain, This time when I go back, I must make a good impression. Yours is too low end. Bro will take you to something more advanced. Voices suddenly came from outside the cave. Lu Yuan was about to pull up the last blood-rushing herb when the sound of footsteps drew near. A 5-person squad entered the cave. Leading them was the one-eyed young man who had previously forced him to hand over the spirit maintenance pill. The 4 behind him were of similar age. The 5 also saw him. Yo, little brother, we meet again. First come, first served? That's the rule of the week. We're requisitioning this place, so scram. The one-eyed youth wore a mocking expression. They were here to occupy the cave as a temporary base. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered, and, pulling out some blood-rush grass, prepared to leave. Wait, what's that in his hand? A slightly chubby young man pointed at him. The one-eyed youth squinted. TCH, looks like something good. Hand it over obediently. Lu Yuan's eyes grew cold. What if I don't hand it over? The one-eyed youth laughed arrogantly. This is the underground world, where laws don't apply. Even if I kill you, no one will care. Face reality, little brat. Lu Yuan suddenly laughed. Killing someone really comes with no responsibility? What's scared? If you're scared, then offer the herbs with both hands. The one-eyed youth laughed even more arrogantly. Lu Yuan no longer wasted words. He straightened his body and tightened his grip on the black dragon spear. His gaze was icy cold, as if looking at a dead man. The one-eyed youth's expression darkened. Still not convinced. Teach him a lesson. He waved his hand and raised his knife, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Kid, with such tender skin, don't blame us for being ruthless. Several people laughed mockingly, their faces full of contempt, not taking Lu Yuan seriously at all. This team had a conflict over loot distribution a year ago, during which the one-eyed captain killed someone on the spot. In the underground world, killing goes unpunished. Because of this, he became even more reckless, constantly robbing weaker teams of their spoils and staining his hands with much blood. Not to mention, he and Lu Yuan have old grudges from Deep City Number 3. Is that so? Lu Yuan's eyes grew cold. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed the Ice Extreme Flash, instantly closing the distance. The black dragon spear stabbed forward, and ice elemental energy exploded from its tip. A loud explosion. The one-eyed youth didn't even have time to react before being swallowed by the ice blast, his flesh and battle suit both exploding into icy mist. Half a skull rolled to his teammates' feet, unrecognizable. The remaining 4 were completely stunned. Their strongest captain was killed in one move, leaving no corpse behind. Fear instantly crushed their morale. Someone knelt down on the spot. We have hundreds of thousands of crystals, all for you. Please spare us. The others followed suit and cowed out. Lu Yuan drank the energy potion and said calmly, If I kill you, those things will still be mine. He will not leave any future troubles. Several ice blades cut through the air, with several popping sounds. All the kneeling people were shot in the head. Blood and flesh flew everywhere inside the cave. This was Lu Yuan's first time killing someone. He didn't feel much burden in his heart. It was the other party who first had murderous intent. He was only defending himself. In reality, excessive self-defense can also lead to imprisonment. But this is the underground world. There are no laws. So what if someone is killed? Even if there is footage sent back to the real world, he won't be judged. Lu Yuan stepped forward and took all their spoils. At a glance, the first-order Fierce Beast crystals are the most numerous. Second-order crystals account for about 30%, and almost all are low-tier second-order, not a single high-tier second-order crystal. Although not many, it's still a gain. He smiled. After dealing with the cave situation, Lu Yuan immediately left. The spirit maintenance pill was still in effect. Time could not be wasted. He hunted fierce beasts while retreating. Going deeper leads to the territory of third-tier fierce beasts. Entering now is equivalent to a death sentence. Killed a second-tier lower-rank fierce beast, purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. Killed a second-tier mid-rank fierce beast, king raccoon. Evolution points plus 200. It is hard to encounter ferocious beasts at night. A few nights ago, he often couldn't encounter even one for several hours, and on average, he might not have any success in an entire hour. Fortunately, this area is quite good and provides a high number of evolution points. The night ends. He opened the panel. Evolution points, 3,900. It rose by 900 points overnight, even more than before. Realm, first level advanced. Points still cannot be added to the realm. More than 4,000. He guessed secretly. It's best this way. If it's still far short, it will be troublesome if we can't gather enough before leaving. The 6th day passed quickly during the daytime. Bad luck. The number of ferocious beasts was less than half of yesterday's. Killed a 2nd level lower rank ferocious beast, leaf-eating monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After killing the last leaf-eating monkey, he opened the panel again. Evolution points 4,600. Realm, first level upper rank. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes, confirming it was not an illusion. He was about to press, but suddenly stopped. During a breakthrough, the primordial energy would violently surge inside the body, requiring complete focus without moving at all. If a ferocious beast approached at this time, even just a few low-rank 2nd level ones, he could die on the spot. For a long time, Lu Yuan had been unable to find a place where he could sit quietly for hours without being disturbed. Having no other choice, he could only return to school and make his breakthrough on campus. How many evolution points are needed to improve my shooting skills? Ice explosion technique, shimming ice soul body, and, most importantly, the supernatural power. How much is still lacking? He stared at the 4 options on the panel that did not show the symbol, repeatedly calculating in his mind. Killed lower 2nd tier ferocious beast purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. Killed lower 2nd tier ferocious beast leaf monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After taking down 2 more ferocious beasts, evolution points rose to 4,850. Ice explosion S, intermediate. The familiar finally lit up. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment and did not click it. Once ice explosion technique reaches advanced level, it is very likely to take on a lower 3rd tier ferocious beast head-on. But the real bottleneck is the elemental energy. The current ice explosion spell is like an ultimate move, impossible to cast repeatedly. Intermediate proficiency is already nearly draining his elemental energy. Pushing further, he might not be able to withstand a full release. Forcing an upgrade might result in not even being able to fully power a single cast. After weighing the options, he decided to advance his realm first. He walked back while casually clearing the fierce beasts on the path. "Captain Lee, what should we do? Those 2 upper 2nd tier blue-spotted tigers are still chasing us. I haven't married yet. I don't want to die." The 2 blue-spotted tigers bit tightly onto a squad and wouldn't let go. If Lu Yuan were present, he could recognize Captain Li Ren at a glance, as well as Feng Shi, who had once challenged him. Damn it, Li Ren gritted his teeth. They could still handle ordinary 2nd-rank superior ferocious beasts. But the blue-spotted tiger was inherently fierce, and there were 2 of them. Almost impossible to deal with. "Captain, my acceleration can't hold any longer. They're catching up." The female support's face turned pale. Her sea-level ability, Light Breeze, can speed up teammates and is usually very useful. But its level is too low, and at critical moments it simply can't widen the gap. Feng Shi wore a stern face, not saying a word. He brought a lot of elixirs, but hadn't prepared any swift pills. Now that he wanted to escape, he lacked the confidence. "If we don't leave now, drink the berserk potion and fight them." Li Ren's eyes were red. "Look over there." The team member who was still lamenting, "I haven't married yet," suddenly pointed ahead. In the distance, there was a small black dot walking this way. Only when the other party got closer did they realize it was a person. Operating alone in the underground world? Could it be an expert? Great, we're saved. Everyone was immediately uplifted, and smiles finally appeared on their tense faces. Team leader Li Ren shared the same hope. But when that person came closer and his appearance became clear, everyone's spirits instantly sank halfway. He was obviously a young man of about 18. No matter how you looked at it, he looked like a college student. Feng Shi and Li Ren recognized him at a glance. "Isn't that Lu Yuan? I've seen him before at Superpower Base number 3 in Deep City." Both of them felt a sudden tightening in their hearts at the same time. In order not to let Lu Yuan die in vain, Feng Shi immediately shouted, "Lu Yuan, there are 2 upper 2nd-level blue-spotted tigers here. Run quickly." Clearly he was in mortal danger himself, yet he still thought first of his classmates' safety. At this moment, Lu Yuan was hurrying back. The effect of the spirit maintenance pill was about to wear off, and the bloodthirsty aura within his body was reaching its limit. From afar, he saw two black dots chasing five black dots. The outline made it clear. It was two fierce beasts chasing five people. Let's go over and take a look first. Save them if we can. If not, retreat. Lu Yuan remained very calm in his heart. Help if you can, but never force yourself if you can't. As soon as he recognized Feng Shi and the person who had invited him to join the team in that squad, Feng Shi's shout came through. Lu Yuan, there are two upper second-level green-spotted tigers here. Get out fast. Two upper second-level. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. Encountering such a high-level ferocious beast right before leaving was like evolution points handed to him on a silver platter. Instead of retreating, he accelerated suddenly, charging straight into the battlefield. Seeing that he not only didn't run away, but actually rushed over, Feng Shi felt a complex mix of emotions. Lu Yuan is really loyal. He sighed silently. Other team members couldn't help but sigh. They had long figured out that Lu Yuan was also a special student admitted to Deep City University of Superpowers. No matter how strong a special recruit is, at this point in time, they can at best be mid-tier first rank. Against a high-tier second-rank blue-spotted tiger, there is simply no chance of winning. Since he's willing to fight to the death, we can't back down either. Li Run shouted sternly. One person, one bottle of berserk potion. Let's fight these two beasts to the end. His words were powerful and convincing, instantly rallying everyone. Lu Yuan's figure flashed, and the ice extreme flash struck close to the face, the power instantly erupting as he directly unleashed an ice explosion technique at one of the azure-spotted tigers. Boom! A loud explosion shattered the silence. The second-stage upper-rank azure-spotted tiger was blown to pieces on the spot, its flesh scattered, leaving only a deep blue crystal rolling on the ground, emitting a cold light under the sunlight. The contempt on the other azure-spotted tiger's face instantly turned to fear. Without hesitation, it turned and fled, running desperately. What's going on? That was a second-level high-rank ferocious beast, and it got killed just like that? Everyone who had just taken the berserk potion froze, eyes wide open, mouths slightly agape, unable to believe it at all. They originally thought this young man was just caught up in his enthusiasm, but they didn't expect him to actually have confidence. Who would have thought that a specially recruited freshman who had only been awakened for a few months could be this powerful? Killed the second-tier upper-level ferocious beast blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points, plus 1,000. The prompt sounded in his ear, and Lu Yuan's lips curved slightly. This blue-spotted tiger gives quite a lot of points, even more than the armored rhinoceros before. He drank a bottle of energy potion and carefully stored away the deep teal crystal. The team members finally snapped back to their senses and quickly gathered around. Thank you for saving us. We are truly so grateful. Their faces were full of gratitude, as well as the relief of having survived the ordeal. It was nothing, no need to thank me. Lu Yuan waved his hand, his face relaxed, but there was still a bit of regret in his heart. The other one ran too fast, missing out on 1,000 evolution points for nothing. Amidst the admiring gazes of everyone, he turned and left. Feng Shi looked at his back and said softly, "Too strong. I have to work hard to improve as well." Lu Yuan left the underground world and stepped into Deep City number 3. He glanced at the panel. Evolution points, 6,400. After confirming there are no errors, close the interface. After finishing the inspection, he found a staff member and politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the place to exchange loot for points?" The staff member smiled and said, "On the second floor, turn right and you'll see it. Would you like me to take you there?" "That would be a trouble." Lu Yuan nodded, without refusing. Deep City number 3 paranormal ability base, second floor. Right ahead. The staff member pointed to the window. "Thank you." Lu Yuan carried the tactical pack on his back and pulled the suitcase as he walked over. This place was similar to the exchange counter in Jiangzhou City, with a very large counter. He dumped all the loot out in one go. Clatter. Lu Yuan dumped all the spoils on the windowsill in one go. The staff were stunned on the spot, their eyes going wide. So many crystals? Almost half are second level. Aren't these the crystals of the ironclad rhinoceros? And the blue-spotted tigers too? They're this big, at least upper second level. This pile of stuff has already crushed most of the teams. What's even more astonishing is that the person handing it over looks just barely an adult. The staff felt anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Where are your teammates?" Usually, the points redemption requires the whole team to be present to prevent anyone from embezzling. There had been incidents before, so now everything is closely monitored. Lu Yuan said calmly, "I took care of it alone." The tone was so calm it was like talking about grocery shopping. The staff member's mouth twitched. "Just you alone?" He couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Yuan, doubting whether this face looked too youthful, counting on one side while reporting the numbers. A pair of leaf monkey ears, 19 points. An ironclad rhino crystal, 1 piece, 90 points. He kept asking and finally couldn't hold back. "How old are you this year?" Lu Yuan frowned. 18. The air instantly fell silent. At 18 years old, going down to the underground world alone and bringing back so many trophies. The staff's hearts were in turmoil, but on their faces they could only force a smile and continue counting. A total of 2,540 points. Please show your ID. When the number was announced, even he felt it was ridiculous. Lu Yuan gave the bank card number. Soon, a text message arrived. 2,540,000. The moment he saw the balance, he felt a surge of relief. Before the school term even started, he earned over 2 million in 7 days. But this money was earned at the cost of his life. The Essence Spirit Maintenance Elixir alone cost 200,000. It's just an energy potion, 3 bottles a day, 7 days equals 21 bottles, a total of 210,000 Blue Star coins. Plus, the battle armor is severely worn out, originally costing over 100,000. Now it's almost ruined. But on the other hand, earning more than 200,000 a day was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine before. After leaving the supernatural power base, Lu Yuan went to a nearby restaurant. The location was prime, the price outrageously high, but the taste was ordinary. However, he couldn't afford to be picky. After gnawing on compressed biscuits underground for several days, his stomach was already empty. He ate 10 bowls of rice before he finally felt better. After finishing, he took a cab straight back to school. As soon as he closed his eyes in the car, he fell into a deep sleep. "Handsome guy, we've arrived at Deep City Superpower University." The driver called out several times and finally gave him a push. Then he woke up. Lu Yuan opened his bleary eyes, feeling more and more exhausted the longer he slept. After entering the school, he didn't go to the task center, nor did he clean his weapon. He directly rode a shared electric scooter straight to the dorm. He just wanted to sleep now. His eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead. As he neared the dorm, 2 girls were walking towards him. Wang Yuzhu is short and talks nonstop. Next to him, Xia Qingyin was tall and slender, wearing a simple and clean white t-shirt and jeans, but she stood out remarkably. Wang Yuzhu was about to greet him, but was stopped by Xia Qingyin. She immediately noticed that Lu Yuan was not feeling well. His face was pale, his steps unsteady, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. She suddenly remembered that a week ago, he went to the underground world. Could something have happened? Just how desperate for money was he to keep rushing into a place like that again and again? Xia Qingyin frowned. Back in the dormitory, just as Lu Yuan was about to speak, Lu Yuan said first, "I've been sleeping in my bedroom these days, don't knock." After saying that, he went straight upstairs. Halfway up, he muttered softly, "The after effects of the spirit-maintaining pill are really strong." Entering the room, he didn't even take a shower and just laid down to sleep. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Until the early morning of the 4th day. Sunlight shone through the window onto his face, and he slowly woke up. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and let out a long breath. This sleep finally restored his life. How long did I sleep? Lu Yuan grabbed the phone by the bedside and was stunned. He actually slept for 4 days. His stomach had long been empty and aching. First, let's go eat something. He quickly washed up, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. The sheets and quilts were also thrown in for washing. After finishing the fuss, he went downstairs. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw Lu Yuan hiding on the sofa, sneaking bites from a pile of fried skewers. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're finally awake." Lu Yuan quickly handed over a handful of fried enoki mushrooms. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate either and took them to eat. He was so hungry his eyes almost looked green. Before long, He had devoured most of the fried skewers on the table. Lu Yuan watched helplessly as his midnight snack disappeared, his voice trembling. "Bro, save some for me." Lu Yuan, with a duck wing in his mouth, patted him on the shoulder. "I'll treat you to a good meal at noon." "Really? When have I ever lied to you?" Lu Yuan immediately broke into a big smile. These fried skewers are not enough to satisfy the hunger. Lu Yuan left the dormitory and headed straight to the cafeteria. No sooner had I sat down than I ran into an acquaintance. Hu Dahai, a student from the previous class of teacher Qin Tianlong. Junior fellow student Lu Yuan, long time no see. Made any money lately? Hu Dahai joked with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded seriously. I didn't get rich, just made a little money. Over 2 million Blue Star coins meant nothing to him. Training was incredibly money-consuming. If he continued like this, he would quickly run out. Hu Dahai looked at the 10 empty bowls in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue. How long have you been hungry? Just came back from underground and slept a few more days. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his head and kept eating. Hu Dahai looked at his posture and felt a chill in his heart. That appetite, it didn't seem normal at all. After finishing the meal, Lu Yuan went back to the dorm to get the Black Dragon spear and took it to the cleaning center. Then he went to the task center to submit the task. A total of 25 credits were credited. Finally, he came to the on-campus resource trading center. Behind the window sat an old man with white hair. Lu Yuan stepped forward and placed down his ID card. The new consumption was just beginning. This old man was the one Lu Yuan saw the first time he went to the resource trading center. Long time no see, he was still full of energy. I want a set of Class C alloy battle armor and also a 20 cubic meter space ring. Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Before coming, he had checked the information. The capacity of space rings is divided into 1, 10, 20, 50, and 100 cubic meters. If he wanted it bigger, he would have to go to a space system esper for a custom job, which would cost an absurd amount. With the money he had, he could only afford 20 cubic meters. For him now, that was enough. That's a total of 1.6 million Blue Star coins. Please swipe your card. The old man started counting as soon as he opened his mouth. How many? How many? Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The first time he saw this old man, he was already shocked by the price. He didn't expect it to be even more brutal this time. C-grade alloy battle suit, 400,000. 20 cubic meter space ring, 1,200,000. Totaling 1,600,000. Lu Yuan could accept the battle armor at 400,000. His Black Dragon spear was also C-level, nearly 500,000. But a 20 cubic meter ring actually cost 1.2 million? He had only checked the capacity before, not the price. The TV said 1 cubic meter costs about 30,000, and he thought 20 cubic meters would be at most a few hundred thousand. In the end, it was not only over 1 million, but also 20,000 more. Finally, he gritted his teeth and paid the money. Still bought 20 cubic meters. It's not that he doesn't want to buy two 10 cubic meter ones. But low-level espers' mental power is limited, so they can only bind one ring. Thinking about this price, he recalled the 100 cubic meter space ring in Xia Qingyin's hand. At the price of 20 cubic meters, it would be at least 6 million, and it will only get more expensive. The legacy of the family is truly terrifying. Lu Yuan felt his heart tighten. I'll also take the cultivation resources for this month. He did not forget his main task. He chose an ice blue ring that matched well with the ice and snow crown. After putting it on, he infused it with spiritual power. The next second, it was as if a certain lock had been opened. With a thought, Lu Yuan made the campus in front of him vanish instantly, leaving only an isolated space. The space was neither too big nor too small, just 20 cubic meters. The walls around resembled the invisible barriers in a game, firmly blocking his consciousness from extending even a bit. He withdrew his focus and aimed the spatial ring at the newly purchased C-grade alloy battle suit and the cultivation resources he just received. With a flash of white light, both items disappeared simultaneously, absorbed into the ring. After finishing the matter, Lu Yuan prepared to return to the dormitory. Back to the dormitory. The time is about right. Let me treat you to a good meal, Lu Yuan said with a smile. All right. Lu Yuan immediately jumped up from the sofa. Soon, his gaze landed on the spatial ring on Lu Yuan's hand. Wow, this ring is way too flashy. My eyes are practically blinded. How am I supposed to go out like this? Lu Yuan laughed and scolded. If your eyes are blinded, then don't go. Lu Yuan immediately changed his tune. Don't say that, bro Lu. This ring suits you perfectly. It really lifts your aura. You're such a clumsy flatterer. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder. The two then went to the highest-rated restaurant near the school. Lu Yuan said he was going to have a big meal, but when ordering, he still held back. After eating their fill, the two arrived at the school gate. I have to go see the teacher. You go back first, Lu Yuan said. He had already contacted Qin Tianlong while eating, and the other party happened to be at home. The two separated. Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter straight to Qin Tianlong's residence. In Qin Tianlong's residence, ice-breaking technique is only intermediate? Aren't you being too lax? Even your junior apprentice brother Lu Yuan has practiced ice explosion technique up to the primary level. Qin Tianlong's face looked sullen. After Lu Yuan learned the ice explosion technique, he returned the skill book. The skill book can only help beginners. Further proficiency must be developed through repeated practice on one's own. As soon as the book was returned, Qin Tianlong handed it over to Hu Dahai, a level 51 student, granting only the right to use it, not ownership. He mostly reserved the truly good resources for Lu Yuan. In his view, the ice-breaking technique had been given to Hu Dahai for almost a year, and he should have reached an advanced proficiency level by now. Only by solidifying the foundation can one qualify to attempt the ice explosion technique. But reality cruelly slapped him in the face. Hu Dahai's progress was far from meeting his expectations. He couldn't avoid being scolded by Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan stood quietly at the door, listening without interrupting. After Qin Tianlong finished scolding Hu Dahai, he stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Qin Tianlong immediately relaxed his expression when he saw him. Hu Dahai tactfully stepped back, leaving the space for the two of them. "Teacher, my ice explosion technique has already reached intermediate proficiency," Lu Yuan said directly. He must demonstrate his capabilities to compete for more resources. Pretending to be weak in front of the teacher will only lead to being overlooked. This world has always recognized only the strong. Intermediate level? That fast? Qin Tianlong was stunned for a moment. When he learned the same level of skill back then, it took him a whole month just to get started and another 3 months to reach the intermediate level. And Lu Yuan had had the skill book for less than a month. Want to give it a try? Lu Yuan smiled. Sure. Qin Tianlong nodded. The two of them went to the backyard. Attack with full force. Qin Tianlong raised his shield. Lu Yuan lifted his spear, infused energy into his arm, and stabbed relentlessly. A loud boom sounded. The ice mist dispersed, and the shield remained intact without a scratch. Not bad. It's truly intermediate level. The basics are solid, and you must have put in a lot of effort. Qin Tianlong nodded, his eyes full of approval. You're progressing even faster than I did at your age. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan clasped his fists. Qin Tianlong looked at him. Speak. You are not here just to report progress. Disciple wishes to learn perception-type skills. Does the teacher have any recommendations? The side effects of the spirit pill are too severe. He does not want to risk his life again. Traveling alone underground, he could be ambushed by ferocious beasts at any time. And with perceptual abilities, hunting efficiency will also increase significantly. Getting stronger is an urgent matter. Perceptual skills? I have an A-grade skill book here in the school library. There's also an S-grade one. Qin Tianlong paused and looked at Lu Yuan. Do you want to learn A-level or S-level? Of course, S-level. Lu Yuan answered without hesitation. The higher the skill quality, the higher the ceiling, and the harder it is to be eliminated. If there is something better, of course, you choose the strongest. Qin Tianlong frowned. You're only at the first stage of the upper rank now, right? With your mental attribute, learning S-level skills is very difficult. Even A-level isn't easy. Mental and ice systems do not match at all. Generally, to learn S-level mental skills, the mental attribute needs to be at least 1000 Hz. It's okay. I have enough time. I'll go straight for S rank. Lu Yuan's eyes were determined. With the system in hand, as long as he could barely understand it, he could get started. Later, by accumulating evolution points, intermediate, advanced, and master levels would not be a problem. If it really doesn't work, then he'll settle for second best. Having drive is a good thing. Qin Tianlong patted him on the shoulder. Too many miracles had already happened to Lu Yuan. He was willing to believe once more. This S-level skill is called detective technique, and it's in the library. Students from other departments are all scrambling for it. It's very popular. I can't help you borrow it, but if you give my name, they'll give you a few extra hours. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded. Detective skills. This name sounds quite powerful. Ding. The doorbell rings. The butler opens the door, and a woman with a gentle and graceful demeanor walks in. Old Sheen, the tree fruit sent from above has arrived. She placed the tree fruit on the table and glanced at Lu Yuan once more. Is this your new student? Or a direct disciple? She had long heard that this year, Shun City's University of Supernatural Abilities produced an awakened S-level Ice element talent. She had never seen that person's appearance at all and wasn't sure if it was this young man in front of her, so she could only guess based on her feelings. This is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Yuan, who has awakened an S-level Ice type ability. Qin Tianlong introduced, deliberately emphasizing the S-level. This is Wen Xiao, the dean of the water department. Everyone could hear the hint of boastfulness. Don't be so smug in front of me. Isn't it just that the water department didn't recruit anyone specially this year? Wen Xiao laughed and scolded. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away, seeming too lazy to listen to his showing off. Qin Tianlong returned to the living room and started opening the box containing the tree fruits layer by layer. The box was heavily sealed, and even the resources sent to him personally required a lot of effort to unlock. What kind of tree fruit is sealed so tightly? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. You know the 5 great superpowers, right? Qin Tianlong said as he broke the seal. Great Xia, Beautiful Country, White Continent Alliance, Black Continent Alliance, Sea Continent Alliance, Lu Yuan replied. In the largest underground world, there is a sky tree. The passage is only open to 7th-level masters. I only qualified to enter after my breakthrough back then. The tree is 1,000 meters tall and bears fruit every 4 years. The effects are divided into 3 levels, S+, SS+, and SSS+, which are jointly distributed by the 5 great powers. In our Great Xia, every year we give a 7th-rank Grandmaster an S+ grade fruit. I am an Ice Element Grandmaster, so naturally the fruit I give enhances the activity of Ice Elemental Energy. It doesn't help much with realms, but the improvement in combat is obvious. The seal was completely lifted, and 3 ice blue fruits appeared in his palm, radiating cold like enlarged blueberries. In just a moment, a thin layer of frost had formed all around. I'll give you one. Qin Tianlong handed over one of them. Lu Yuan quickly shook his head. These are your resources, and they're still S+ level. I can't accept them. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Qin Tianlong's smile faded slightly. But it's not given for free. You have to promise me one thing. Since the teacher said so, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and reached out to take it. What's the matter? He knew it well. Since the teacher said it, it was most likely something he could achieve. Qin Tianlong said coldly, in the freshman competition, if you encounter any of Xiao Yin, that old bastard's students, don't hold back at all. Go all out and knock them down. I used to worry that you couldn't handle it, but seeing you like this now, I'm relieved. Lu Yuan nodded. The disciple understands. On ordinary days, Senior Hu Dahai often talked to him about Teacher Qin's past, including Xiao Yin. The dean of the Fire Department Academy was at odds with Qin Tianlong like water and fire. The two had conflicting attributes and often competed with each other. Relying on the annual special recruitment of new fire students, Xiao Yin was very arrogant. But fortunes turn in turns. Even Qin Tianlong did not expect Lu Yuan's talent. The freshman competition was approaching, and finally, this burst of energy could be released. After leaving his residence, Lu Yuan headed straight to the alchemy room with the S-grade medicinal herb blood surge grass obtained in the underground world and the S+ resource, fruit from the sky tree, just given by Qin Tianlong. Neither of these could be consumed directly. With his current constitution, he couldn't withstand that violent primal energy. Forcing absorption would only cause his meridians to rupture, resulting in instant death. They can only be made into pills, taken in doses over time, slowly digested. Pill refining place. Can you help me turn these into pills? Lu Yuan walked to the window and handed over several medicinal herbs and tree fruits. In the window was a part-time senior from the fire element, smiling and nodding. All right. But when she got a clear look at the thing, her smile froze. Isn't this an S-rank blood rush herb? And what is that fruit in your hand? Did you just take it out of the fridge? She was both shocked and doubtful. Fruit. It seems she doesn't recognize the fruits of the sky tree. It's normal. Resources of this level are not something everyone has seen. Wait a moment, I'll go call the director. This is already beyond her capabilities. After finishing speaking, she left in a hurry. Lu Yuan stood in place waiting. A few seconds later, a gentle-tempered young man walked in. Lu Yuan turned around and saw that it was Senior Jiang Yan. Junior fellow student Lu Yuan, what a coincidence. What kind of pill are you refining? Lu Yuan spread out his hands. These herbs, and this tree fruit. You've harvested quite a bit in the underground world, even in S-level blood surge grass. I don't even recognize this tree fruit. It must be something special too, Jiang Yan said with a smile. S-level herbs are too expensive. Newcomers simply can't afford them. He was certain that Lu Yuan brought these back from underground. The freshman competition is about to start. Interested in joining my team after it ends? He casually threw out the invitation. He remembered that the first time Lu Yuan went underground, he had already broken through to the lower first rank. Now, after all this time, he should at least be in the middle first rank. If he truly knew the actual realm, he might question his life. Thanks, senior, but I prefer to operate alone. Lu Yuan refused directly. It was already said in the forum that after the competition, all the major teams would be scrambling for talent. Those large teams easily have dozens or even hundreds of people, requiring team fees and dealing with the elders' attitudes. The Silver Wolf team was no different, except their top 5 were dazzling. Lu Yuan had no intention of joining any team. The system plus teacher resources were already sufficient. Joining a team was like joining the student council. Too many tasks, little benefit, and likely to cause conflicts with senior members. Just thinking about it was headache-inducing. All right, Jiang Yan didn't persuade further. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. The senior student came downstairs with an old man with a white beard dressed in a purple robe, who was the head of the alchemy department. According to the rules, S-grade herbs must be handled personally by him. Others cannot bear the risk. I'm here. Where is the bloodrush grass? The director's gaze swept intensely. Lu Yuan thought to himself, this person is definitely an alchemy fanatic. Here, there are also fruits from the tree of the sky. Please include them in the concoction. Lu Yuan handed over the items. Facing the director's intense gaze, Lu Yuan opened the herbs in his hand, speaking calmly. Give me the herbs, I'll refine them. Wait, the fruit of the world tree. As soon as the words were spoken, the director's face changed abruptly. The senior and Jiang Yan were also stunned. The dignified head of the alchemy department actually lost his composure like this. The two immediately took out their phones to check. When the results came out, my heart nearly stopped. The fruits of the sky tree are at least S+ grade. Classmate, I will personally refine the medicine. Come get it in 2 days. The director's eyes lit up, almost glowing. With the instrument upgrade now, the efficiency of pill refining has greatly increased. Moreover, with his 5th level strength, A-grade fire elemental ability, and decades of experience backing him up. 2 days, more than enough. Director, I haven't paid yet. Lu Yuan took 2 steps, and then stopped. No need. I'm happy to refine it. That's worth more than anything. The director waved his hand to refuse. The fruit of the sky tree was originally meant for high-level psychics to consume directly. Using it to refine pills was already a luxury. Being able to personally refine once was something he desperately wanted. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out, his phone rang. Caller, Mother, Fong Wan. There was nothing else on the phone. The family moved from a shabby rental house to Minghua community in the city center. That is a place where only leaders and their families can live. No need to think. It is clear that this change was brought by his S-level ability. A warmth surged in Lu Yuan's heart. His mother had worked hard for half her life and deserved to enjoy happiness. Back to the dormitory. After coming out of the underground world, he slept for 4 days straight, then busied himself here and there. The evolution points in the system hadn't been touched at all. Lu Yuan was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Probably overeaten and is still sleeping. Lu Yuan went upstairs and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged. With a thought, a panel appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 6,400. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, first tier upper level. Spirit, 260 Hz. Health, 520 Cal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Hand-to-hand combat, Beginner. Ice Crystal Armor, D. Intermediate. Ice Flash, B. Beginner. Ice Blade, A. Beginner. Icebound Shield, A. Beginner. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. First level. Evolution points exploded. The screen was full of. Lu Yuan was about to directly advance his realm to the lower second stage, but suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. That's not right. He carefully examined the panel again and only then realized the body tempering technique could also break through. Is it advancing the realm or advancing the body tempering technique? He was silent for a moment and finally chose the body tempering technique. The reason was simple. After the realm appeared earlier, indicating less consumption. The body tempering technique was listed later, meaning it cost more evolution points. Spending more naturally leads to greater improvement. The new student competition is approaching, and what he wants is not to look good, but to dominate. Realm is not everything. True victory is determined by comprehensive strength. Having only realm without a solid foundation means being crushed by someone from a higher level is only a matter of time. After thinking it through, he decisively pressed after tempering technique. Evolution point minus 6,000. Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. First level. Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. Second level. The next moment, his heart suddenly blazed with heat. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded like a drum, making his eardrums tingle. The immense primal energy exploded from his heart, shattering the original blockage like a flood, forcibly clearing the circulation. The first bridge, complete. The heart refining is finished. Next is the liver. Obstacles are crushed. The second loop is established. The second bridge is formed. Then the spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Organ after organ is forcibly opened by the primordial energy. It sounds simple, but in reality, it was torment. For a full 2 hours, he felt like he was being repeatedly roasted over a fire. He only opened his eyes after the last trace of blockage was shattered. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, but the sensation inside the body was completely different. The primal energy flowed smoothly like a river. With a single thought, the power could erupt. The human body truly is the most precise weapon. He took a deep breath and opened the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 400. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Boundary, first level upper. Spirit, 300 Hz. Health, 710 Cal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. Second stage. Lu Yuan remembered that when he reached the first stage of the Shimming Ice Soul Body, his mental power was 260 Hz, and his vitality was 520 calories. Now his mental power increased by 40 Hz, and his vitality grew by a full 190 calories. This improvement is already quite remarkable, but the real key is not the numbers. It is the formation of the 5 bridges, that is, the complete unblocking of the meta-energy cycle. From this moment on, his control over the ice elemental energy within his body advanced to a new level. Previously, when dealing with the Shadow Cat in Jushian Tower, he couldn't control the elemental energy output at all. Killing a small cat, the ice and snow spread everywhere, completely out of control. It's different now. Generate snowflakes for me. Lu Yuan spread out his hands. Snowflakes slowly fell, their structure so intricate it was nearly perfect. He had never been able to achieve this level of precision before. Moreover, the rate of Yuan energy recovery has also increased by nearly 50%. Not bad. He was very satisfied. The third level of the body tempering technique is vein tempering, which is obviously more difficult. He decided to wait until the newborn competition was over before continuing. Afterward, he went to take a shower. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. After washing and changing clothes, Lu Yuan headed straight to the library. He was very curious about just how powerful the S-level psychic skill detective technique really was. The library was far from the dormitory. Riding a shared electric scooter also took nearly an hour. After entering the museum, the staff told him that S-level skills could borrow it for 2 hours a day. However, Dean Sheen had given a heads up, allowing an extra 2 hours. Lu Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart. The teacher is truly attentive to him. The first floor of the library is the borrowing area, where all the skill books are located. The second floor is the reading area, accessible only after registration. The first floor also has a free discussion area to facilitate student communication. When Qin Tianlong initially borrowed the S-level body tempering technique to him, there was a lot of discussion. The ceiling was soundproofed, preventing interference between different areas. Fire element, wind element, lightning element. Where is the psychic element? As soon as Lu Yuan entered the borrowing area, he started looking. Soon, he saw the psychiatry bookshelf in the corner. From B level to A level, his gaze moved upward all the way. At the very top shelf was S level. Illusion beam, telekinetic cutting, detective skills. He felt a jolt in his heart. Outside, rare S-level skills were hard to come by. Yet here there were more than a dozen kinds, each accompanied by a complete set of skill books. To write a skill book, it must be personally and carefully completed by a master-level psychic. It is impossible to replicate. The foundation of this school far exceeded his imagination. Lu Yuan quickly locked onto the target. S-class psychic skill detective art. This was the most sought after. Only one copy left. He reached out without hesitation to take it down. Just as he turned around, he saw Xia Qingyin coming over. She stopped in front of him, her gaze falling on the book. Are you also learning detective skills? Upon learning that only this volume remained, her expression clearly showed disappointment. After hesitating for a moment, she proposed an exchange. She would be responsible for teaching him to speed up his understanding, and he would give her half of the time. Lu Yuan agreed. He only needed to get started, so having someone guide him would save more effort. More importantly, he remembered that time in the underground world, she didn't abandon him. Among classmates, everyone gets what they need, which is a kind of favor returned. After registering, the two didn't go to the second floor reading area, but instead entered the first floor free communication area. They chose a secluded corner, quiet and perfect for class. Sit down face to face. Lu Yuan opened the first page of the skill book. Just after a quick glance, his head began to throb. Teacher Qin is right. I simply can't handle this thing on my own. His heart turned dark. Lu Yuan, who once cultivated at an absurdly fast pace, is now stumped. Xia Qingyin couldn't help but laugh as she watched him struggle, then stood up and began to explain. These 2 hours were especially tormenting for Lu Yuan. First, the book was too difficult. Even though Xia Qingyin explained clearly, he still found it hard to grasp. Second, she sat too close, her voice soft and pleasant, causing him to lose focus constantly and unable to concentrate. It's not his fault either. Time flew by. Lu Yuan estimated that he had grasped about 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. Only 10% to get started. In other words, if he persists for 9 more days, he can unlock the skill points and directly advance to the beginner level. Xia Qingyin, thank you. You taught me really well. He thanked sincerely. If it weren't for her, he probably would have given up long ago and switched to an A level or even lower skill. You're welcome. She nodded and continued flipping through the book. Lu Yuan glanced over. She was at least 70% through it. She has already learned 70%. I'm going to eat. Do you want me to bring something? 5:30 p.m. Please bring me some Xylong Bao, thank you. She didn't even lift her head. Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria for a quick bite, then bought some soup dumplings to bring back to the library. Still the same corner. Xia Qingyin sat quietly reading a book. But this time, there was one more person. Her roommate and close friend, Wang Yuzhu. The two of them met each other's gaze. Xia Qingyin, here's your Xylong Bao. Lu Yuan put the item down, ready to leave. Wang Yuzhu wore an amused expression, smiling with hidden meaning. Lu Yuan, you even brought dinner especially for our Xiaoyin? Are you falling for her? Before Lu Yuan could speak, Xia Qingyin had already made her move. She grabbed Wang Yuzhu's waist directly, causing her to jump in pain. Ah, Xiaoyin, I was wrong. Xia Qingyin released her hand and smiled lightly. Lu Yuan, thank you. Add me on QQ. I'll transfer the money to you. All right. After adding the friend, Lu Yuan left. Wang Yuzhu sighed. Xiaoyin, girls should be reserved. You already took the initiative to give out your contact information. Xia Qingyin rolled her eyes. Is that the same thing? Wang Yuzhu put her hands on her hips. You didn't get this close to any guy in high school, but now you. Stop. Xia Qingyin immediately stopped him. She said coldly, those people in high school, using the pretext of asking questions to take advantage. I know very well. She had no good feelings toward those boys at all. There was even one reckless enough to try to grope her, but she kicked him flying. Later, she pulled some strings with her family, and that guy was locked up for a while. Since then, no one dared to mess with her. In comparison, Lu Yuan was much more pleasant to the eye. The look he gave her was pure, filled with admiration and a longing for power. Besides, he was tall and handsome, with a calm demeanor, making it hard not to like him. Actually, she wanted to ask one more question. She clearly felt that Lu Yuan's aura had grown even stronger. The freshman competition was imminent, and she held back. Night. Lu Yuan didn't return to the dormitory, but went straight to the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. He slept for 4 days straight and didn't train during the day. The competition was about to start, and he could not slack off. He opened a sea-level training room and started practicing with the gun right away. The sound of breaking through the air rang out continuously. A bit rusty. He muttered to himself softly, then continued firing his gun. Back to the dormitory. The phone lit up. Xia Qingyin's transfer has been received. He clicked accept, but his mind was calculating how to make her continue teaching him. Other people's time is also time. This was just an accident. It can't be a problem every day. He suddenly remembered Xia Qingyin had said, if he didn't understand, he could ask her. Moreover, she is studying detective skills, so she must have been going to the library frequently lately. Since that's the case, I can also go over and ask her for advice. It's better than fumbling around alone. Lu Yuan sent a message asking her when she would go to the library. She replied instantly, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. There were fewer people back then, and it was easy to borrow skill books. You could still go eat after studying until 6. Today she was only late because of something urgent. She could tell that Lu Yuan wanted to ask about the detective skills technique. She was just helping out casually and didn't mind. As for considering him a rival, she had long since abandoned that thought. Lu Yuan's cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. The next day, in the morning, he went to the Ice and Snow Supernatural Hall to train, and in the afternoon, he went to the library with Xia Qingyin. After studying all day, he clearly felt his comprehension ability had improved. The second day was almost self-study, with only a few questions asked, yet the progress increased by more than 1%. At this rate, he would soon master the detective technique. He even began to look forward to what expression Xia Qingyin would have if he mastered it overnight. Early on the third day, he received the news that the elixir was ready. He immediately rushed to the alchemy room. This time, one pill was made using S-grade bloodrush herb, and the other even used the fruit of the S+ grade sky tree. From the moment he handed over the materials, he was waiting to see the finished product's effect. Young man, the pill is ready. The director appeared, each hand holding a wooden box. On the left was a bright red pill, and on the right, an icy blue one. Just by looking at the colors, you could tell which materials they corresponded to. This is the blood-boosting pill, which can enhance your vitality, but don't take too many at once. One pill every 2 days is the safest. This one is the extreme ice pill, which can activate the ice elemental energy within your body. It's also worth 2 days' supply. The head of the alchemy workshop looked serious. Understood. Lu Yuan took the 2 wooden boxes, closed the lids, and brought them back to the dormitory. The freshman competition was approaching, and Lu Yuan had gone to the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall early. He was the only one left in the dormitory. He first took out a bright red blood surge pill. The pill was blood red throughout, and just a glance at it made the internal qi and blood begin to stir restlessly. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, a scorching heat exploded from his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body, making his whole body tremble. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat sped up wildly, sounding especially loud in the quiet room. But what he awakened was an ice-type ability, and the cold ice elemental energy flowed within him. The clash of hot and cold felt like fire and ice battling inside his body. This tearing sensation lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Immediately after, he swallowed an extreme ice pill. As soon as it entered his mouth, a piercing coldness surged through his entire body. Even though he was an ice-type ability user, he clenched his teeth from the cold. The feeling was like forcibly stuffing a whole block of ice into his body. Even the extreme ice pill is this cold, let alone the fruit of the sky tree. No wonder Teacher Qin can swallow it directly. That's true skill. Lu Yuan silently vowed in his heart. He closed his eyes and concentrated on refining the medicinal power. After a few minutes, the coldness gradually faded, and he began to adapt. Only after the medicine's effect was completely absorbed did he open his eyes. The innate energy within the body became noticeably more active by a bit. And this is only one pill. The director gave him a total of 15 pills. Once fully refined, his ice elemental energy will definitely reach a new level. Days passed one by one. Practicing in the morning, spending afternoons in the library, Lu Yuan's life was monotonous yet full of pressure. More than a week later, at 6 in the evening, he and Xia Qingyin left the library. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and a panel appeared. Detective Skills S. Beginner. Finally got it. And it can be upgraded. He didn't hesitate. Evolution points -100. Detective Skills S. Beginner. Detective Skills S. Elementary. Only 300 evolution points remain. The newcomer competition is imminent, and he has no way out. A massive amount of memories suddenly poured into his mind, and Lu Yuan instantly mastered detective skills. At the moment of skill formation, he can continuously consume a small amount of mental energy to sense all life signs within a radius of 1,500 meters centered on himself. If he releases mental energy in a short burst, the range can greatly expand, but it can only be maintained for a moment. He tried to fully activate it, and the sensing range immediately quadrupled, expanding to a radius of 3,000 meters. The size of the range depends on his mental attributes and proficiency. But this is not X-ray vision. It can only detect living beings and breath, unable to see specific details. A radius of 3,000 meters is enough in the underground world. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. See you tomorrow, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin waved goodbye and left. Running so fast, I haven't finished speaking yet. He had already learned the skill, so naturally, he wouldn't come to the library again tomorrow. He couldn't just say he had learned it right after stepping out the door. He had to wait until tomorrow to say it. The next day, in the morning, Lu Yuan went to the Ice and Snow Supernatural Ability Hall to train as usual. A familiar staff member couldn't help but ask, "Classmate, why haven't you been coming in the afternoons recently?" Before, he trained for more than 8 hours every day, regardless of wind or rain. But now, he hasn't been seen in the afternoons. "It's nothing. I'll go to the library this afternoon to learn new skills." Lu Yuan explained casually and took the key to enter the training room. On the other side, Xia Qingyin waited for nearly an hour, but he didn't come. Could it be that he overslept? She made a WeChat phone call, but the phone was locked in the cabinet by Lu Yuan, and no one answered. Maybe he's busy. She suppressed her doubts and continued to bury herself in her studies. Only one last key point was left, and she could completely master the entire skill book. An entire afternoon passed. She closed the book and focused her mental energy. S-rank skill detective technique successfully activated. She walked out of the library alone, but received a message from Lu Yuan. "Sorry, I forgot to say, I already learned the detective technique this morning." It turned out that after leaving the training room, he saw a missed call and came up with a random excuse to brush it off. With a system, isn't it normal to have exceptional comprehension? Seeing the message from Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin was stunned on the spot, her breath caught, and she couldn't speak for a long time. He was still asking basic questions yesterday, and today he has already learned everything? Unable to understand, she could only accept one fact. Lu Yuan's comprehension was terrifyingly overwhelming compared to hers. In just one morning, he caught up with her progress of several weeks. flowing like a spring that could not be stopped. There had actually been signs all along. Whether it was the S-level body refining technique or the S-level skills, he learned them at an absurdly fast pace. Forget it, he's a prodigy, I won't compete with him. I really want to see the expression on others' faces when they're stunned by him in the freshman competition. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyin once again revealed a bright smile. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. The more critical it is, the less slack there can be. Lu Yuan got up early, preparing to go to the Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion, but found that Lu Yuan was even earlier than him. This kid has been working hard lately. His blade skills have advanced past the intermediate level, and he has officially stepped into the lower rank of first tier. Brother Lu Yuan, come quickly and check the campus forum. Lu Yuan leaned over and immediately saw the headline. Shocking. 2 S-rank Ice element users appear among this year's freshmen. Clicking in to take a look, it was not just a gimmick. The first one was Lu Yuan. The second was an exchange student from the Heizhou Alliance, named Jack. Another S-level Ice user? Feels like this one is coming for you. Lu Yuan frowned. Doesn't matter. Lu Yuan's expression was calm. First rank upper tier realm, double Xianming Ice soul bodies, plus 2 S-level skills. He couldn't think of how he could possibly lose. On the contrary, Lu Yuan, seeing his calm demeanor, felt even more pressure. He didn't idle in the dormitory and immediately set off to the Ice and Snow Supernatural Ability Hall to train. Lu Yuan was the same. Feeling no pressure yet unwilling to slack off, he turned and headed straight for the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. On the other side, a dark-skinned, tall, curly-haired international student was brought to the dormitory entrance. He is Jack, the second freshman to awaken S-level Ice abilities this year at Shunqing University of Supernatural Powers. The predecessors really didn't lie to me. The Great Xia Kingdom offers excellent conditions for international students. Jack was beaming with excitement. He came from a low-income family in the Black Continent Alliance and had a hard childhood. Hearing that universities in Great Summer Kingdom offered good benefits and that many girls liked guys like him, he gave up local universities and went abroad to study. Originally, he wanted to go to the more prestigious Mana City Supernatural University. But when the admissions officer mentioned that the only S-rank Ice element freshman was in Shunqing, the competitive fire inside him was instantly ignited, and he immediately changed his choice. At this moment, he gazed at the villa before him. Classic decor, flowers and flowing water, exuding grandeur. He had never seen a place like this before. Excitement was almost written all over his face. In fact, all the students at the school live in villas. It's just that, without any fellow townsfolk international students, he got to enjoy a 2-story villa all to himself. Push the door open and enter. The spacious living room, clean floor, and exquisite furniture made his eyes shine. Now that he had a place to live, it was time to try the second thing. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Back home, he would be looked down upon for his poverty. But here, no one knew his past. Stepping out of the dormitory area, he quickly encountered 2 sophomore-senior girls. The two chatted and laughed heartily, their laughter crisp and clear. Jack stood in front of them. 2 senior girls, you are truly beautiful. I'm the international student Jack, nice to meet you. He showed a smile he considered charming. In his view, compliments are the best way to break the ice. Most men in the Great Xia Kingdom are reserved and don't speak sweet words. So he believed that as long as he was direct enough, the success rate would definitely be high. 2 senior sophomores frowned, said nothing, and walked around him. After walking away, they continued chatting, their laughter crisp. Jack scratched his curly hair, completely confused. Wasn't this supposed to be the most effective way? The expression must be wrong. Try again. He followed the previous routine and tried once more. The result was even worse. The second senior not only dodged, but also looked at him with complete disgust. Jack was hit hard. Clearly, those seniors in the group all did it this way, even posting photos and videos, which made him feel excited. Why does it always go wrong when it's my turn? He sat on the stone bench by the roadside, letting out a heavy sigh. Just as he was feeling discouraged, a senior with long wavy hair patted him on the shoulder and said she admired this kind of charming man. Jack immediately smiled. He never expected someone to take the bait so willingly. Thank you, you're charming too. He was overjoyed. But this senior was not a naive rookie. She was well-informed and had some old wounds. Jack's appearance made her feel intrigued. After all, she had never tried the specialty of the Black Continent Alliance. Today was the opening ceremony for the 2052 class at Shunqing University of Supernatural Powers. In the early morning, Lu Yuan woke up, thought for a moment, and opened the attribute panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 200. Ability: Ice and Snow Crown S. Boundary: first level upper. Spirit: 320 Hz. Health: 750 Cal. Skills: Marksmanship Advanced, Combat Intermediate, Ice Spike Ring Body. D. Intermediate, Ice Flash. B. Beginner, Ice Blade. A. Beginner, Ice Shield. A. Beginner, Ice Explosion Technique. S. Intermediate, Detective Technique. S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body. S. Second level. With this setup among freshmen, almost no one can surpass him. A few days ago, he spent 100 evolution points to upgrade his combat skills to intermediate level. His close combat ability has clearly improved. Worth it. Putting away the panel, he changed into the school uniform given by the reception teacher. The workmanship is good, and it is very comfortable to wear. Just as I stepped out of the bedroom, I ran into Lu Yuan, who was also coming out. Judging by his expression, he was obviously nervous. He walked over, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, and quietly offered a few words of encouragement. Lu Yuanchang let out a breath, the tension on his face finally easing a bit. The opening ceremony was scheduled for 8 in the morning at the central playground. The two left the dormitory, grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria, and headed straight to the playground. From a distance, the playground was already packed with people, all in the new school uniform, all from the class of 52. Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan also squeezed into the crowd. In the crowd, Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu were standing together chatting. Xiaoyin, about to see your classmate Lu Yuan again, excited? Wang Yuzhu smiled meaningfully. Yes, 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 whatever you say is right. Xia Qingyin rolled her eyes. Ever since the time I ran into her studying together with Lu Yuan in the library, Wang Yuzhu began to have wild thoughts. But she and Lu Yuan were at most just classmates with a good relationship. It wasn't that exaggerated. Xia Qingyin was too lazy to explain. Once she had said enough, she would naturally quiet down. Sure enough, Wang Yuzhu embarrassed herself and quickly fell silent. At this moment, murmurs suddenly arose around. Look, isn't that the S-class Ice-type exchange student mentioned on the forum? So tall. He's coming this way. Hearing S-level Ice-type, Xia Qingyin instinctively thought it was Lu Yuan and was about to turn her head. But after looking clearly, she realized it was a foreign boy. The person who came was the exchange student Jack. Miss Beautiful, may we get to know each other? He stared at Xia Qingyin, his Adam's apple moving as he put on a gentlemanly facade and walked over. Xia Qingyin frowned. The other's gaze was too brazen, hardly leaving her chest. Sorry, I'm not interested. She suppressed her disgust and refused outright. Then I wish you a happy life. Jack pretended to be carefree and stepped back. The surrounding freshmen, however, erupted in excitement. She's just too beautiful. Wait, wasn't it said that the heiress of the Xia family came to our school? The Xia family with a 7th-rank upper-level master guarding it. Hearing these remarks, Jack's expression gradually changed. He just won over the long-haired senior last night, and now a strong desire to conquer is once again igniting in his heart. Not only is she beautiful and has an outstanding figure, but she is also the daughter of a wealthy family. If he could really win her over, Jack didn't even dare to imagine how glorious his future days would be. But the reason he's dreaming like this is probably because he went too hard last night and messed up his brain. Just as he was fantasizing about a beautiful life, the voices of Xia Qingyin and Lu Yuan came over. He turned around, and his face immediately darkened. Just moments ago, she was still giving him the cold shoulder, but now she was chatting so happily with another guy. Jack was smart enough not to lose his temper on the spot. He was thinking to himself that he must teach Lu Yuan a lesson at the freshman competition. He would publicly put him down and make him lose all face. And also let Xia Qingyin see clearly who the man with real strength was. When Lu Yuan walked over, he also noticed Jack. Is he the foreign student who, like me, awakened to S-level Ice abilities? Lu Yuan sized him up and just happened to meet Jack's hostile gaze. Also an S-level Ice wielder? Perfect, I want to test your skills too. Jack did not know that Lu Yuan was also S-level in ice powers. He regarded him as a rival only because of Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan, however, was clear about the other's strength and, sensing hostility, also became eager to fight. The air quietly filled with the smell of gunpowder. All freshmen. Suddenly, a voice came from the podium. Everyone immediately stopped their discussions and looked forward. The playground filled with over 1,000 new students instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Standing on the stage was Song Liyuan, the president of Shunqing University of Supernatural Abilities. Mid-level 8th rank expert. Even if he didn't deliberately release his pressure, that aura made many freshmen's legs go weak. Hello, freshmen, I am Principal Song Liyuan. There are a total of 1,424 freshmen in level 52, including 11 specially recruited students, the highest number in the past decade. Shunqing University of Supernatural Abilities is one of the top 4 prestigious universities in the country. Nationally prioritized with strong support, its resources, faculty, and training conditions far surpass those of ordinary schools. He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, yet every word weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Many had already begun to imagine a glorious future. Song Liyuan's expression darkened, and his tone suddenly turned cold. But getting into Shinda doesn't mean you can rest easy, nor does it guarantee a bright future. At top-tier supernatural universities, resources are never distributed evenly. It only favors the strong. What this era needs are strong individuals who can hold their ground, not mediocre people. Here, don't think about playing dumb to fool others. If you truly have strength but deliberately hide it, in the end, you might really end up living like that pig. Next is the freshman competition. This is your first real chance to make an appearance. Song Liyuan's expression was stern and his voice calm and strong. This freshman competition is different from those in the past. All freshmen must enter the underground world passage within the school and complete the competition there. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of some freshmen, who had just awakened decent abilities, barely passed the line to enter Shunqing Ability University and were still relaxing during the summer vacation, changed instantly. Underground world? Isn't that where fierce beasts appear? I've never even seen a real fierce beast. How am I supposed to fight? Obviously, they haven't seriously looked at the campus forum. Returning students had long speculated that this year's competition would be held in the underground world. However, most freshmen remained calm. Only a few were panicked. Whispering was particularly grating on the quiet playground. Quiet. Song Liyuan only said 2 words. The momentum instantly suppressed everything. The few people who had just spoken were directly shaken and fell to the ground. The people around struggled to hold back their laughter. Specific rules will be explained separately by the teacher. Now, only rewards will be discussed. There are many ferocious beasts in the underground world. Their crystals and organs are extremely valuable. During the competition, the loot obtained belongs to you. The ranking will determine the final value bonus. First place increases the loot value by 4 times. Second and third place, double. Fourth to 10th place, 1.5 times. 11th to 50th place, 1 time. 51st to 200th place, 50%. From 201 to 700, 20%. Though the words were calm, they ignited the whole room like a fire. No one dared to speak, but everyone's heart warmed up. This is no longer a competition. It's clearly just throwing money around. Especially for the first place, the reward is directly multiplied by 5. Invest 1 million Blue Star coins, and you get 5 million back. If you invest 2 million, the return will be tens of millions. They dare not think about first place, but the top 700, they can still fight for. As long as they surpass more than half of the new students, there is a 20% bonus, which is not insignificant. Don't rush, I'm not finished yet. Song Liyuan raised his hand to calm them down. All the new students looked at him again, their eyes full of anticipation. The first place winner of this year's freshman competition will receive an exclusive weapon customization opportunity, plus S-level resources and 10 times the monthly cultivation resources. Other rewards will not be listed one by one. Second place will receive S-level resources plus 100 credits. Third place will receive S-level resources plus A-level resources. As soon as the words fell, the crowd completely erupted. Exclusive weapon customization is not something you can just buy with money. The weapons on the market are all mass-produced, and there will always be some aspects that don't feel right, affecting performance. A truly custom-made weapon is not only expensive, but also requires finding a top-tier combat-type superpowered individual to craft it personally. This reward also covers the top 700. Even those at the very bottom can receive sea-level resources, 10 credits, and 1.1 times the cultivation resources each month. Many people are already tempted. If you can't make the top 10, aiming for the top 700 should work. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan was in great spirits. With his strength, having been to the underground world once more, reaching the top 10 might be difficult, but the top 50 was no problem. For him, the rewards for the top 50 were already quite tempting. 400% bonus, customized exclusive weapon. Lu Yuan clenched his fist. First place, he had to secure it. Not only for the teacher's expectations, but also for his own future. Song Li Yuan added another sentence. During the competition, all the mentors and I will be watching. Your performance in the underground world will determine whether you are chosen by a mentor. Becoming a mentor's personal student is far better than just attending large classes. This sentence reignited the whole audience once again. Afterwards, the vice principal gave a brief speech, and the opening ceremony quickly ended. After the dismissal was announced, the new students dispersed in small groups, looking for acquaintances to chat with. I have to say, Deep City Supernatural University handles this matter decisively and efficiently. Unlike some ordinary schools where the leader's speeches are long and tedious, teachers form a circle, and students don't even dare to take out their phones, making it unbearable. Good luck in tomorrow's freshman competition, Lu Yuan. Not far away, Xia Qingyin smiled at Lu Yuan. You too. Lu Yuan nodded in response. People from both sides gathered together. Lu Yuan winked. Brother Lu Yuan, you already got the beauty from the dorm opposite right after school started? Next time you hold a class, I'll be the first to sign up and bring a bunch of freshmen to learn from you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary friends. Lu Yuan stared at his face for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws, so he immediately backed down and apologized. Lu Yuan waved his hand, not minding it. The two returned to the dormitory to change into their training clothes, preparing to go to the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall for training. The day passed quickly. The next day, the freshman competition officially began. All the new students put on their battle gear, carrying weapons, their expressions excited. The battle gear is mainly black and white, with mostly cold weapons, knives, spears, swords, and halberds of all kinds. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lu Yuan is in the first-year Ice Class 1. There was only one class in the entire Ice department, still one person short of full enrollment. Even with a 7th-level Ice Master Station there, those awakened with Ice abilities were still pitifully few. But this batch happened to produce 2 S-level Ice types. In the team, the foreign student Jack coldly stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of hostility and confidence. Lu Yuan, however, did not take him seriously. His opponents are more than just Jack. There was Xia Qingyin, who had a deep water demon dragon as a companion, and that S-class fire element special recruit. But in his eyes, these people were nothing special. First place will be his sooner or later. It can be underestimated strategically, but must be taken seriously tactically. No matter how confident Lu Yuan was, he would not be careless. After all the formations gathered at the main playground, the mentors in charge of the freshman competition stepped forward. Hello, students. I am here to announce the rules for this year's freshman competition. The competition will take place in the underground world and last for 7 days. The school has prepared potions, food, tents, and tactical backpacks with ample supplies. The bloodthirsty aura of the underground beasts has been neutralized, so killing them will not cause contamination. You can strike without worry. Killing ferocious beasts grants points, and points determine the ranking. Each person will be given a record watch, which can display the map, points, and leaderboard. The watch is infused with Mentor's energy. It will automatically activate a shield in danger, and senior students will provide timely rescue. The map is divided into shallow and deep layers. White represents shallow, and red represents deep. The shallow level consists of first-tier lower and middle-grade ferocious beasts. Deeper inside is the deep level, which has first-tier upper, second-tier ferocious beasts, and also one third-tier lower. Those strong enough can challenge them. From the fourth day onwards, you can defeat other newcomers. After triggering their protection mode, you gain 25% of their current points. Any action within the first 3 days is considered a violation and results in immediate elimination. On the 7th day, the locations of all survivors will be revealed on the map. The mentor finished speaking, his mouth dry and parched, and tilted his head to drink a whole bottle of water. Lu Yuan was very clear in his mind. A few days ago, I went on a frenzy hunting beasts to accumulate enough basic points. On the last day, when everyone's positions are exposed, I'll make a precise harvest. That is the true victory. What if it's a third-rank low-level ferocious beast? I've taken blood-chasing pills and extreme ice pills for so long. I won't necessarily lose to it. Lu Yuan clenched his fist tightly, his eyes burning with intensity. At this moment, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition cleared his throat and smiled, reminding everyone. One more thing. This competition allows team entries. There are pros and cons, so you decide for yourselves. As soon as the words fell, many freshmen cheered directly. The underground world is too dangerous. It's difficult to hunt fierce beasts alone, and elimination can happen at any time. At least teaming up is safer, and the results are more stable. But Lu Yuan and several top-notch experts remained calm. They have the ability to single-handedly kill ferocious beasts. Team efficiency is not necessarily higher, and points and loot have to be shared. When you do the math, it might not be worth it. Many senior students who came to audit found the rules interesting and simply brought friends along to watch. Some teams also got into action, sending their captains or vice-captains to pick people on-site, preparing to recruit new members. The entire competition was recorded by specially designed energy cameras and projected in real time onto a giant screen. The screen was large enough to clearly display the performance of the top 100. Led by the counselor, each class lined up in front of the underground world passage. This is the passage? It looks like a black hole. Once you go in, you can see another world. Many freshmen had excited expressions on their faces. Groups quickly entered one after another. Tengfei City. This is a small city established underground by Shunqing Paranormal University, specifically to guard the passage and prevent ferocious beasts from invading the real world. Next to the city gate stood a massive stone, on which 3 characters were carved, Tengfei City. Lu Yuan glanced around. There are street vendors selling temporary equipment, all approved by the school, so at least they won't cheat people. More than 10 third-level psychics stand on the city wall, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Compared to Jiangzhan City and Deep City number 3 that he had been to, the biggest difference here was the absence of the moon-gazing tower. At this moment, someone shouted, "Counselors, distribute tactical backpacks and recording watches to the students." After distribution, students wearing space rings should come over for inspection. If anyone is found secretly holding items and using them during the competition, disqualification will be immediate. Lu Yuan was ahead and quickly received the tactical backpack and the recording watch. He immediately opened the backpack to inspect it. Inside were various potions, first-level energy potions, first-level disinfectant potions, and so on. He counted them. There were only 7 energy potions. 7 bottles were enough for others, perhaps even more than they needed. But for him, careful budgeting was essential. If his primal energy was consumed too quickly, the potions simply wouldn't hold out. Wearing his backpack and watch, he jogged over to have his spatial ring inspected. All prohibited items were collected and temporarily stored. Only when he got there did he realize that there were quite a few freshmen who had spatial rings, at least more than 10%. It makes sense when you think about it. Children from wealthy families have more cultivation resources, so their martial exam results naturally have an advantage. After everyone finished checking, the mentor loudly began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The 2052 freshman competition officially begins. Go, brother Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan patted him from behind. You too. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. The city gates swung wide open. Charge. I want to break into the top 700. 700 is nothing. I'm aiming for the top 100. The crowd was boiling, with the newcomers rushing out in droves, afraid to fall behind even for a moment. But Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. Killing a few more or fewer first-level low-grade fierce beasts in the shallow zone didn't affect him much. Just after leaving the city gate, someone looked pale. My head feels so dizzy. No, hold on. Many people's steps faltered, and some were even leaning against the city walls, gasping for breath. The school only said that it had suppressed the bloodthirsty aura of the ferocious beasts, but made no mention of the abnormal oxygen levels in the air. This scene reminded Lu Yuan of his own struggle when he first entered the underground world. He didn't stop and directly activated the recording watch. With a beep, the interface lit up. He first checked the map. The entire underground world was circular, with Tungfei City right at the center. The central white ring area is the shallow zone, while the outer red circle is the deep zone. Lu Yuan casually picked a path and left the crowd. After walking far enough, he mobilized his spiritual power and used the S-level skill he had just learned, the detective technique. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,500 meters were locked onto by Lu Yuan. Mantis shrimp, still mantis shrimp. This fierce beast, like the shadow cat, is a bottom-tier existence. It has the body of a mantis, the tail and claws of a shrimp, and is about the size of a mouse. In cracks between stones, bushes, and on tree trunks, their shadows are everywhere. There are as many of them as wild monsters by the roadside. Besides these, there are other fierce beasts. But they are all lower-tier first grade, and not even a single mid-grade can be found nearby. There are also cameras monitoring from high places. After confirming the situation, Lu Yuan immediately withdrew his mental power. Even at this intensity, he could only hold it for half an hour at most. The underground world here was much more desolate than Jiangzhan City and Deep City No. 3, with sparse vegetation. A rustling sound arose. What to do, it's a ferocious beast. Lu Yuan hadn't gone far when two mantis shrimps jumped out from the grass, blocking the path of a new three-person team. To him, these kinds of creatures were not worth mentioning. But the three of them turned pale, their hands trembling. There's a ferocious beast. Xiaomei, you go first. Don't come any closer. Take this stab, clearly having the strength, yet crushed by fear, unable to even hold the knife steadily. Lu Yuan shook his head. A child raised in a greenhouse, seeing blood for the first time, would find it hard not to panic. If you don't want these points, I'll take them. The spatial ring flashed, and the black dragon spear was in hand. Bingji Flash teleported close. The spear struck like lightning. 2 moves crisp and decisive. The next second, 2 mantis shrimps exploded into fragments. Killed a first-level lower fierce beast mantis shrimp. Evolution points +10. Killed a first-level lower rank fierce beast mantis shrimp. Evolution points +10. Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he opened the record watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 20. A 10-cent one, which is actually the same as the evolution points. He clicked on the leaderboard. Rank, 155 to 1424. 155? Pretty fast action. Lu Yuan was not anxious. It was only the first day, the real battles were still ahead. And those 3 freshmen, watching his clean and decisive moves, their expressions had already changed. Slowly, hearts began to shine in their eyes. As soon as the freshman competition ended, they decided to go to the campus wall to catch this handsome guy. Time passed bit by bit. The scorching sun hung high, and the ground was baked hot. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had awakened ice-type abilities, so his body temperature was always kept within a comfortable range, preventing him from feeling overheated. He raised his hand and activated the recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 120. Ranking, 120/1424. Departed at 7 in the morning. 5 hours passed, and he only scored 120 points. Although his rank improved, he was still outside the top 100. He could use detective skills to find nearby ferocious beasts. But taking a detour for a few points from minor monsters was too much of a loss. The points given by first-level low-rank ferocious beasts are pitifully few. He wanted to go to the deeper areas to hunt more advanced ferocious beasts. On the other side, Xia Qingyin rode the symbiotic beast Xiaolan, racing close to the ground. In battle form, Xiaolan's body length was 2.5 meters, just enough to carry a person in flight. Name: Xia Qingyin. Student ID: 20520090001. Points: 240. Rank: 2/1424. Traveling through the air is several times faster than walking. She used the detective skills she had just learned to lock onto several first-level mid-rank ferocious beasts in the shallow area. The deep-water demon dragon cubs have naturally sharp senses and can also spit water balls from a distance, traveling while harvesting at the same time. Even so, she was only second. The existence of Lu Yuan is too exaggerated. Her goal was originally second place, but now it has just begun. The first place cannot be Lu Yuan. She blinked, somewhat curious. Who exactly is the one currently in first place? At this moment, a short-haired young man raised his hand and tapped his record watch. His right eye was not the common black, but a light green. Name: Wang Zhe. Student ID: 20520020001. Points: 300. Rank: 1/1424. What he awakened was an S-class wind-type ability, the Eye of the Storm. That light green right pupil is the symbol of the ability. The wind-type ability accelerates himself and the first-tier upper rank Gale Hawk beneath his feet. The Gale Hawk is naturally known for its speed. With double reinforcement, the maximum speed reached 160 meters per second. After 5 hours of flight, packs of first-level mid-rank ferocious beasts had already appeared in his field of vision. Killing a mid-rank Tier 1 ferocious beast, the points recorded on the wristwatch are different from the evolution points in the Lu Yuan system. Usually, killing a mid-rank Tier 1 ferocious beast only grants 20 to 30 evolution points. Can be scored but given 50 points, equivalent to 5 first-level lower-rank fierce beasts. On second thought, it's normal. The school deliberately widened the gap to force everyone to fight the stronger ones. Otherwise, everyone would just stay on the outskirts farming small monsters, making it impossible to tell who's better. I'm actually first. A few hours later, Wang Zhe saw the rankings and was momentarily stunned. But in less than half a minute, he calmed down. The speed advantage won't last long. I have to keep pushing forward. Riding the wild wind Azure Hawk, he remained calm and headed straight deeper inside. Almost the entire first day was spent on the road, with nothing much to see. The second day was more or less the same. Only half of the newcomers stopped at the shallow level, only daring to deal with first-level low-grade ferocious beasts. The other half continued to go deeper, facing first-level mid-grade ferocious beasts head-on. There were quite a few senior students watching around. Although there aren't many battle scenes, just looking at the beautiful faces in the showcase is worth it. The guy stares at the beauty, the girl looks at the handsome guy. It's perfectly normal. Damn, that face, that figure, truly top-notch. The only downside is that she's not my girlfriend. Wake up. Do you even know who she is? I don't know. Is the background very strong? Daughter of the Xia family, I advise you to stop dreaming. In Guangdong province, there are 3 7th-rank masters, and the clan leader is even a high-level 7th rank from the Xia family. The speaker was staring at Xia Qingyin in the second display case. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day of the freshman competition. In front of the large screen sat hundreds of mentors from Shun City Supernatural University. They closely watched the screen, observing each student's performance. The screen displayed a total of 100 presentation boxes. The top 10 screens were enlarged, making them more prominent. Dean Sheen, I heard that your ice department has 2 new S-level ice freshmen this year. Congratulations. Xiao Yin, dean of the fire department, smiled with a fist salute. There are indeed 2. Qin Tianlong said in a calm tone. The ice element is naturally rare. I wonder if there's a disciple you have your eye on? Xiao Yin smiled meaningfully. You don't need to trouble Dean Xiao with matters of accepting disciples. Qin Tianlong picked up the clear tea and took a gentle sip. But inside, he sneered coldly. Old fox, what scheme are you plotting? Do you think I wouldn't know? Isn't it just that in the top 10 display cases, there isn't a single one using ice type? Qin Tianlong knew Xiao Yin too well. He saw through exactly what he was thinking at a glance. He first looked towards the display case of the 9th place. In the frame was a young man with dyed red hair. The young man let out a furious roar, and the great sword instantly ignited with roaring flames, slashing down fiercely. Sizzling. Flames burst out, and a mid-level first-rank Shadow Cat was split in two on the spot, black smoke billowing out. Information appeared in the upper right corner. Name: Su Bing. Student ID: 205-200-2001. Points: 2940. Rank: 9/1424. Without a doubt, he is the specially recruited freshman who awakened the S-level fire-type ability this year. Then, Qin Tianlong's gaze fell on the 87th display case. That was number 87, his disciple, Lu Yuan. Name: Lu Yuan. Student ID: 205-200-7001. Points: 1820. Rank: 87/1424. Whoosh. An ice blade sliced through the air, directly decapitating a black-spotted deer in the distance. Qin Tianlong's mouth twitched into a slight smile. The person ahead was just relying on having more companion beasts to farm some points. The real competition would start on the fourth day, when the newcomers could fight each other. I've been mocked by you for 4 years. Now it's my turn to turn things around. By then, let's see if you can still laugh. He sneered inwardly. A few hours later, Lu Yuan accidentally ran into a group of black spotted deer. Not bad luck. He didn't hesitate and struck directly. Swish, swish, swish. Ice blades flew out one after another. A mid-rank tier 1 black spotted deer fell, and the notification sound kept ringing. Killed mid-rank tier 1 ferocious beast black spotted deer. Evolution points plus 22. Killed a first-level mid-tier ferocious beast black flower deer. Evolution points plus 22. Points skyrocketed wildly. Points 3150. Ranking 23/1424. He was just outside the 60th place, but now he has surged to 23rd. But this is not the key point yet. Lu Yuan moved his mind and brought up the panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points 2050. Ability: Ice and Snow Crown S. Realm: first level upper rank. His pupils contracted. It turns out you can directly add points to break through the realm. It's now 4 in the afternoon, and the breakthrough only takes a little over an hour, so it won't be dark yet. The burst of primal energy fluctuations during the breakthrough was enough to intimidate the nearby first-rank ferocious beasts. Additionally, no fighting was allowed among the newborns on the 3rd day. Otherwise, they would be disqualified immediately. In other words, he could completely break through on the spot. Evolution points 2000. Realm: first stage upper rank, second stage lower rank. Lu Yuan did not hesitate and directly pressed. The next second, fierce ice elemental energy exploded inside him, a chill sweeping around, as if the air itself had frozen. He immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, forcibly suppressing the surging power within his body. Half an hour later, a male and a female freshman passed by. They had liked each other since high school and agreed to enroll in the same university after the martial arts exam. This time in the freshman competition, they also formed a team, ranking 63rd and 66th respectively. There's a fierce beast ahead. The girl's expression changed, and instinctively she grabbed the boy, wanting to retreat. That aura was terrifying, far beyond what they could endure. Wait. The boy frowned. This is the shallow zone. Only low and mid-level first-rank ferocious beasts appear here. There's no way it could have such a sense of oppression. He stared at the figure sitting cross-legged in the distance, his heart sinking. This didn't seem like a ferocious beast, but more like someone breaking through. To what level has he broken through to have such overwhelming power? He was deeply shaken inside. On the other side, Qin Tianlong had just finished dinner and rushed back to the viewing area, only to find that Lu Yuan's ranking had surged up another notch. But the scene in the picture made him squint. Many veterans also noticed. This pose, is it a breakthrough? Breaking through during a match? Aren't you afraid something will go wrong? Everyone was just discussing it, not too shocked. They couldn't see the primordial energy fluctuations, only that the person was sitting cross-legged. But Qin Tianlong was different. He knew very well that Lu Yuan had just advanced to first stage before the competition. This is already top-tier level among freshmen. Most freshmen have to wait until the second semester of their freshman year, or even sophomore year to step into the lower first rank. But now, Lu Yuan is actually pushing towards the lower second rank. Even Qin Tianlong, a 7th rank grandmaster, was stunned. Too fast. In just 2 short months, he surged from awakening all the way to the lower second tier. No one would believe it if told, but the fact was right before their eyes. Qin Tianlong had only one thought in his heart. Fortunately, this monster is his student. Underground World, 5:30 p.m. The ice elemental energy within Lu Yuan finally stabilized. He exhaled a mouthful of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. He brought up the panel immediately. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 50. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, lower second stage. Spirit, 370 Hz. HP, 880 Cal. Skills, Gunplay, Advanced. Martial Arts, Intermediate. Ice Prism Ring, D. Intermediate, Ice Extreme Flash, B. Beginner, Ice Blade, A. Beginner, Ice Seal Shield, A. Beginner, Ice Explosion Technique, S. Intermediate. Detective Skills, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. Second stage. Spirit Power increased by 50 Hz. Health increased by 130 points. This is not the full breakthrough enhancement yet. Before using the evolution points, Lu Yuan had already undergone long and arduous training, building a very solid foundation. Second level subordinate. Lu Yuan clenched his fist, a cold smile rising at the corner of his mouth. The third-rank ferocious beast underground might not be able to win if it encounters me again. He was not the only one laughing. Qin Tianlong also showed a smile. Lu Yuan had already stepped into the lower second rank. Coupled with Su Bing being only an S-level fire-type ability user, even a direct head-to-head fight might not necessarily be advantageous. The third day of the freshman competition. Speed-type contestants like Wang Zhe and Xia Qingyin have already advanced to the deeper areas. They are the first group to arrive. Massive first-order low-level and second-order low-level ferocious beasts hadn't even been cleared yet, becoming easy prey. Ferocious beasts try to hide, but hiding is pointless in front of the detective technique. Xia Qingyin swept through effortlessly, her points skyrocketing, directly overtaking others to top the leaderboard. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 20520090001. Points, 6560. Rank, 1/1424. 6,560 points. First level upper rank Fierce Beast, 200 points. Second level lower rank Fierce Beast, 500 points. But these fierce beasts were as fragile as paper in front of her, collapsing with a single strike. She didn't stop clearing the area, but continued to go deeper. The deeper she went, the crazier the points became. How long can I hold this first place? She whispered to herself. The morning sunlight shines down. The fourth day has arrived. Rule update. Defeating other freshmen allows you to take 25% of their points. This was exactly what Lu Yuan wanted. But after walking for an hour, he didn't encounter a single person. Instead, he accidentally stumbled into the deeper area. Finally arrived. He stared at the glaring red area on the record watch, his eyes shining. The points here are the only ones that carry weight. Rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps crushing dry leaves suddenly broke the silence. Lu Yuan instantly became alert. Who's there? He immediately used detective skills. Perception unfolded. It was not a ferocious beast. It's testing the person. Moreover, its body was burly, nearly 2 meters tall. Lu Yuan squinted, his fingers slowly tightening. Lu Yuan quickly came to the conclusion. The visitor was Jack. No matter who it was, as long as it wasn't a senior inspector, he would take action. He is now a lower second rank and believes no one can stop him. Lu Yuan did not hide the sound of his footsteps. The tall, dark-skinned young man with curly hair ahead immediately lit up his eyes. He was Jack, who came to Shun City Paranormal University for an exchange. Defeating a freshman can earn you 25% of their points. Although Jack awakened an S-level ability, he is only at the lower first stage and does not have a companion beast, resulting in low monster farming efficiency. His rank is only 69th. Only 69? Perfect, one delivered right to my door. He felt a surge of joy in his heart and sped up towards it. The two collided head-on. So it really is you. Lu Yuan sneered. It's you. Jack's face changed suddenly. Enough nonsense. Before the words had fallen, the ice blade cut through the air. Several streaks of cold light instantly struck Jack. The ice mist exploded, several blood streaks appeared on his body, and he spat blood on the spot. The recording watch lit up, and the energy shield enveloped him. Jack was eliminated. That's it. Lu Yuan sneered. He originally thought that, being an S-class ice type as well, he would be a worthy opponent. The result shattered with one strike. Lu Yuan checked the points. Points: 3750, rank 19. Previously, it was 3,150 points, ranked 23rd. The additional 600 points are exactly 25%. In other words, Jack has 2,400 points. At least S-level, can't he save up a bit more? Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. If the score were a bit higher, his ranking could improve even further. At this moment, Jack, wrapped in a shield, was frantically pounding the light barrier. "Stop! I don't accept this," he shouted angrily in stiff Chinese. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan seemed not to hear, rushing deeper without looking back. "Classmate, are you okay?" The patrolling senior quickly arrived, reached out to help the person up, speaking with concern. "It's all right." Jack stood up, looking forlorn as he followed away. Perhaps it was a mistake from the start to apply to Xinjiang Superpower University just to prove a point. He even began to consider transferring, wanting to return to Modu Superpower University. Killed a first-tier advanced fierce beast big tooth pine squirrel, evolution points plus 40. Killed lower second-tier ferocious beast purple fong snake, evolution points plus 130. The ice blade tore through the air, and system notifications sounded one after another. The current purple fong snake can't even block my two ice blades. Lu Yuan put away the crystal, fully aware in his heart. The ice blade was extremely fast, and although its single-hit damage was not high, even a purple fong snake of the same realm couldn't withstand two strikes, which already spoke volumes. The ice elemental energy activated by the extreme ice pill, combined with the body tempering technique and realm breakthrough, caused his combat power to soar. Lu Yuan didn't stop and continued to push deeper. Points: 4,500. Rank: 16/1424. Points: 5,500. Rank: 14/1424. Points: 7,000. Rank: 12 to 1424. In half a day, he surged from 23rd to 12th place. Without a companion beast, he has already approached the top 10. Decisive and swift in battle, with a steadily rising rank, plus the stance of fighting alone, many senior students cast sideways glances. In contrast, some suddenly realized that they were not even as good as a freshman. But despite the shock, they were not too affected. At Xinjiang University, geniuses are as common as cattle. If I compare them one by one, I'll eventually drive myself crazy. This rookie is not bad. Once the rookie tournament ends, our team will go snatch up some players. Stop dreaming. He's an ice type. Our extreme ice team is the best fit. Teams need to complement each other. Our water blue team is exactly lacking an ice type. Having him join would be the best choice. Many teams had already set their sights on Lu Yuan, competing covertly. Lu Yuan was completely unaware of this. He was still frantically hunting in the underground world. Killed lower second-tier ferocious beast purple fong snake, evolution points plus 130. Defeated a mid-level tier 2 ferocious beast, King Tanuki, evolution points plus 200. A day quietly passed, marking the end of the 5th day of the freshman competition. Points: 12,500. Rank: 8/1424. Lu Yuan's points surged dramatically, forcefully breaking into the top 10, reaching 8th place. The reason is simple: a second-tier median ferocious beast is worth 1,500 points each. His name appeared in an even larger display box. The spectator area instantly erupted. "He's up again, this is awesome." Lu Yuan took down the King Raccoon in just a few shots. The scene was crisp and decisive, igniting the fiery passion of countless people. As some rise to power, others fall. The one pushed down was precisely Su Bing, who was the most favored by Xiao Yin, the dean of the Fire Academy. Xiao Yin stared fixedly at the 8th place. The ice shield formed outside Lu Yuan, a clearly defined ice-type skill. What was even more glaring, there was no accompanying beast. lacking one method to grind points, yet still managing to reach the top 8. This is not luck, this is pure strength. Xiaoyan suddenly had a thought. If Su Bing met Lu Yuan, who would win? Su Bing has fire affinity awakened, plus the blazing griffin cub, whose attributes counter, giving him all the advantages. At 6 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Yuan stopped walking and set up the tent. Su Bing also took a break on the spot. Xiaoyan was extremely anxious and could only wait until tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fixed. Lu Yuan moved. He walked out of the tent, heading straight in the direction where Su Bing was. Xiaoyan smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation. Qin Tianlong was also secretly smiling. Lu Yuan, who was of lower second rank, also swallowed quite a few extreme ice pills. Fighting Su Bing was simply like beating a child. After returning underground, he had just set up his tent when he released his spiritual power and used the detective technique to sweep around. He originally intended to hunt a few ferocious beasts, but not only were all the beasts locked onto, he also discovered a newborn nearby. Free points, don't leave them unused. He immediately set off. Su Bing was only at the first level mid-rank, with 2 weeks spiritual power to sense any danger. He was feeding meat to the fiery lion griffin cub, looking relaxed. Lu Yuan raised his hand from afar. The ice blade cut through the air. The cub suddenly stood up, pushing Su Bing away, and took several ice blade strikes himself, blood flowing profusely. Only then did Su Bing react, seeing Lu Yuan charging with a gun, the body of the gun covered in frost. Ice element. You're that S-class ice element. Su Bing roared angrily, flames surging from the great sword. So the ice element dares to be arrogant. The two collided head-on. Spear against broadsword, flames clash with ice. Everyone outside the ring was watching this battle. Many people shook their heads. Ice counters fire, it's common knowledge. How can ice types win against fire types? But the next second, they were stunned. The flames and the cold air were at a stalemate, but the chill eventually gained the upper hand. Lu Yuan's expression was calm, clearly not using his full strength. Su Bing felt heavy in his heart. Could it be that his own knife skills were inferior to his? He gritted his teeth and took a step back. Extreme flame slash. He sheathed his blade, moved to the side, circled behind Lu Yuan, and unleashed his ultimate move, extreme flame slash. Flames instantly wrapped around the blade. The fierce fire surging as a slash came crashing down directly toward Lu Yuan's head. Boom, boom, boom. The young flame lion griffin, enduring its injuries, also opened its mouth and spit out several fireballs, assisting its master as it charged straight at Lu Yuan. Frozen shield. Lu Yuan whispered softly, cold air condensing into a shield, enveloping his entire body. Sizzling. The fiery greatsword struck the shield, white smoke billowing. The sword fell, but the shield didn't break. It only cracked with a few fine lines. How is this possible? What level are you at exactly? Su Bing was stunned, his face turning pale. The fireball came crashing down immediately after. Lu Yuan stepped aside, 2 fireballs hitting the shield, causing it to finally collapse completely. Lower second rank. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, wanting him to lose clearly. Before the words had even fallen, he stepped forward, shook his spear, and with exquisite spear skills, launched a fierce thrust. With a whoosh, Su Bing's big knife was knocked away, spinning once in the air before slamming hard into the ground. Even the newly sprouted grass was cut off. Lower second rank. Su Bing's pupils constricted sharply, muttering repeatedly. No wonder. With a power level 1 tier lower and a realm 2 minor ranks below, even with attribute advantage, it couldn't suppress. He sighed. With a beep, he actively activated the recording watch. Anyway, since I can't win, it's better to admit defeat myself than to be hit until the shield passive triggers and suffer more pain. The swordsmanship is good, just the strength is a bit lacking. Lu Yuan lightly reminded, then turned back to the tent. Damn, damn, the surrounding veterans all exclaimed in shock, their faces swollen from the blows. We must get Lu Yuan at all costs. Immediately put him on the priority list and bring him into our team. What about Xia Qingyin and Wang Zhe? Move to the back row. I'm keeping an eye on Lu Yuan. He might be the top freshman. Silver Wolf Squad's vice captain Lu Hong whispered orders. in front of the big screen. Dean Xiao, you heard that too. Su Bing really lacks strength. He needs to practice more when he goes back. After holding back for several years, Qin Tianlong finally felt relieved and proud, smiling as he patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. This was the 6th day of the freshman competition. Many freshmen do not lose to fierce beasts but are defeated by their peers. Some even refuse to go deeper, turning back instead, specifically to harvest points from weaker freshmen. Everyone accumulated quite a few points in the first 5 days. Even if only 25% were deducted, it would still be more profitable than killing a fierce beast alone. The leaderboard instantly became a complete mess. Just moments ago, he was still in the top 200, but in the blink of an eye, he was pushed beyond 250th place. The freshman competition is now truly entering a fierce phase. Lu Yuan, however, is completely unaware and is still silently clearing monsters underground. He kills every fierce beast he sees, leaving none alive. Skilled and efficient, leaving no chance for the opponent to escape. Killed lower second-tier ferocious beast Purple Fong Snake. Evolution points plus 130. Killed a mid-level second-rank ferocious beast, Unicorn Rhino. Evolution points plus 400. Killed a tier 2 upper beast double-headed Mad Dog. Evolution points plus 750. The further you go in, the higher the beast levels. This area is filled exclusively with tier 2 beasts. Not even a trace of tier 1 remains. A second-tier superior ferocious beast appeared, the two-headed Mad Dog. With black and red fur and a face full of tough flesh, its size was 2 to 3 times that of a normal domestic dog. The most chilling part was that it had 2 heads. Most people would get weak in the legs upon seeing it. Lu Yuan, however, smiled. In his eyes, this was not a monster, but a walking evolution point and score. Especially the score. A second-tier upper-level beast, directly worth 6,000 points. At this level, it can already match the top figures among the freshmen, so the score is naturally high. The spectator seats instantly erupted. 2 dog heads. That's a double-headed Mad Dog. Second-tier advanced. Don't let anything happen to Lu Yuan. Fuck it for me. Some were worried, some were excited. Some were just waiting to see him fail. Xiao Yan stared at the screen, silently hoping this dog could stop Lu Yuan. But he knew clearly that Lu Yuan was not to be trifled with. Underground. As soon as the two-headed Mad Dog appeared, Lu Yuan knew he could no longer hold back. Ice Explosion Spell. The moment the Mad Dog lunged, he gripped the Black Dragon Spear and unleashed his full energy. The cold air at the tip of the gun surged violently, frost spreading instantly, firmly sealing the two-headed Mad Dog. The next second, boom. The once ferocious two-headed Mad Dog was instantly blown into a pile of blood and flesh. Damn, it died just like that. What skill is that? So ruthless. The veterans were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They knew Lu Yuan could win, but they didn't expect him to win so decisively, outright crushing his opponent. This is just ridiculous. A few senior girls who had been covering their eyes just moments ago opened them to see the scattered wreckage on the ground and couldn't help but scream, their eyes revealing an undeniable admiration. S-class superpowers are inherently rare. Even at top institutions like Deep City University of Superpowers, they are few and far between. Isn't this Dean Sheen's self-created S-rank skill? Ice Explosion? Several veteran Ice-type players recognized it at a glance, and their expressions all changed. Qin Tianlong's famous ultimate skill was more familiar to them than anyone else. Lu Hong, vice-captain of the Silver Wolf battle team, eyes shining, spoke firmly. The captain himself might not have reached this level back in the day. No matter what the cost, we must bring Lu Yuan into the team. He, like Jiang Xianran, was also a senior. Back then, Jiang Xianran was indeed the top freshman. But if you compare her from that time with Lu Yuan now, Lu Yuan is stronger. How could Lu Hong not be excited about this? Lu Yuan had no idea that he had casually killed a two-headed Mad Dog, and the outside world was already in an uproar. He simply opened his recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 26,750. Ranking, 3/1424. Third place. As for who is ahead, he's too lazy to look. Tomorrow, first place will definitely be his. When all the new students' positions are revealed on the 7th day, whoever is close to him is unlucky. He has this confidence. Tomorrow is the 7th day, finally able to meet more new S-level students. There was a fighting spirit in Lu Yuan's eyes. Night fell. By the campfire, he pulled up the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 4,400. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown S. Boundary, 2nd tier lower. Spirit, 371 Hz. Chi and Blood, 883 kcal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S, 2nd level. Evolution points have already reached 4,400. How much is needed to break through to the mid-2nd rank? It should be soon. Lu Yuan held his chin, his gaze gradually turning cold. By the way, Lu Yuan spent 1 or 2 hours every night cultivating. Spirit power increased by 1 Hz. Vitality increased by 3 points. The highly anticipated freshman competition finally reached its last day. On this day, there were many more senior students gathered around the big screen than in the previous days, because the champion was about to be born from among these few people. Good luck, Junior Lu Yuan. Junior Xia Qingyin, go all out and defeat Lu Yuan. The upperclassmen who had been watching the matches for several days had already placed their bets. There were only 2 favorites for the championship now, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin. Logically speaking, Xia Qingyin's grass element is restrained by Lu Yuan's ice element. She is only a 1st-tier upper level, while Lu Yuan is a 2nd-tier lower level, surpassing her by an entire minor realm. Even if she has a powerful companion beast, the deep-water demon dragon cub, the water element is still suppressed by the ice element. No matter how you look at it, Li Yuan has the greater chance of winning. But in this world, after all, it still comes down to luck. There is still a small group of veteran fans who hope Xia Qingyin will succeed because of her looks. Xiaoyan was also hoping she would win, but not because of appearances. He had been thoroughly humiliated by Lu Yuan and just wanted someone to stand up for him. Early that morning, Lu Yuan woke up. His energy was at its peak. He remembered very clearly that on the last day, all the positions of the new students would be made public. He immediately opened the map. As expected, with him at the center, the area around was densely packed with red dots. Next to each red dot, the corresponding new student information was marked. Name, Wang Zhe. Student ID, 205-200-2001. Points, 27,000. Rank, 2/1424. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 29400. Rank, 1/1424. There are roughly more than 60 survivors left on the map. Over 40 in the shallow area, more than 10 stuck at the edge of the deep area. Only 4 people have truly reached the deep level. Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, Lu Yuan, and Feng Shi. The top 2 are not far ahead of me in points. The one closest to me is Wang Zhe. He had no impression of this name. But instead of panicking, he became excited. An unknown opponent is much more interesting. Lu Yuan headed straight towards Wang Zhe's position. On the other side, Wang Zhe was also looking forward to this day. He opened the map on his watch. When he saw that the closest person was Lu Yuan, a smile spread across his face. He had long heard that this year, 2 S-level freshmen had arrived at the Ice Academy. That foreign student doesn't care. He is more interested in seeing just how strong this local S-level really is. Right now, Lu Yuan is ranked 3rd, with almost the same points as himself. This shows that his strength is by no means weaker than his own. This point difference can be made up just by luck. Maybe it's just that I'm lucky. Wait. Wang Zhe's gaze darkened as he suddenly noticed the small red, representing Lu Yuan moving closer to him. Interesting. He chuckled softly. It seems he is not the only one wanting to distinguish who is superior. The rustling sound echoed all around. Who's there? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately used his spiritual power to cast the detective technique. It turned out that it was neither a ferocious beast nor a newborn, but senior students patrolling underground. He hurried along while looking at the map. He and Wang Zhe were closing in on each other. Both were waiting for this battle. After more than 10 minutes. As he approached Wang Zhe, Lu Yuan used detective technique to investigate again. Wang Zhe's companion beast was an eagle, and its speed was faster than his own. Eagle, mostly wind type. He knew it well in his heart. Finally, the two faced each other. Lu Yuan, we've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wang Zhe smiled and spoke. His light green eyes had deepened in color by a few shades. Screech. The wild wind and the fierce eagle screamed sharply, full of combat spirit. The same, Lu Yuan replied. The battle erupted in an instant. Ice Blade. Lu Yuan took the initiative with a ranged attack, casting several ice blades in quick succession, then raised his black dragon spear and charged forward. These moves are still not enough. Wind element with primary focus on speed. Wang Zhe and the hawk easily dodged the ice blades. Come on. Wang Zhe has a gentle appearance, but his weapon is a heavy long knife. Wind element with a weighted blade, designed to maximize burst power. Lu Yuan squinted. The sword was heavy, but Wang Zhe wielded it with ease. This was not just the blessing of supernatural power. He must have practiced hard. Clang, clang, clang. Guns clashed with blades, sparks flying everywhere. The long blade seemed light, but its force was astonishing. However, Lu Yuan's spear technique was more skilled, steadily overpowering. Wang Zhe gradually struggled. At this moment, the hawk struck. Whoosh! Its sharp claws lunged straight at Lu Yuan. He could only retract his spear and step back, creating distance, forcing the hawk to retreat. The wind howled. Only then did Wang Zhe breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan's marksmanship was so fierce that it left him almost gasping for breath. Whirlwind slash. Wang Zhe exerted power from his shoulder, sweeping his long blade horizontally. A massive wind blade was instantly slashed out, heading straight for Lu Yuan. The wild wind hawk did not back down either, flapping wildly as two small wind vortices followed closely, roaring forward. Lu Yuan first activated the ice sealing shield, then immediately used Ice Extreme Flash to teleport closer. The wind blade and wind vortex slammed entirely against the shield. The ice shield cracked with countless fine lines, but did not break. Wang Zhe raised his blade to block, only to realize that Lu Yuan was not charging at him at all. His target is not me, then it must be, he suddenly realized. A glance to the side revealed the wild wind hawk being shot and sent flying. It drew an arc in midair, crashing heavily onto the ground. Little hawk. Wang Zhe hurriedly recalled the injured hawk into the containment ball. Now it's our turn for a one-on-one. Lu Yuan gave him no chance to catch his breath. A polar flash, closing the distance by 15 meters. The black dragon spear slammed down like a violent storm, the shadows of the spear densely packed and impenetrable. Wang Zhe was forced to retreat repeatedly. Gale kick. While swinging his blade to hold on, he simultaneously infused wind elemental energy into his right leg. With a whoosh, it swept out horizontally. Bang! This kick landed on the ice shield. Wang Zhe retracted his leg, frowning deeply. Lu Yuan was unharmed, but his leg was numb from the shock. The gap is too obvious. Wang Zhe straightforwardly pressed his recording watch and activated the elemental energy shield. The shield lit up, which also meant he was eliminated. I am not your match, he admitted calmly. You win. You are already very strong. Lu Yuan clasped his fists and smiled. In his view, Wang Zhe had no weaknesses, but also no trump card. Losing to himself was simply a matter of having slightly inferior hard skills. Seeing Lu Yuan easily win, the veteran students watching cheered loudly. Many senior female students' gazes towards him changed. They clearly regarded him as an idol. Lu Yuan opened the recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Points, 33500. Rank, 2/1424. He is still second. The first place remains Xia Qingyin. This indicates that Feng Shi has already lost. Not surprising. Whether it was Xia Qingyin's grass type or the Deepwater Demon Dragon Cub's water type, both strictly countered Feng Shi's ground type. With its attributes suppressed, Feng Shi barely had any chance to turn the tide. Losing to Xia Qingyin is perfectly normal. It's time to end this. Lu Yuan was about to open the map to find Xia Qingyin. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. A gigantic beast stomped out of the forest, its roar rolling like thunder, startling the birds into scattering. Lu Yuan looked up. It was a blazing tiger, its entire body covered in fiery red mane, with a physique as tall as a small mountain, muscles bulging. Its pupils were fiery red as if burning, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its tail swayed gently, with several flames dancing in the wind. Third rank lower, Flame Tiger. Wang Zhe also saw it. To his surprise, Lu Yuan did not retreat, but advanced directly to meet it. A third rank lower ferocious beast, Lu Yuan might be able to kill it. But this is a fire-type blazing tiger. A fire-type ferocious beast with the most intense bursts. But recalling the recent fight, Lu Yuan was calm and steady, not reckless. Wang Zhe did not leave, but stood in place to watch the battle. The patrolling senior students also stopped. If Lu Yuan couldn't hold on and the shield was triggered, they could still take him away in time. A third-level fierce beast arranged by the underground world. And its fire type. Is he being too reckless? Maybe he restrains fire powers? Su Bing just lost too, didn't he? Go Lu Yuan. The experienced students watching the battle were debating heatedly. At the mentor's seats, Xiao Yin sat beside Qin Tianlong, a smile playing on his lips. Lower third rank, and still fire element. Lu Yuan, let's see how you handle this. Lu Yuan had no idea that thousands of eyes were watching him. He only knew that he had to take down this flame tiger. In the eyes of everyone, he charged fiercely, closing in with a few steps. In the next moment, Ice Extreme Flash was activated, his figure shooting forward violently. The black dragon spear in the right hand swept horizontally, stirring up a howling fierce wind. For ice shards rotated around the body. Ice explosion technique. The blazing tiger was about to move. The black dragon spear has arrived. Lu Yuan let out a fierce shout, and ice elemental energy poured in wildly, instantly freezing the entire blaze tiger. The blaze tiger roared angrily, flames flaring up, trying to melt the ice. The next second, boom, the ice layer shattered. A loud crash echoed through the forest. Several bloody holes were blown on the flame tiger's body. Flesh and ice fragments were scattered everywhere by the explosion. The flame tiger didn't die instantly, but it was left with only a single breath. In the next 4 seconds, Lu Yuan fired more than a dozen shots in succession. The severely injured flame tiger was still emitting flames, but like a candle flickering in the wind, it was quickly completely suppressed and could not withstand his fierce assault at all. In the end, it fell to the ground, completely dead. Killed a Tier 3 lower beast flame tiger. Evolution points plus 4,000. The system prompt sounded in his ear. 4,000 evolution points? A low-tier third-rank beast gives this much. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Now his evolution points are close to 10,000, and breaking through the mid-level second stage is effortless. He opened the recording watch again. Points, 133500. Rank, 1/1424. Six-figure points, firmly holding first place. Originally, someone wanted to see him and the flame tiger fight each other to the death, hoping to learn some battle tactics. For example, how to overcome attribute advantages and how to use agility. The result wasn't even clear before the battle ended. Wang Zhe was left dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly to himself, thinking that if that move had landed on him, his shield would have been shattered long ago. The senior students on patrol were also stunned in place. The third-tier lower-rank flame tiger was notorious. Even third-year students didn't dare to solo it and had to team up. But this freshman easily handled it alone. This is true genius. Several people were shocked in their hearts. The senior students around were even more blown away. Is it over just like that? Knew he would win. Didn't expect him to win so decisively. Lu Yuan is so handsome. Why are you a guy shouting that? I'm from the 4 Sichuan provinces. The crowd kept discussing. Someone sighed. With this strength, even Jiang Xinyan back in the day might not compare. There were also people beaming with pride. Having studied at Xin University for so long, seeing such a formidable character emerge, they felt genuinely proud. Xiaoyan felt very uncomfortable. The student Qin Tianlong, whom he had always looked down upon, was not only not killed by the flaming tiger, but had easily killed it in return, which made him very displeased. Such a strong new student has emerged from Shenzhen University. As their mentor, he couldn't help but feel proud. Conflicted emotions surged, but in the end, They only turned into a sigh. He turned around and left the mentor's seat. Qin Tianlong saw it, but said nothing. The team leader entered the underground world and cannot be contacted. Lu Yuan must be brought in. A year later, he will be made deputy team leader. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Lu Hong, the deputy captain of the Silver Wolf squad, spoke in a firm tone. Understood. The team member nodded. Xia Qingyin hurried forward while looking at the map. The red dots on the map flickered. Lu Yuan, score 133,500, ranked first. Six-figure score. She smiled gently. It seems that the third-level fierce beast was already killed by him. Even so, she did not directly trigger the shield to concede. She wanted to try him herself. Lu Yuan also saw the red dot approaching. Want to have a fight with me? After more than 10 minutes, the two met. First place is indeed yours. Congratulations. Xia Qingyin said with a smile. You're polite. Lu Yuan replied lightly. I know I can't win, but I want to have a one-on-one fight just once. All right. The battle erupted in an instant. Xia Qingyin raised her long sword, thorny vines entwining it, its edge surging with intensity. Lu Yuan's black dragon spear was covered with frost, flowing with ice elemental energy. The metal clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. After several rounds, Xia Qingyin was forced to continuously retreat. She was breathing heavily, sweat beads sliding down her forehead. The gap was clear and cruel. Come again. She gritted her teeth and charged forward again. She still couldn't beat Lu Yuan. A few minutes later, that was really satisfying. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin wiped the sweat off her forehead, smiled at him, then activated her energy shield and willingly conceded. The rules are set, she lost. Deep underground, only Lu Yuan remained. There was still one survivor in the shallow layer, but the outcome was already inevitable. The first place can only be Lu Yuan. She smiles so beautifully, I'm completely captivated. Wake up, she's not smiling at you. One sentence shattered the fantasy. The freshman competition has ended. Please leave the underground world immediately. The broadcast sounded repeatedly. The time has not come, but the outcome is already decided. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and the others withdrew quickly. The strongest third-level ferocious beast here was sealed deeper within. The seal couldn't hold for much longer. If we don't leave soon, it will be dangerous. A few days later, they reached the exit. The passage outside was crowded with senior and new students. No one forces it, and there are no rewards. They only came to welcome Lu Yuan. His strong performance underground had long since conquered everyone. When Lu Yuan appeared, the crowd instantly erupted. He smiled faintly and waved in response. The principal is here. The crowd automatically parted. Song Liyuan walked up to Lu Yuan and gave his shoulder a heavy pat. I've seen your performance. Very good. Come to my office tomorrow. Yes, principal. Then, he looked towards Xia Qingyin and the others. You are not bad either, the elite of level 52. Thank you, principal. The three responded in unison. I'll leave the rest to others. I'm going ahead. Song Liyuan threw out this sentence, waved his hand, and left. I'm Jiang Guang, responsible for loot appraisal this time. Yours haven't been calculated yet, have they? Follow me. A stranger mentor smiled and stepped forward. Excuse me, Mentor Jiang. Several people nodded and followed him away. Many new and returning students also followed, all eager to see the outcome. After all, the fourth place has a 150% bonus, second and third places have 200%, and the first place an outrageous 400%. Such a gap is enough to create a world of difference. The exchange points are inside this building. The few quickly reached the settlement window, with a crowd already gathered behind them. Come, help them calculate the total value, Jiang Guang instructed. 3 staff members immediately got to work, one responsible for each person. Fang Shi, loot worth 980,000, with a 150% bonus, total 2,450,000. When the result came out, the crowd stirred with excitement. 2.45 million. For many people, this is money they couldn't save up in years. This is outrageous. If I had known there was this kind of competition, I would have tried my hardest to make the top 4 back then. Fourth place is already like this. What about the top 3? The murmurs rose and fell continuously. Fang Shi was still relatively calm. His family background was good, but the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Wang Zhe, the loot is 1.4 million, with a 200% bonus. The total amount is 4.2 million. The moment the words fell, the crowd completely exploded. 7 days, for 1,200,000. An average of 600,000 per day. This is no longer a matter of effort. It's the class gap laid bare before our eyes. Xia Qingyin, loot 1.9 million, bonus 200%, total 5.7 million. As soon as the result came out, the whole room tensed up. Many students clenched their teeth. Xiaolan, well done. I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Xia Qingyin praised it in her heart. 5.7 million means nothing to her, but Xiaolan deserves a reward. Thank you, master. Xiaolan replied softly and sweetly. The grand finale is Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, loot of 3.05 million, bonus 400%, total 15.25 million. Jiang Guang's voice was loud and clear. Like a bomb exploding in water, the whole arena erupted. 15.25 million, 8 digits. The students' eyes were wide open, speechless. Suddenly, applause broke out. It grew louder and louder. Fang Shi, Wang Zhe, and Xia Qingyin were all clapping. Lu Yuan is worthy. Great, he finally doesn't have to desperately go underground anymore. Xia Qingyin looked at him and genuinely felt happy for him. The applause grew more and more enthusiastic, and the boys competed to see who could clap the hardest. Until Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand to signal, and the voice stopped. Transfer the money now. Take out the cards. Jiang Guang spoke. Several people took out their bank cards. Text message popped up. 15.25 million credited. The money truly lay in the account. Lu Yuan's heartbeat went out of control. Jump once at the announcement. Jump wildly again when the payment arrives. The money has really arrived. Blue Star coins have been issued, and the rest of the resources will be delivered to the dormitory within 3 days. Jiang Guang is wrapping up. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the gap had already widened. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, follow me. The silent mentor beside them spoke. Seeing the three looking puzzled, he explained. The top 3 in the freshman competition take a group photo for remembrance. You don't mind, right? The 3 naturally nodded. When you lose, you shouldn't harbor resentment. Opponents only push you to become stronger. This is the mindset a true strong person should have. They arrived in front of the huge stone monument on campus. The school motto of Shenqing University of Special Abilities was engraved on the stone tablet, the dark red characters flamboyant like dragons. The mentor took out an expensive camera. The 3 stood still, Lu Yuan in the center, Xia Qingyin on the left, Wang Zhe on the right. Smile and strike a pose. The mentor suddenly remembered something and took out 3 trophies from the spatial ring. The third-place trophy was made of obsidian, cold and sharp. The second-place trophy was crafted from amethyst and rose quartz, with intertwined light reflections under the sunlight. The champion trophy was made of aurora glass, with radiant halos flowing, symbolizing the ultimate glory. The 3 each held their cups. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click, the picture froze. Their names will be permanently recorded by the school. The photos will also be sent to them. After taking the pictures, Wang Zhe looked at Lu Yuan. I won't admit defeat. Next time we fight again. Lu Yuan responded calmly. Anytime, I'm ready. Xia Qingyin smiled and said goodbye. The 2 left with the trophy. Lu Yuan put away the trophy and also turned to leave. Lu Yuan, come join our extreme ice team. We are mostly ice type, resources are concentrated, and improvement is faster. Take a look at the water blue team too. There are many senior students, good benefits, you won't lose out. Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when he was surrounded by a group of battle team members. He had stood out too much in the underground world and had long been targeted. Before, there were too many people around to speak up, and everyone was busy counting loot and taking photos for the award ceremony, so no one wanted to cause a disturbance. Now that he was alone, it was the perfect opportunity to make a move. At that moment, a voice rose above all the others. Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hong, the deputy captain of the Silver Wolf battle team. Join us, and you will get priority access to resources. After 1 year, the deputy captain position will be yours. Once the words were spoken, all the other teams fell silent. The Silver Wolf team spoke personally and even directly promised the vice captain the weight was too heavy. All right, he's definitely choosing Silver Wolf. Not necessarily. Maybe he'll refuse. People around whispered quietly. Lu Yuan's expression was calm. Captain Lu, let's exchange contact information first. I'll think about joining the team for a few days and then get back to you. This was said very tactfully. Refusing outright on the spot is too direct. Delaying a few days before turning them down is much more tactful. Incidentally, using Yinlang's name repels everyone else. Lu Hong understood. He was silent for a moment, then handed over his contact information. I'll wait for your message. After speaking, he took his people and left. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yuan was already waiting. Brother Lu Yuan, did you make a killing this time? Treat us. Sure. Lu Yuan was in a good mood. By the way, what did you do with the minter afterwards? He took a photo and even gave me a trophy. He took out the Aurora Glass trophy. Its light shimmered beautifully, dazzling to the eyes. Show me again. Lu Yuan smiled and retracted the spatial ring. After chatting for a while, he went upstairs back to the bedroom. In 7 days, he hardly stopped working in the underground world. The result was not bad. With the light blue star coins, he received 15,200,000. For at least a long period of time, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. After spending a full 7 days underground, no matter how strong, he couldn't hold on. Exhausted to the bone. Lu Yuan let out a long yawn. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he collapsed directly onto the bed and instantly fell into a deep sleep. He only woke up at 10 o'clock at night. After taking a cold shower, he felt much more awake. When blow-drying my hair, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from Hart at Shenzhen University. Due to your outstanding performance in the freshman competition, according to the special admission agreement, you are rewarded 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. At Shenzhen University of Supernatural Powers, many resources can only be exchanged for credits. On the forum, people often trade blue star coins for credits. One credit can be speculated up to 15,000, and sometimes even 20,000. By this calculation, these 1,000 credits are worth an astounding amount. Thinking that he was the top freshman, he felt it was only natural. This credit cannot be spent carelessly. No need to worry about weapons. Champions can customize exclusive weapons, which are much better than those in the exchange area. No need for battle armor either. Credits are only used for A level and above. He can't use them at all right now. Then only cultivation remains. Lu Yuan directly placed an order for second-tier frozen energy concentrate, 1 bottle costing 20 credits. This thing can accelerate the absorption of elemental energy and also stabilize the internal power, which is crucial for breakthroughs. The only problem is that it's expensive. He first bought a bottle to test the waters. Just after paying, the phone rang. Ling Weiwei, did you receive the credits? Don't think it's too little. How could it be? It's more than the other 3 combined. That's good. Get another 1,000 credits next year. Don't disappoint me. The call ended. Pressure fell silently. After drying my hair, my stomach began to protest. Lu Yuan ordered takeout again on the app. It's time to see what has been gained in the underground world. Lu Yuan sat on the bed, and with a thought, the panel appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 10100. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Boundary, 2nd rank lower tier. Spirit, 371 Hz. Energy and Blood, 883 kcal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Intermediate. Ice Prism Aura, D. Intermediate. Ice Extreme Flash, B. Beginner. Ice Blade, A. Beginner. Ice Seal Shield, A. Beginner. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Intermediate. Detective Technique, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S. 2nd level. The screen is full of, except for the Body Tempering Technique, points can be allocated to all others. The 3rd level is Refining the Meridians. The human body has 20 meridians, 12 primary meridians plus 8 extraordinary meridians, which is very difficult. No wonder 10,000 evolution points aren't enough. He checked the information and had a clear idea in his mind. Break through the realm first. He pressed, without hesitation. Evolution points minus 7,000. Realm, Lower second stage, middle second stage. In an instant, primal energy exploded within his body, rushing through every limb and bone like a torrent. Lu Yuan immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, forcibly steadying his breath and guiding the power to break through the barrier. At the same time, in Lu Yuan's bedroom, "Mom, let me tell you, your son has made it, 15th place in the freshman competition." Lu Yuan held up his phone, grinning from ear to ear. This result is even higher than he expected. On the other side of the screen, Mother's eyes were squinting with laughter. "Our little Yuan is really promising. Of course, don't you see whose son he is?" Lu Yuan patted his chest, feeling extremely proud. As soon as the words fell, a strong wave of primal energy suddenly surged. Even through several walls, that aura could not be blocked. Lu Yuan's face instantly stiffened, his pupils dilated. "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong?" Mother sensed something wrong, her tone tense. "It's nothing, my roommate is breaking through. He's the top of this year's class." Lu Yuan pretended to be calm, but inside, he was already exploding. Lu Yuan had only just reached the lower second rank during the competition. Now this disturbance can only mean the middle second rank. Only a few days have passed. Has it been a week? Lu Yuan completely doubted his life. While others were desperately leveling up, he felt like he was watching someone using cheats. Lu Yuan seemed to be playing a cracked version of the game. "Oh, is that so? Then you have to work harder. Don't let others leave you too far behind." Mother Lu Yuan said casually. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan completed the breakthrough. He opened his eyes and immediately checked his changes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 3100. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Boundary, second stage mid-level. Spirit, 451 Hz. Vitality, 1053 Cal. Before breakthrough, his spirit was 371 Hz. Vitality, 883 calories. His spirit energy now surged to 451 Hz, and his vital energy directly broke the 1,000 mark, reaching 1053 calories. What excited him even more was the significant increase in his elemental energy capacity. At full capacity, he could consecutively cast the intermediate-level Ice Explosion spell 3 times and still have 10% to 20% of his elemental energy left. Afterward, he upgraded Ice Blade, Ice Shield, and Ice Flash, all to intermediate level. Evolution points -900. Ice Blade, A. Low-level intermediate level. Evolution points -1000. Ice Shield, A. Low-level intermediate level. Evolution points, 600. Frost Flash, B. Low-level intermediate level. Because Ice Blade is used the most and the proficiency is naturally higher, its consumption is actually less than that of the Ice Shield. The moment the points were allocated, a massive amount of memories flooded into his mind. It was as if he had truly practiced tirelessly for countless days and nights. Awesome. Lu Yuan let out a long breath. All A-level skills were comprehensively enhanced. The damage and range of the Ice Blade have nearly doubled. The strength and duration of the Ice Shield have also surged dramatically. Even the B-grade Ice Extreme Flash has its displacement distance increased to 25 meters. Breaking through is exhausting, but the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was addictive. By the time he came to his senses, it was already early morning. The takeout downstairs had long since gone cold. He went downstairs, reheated the takeout, ate it casually, and went back to his room to rest. The next day, Lu Yuan asked for the location of the principal's office and went there directly. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. He pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, Principal Song. Sit. Song Li Yuan gestured for him to sit on the sofa. The usually stern principal now unexpectedly showed a smile. Lu Yuan, your performance this time was very impressive. At the freshman competition, very few freshmen managed to break through to the lower second tier. In the past 4 years, you are the first. Lu Yuan scratched his head and smiled. Principal, you're flattering me. I just got lucky. Don't be modest. Song Li Yuan waved his hand. No matter how high your talent is, without hard training, you can't reach this stage. He smiled particularly kindly. Lu Yuan, however, felt a bit unaccustomed. The serious and stern principal at the opening ceremony was completely different from the person in front of him. Song Li Yuan suddenly squinted. That's not right. Your aura. is already mid-level second stage? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Since it had been noticed, there was no need to hide it. Good, 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 Song Li Yuan said 3 times in a row, then firmly patted his shoulder. The freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities in a month. I want to see how they can stop them. The 4 prestigious universities competition? Still fighting in the underground world? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. No, Song Li Yuan explained. The competition takes place in a virtual reality jointly developed by the 5 major superpowers. All participants are top freshmen, just at the stage of improvement after enrollment. If seriously injured in reality, it could ruin their future. So they use a virtual system to ensure safety. Got it. Lu Yuan nodded. There are specialized devices in the Psychic Abilities Hall. You can go and experience them. All right. Only then did Lu Yuan realize the school had such things. Virtual reality can simulate actual combat, which would definitely help him improve significantly. When he has free time, he must try it. Song Li Yuan suddenly walked to the bookshelf and took down a thick skill book. I obtained this early on in a secret realm, but unfortunately, I awakened in the combat system and can't use it. Since we are destined, I'm giving it to you. The book was heavy, clearly not something ordinary. Principal, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lu Yuan declined verbally, but his heart was burning with enthusiasm. You can accept it. Song Li Yuan smiled calmly. There's only one condition. Lead the team to first place among the 4 prestigious schools. Do you dare? Of course I dare. Lu Yuan took it without hesitation. Opening it, it turned out to be an SS-level skill book. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation. An SS-level skill that can summon multiple ice swords around you, allowing free control of offense and defense. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and the image of ice swords flying across the sky appeared vividly in his mind. You say you don't want it, but deep down you've been craving it all along. Song Li Yuan joked with a smile. You've seen right through me. Lu Yuan responded with a goofy smile. You don't have a companion beast yet, right? Go to the beast egg sales area and get one. Its strength is average, but it's enough for the transition. Thank you, Principal. Leaving the office, Lu Yuan headed straight to the beast egg sales counter. A companion beast given for free. Only a fool would refuse it. Even if it's just for companionship, it's worth it. Inside the grand building, rooms with different temperatures were lined up in a row to provide an environment for the beast eggs. The 5 large characters Beast Egg Sales on the sign above the door were particularly eye-catching, with a cracked giant egg model standing at the top. At the entrance, a couple had just come out, each holding a long-eared rabbit. The blue-eared one was lively and jumping around, while the pink-eared one was quiet and well-behaved, exuding a sweet atmosphere. Lu Yuan couldn't help but start looking forward to what his companion beast would be. At this moment, a familiar figure approached. Senior brother Hu Dahai, junior brother Lu Yuan? Congratulations on being first in the newcomer competition. Just lucky. Hu Dahai shook his head with a smile. Don't be modest. I wouldn't dare solo a 3rd-level flame tiger even at level 51. He said and then asked, I'm here to buy nutrients for Xiaobai. You're here to collect beast eggs too, right? Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the sales area, his heartbeat quietly quickening. This place is called the Beast Egg Sales Office, but such a large building, of course, couldn't be selling only beast eggs. As long as it's related to companion beasts, it's basically all here. To put it bluntly, it's about extending the industry chain to make an extra layer of profit. Strictly speaking, I'm not here to buy. Principal Song asked me to come pick up a beast egg. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Oh, it seems Principal Song values you a lot. The freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities is being held at Shenzhen University this year, right? Junior brother, you've got to fight hard and beat those schools down. Hu Dahai clenched his fist, his tone excited. After speaking, he grabbed a bag of nutritional fluid and happily walked towards the dormitory. Of course. Lu Yuan curled the corner of his mouth and strode into the beast egg sales area. As soon as he entered, he glanced at the hall. The inside is divided into different areas, classified according to the attributes of the companion beasts. Fire, water, and ice each occupy a section. Hello, student. May I ask what type of symbiotic beast you would like to choose? The counter staff asked with a smile. My name is Lu Yuan. Principal Song asked me to come and pick up a beast egg. Lu Yuan spoke directly. Lu Yuan? The one who ranked first in the freshman competition. The staff's eyes lit up. Principal Song just mentioned you. Come with me. He immediately stepped out from behind the counter. Shaoli, cover for me for a moment. I'll take Lu Yuan to pick up the beast egg. After speaking, he took Lu Yuan toward the ice-type beast egg hatching room. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air rushed out. The staff shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Lu Yuan, however, looked relaxed and instead felt comfortable. It's too cold inside. I'm not going in. You pick them out, and we'll register. The staff stood back at the door. All right. Lu Yuan made a gesture and walked in alone. The indoor temperature is just the basic environment, not the precise incubation condition. All the beast eggs were placed in a specially made incubator, arranged neatly. Detailed information was marked below. Name, cold worm egg. Status, good. Adult stage limit, first level upper rank. Price, 280,000 blue star coins. Hatching time, within 2 weeks. This is just one of them. Lu Yuan walked around and quickly figured out the rules. Low-level beast eggs can be purchased with blue star coins. For third level and above, they can only be exchanged using credits. This is the threshold, as well as the filtering. In this room, the highest beast egg is at the upper 4th tier. Compared to those newcomers from wealthy families, like Xia Qingyin's Deepwater Draconic Hatchling or Wang Zhe's Whirlwind Falcon, his choice was indeed a notch lower. But a single upper 4th tier beast egg costs over 400 credits, a number he could not ignore. He fought to first place in the freshman competition and only earned 1,000 credits. Saving nearly half was already a big gain for him. After careful selection, he settled on an ice crystal snake egg. The information was very simple. Name, ice spike snake egg. Status, good. Adult ceiling, tier 4 upper level. Price, 475 credits. Expected hatching, within 3 days. After confirming it was correct, he pressed the button, and the incubator opened. He held the ice spike snake egg in his arms. The eggshell was dotted with ice blue starlight, shimmering with cold light. It looked beautiful, but carried a chill. The size was not small, almost reaching half of his body, and it was very heavy. At that moment, his gaze paused. Evolution points, 600. Ice Ridge Serpent, unhatched. Hatching countdown, 48 hours. He squinted and double-checked. The panel had not disappeared. This was not an illusion. Can you also add points before hatching? Can the adult level cap be broken? Will it directly evolve into a stronger form? The thought exploded in an instant. If even a green caterpillar can defy fate, then why can't the ice crystal snake? He took a deep breath, pushing away distracting thoughts. There's no use overthinking now. First, he has to take the egg away. He held the ice crystal snake egg and walked to the door. Just sign your name and you can take it away. The staff handed over the form. Lu Yuan confirmed it was correct and signed his name. A beast egg that can hatch within 3 days does not require a complex environment, only simple care. He put the ice spike snake eggs into the spatial ring. Just about to leave. Student Lu Yuan, wait a moment. He turned back. Is there something else? The staff member looked a bit embarrassed. My daughter is your fan. Could you sign an autograph? Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course. He took the paper and pen and quickly wrote it down. Wishing you happiness every day, Lu Yuan. The staff were all beaming with joy, repeatedly expressing their thanks. It's all right. Lu Yuan left the beast egg vendor. Back to the dormitory. Lu Yuan turned on the air conditioner and placed the ice thorn snake egg in the bedroom. With the system reminding him of the incubation time, he wasn't worried at all that the companion beast would sneak away. At this moment, Qin Tianlong sent a message. Come to my place. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan immediately replied and got up to leave the dormitory. At Qin Tianlong's home. You're here? Sit here. Qin Tianlong patted the sofa beside him. Lu Yuan sat down. You did a great job this time. First place in the freshman competition, finally giving me some face. Qin Tianlong laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching, Lu Yuan replied. Cut it out. Your words are very flattering. Qin Tianlong complained verbally, but felt quite pleased inside. If someone else had flattered him like that, he would have lost his temper long ago. He put away his smile and said seriously, Speak up. What reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you. Lu Yuan was also unabashed, and the space ring flashed, a thick skill book landing on the coffee table. It was precisely the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation. Old Song gave this to you, right? Qin Tianlong blurted out. Lu Yuan nodded. This book was brought out of the secret realm by him. Back then, I wanted to buy it for 150 million, but he refused to sell it, saying something like to be kept for a destined person. In the end, the destined person still turned out to be my student. Qin Tianlong snorted coldly, his tone full of defiance. I haven't trained this skill, but I can help you get started. After that, it's up to you. Thank you, teacher. I definitely won't let you down, Lu Yuan said solemnly. Teaching you is my duty, not a reward. Think again. Is there anything else you want? Lu Yuan shook his head, not for the time being. No rush. Take your time to decide whenever you're ready. Suddenly, Lu Yuan remembered something. Teacher, my body tempering technique has already broken through to the second level. Is there anything I should be aware of for the third level? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianlong's expression changed, and his smile instantly disappeared. My apprentice is walking two paths at the same time. The breakthrough progressed rapidly, and the body tempering cultivation did not fall behind. All right, such a prodigy is my disciple. Qin Tianlong felt increasingly satisfied the more he thought about it, and his gaze at Lu Yuan was shining. Body tempering involves refining the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once all 20 meridians are fully open, it counts as entering the third level. The method is quite similar to refining the internal organs. Following the approach of Xianming Ice Soul Body, guide the primordial energy to flush through the meridians, forcing out impurities and continuously strengthening and reshaping the meridians. Once the meridians are completely unblocked, the flow of primordial energy will become smoother. After stepping into the third level, your control over primordial energy will reach a higher stage. You can use your power wherever you wish. Qin Tianlong explained in detail. Lu Yuan listened carefully, memorizing every word without missing any. Watch closely. Qin Tianlong flicked his hand casually, and a tiny shard of ice silently shot out. The flower bud in the distant vase was instantly sliced off. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. Practice more. With your comprehension, you'll be able to do it soon. At this moment, the butler's voice came from the kitchen. Teacher Qin, the dishes are ready. Lu Yuan, I'm in a good mood today. Want to have a couple of drinks with me? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded. With his constitution, ordinary alcohol could not knock him down at all. Even with Baijiu, drinking 10 or so bottles was no problem. But once he entered the kitchen, he realized he had oversimplified things. Qin Tianlong didn't take out beer or white liquor, but strong spirits brewed with snake fruit and mesmerizing fruit. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming and frighteningly strong. After a glass, he felt a bit dizzy. Just after finishing 2 glasses, my consciousness grew heavy, and I collapsed onto the table. Butler, take him to the guest room. Qin Tianlong poured himself another glass. It was nearly noon the next day when Lu Yuan groggily woke up. His mind was blank. He looked around and realized it was not his room. Where am I? Memories surged forth, and he smiled bitterly. It turned out to be 2 glasses of wine that knocked me down. Walk out of the room. Awake. In the living room on the first floor, Qin Tianlong greeted with a smile. Lunch is almost ready. Let's eat together. Lu Yuan looked a bit embarrassed. They had agreed to have 2 drinks, but ended up downing just 2. Fortunately, the food was delicious and the atmosphere was relaxed. After finishing the meal, the 2 of them went to the training room. Qin Tianlong personally taught Lu Yuan how to temper his meridians, and they also studied the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation together. 4 hours passed quickly. Come to me anytime if you have any questions, Qin Tianlong instructed. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan left his residence and headed straight to the Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion. The freshman competition had just ended, and many people were relaxing. But he couldn't stop. There were still the freshman competitions of the 4 prestigious schools ahead. That was the real tough battle. Moreover, the match was held at Deep City Superpower University. The principal and teachers placed their hopes on him. He absolutely could not lose face. He had to win. Need to win spectacularly. On the road, The phone suddenly vibrated. He stopped the car to check. It was a message from Hart at Shinda. Student Lu Yuan, I am Yu Yin, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy. I personally crafted your weapon. Phone, 195XXXXXXX. For specific requirements, please call. The dean personally took action? Lu Yuan felt a shock in his heart. He immediately dialed the phone. After a few rings, the other party answered. Hello, Dean Yu. This is Lu Yuan. I want to talk to you about weapons. I heard you use a spear. Are there any requirements for length and weight? The length is 2.9 meters, slightly longer than before. The weight is controlled around 80 kilograms. I can now steadily handle between 76 and 84 kilograms. Good. Anything else? Can the barrel and the gun body be made detachable? You want to extend its lifespan, right? No problem. Yu Yin spoke casually. Such a request is nothing for a master-level blacksmith. There's one more thing, Lu Yuan. The S-level resource rewarded for first place in the freshman competition is the ice vein or crystal. If you want, I can fuse it into this spear. Yu Yin added. Yes, of course I want it. Lu Yuan agreed without a second thought. Ice vein or crystals cannot be used directly for cultivation. Keeping them like this doesn't maximize their value. If they could be integrated into weapons, combat power would increase significantly. All right then. I'll hang up now and send you some design blueprints later. You can pick from them. Thank you for your trouble, Dean Yu. All right. The call ended. A new spear. A flush of warmth rose in Lu Yuan's heart. Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. As soon as Lu Yuan walked in, the familiar staff greeted him with a smile. Lu Yuan, congratulations. First place in the freshman competition. Thank you. Lu Yuan nodded. Do you have virtual reality equipment here? We do, but it's a bit expensive. 50,000 blue star coins per hour. No problem, I want to try it. He definitely would have hesitated before, but now this amount of money was nothing. Haha, would the first place still be short of money? The staff led him to the equipment. It was a huge white seat connected to a helmet with dense, intertwined wiring, full of a high-tech feel. Next to the seat was a row of grooves, filled with various crystals, clearly meant to supply elemental energy. Just lie down and put on the helmet. All right. Lu Yuan lay down and fastened the helmet. The next second, the world spun wildly. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him was no longer the supernatural abilities hall, but a vast, empty virtual space. Welcome to virtual reality. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the space. Lu Yuan raised his hand and pinched his own cheek. The touch was frighteningly real, almost exactly like in reality. He walked a few steps simply, confirming the operation was smooth. Unfortunately, this is a simplified version. Scenes cannot be generated at will. Battle mode can only be activated. The full version is said to simulate any environment, even recreating extreme battlefields, so realistic that it's hard to tell what's real. And here, only fierce beasts can be saw. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Generate a third-level lower rank, Flame Tiger. With a thought, the scene before Lu Yuan suddenly changed. A blazing flame tiger appeared out of thin air, exactly the same as the one in reality. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the ears, and it suddenly lunged forward. This time, no ice explosion spell. Let's see how tough you are. Lu Yuan clenched the black dragon spear and faced it head-on. Ice blade technique. The ice blade sliced through the air, instantly cutting through the tiger's hide, blood splattering. The blazing tiger roared in pain and anger, crouching down to spit out a huge fireball. The fireball came roaring. Good timing. Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and the ice shield instantly deployed. The fireball collided with the shield, white smoke billowing, but it didn't harm him in the slightest. The shield blocked it. Beast, watch the spear. He unleashed Ice Extreme Flash, his figure shooting out violently, crossing 25 meters in an instant. The flame tiger had just reacted when the spear had already stabbed several times in succession. The spear tip twisted, directly piercing and blinding both its eyes, blood spurting wildly. The intense pain made the fiery tiger roll wildly on the ground. Taking advantage of its loss of resistance, Lu Yuan decisively fired another shot, ending it completely. Not bad. Even without the ice explosion technique, it can kill a low-level rank 3. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The thought arose again, and a mid-level third-rank flame tiger was generated, but it was set to be unable to move and could only take hits. Ice explosion. The cold air exploded. The first strike only severely injures it. The second strike completely kills it. I can use the full power ice explosion spell 3 times. As long as I stay steady, even a mid-level third rank isn't much of a threat. Lu Yuan muttered to himself softly. Then, he activated random mode. 2 3-tiered lower-level beasts appeared at both ends, or a single 3-tiered mid-level beast appeared, alternately. He charged up to fight again and again. The pain was not dulled. Each strike to the wound was truly bone-piercing. Several times, he was slammed away by another ferocious beast, crashing heavily to the ground, hardly able to get up. But this is not reality. He can start over again and again. Repeated failures, repeated reflections, all are solid experiences. The thrill of battle is addictive. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan reluctantly exited the virtual space, took off the helmet, and let out a long sigh. What a pity, you can't get evolution points for killing ferocious beasts in virtual reality. Lu Yuan shook his head. If he could exploit this loophole, he would have taken off long ago. Unfortunately, the system gave him no chance at all. After dinner, Lu Yuan did not return to the dormitory. He took a short walk and then went back to the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall to train. He had specifically filled in the address of the Superpower Hall for the second-level Ice freezing energy concentrate he bought yesterday. Here, exclusive lockers were assigned to regular students. At this moment, the medicine had been delivered. Lu Yuan took out the concentrated Yuan liquid and directly opened a B-level training room. As his strength improved, the Yuan energy concentration in the C-level training room could no longer keep up with his absorption rate. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air hit her face. The dense primal energy was almost tangible, comfortable. Lu Yuan squinted, feeling completely invigorated all over. The price of a B-level training room is 3 times that of a C-level one. Since he spent the credits, he would never waste them. He found a patch of open ground, took off his coat, and sat cross-legged. He opened the bottle, gently smelled it, and found no strange odor. Following the instructions, he evenly applied the Jiuan liquid all over his body. The moment the liquid touched the skin, a piercing cold suddenly seeped into the body. The chill penetrated the flesh through the pores. That kind of sensation nearly made him lose consciousness. After recovering, he spread the remaining medicine all over. Very soon, he felt like a huge magnet. The surrounding primal energy rushed wildly towards him, being swallowed and absorbed by him. There was only one word: awesome. The optimal effect of the second-level freezing primal liquid lasts for half an hour. Lu Yuan immediately closed his eyes and fully activated his cultivation method. Primordial energy continuously flowed into his body. Time passed quietly. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Although the optimal time was only half an hour, once cultivation entered a state, it was impossible to stop. It's worth the price. He already had a decision in his heart. Order 10 more bottles. 200 credits, spent in an instant. The moment I stepped out of the B-level training room, the dense primal energy vanished. The active cells inside my body quickly fell silent. The overwhelming fatigue suddenly surged back. Lu Yuan yawned. He left the ability hall and headed towards the dormitory. In the dormitory opposite, Xiaoyin, then let's start eating. Goo. Wang Youju's eyes lit up. Xiaolan couldn't speak. She could only make excited sounds. The table was filled with the small cakes Xia Qingyin had just made. She loves researching desserts and often pulls her besties and symbiotic beasts to be judges. Little Blue has a small napkin around his neck, sticking out his little tongue, unbearably cute. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yuju took a sip of water. Still so delicious, just a bit greasy. And you made way too much today. Xia Qingyin nodded. The two of them and the beast were all stuffed, but more than half of the cakes remained. She suddenly thought of Lu Yuan. Previously in the underground world, he seemed to quite like the sandwiches she made. Maybe he would also like cake. She packed a box, ready to go out. Wang Yuju on the sofa squinted her eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. This is interesting. She rubbed Xiaolan's head. You better not be like your owner. Xiaolan looked completely puzzled. Xia Qingyin walked to the opposite door and pressed the doorbell. Waited for half a minute, but no one opened the door. A flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes as she was about to leave. Footsteps came from behind. She turned around. A tall figure stood in front of me. It was Lu Yuan. "Xia Qingyin, are you looking for me?" He looked at the box in her hand. "I made some cake, want to try?" She handed over the box, a smile full of anticipation. Lu Yuan found it hard to refuse. "Thanks." He took the cake. At this moment, the dormitory door had already been opened, and the roommate Lu Yuan was standing at the doorway. "Not bad. You even came out to meet me." Lu Yuan smiled and approached, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. The door was opened because Xia Qingyin had just rung the doorbell. Lu Yuan was not there, but Lu Yuan was still in the dormitory. "Someone is ringing the doorbell." After the management assistant Xiaoya reminded him, Lu Yuan went to the door and opened it. As a result, he saw that scene. Lu Yuan froze completely. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Why did I open the door? I should have just pretended not to hear it from the start. He was just regretting it when Lu Yuan came in and casually patted him on the shoulder. After closing the door, Lu Yuan saw his strange expression and asked, "Do you want to eat some? This box is a bit much. I can't finish it by myself." He's even asking me if I want some. Brother Lu Yuan is really too kind. But the scene just now was already quite filling. No, I just finished my midnight snack. I'm still full." Lu Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He wouldn't dare touch anything the girl gave him. Afraid that Lu Yuan wouldn't believe him, he even patted his stomach. All right then. Lu Yuan didn't say much and went up the spiral staircase to the second-floor bedroom. In the bedroom, Lu Yuan opened the plastic box. As soon as the lid was lifted, a sweet fragrance immediately wafted out. "Xia Qingyin's sandwiches are good. I wonder how the cakes are." He pinched a small cake, the cool cream brushing against his fingertips. Taking a bite, the cake was soft, the cream delicate, and the fresh sweetness of the strawberry spread in his mouth. The taste was just right. He squinted, then picked up a second piece. Before long, all 3 pieces were eaten. "It really suits my appetite." Lu Yuan wiped the cream off his fingers. He originally loved sweets, and this cake was made with carefully selected ingredients and perfectly timed baking. It was obviously made with care. Since he ate it, he had to say something. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xia Qingyin. "The little cake you made is very delicious." The next second, the note changed to typing. "Is it delicious? If it's good, I'll make you more next time." The message was just sent when the other side quickly retracted it. Quickly changed to, "Is it tasty? If so, I'll make more next time. You've troubled yourself too much." Lu Yuan replied, "No trouble at all. I usually love cooking, so making a little extra is no problem." Xia Qingyin agreed readily, and the matter was settled. Evolution points, 600. Ice Ridge Snake, unhatched. Hatching countdown, 30 seconds. The next day, Lu Yuan stared intently at the beast egg, without blinking. The eggshell gradually emitted a faint blue glow, as if wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Then, tiny cracks began to appear. 9, 8, 7. Crack. The cracks are increasing. 3, 2, 1. Hatching countdown, 0 seconds. The countdown hit 0, and the eggshell exploded instantly. Lu Yuan didn't look at the fragments. His gaze was fixed only on the figure that emerged through the broken shell. A silver-white pointed snout broke through the crack, a chill blowing out. A small snake slowly slid out. Its entire body is icy blue, scales shimmering with a cold light. The tail swept by, and the broken shell immediately frosted over. It lifted its head, flicked out its tongue, and its eyes were as clear as ice crystals. The rules of the contract are very simple. Lu Yuan must feed it his own blood. He pierced his thumb with an ice pick and brought his finger to the little snake's mouth. The little snake didn't resist. It just gently sucked. It was just born and unfamiliar with everything. And Lu Yuan was the first person it saw when it opened its eyes. Bound by bloodline, the contract was established. One person, one beast, officially bonded. The panel changed accordingly. Evolution points, 600. Symbiotic beast, Ice Ridge Snake. Realm, lower first tier, / upper fourth tier. At the moment the contract was completed, Lu Yuan felt the ice elemental energy in his body become noticeably active. The amplification wasn't large, about 1/10 of 20%. But as long as the little snake grows stronger, his power will also increase. Covenants of the same element naturally enhance each other. There are many fire element users, but fire element ferocious beasts are rare. After weighing the options, he chose the ice element, intending to follow this path from the very beginning. Master. The little snake coiled around his wrist, its body no more than 30 centimeters long, yet pressed tightly. Lu Yuan smiled. From now on, you'll be called Little Bing. Lu Yuan rubbed Xiao Bing's head. Xiao Bing flicked its forked tongue and wagged its tail lightly, clearly very happy. Thank you, Master. I like this name. It softly responded in his heart. For the next 10 days, Lu Yuan went to Qin Tianlong's house every morning to study the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Kill Formation together. In the afternoons and evenings, he took Xiaobing to the Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion to train hard. Lu Yuan was fierce, and Xiaobing even more so. It refused to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. In just 10 days, Xiaobing broke through to mid-tier first level. Evolution points, 600. Companion Beast, Ice Ridge Serpent. Realm, mid-first rank / upper fourth rank. Lu Yuan didn't rest either and devoured all the remaining Extreme Ice pills and Vitality pills. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation is an SS-level Ice skill. Under Qin Tianlong's guidance, combined with his own desperate practice, 10 days was enough to grasp the basics. As soon as the skill appeared on the panel, he didn't hesitate to press. Evolution points minus 120. Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Array SS. Beginner. Elementary. A vast amount of memories flooded into his mind instantly, as if he had practiced this book 1,000 times before. The next second, he directly unleashed it. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation. A burst of cold air erupted, cold mist surging out from his body, spreading rapidly, as if the air itself had been frozen. The mist swirled and condensed. Layers of ice crystals stacked up, the sword blade took shape, the spine curved, the edge sharpened, and a cold gleam flowed. In the blink of an eye, 8 ice swords hovered around him, evenly spaced, exuding a deadly intent. But the cost was equally terrifying. More than 90% of the ice elemental energy in his body was instantly drained. A sudden wave of weakness hit him, his vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. If it weren't for Xiaobing holding him up, he would have already collapsed. Fortunately, this is a grade B training room, rich in yuan energy. Off balance, he frantically absorbed the yuan energy in the air like a madman. His complexion quickly recovered, and he stood firmly again. He stared at the 8 ice swords, a chill running through his heart. Each one can instantly kill a lower third-rank ferocious beast. If all 8 are unleashed together, even an upper third rank might not be able to withstand them. His fingertips moved. 8 ice swords rotated simultaneously, their cold light intertwining, emitting a deadly aura. This move was enough to turn the tables. Not bad. Now I finally have the confidence to clean up the school's underground world. Lu Yuan's mouth curled up, nodding in satisfaction. Xiaobing shook her slender snake tail, as if happy for him. The night deepened, and the streetlights gradually came on one by one. After finishing his training, Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and went to the cafeteria to buy some late-night snacks. He even specially brought Xiaobing its favorite roast chicken. The phone suddenly rang. Lu Yuan, your weapon is ready. It is Yu Yan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly jumped, and his breathing became rapid. The blueprints had long been finalized, but the moment the actual product was completed, the significance was completely different. But now it was already late at night, and rushing over unannounced would be inappropriate. He could only suppress his impulse and wait until dawn. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan got up at the agreed time and went out with Xiaobing. Lu Yuan, want to run together? A clear voice came from behind. No need to look back to know it was Xia Qinin from the dormitory across. The two often went jogging in the morning, and since their dormitories were separated by only one street, they would almost meet every day. No, I'm busy. Lu Yuan shook his head and declined. He had to go see Yu Yan. All right. Xia Qinin lowered her eyelids, said no more, and left with her companion beast, Little Blue. Roar, roar, Little Ice. Next time we'll play again. Bang. Little Blue blew a small water bubble, and the splash landed on Little Ice. This is how the deep water demon dragon shows friendliness. Hiss, okay, Sister Xiaolan. Xiao Bing shuddered slightly, her scales slightly parted, as a form of response. Xiao Bing lay on Lu Yuan's shoulder. One person with a snake riding a shared electric scooter arrived at Yu Yan's residence. Bodyguards and the butler were standing at the door. The old butler made a gesture inviting them in. You must be classmate Lu Yuan. Dean Yu is waiting for you. Lu Yuan nodded and followed inside. After entering, he instinctively looked around. The layout was similar to Qin Tianlong's residence, but the style was completely different. Qin Tianlong's home was all icy blue. The sofa, coffee table, and floor all exuded a cold feeling. Here, the atmosphere was completely different. Yu Yan's residence is mainly decorated in red and black. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, favors icy blue, which always feels especially refreshing whenever he sees it. The primal energy within the body really does slowly change a person, he murmured to himself. He walked into the living room and saw that tall and sturdy figure on the sofa. Dinyu, I'm here. Truly a master of the martial arts department. His presence was overwhelming. Yu Yin stood up with a smile. Your weapon is in the forging room. Follow me. The forging room was over 1,000 square meters. In the corner, a long spear was sealed in thick ice. Yu Yin shattered the ice with a palm strike and took out the long spear. A chill filled the air. The gun barrel was pitch black and matte, like a piece of dead iron. The spear tip was a triangular armor-piercing shape, covered with a thin frost, exuding a chilling coldness, and the tail end was engraved with cracked ice patterns. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like it hadn't been activated. Made according to your requirements, give it a try. Lu Yuan took the spear and almost dropped it. The spearhead was heavy, but the shaft was ridiculously light, seriously top-heavy. Inject Yuan energy into it. Lu Yuan nodded and complied. The ice elemental energy slowly surged in. The pitch-black spear shaft instantly turned silver-white. Each engraved mark lit up with an icy blue glow, with cold light flowing. At the same time, the barrel began to grow heavier. The more primordial energy, the greater the weight. Soon, it was perfectly balanced with the tip of the barrel. The weight has changed. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly thrust out several spears. The sound of breaking through the air howled. The cold gleam was like lightning, pressuring the mind. Wherever the spear tips passed, tiny ice crystals actually condensed in the air. Fired several shots in succession, with no hindrance, as smoothly as an extension of his arm. The spear seemed to have a soul, communicating with his intentions. Awesome. Lu Yuan squinted, retracted the spear, and stood still, feeling refreshed all over. This spear shaft is made from S-grade ice vein crystal and various rare metals. After injecting Yuan energy, its weight can surge to as much as 1280 kilograms, meeting the standard S-grade level. When you become stronger, the spear tip can be replaced. 4 years of college, it's enough for you. Yu Yin patted his chest, full of confidence. Thank you, Dinyu. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude solemnly. He says it's a small matter, but he knows the value of this gun clearly in his heart. Put it outside, starting at tens of millions of blue star coins, it would still be snatched up fiercely. The gun body's engraved marks glow with an icy blue, silver light flowing. Let's call it the Han Xuan sky-splitting gun. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the cold gleam on the spear trembled slightly, as if responding. SS-level skill, Ultimate Ice Illusion Array, acquired. Got another divine weapon like the Cold River sky-splitting spear. Now, sweeping through the underground world of the school is no problem. The bloodthirsty aura has dissipated, and the 4 great famous schools' freshman competition is coming. It's the perfect time to desperately become stronger. Back in the dormitory, he immediately opened the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 600. Ability, Ice and Snow Crown, S. Realm, mid-second stage. Spirit, 564 Hz. Vitality, 1190 kcal. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Martial Arts, Intermediate. Ice Prism Ring, D. Intermediate. Ice Extreme Flash, B. Intermediate. Ice Blade, A. Intermediate. Ice Seal Shield, A. Intermediate. Ice Explosion Technique, S. Intermediate. Detective Skill, S. Beginner. Extreme Ice Illusion Formation SS. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique. Shimming Ice Soul Body. S. Second level. Companion Beast. Ice Prism Snake. Mid first tier / upper fourth tier. Overall strength steadily improved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wait, the Ice Prism Ring can break through further? He clicked to upgrade without hesitation. Evolution points, 600. Ice Ridge Halo D. Intermediate. Ice Ridge Halo D. Advanced. A flood of insights surged into his mind and were quickly absorbed. The original 4 ice ridges became 5, rotating around him. The ice elemental energy within his body became more active, and his combat power rose further. Afterwards, he headed straight to the task center. Now, Lu Yuan was already qualified to take on A-level tasks. An A-level task rewarded between 100 and 300 credits. Even though he just scored a lot of resources in the freshman competition, this still counts as a considerable extra income. A-level tasks are not available every day. They are only released when there is a demand. Fortunately, he was quite lucky. With a beep, the student ID was attached to the task screen. Amidst a sea of white, green, and blue, suddenly a dazzling purple streak appeared. Purple represents an A-level mission, something Hu Dahai had mentioned long ago. A-level mission, 1 mid-level 3rd-tier Flaming Tiger Whip. Reward 175 credits. Doesn't this suit me perfectly? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. In the underground world of Deep City Supernatural University, there were many high-level ferocious beasts with a considerable number of flame tigers. He almost didn't hesitate and directly took the task. On the other side of the mission center, Captain, an A-level task was snatched by someone else. I was too slow. A member of the Silver Wolf squad had a face full of frustration. It's nothing. Being able to snatch it is a skill. Vice Captain Lu Hong waved his hand, looking calm and composed. At this moment, Captain Jiang Xuanran's purple eyes fell on the tall figure not far away. That person was Lu Yuan, who had just taken on an A-level mission. Lu Hong had mentioned that the first-place winner of the freshman competition had refused recruitment. She didn't care about being rejected, but she would get angry if someone was forcibly recruited. What truly mattered to her was that Lu Yuan could solo kill a low-tier 3rd-rank flame tiger. She couldn't do it 3 years ago. At best, she barely won. Thinking of this, she actually felt relieved. Once she graduates, there will always be someone who can take on the position of the frontrunner. The thought flashed by, and she turned around to leave with the others. She glanced at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan noticed it too. The gaze was brief, without hostility, and he didn't take it to heart. Except for going to the underground world, he rarely comes to the mission center. So far, he has only gone in 3 times and completed 5 tasks. The task level is still level 2, allowing only 2 at the same time. This time, he took on 1 A-level task and 1 B-level task, with a total reward of exactly 200 credits. After completing the procedures, he turned and went to the resource trading center. He spent quite a few blue star coins buying a bunch of pills and potions. Among them was a Swift Walk pill, which he specifically picked out. He remembered this thing very clearly. If it weren't for the Swift Walk pill last time, he would have been torn apart by the flame tiger long ago and wouldn't have survived until now. He was confident he could sweep through the underground world of the school, but no matter how confident, he couldn't be careless. You only have one life. It's never wrong to be cautious. After getting everything ready, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. Confidence aside, he had to be well-rested before entering the underground world. At 9 o'clock in the evening, while other students were still in their evening study sessions, this freshman had already lain down and fallen asleep. The next day, he woke up before the alarm went off. Put on your battle armor, wear the spatial ring, and bring along the companion beast Xiaobing. He had a thought in his mind. Can Xiaobing get evolution points for killing the fierce beast alone? This point is very crucial. If possible, his growth rate would double. Xiaobing, if you want to go further, you need to farm more monsters. You have to earn your evolution points yourself. He rubbed Xiaobing's smooth snake head. Master, what is the essential connection between me becoming stronger and farming monsters? Xiaobing looked completely confused, but it still nodded. As long as the master is happy, it will strive with all its might. Tingfei City, the entrance to the underground world in the school. Look, so handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Wait, isn't that Lu Yuan? the first place winner of the freshman competition? Voices of discussion arose. Lu Yuan ignored him and walked straight away. Xiao Bing followed closely behind. After leaving Tingfei City, he randomly chose a direction and continued moving deeper. Hadn't walked a few steps. There was clearly no wind around, yet a rustling sound came through. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened as he scanned the grass. The grass leaves swayed. Meow. A cat-shaped ferocious beast sprang out, with a crescent mark on its forehead. Shadow Cat, the weakest first-rank lower-grade ferocious beast. Go, Little Ice. Lu Yuan's mind shifted. At this level, he could solve it with a single ice blade. But he didn't make a move. He wanted to verify that hypothesis. If Xiaobing could really get an evolution point after a kill, that would be the greatest gain. No, it's just a waste of a little monster. Okay, master. Xiaobing nodded its snake head, eyes shining. Handling things for its master for the first time, it only wanted to win brilliantly, never to lose face. Its ice-blue pupils gleamed with cold light as it suddenly lunged forward. Meow, meow, meow. We are all fierce beasts, yet you help humans. The Shadow Cat was already beginning to have second thoughts. Hiss, hiss. Shut up. Xiaobing instantly pressed close and bit down on its thigh. Sharp fangs pierced flesh and blood, ice elemental energy pouring in frantically. The Shadow Cat struggled desperately, but became slower and weaker. A moment later, his breath ceased. Companion Beast killed a first-level lower-tier ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, evolution points +10. Lu Yuan heard the notification and his eyes lit up. The guess was correct. Xiao Bing killed the enemy, and he also benefited. This time, it was the ironclad evidence provided by the system. Little Bing crawled back to his side, holding its head high waiting for praise. Lu Yuan chuckled and reached out to touch its cold head. Little Bing, continue hunting in this area and wait for my command. Since evolution points can be shared, he must be bolder. He ventured deep alone, while Xiao Bing stayed on the outskirts farming monsters. Okay, master. Xiao Bing felt reluctant, but did not hesitate. It is clear that obedience is value. I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan turned and left. Xiao Bing watched his back, her gaze turning from soft to determined. It also needs to become stronger to clear enemies for its master. Lu Yuan continued to delve deeper. The ferocious beasts along the way posed no threat to him. A single ice blade was enough to instantly kill a mid-level second rank. Even an ironclad rhino only grants a bit more. Killed a rank 1 lower-tier ferocious beast Shadow Cat, evolution points +10. Killed a rank 1 mid-tier ferocious beast Black Flower Deer, evolution points +20. With the S-rank skill detective technique and Little Ice's assistance, Lu Yuan's evolution points soared non-stop. First day, 500 points. The next day, 7 a.m. During the freshman competition, only 1 bottle of energy potion was given per day, and it was first level. But at that time, he was already at the lower second level, which was simply not enough. Now it's different. Lu Yuan directly prepared 50 bottles of second-level energy elixir. As long as his body could hold up, he wasn't afraid of running out. So he used Ice Extreme Flash intermittently to speed up the journey. The timing was extremely precise. The energy consumption was just a little more than the natural recovery. And this extra amount was roughly equal to the total volume of 3 second-tier potions. Relying on this extreme balance, he had already broken into the deeper layers of the underground world by the second night. Night fell. Lu Yuan stopped walking, lit the bonfire, and set up the tent. He placed the fierce beast meat hunted at noon on the grill and sprinkled cumin. The aroma spreads everywhere. While gnawing on the meat, he looked up at the full moon in the sky. Suddenly, his heart felt somewhat complicated. This feeling reminded him of the days in the Firefox team. But people must keep moving forward. Some things in the past can only be cherished memories. My shooting skills are not yet trained. After a light digestion, Lu Yuan stood up, his eyes becoming sharp once again. By the firelight, he began practicing with his gun. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Hey, hey, hey. The cold river sky-splitting spear kept thrusting out continuously. But he suddenly realized that not only was he not tired, he was actually getting better and better at fighting. Could it be a breakthrough? He thought for a moment and brought up the panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1200. HP, 1191 kilocalories. Skill, Marksmanship, Master. Body Tempering Technique, Shimming Ice Soul Body, S, second level. Companion Beast, Ice Thorn Snake, mid first rank / upper fourth rank. No improvement hints for marksmanship afterwards? Lu Yuan frowned. He also thought he had suddenly understood and his shooting skills had greatly improved. All evolution points had been saved up to 1200. It had also been a long time since the last breakthrough. But there was no familiar prompt after using the skill. It seems I was overthinking it. Sigh. I don't know when my marksmanship will break through to the master level. Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed. Yesterday, teacher Qin Tianlong personally said that as long as his shooting skills reached the master level, he would give him an SS-level skill book. Moreover, that skill is not like Ice Explosion or Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, which are one-off bursts followed by weakness, but a continuous type of skill that grows stronger the longer you fight. Being able to burst and also last, that's what a true strong person is. When I have enough evolution points, I'll be the first to upgrade my shooting skills. Thinking of this, a flush of warmth surged in his heart. He casually glanced at the system panel and was about to close it when he suddenly froze. My shooting skills have already reached master level. Did I see that correctly? Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Rubbing my eyes, I looked again. The screen hadn't changed. The next second, his eyes blazed with light, and he was almost about to jump up. This was the first time he had fully advanced his proficiency from advanced to master level. He didn't use a single evolution point, relying entirely on himself. This kind of enhancement feels more satisfying than simply adding points. Of course, the evolution points were earned by killing one ferocious beast after another. They weren't obtained for nothing. The morning of the third day, he had already entered the deeper area, and the rate of acquiring evolution points had clearly accelerated. In less than an hour, he earned 300 points. At this time, he had a total of 1,500 evolution points in his hand. He looked at the panel. Companion Beast, Ice Spike Snake, mid first rank / high fourth rank. Little Bing is ready to break through. Xiaobing, find a safe and hidden place. Breaking through takes time and cannot be disturbed. After the contract, he and Xiaobing can communicate telepathically at any time. Okay, Master. Xiaobing didn't ask any more questions and immediately followed the instructions. 10 minutes later, Xiaobing sent a message saying the location had been found. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and pressed. Evolution points - 1500. Ice Ridge Serpent, lower mid-tier stage 1 / upper tier stage 4. Ice Ridge Serpent, upper tier stage 1 / upper tier stage 4. Only by strengthening Little Ice can it hunt stronger ferocious beasts and earn more evolution points. This investment is far more than just 1500 points. More importantly, ferocious beasts are unaffected by the bloodthirsty aura, and Little Ice is affected very little as well. At least, much better than him as a human being. Even in the most extreme circumstances, I can only stay underground for at most half a month in a month, while Xiao Bing can last at least 20 days, and even 25 days is not impossible. By this calculation, training Little Ice is essentially paving the way for my future self. Master, I have broken through. Xiao Bing didn't understand the reason behind it, nor did it know that all of this stemmed from Lu Yuan's system. It only knew that getting stronger was truly joyful. Because of this, it can help its owner more. Xiaobing, keep up the good work. Lu Yuan smiled and encouraged. Killed a second-tier lower-grade ferocious beast, Purple Fong Snake. Evolution points + 130. Killed a mid-level second-tier ferocious beast, Unicorn Rhino. Evolution points + 400. Companion Beast kills a first-tier lower-ranked ferocious beast Shadow Cat. Evolution points + 10. Companion Beast kills a first-tier mid-ranked ferocious beast Toothless Tiger. Evolution points + 20. In the following days, evolution points skyrocketed. On the third day, 1,800 points were earned. On the fourth day, a second-tier high-ranking ferocious beast appeared and was taken down directly for 4,000 points. Lu Yuan originally wanted to continue improving Xiao Bing, but the system reminded him that Xiao Bing was not the system host and would need a cooldown period after breaking through. On the fifth day, he encountered two lower third-tier ferocious beasts. They were slightly weaker than the Flaming Tiger, but still not easy. One contributed 3,400, Another contributed 3,600. Just on this one day, 11,000 evolution points were collected. At night, Lu Yuan opened the panel. Evolution points, 18,000. 18,000 in total, all earned through my hard work. He couldn't suppress his laughter. Realm, mid-second level. The body tempering technique is still a bit lacking, but leveling up the realm is the most worthwhile. No hesitation. Evolution points minus 8,500. Realm, mid-second stage, upper second stage. 10 days of intense training reduced the evolution points required for breakthrough. The moment he pressed, the raging primordial energy exploded from within his body. Turbulent and surging, Lu Yuan closed his eyes to steady his breath, letting the power wash over his entire body. The disturbance was so great that all the ferocious beasts sleeping nearby were awakened. They were trembling all over, only daring to watch from a distance. This kind of aura, getting close is a death sentence. But by chance, a ferocious beast passed by, and upon seeing this scene, a greedy light flashed in its eyes. It was a mid-level second-tier ice cub, just finished hunting and was about to return to the nest when it ran into Lu Yuan breaking through. It became excited. Its father was a third-level upper-rank ice lion, one of the overlords of this underground territory. Unfortunately, he is stuck at the upper third level and just can't get past that hurdle. Now suddenly, there is someone whose breakthrough in temporal energy explosion is so terrifying. If father consumes him, maybe he could smoothly step into the fourth level. As for whether he will be killed in retaliation, it never even thought about it. Father is an upper third rank. Who dares to kill it? Who can kill it? Once it truly breaks through to the fourth level, its status within the clan will only rise. The young ice lion curled its lips, as if already envisioning a future of limitless glory. Lu Yuan didn't know that he had already been targeted. Even if he knew, he might not necessarily take it to heart. The raging ice elemental energy within him gradually calmed. He opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 9,500. Spirit, 654 Hz. Health, 1391 Cal. Realm, upper second stage. Skill, marksmanship, master. Body tempering technique, shimming ice soul body, S, second level. Symbiotic beast, ice ridge snake, first rank upper / fourth rank upper. After breaking through the second rank upper, there are still 9,500 evolution points remaining. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, I can challenge for the lower level of the third rank. The freshman competition of the 4 famous universities, just wait. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. The lower level of the third rank almost sweeps through all freshmen. Not to mention, he also has the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, enough to fight beyond his level. Xiaolan, Water Jet Impact. Xia Qingyin gave the order. Xiaolan opened her mouth, and a water jet suddenly sprayed out. Looks ordinary, but the power is astonishing. With a roar, the second-rank lower burrowing squirrel was smashed to pieces by the impact. If it's just ordinary water flow, at most it can give it a bath. The difference lies in the elemental water energy contained within the water column. Xiaolan, well done. Hee. Thank you, master. A childish voice echoed in her heart. Having witnessed Lu Yuan's performance in the freshman competition, Xia Qingyin dared not slack off anymore. She had been refining at the lower first stage for 2 weeks and finally broke through to the lower second stage a few days ago. Her strength had increased, but Xiaolan still got excited as soon as she heard eat and sleep. Laziness sets in as soon as training begins. Since it was difficult to break through in a short time, she simply took Xiaolan into the underground world for practical combat. Fierce beasts can only truly become stronger through fighting and devouring. Even if the symbiotic beast loses the fierce, bloodthirsty nature of the fierce beast, it will grow faster under the pressure of life and death in wild practical combat. To facilitate training and save travel time, Xia Qingyin specifically bought an off-road vehicle. Her 100 cubic meter space ring had more than enough room to hold a vehicle. I don't know if it was the bloodline being awakened, but as soon as Xiaolan arrived in the underground world, it became excited, the little dragon full of energy. The training results were very obvious. Just as Xia Qingyin finished praising it, the natural spirit vein suddenly issued a danger warning. Something was approaching. A blazing tiger was rushing over at high speed. Judging by its size, at least mid-third tier, Xiaolan is water type, an attribute that counters fire and should have the advantage. But it is only lower second tier, while the opponent is a full major tier and a minor tier above. Worse still, she is grass type, strictly suppressed by fire type. Run, Xiaolan. Xia Qingyin did not hesitate, picking up Xiaolan and rushing toward the off-road vehicle. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Explosions burst continuously behind them, the shock waves shaking the ground. She did not turn back. Curiosity can be fatal. It was not until she jumped into the car that she looked at the spot where Flame Tiger had originally been. That was no longer Flame Tiger. Only fragments of bone and flesh remained on the ground. Half of a severed head rolled to the side, an incomplete, character lingering on the forehead, barely enough to recognize its identity. The thick smoke cleared. A tall and upright figure slowly emerged. Lu Yuan, classmate. Xia Qingyin was stunned. The noise just now was actually caused by him. What are you doing here? Lu Yuan also saw her, his tone tinged with some confusion. Bring Xiaolan for special training. The freshman competition of the 4 prestigious schools is about to start. She blinked, her tone cheerful. Besides, I've already reached the lower part of the second rank. Although catching up to you is difficult, I won't be left too far behind. Is that so? Lu Yuan smiled and said nothing more. He crouched down and rummaged through the pile of blood and flesh. Xia Qingyin also leaned closer, supporting herself with her hands on her knees, and asked softly, "What are you looking for? Do you want me to help?" "No need." Lu Yuan declined decisively and continued searching. The next second, he stood up, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. Xia Qingyin looked at his hand. It was a large flame-red crystal core. In his right hand, he was actually holding the fiery whip of the Flame Tiger. This is... Could it be that Lu Yuan he? Xia Qingyin slightly opened her mouth, unable to stop her mind from wandering. She had heard from her best friend Wang Yuzhu before that when it comes to matters concerning a man's dignity, you absolutely must not ask directly. A strange smile flashed across her face. Lu Yuan was completely confused. In his impression, Xia Qingyin was always warm and attentive. So why did she suddenly show such an expression? But the look vanished in an instant, and he didn't think much of it. If he knew what she was thinking, he was afraid he would explode on the spot. A man can be told anything except that he is useless. These days, he had been hunting fierce beasts alone in the underworld. Defeated a mid-level rank 3 Flame Tiger, evolution points plus 7,000. He happened to run into an acquaintance and got so many evolution points. He was in a good mood and talked a bit more. He wasn't dull. On the contrary, his emotional intelligence was quite high. Ha ha ha. Xia Qingyin laughed heartily. But the next second, her expression changed drastically. Lu Yuan, something's wrong. Lu Yuan immediately used his detective skills. With a sweep of his mental power, all movements within several thousand meters were taken in at a glance. A cold ice lion was rapidly approaching. Massive in size, its body was ice blue all over, with a mane standing upright like icicles, and the icy spikes at the tail clashing noisily. "Third level upper rank," Lu Yuan said quietly. "Quick, let's go. My car is nearby. Driving it can lose it," Xia Qingyin urged anxiously. Seeing that he did not move, she reached out to pull him. But Lu Yuan had already rushed out. His target was precisely that ice lion. Killing a high-tier third level will grant at least 10,000 evolution points. He only had eyes for the reward. In the blink of an eye, the man and the lion faced each other. The ice lion squinted its eyes. "Interesting, you didn't run when you saw me, yet you still dare to charge." It vaguely realized that this human was exactly the one the sun mentioned yesterday. The grudge of a son killed. Also an opportunity. If it devours him, it might be able to use this to break through to the 4th rank. The air suddenly froze. Gulp, gulp. At the moment of the sprint, Lu Yuan downed the specially made berserk potion. Effects of the same type will weaken each other's damage. His ice shield absorbs ice-type attacks more effectively. The frost lion is also ice-type. Even if he tries his best, he might not be able to kill it in one hit. To prevent the opponent from escaping, he can only forcibly boost his combat power. This bottle of medicine is a diluted version specially made for him by Qin Tianlong. The increase is only 25%, but it will almost render him unable to mobilize elemental energy for 2 hours. He can afford this cost. Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation. As the words fell, the raging elemental energy exploded from his body, sweeping the surroundings. 8 ice swords solidified into physical form, swirling around him. Go! The ice swords burst through the air. The ice lion sensed something was wrong, turned and fled, forcing its shield to rise. Trying to run? Too late. The shield was pierced instantly. The ice sword sliced through its neck, torso, limbs, and tail. Screams tore through the air. The massive body was segmented into several pieces that crashed to the ground, leaving only a shattered head. The head separated from the body, lifeless. The system prompt sounded. Defeated the 3rd-tier high-level Ferocious Beast Ice Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as he opened the panel. Evolution points 33,500. The energy was almost depleted, but seeing the numbers, he only felt it was worth it. More than 30,000 evolution points, enough to make his strength surge again. Xia Qingyin in the distance was stunned. That was a high-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast, yet he had killed it instantly. Instant kill and defeat are worlds apart. After storing away the crystals and important materials, the drug effects faded. The side effects erupted instantly. Lu Yuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. Even though he had taken the energy potion beforehand, he couldn't suppress this overwhelming exhaustion. Lu Yuan, are you okay? Xia Qingyin quickly walked over to Lu Yuan's side and reached out her hand. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but under her concerned gaze, he still grasped her hand. Using the support to stand up, he still felt somewhat weak. Xia Qingyin immediately activated the A-level skill, Vine Phototherapy. 2 vines broke through the ground, tightly wrapping around Lu Yuan to suppress the side effects of the special Berserk potion. The effects of an S-level ability are indeed astonishing. In less than 2 minutes, the chaotic power within Lu Yuan gradually stabilized. The condition that could only mobilize a trace of primal energy completely disappeared. Except for Ice Explosion Technique and Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation, which still couldn't be performed, all other skills were fully restored. Xia Qingyin, thank you. He spoke seriously. Xia Qingyin was momentarily stunned, her face slightly flushed. She turned her head aside and whispered, "You're welcome. We are friends." She blinked. "Are you still going to continue hunting the ferocious beasts?" She and her companion beast, Xiaolon, had been in the underground world for 3 days. Having completed their training objectives, it was time to leave. Yes, Lu Yuan answered decisively, without the slightest hesitation. The bloodthirsty aura wasn't fully stacked yet. This was the best opportunity, and he would never stop. Thank you for this time, goodbye. Having said that, he turned and left. Xia Qingyin looked at his back, her brows slightly furrowing. After the freshman competition, he had earned a considerable amount of blue star coins and credits, so there was no need to push himself so hard. Yet he hunted ferocious beasts in the underground world with near madness, as if forcing himself. What exactly was he in such a hurry for? After parting ways with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan found a secluded spot to rest for a moment. After recovering, he stepped back into the hunt. Killed a 2nd-level upper-rank fierce beast, blue-spotted tiger, evolution points plus 1,000. Killed a 3rd-level lower-rank fierce beast, 2-headed viper, evolution points plus 4,000. Companion beast kills 1st-level subordinate ferocious beast mantis shrimp, evolution points plus 10. Companion beast kills 1st-level subordinate ferocious beast mantis shrimp, evolution points plus 10. The evolution points on the panel kept rising. A day passed, and he mostly hunted 2nd-level ferocious beasts. 3rd-level beasts were rare and could not be found everywhere. Night fell, and he invested evolution points into the S-level skill Detective Technique. Evolution points minus 1,600. Detective Technique, S. Beginner, Detective Technique, S. Intermediate. That day, he earned a total of 7,000 evolution points, leaving a balance of 38,900. The moment the points were allocated, a massive amount of memories flooded into his mind. Lu Yuan was like a shriveled sponge, frantically absorbing the rushing memories. Once the memory was fully integrated, the detective technique advanced to intermediate level, expanding his detection range to a radius of 6 kilometers. Only then did he lock onto a two-headed viper out searching for food. It's not that there are few ferocious beasts, but that the underground world is just too vast. The stronger the ferocious beast, the stronger its territorial instinct. A place usually has only a few strong ones, and they can't possibly all crowd together. The detective skills still need to be further enhanced. After hunting the twin-headed viper, Lu Yuan added points without hesitation. Evolution points, 4,800. Detective skills, S, intermediate advanced. Remaining evolution points, 34400. Psychic skills consume a tremendous amount of energy. He forced himself to recover and released a scan again. The next second, everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was in view. Third tier upper, golden feather vulture. His eyes lit up, as if seeing tens of thousands of evolution points waving. But the amused expression quickly vanished. That vulture was speeding over 100. He simply couldn't catch up. If he couldn't catch up, there was no question of hunting it. 2 days later, after spending a long time underground, the bloodthirsty aura accumulated, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. When he looked in the mirror, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and he looked utterly haggard. Open the panel. Evolution points, 50,100. Enough, it's time to go back. He turned around and left the underground. Lu Yuan can instantly defeat third-ranked juniors in the newbie competition. I don't believe he won't be able to after 20 days. Moreover, it's just a bulky big fellow. Jiang Xingyu stared confidently at the 3-step lower-ranked armored rhino in front of him. He was the 5th-ranked freshman of level 2052 with S-level poison-type ability, bone-eroding toxin. The armored rhino stood 3 meters tall, and when charging, it was like a small mountain pressing down, shaking the ground. Poison rain everywhere. Purple venom poured down, covering the sky and earth. The armored rhino did not dodge. Instead, it charged fiercely against the poisonous rain. It can't avoid it, nor does it intend to retreat. Slap, slap, smack. Raindrops struck the thick iron armor of the ironclad rhino, but not a single mark was left. You don't really think it's over just like that, do you? As the ironclad rhino endured the poisonous rainstorm, Jiang Xingyu sneered and threw several daggers wrapped in poison elemental energy. The dagger struck its head, sparks flashing, all deflected. This slight injury to the armored rhino was nothing more than a mosquito bite, only making it more irritable. Bang! The armored rhino stomped the ground fiercely. A circle of invisible shockwaves instantly spread. Jiang Xingyu failed to dodge in time and was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the ground. It's too tough. My skills are useless against it. What kind of attack strength is needed to break through its defense? He got up, covered in dirt, his expression grim. At that moment, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Several ice blades cut through the air, slashing directly at the armored rhinoceros with a cold gleam. The ice blades fell. After the cold air dissipated, grooves were actually carved into the armor. Jiang Xingyu's pupils contracted sharply. Who's there? He looked around. A tall figure stepped out. The next second, the person flashed, instantly moving sideways more than 20 meters, sweeping with a long spear. Boom. The ironclad rhino, which had been extremely fierce just moments ago, was blown into pieces on the spot. Instant kill. That person was none other than Lu Yuan, the first-place winner of the 2052 freshman competition. But at this moment, he looked exhausted, as if he had been fighting underground for a long time. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your prey. Let's split the crystals evenly, okay? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. He just saw the evolution point and took the opportunity to act. Killed a 3rd-level lower fierce beast ironclad rhino. Evolution points plus 3,600. 3,600 points credited. Not bad. Lu Yuan? Is it really you? Jiang Xingyu's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes full of admiration. It's me, what's wrong? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Brother Lu Yuan, are you going back? I'm going too. Let's go together. Jiang Xingyu quickly stepped forward. He had already witnessed the terror of a 3rd-level ferocious beast and knew he was not a match for it for the time being. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded. The two walked away side by side. The space ring on Jiang Xingyu's hand flashed, and an off-road vehicle appeared out of thin air. Lu Yuan was stunned. Such a large car can fit all this. This ring must be very expensive. The person in front of me is definitely not ordinary. The two got into the car. I still don't know your name, Lu Yuan asked. Jiang Xingyu. I should be your teammate for the freshman competition among the 4 prestigious schools, he answered with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded and shook hands. The competition is 5 people per team. He knew the first 4. So this stranger could only be the 5th. The car sped along the way. Lu Yuan closed his eyes to rest, finally catching his breath. A day later, the off-road vehicle drove into Tengfei City. How did the off-road vehicle get in? It must be a spatial ring. That must have a huge capacity. The voices of discussion filled the air. The two got out of the car. After resting, Lu Yuan's complexion improved considerably, but he was still recognized at a glance. Lu Yuan, you've become famous, Jiang Xingyu joked. I'd rather stay low-key, Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. The two arrived at the loot exchange point. Come redeem your loot, the staff greeted warmly. Jiang Xingyu let Lu Yuan go first. He wanted to see just how far this person would fight. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and the blue light of the spatial ring flickered. A pile of ferocious beast materials clattered down. A quarter. Half. Fill it up directly. The staff were stunned, and Jiang Xingyu was also silent. There's still some in the ring. Lu Yuan scratched his head. The rest were piled directly on the ground. Too many. I'll have someone come to count them. The staff suppressed their shock. Troublesome. Lu Yuan replied calmly. Brother Lu Yuan, you're really something. Jiang Xingyu gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan just smiled. The staff began to count the spoils. A second-tier upper-level fierce beast crystal, blue-spotted tiger whip. Suddenly, the veteran employee abruptly stopped. This crystal is so large, it's an upper third tier, and it's ice blue. Could it be an ice frost lion? He had been in this business for many years and couldn't be mistaken. But for a rookie who just finished the freshman competition to kill an upper third-tier ice frost lion, that's just absurd. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. Good eyesight. The other two hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Xingyu, however, was already stunned. Newborn, third-level top-tier ferocious beast. How could these 2 words be put together? After confirmation, he was even more speechless. Final settlement. After deducting the half-crystal compensation, Lu Yuan received 9.3 million Blue Star coins, double the amount from last time. As soon as the two stepped out of the building, they saw a silver-haired girl standing at the entrance. She wore a cold expression and gave off an intimidating aura. Many boys nearby pretended to be passing by, just to get another glimpse of her. She was none other than Jiang Xinyan, the captain of the Silver Wolf battle team and the strongest at Shunqing Supernatural University. Jiang Xingyu's eyes lit up. Sis, why are you here? He immediately ran over. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Both surnamed Jiang. They really are siblings, but they look nothing alike, most likely not biologically related. Jiang Xianran spoke coldly. You haven't replied to Annie all day, and you don't answer your phone. She couldn't find you, so she sent me. The boys around heard the word sister, and their expressions all changed. Next time you go to the underground world, let the family know in advance so they don't worry. Jiang Xianran said, handing the already connected phone to Jiang Xingyu. As soon as the call connected, his mother's first words were an apology. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I couldn't reach you all day, and I was really worried. I didn't expect you had gone to the underground world. Jiang Xingyu felt a pang in his heart. Mom, it's my fault for making you worry. Next time I go underground, I'll definitely tell you in advance. The mother and son exchanged a few simple sentences before switching to messaging on QQ. After all, the phone belonged to Jiang Zuansren. After handling the matter, Jiang Zuansren turned and left, with Jiang Xingyu following her. Sis, do you know who I met in the underground world? Although he was an S-level poison-type ability user, he wasn't cruel at all. On the contrary, he was talkative and lively. Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran spoke calmly. Lu Yuan was standing right next to him when they came out. Of course, she saw him. Sis, don't keep pushing me to practice. Now you have to work harder too. Brother Lu Yuan can already solo a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. Soon he'll catch up to you. Jiang Xingyu looked proud. You're quite proud. Jiang Xianran glanced at him calmly. There's only a week left until the freshman competition for the 4 prestigious schools. How's your training going? On the surface, she appeared composed, but her heart was tumultuous. It had only been a month since the semester started, yet Lu Yuan could already kill a third-rank upper-tier ferocious beast. Her blue-violet pupils trembled slightly. Lu Yuan went to the mission center to submit his task and successfully leveled up to level 3, allowing him to take on 3 tasks simultaneously. Many students in the hall looked at him with complicated expressions: shock, envy, and an unmistakable sense of defeat. After eating, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. Students chosen by the mentor have complete freedom to choose their courses. Whether it's weapon combat, alchemy and medicine making, or body tempering training, they can learn anything they want, and no one mind if they skip classes. Ordinary students can only choose courses partially freely. They can't skip all classes. Lu Yuan was picked by the mentor of the Ice Department Academy, but he still enrolled in a course. It was exactly class time, and the dormitory was empty. Lu Yuan went upstairs to the 2nd floor to take a shower, then returned to the bedroom and brought up the system panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 56,000. Mental energy: 654 Hz. Health: 1,391 calories. Realm: 2nd stage upper level. Skills: marksmanship, master; martial arts, intermediate; ice prism aura, D, advanced; ice extreme flash, B, intermediate; ice blade, A, intermediate; ice seal shield, A, intermediate; ice explosion technique, S, intermediate; detective skills, S, advanced; extreme ice phantom killing array, SS, beginner; body tempering technique, shimming ice soul body, S, 2nd level. Companion beast, ice prism snake, 1st rank upper/4th rank upper. Lu Yuan glanced at the stats panel. Except for marksmanship, almost all abilities could still be improved. Realm: add points. Evolution points -16,000. Realm: 2nd tier upper, 3rd tier lower. The moment the evolution points were deducted, a massive amount of ice elemental energy exploded inside his body, almost tearing him apart. Lu Yuan only opened his eyes after a full 3 hours. His strength had clearly increased. He immediately checked the attributes. Spirit: 764 Hz. Vital energy: 1651 cal. Spent a lot, but it's worth it. Lu Yuan didn't stop. Looking at the remaining evolution points, he directly allocated them to body tempering technique. Evolution points: 20,000. Xuanming Ice Soul Body, S, 2nd level, 3rd level. The next second, his meridians felt as if they were frozen shut by ice, and a piercing pain instantly swept through his entire body. Freezing, melting, then freezing again, his body was tormented repeatedly. Impurities were forcibly driven out, while his meridians were repeatedly tempered in the extreme cold. When everything ended and the pain vanished, only an unprecedented sense of ease remained. Spirit: 824 Hz. Qi and blood: 2,051 calories. Qi and blood have broken 2,000. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He even felt that with one finger, he could flick away a whole cow. Still 20,000, all added. Evolution points -1800. Ice Extreme Flash, B, Intermediate, Advanced. Displacement limit surged dramatically, directly reaching 40 meters. Evolution points -3000. Ice Blade, A, Intermediate, Advanced. Evolution points -3000. Ice Shield, A, Intermediate, Advanced. Both A-level skills have simultaneously broken through, with their power surging by nearly 90%. Finally, evolution points: 4,800. Ice Explosion, S, Intermediate, Advanced. The coldness churned in the air, and Lu Yuan could clearly feel that his finishing move had completely taken shape. Originally, Ice Explosion technique was Lu Yuan's trump card, which would consume all his primal energy after one use. Now that his elemental energy has surged, he has also learned the SS-level Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, turning what used to be an ultimate move into a commonly used skill. Although downgraded, it is still very effective. After absorbing the memory, he realized it truly is an S-level skill, just one proficiency level short. Its power has actually increased by 120%. Amazing improvement. Then, he slammed the evolution points into his strongest skill, the Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation. After breaking through the lower third stage and increasing the number of body tempering sequences, his ice elemental energy greatly increased, and he could now fully unleash the full power of intermediate proficiency. 2,600 evolution points were deducted, the skill advanced to intermediate level, and its power increased by another 70%. The attribute panel at this moment was nothing short of exaggerated. There were still 4,800 evolution points left at the lower level of the third realm, with 824 spirit power, 2,051 health points, comprehensive improvements in multidisciplinary skills, extreme ice phantom killing array, reaching intermediate level, the third tier of body tempering technique, and the companion beast was also advancing. Lu Yuan looked at the panel and laughed to himself. With his current strength, what could the other teams in the newcomer tournament possibly use to stop him? Continuously absorbing memories left him mentally exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. He woke up the next morning and instinctively reached for his phone. At 7:49, teacher Qin Tianlong sent a message, asking him to go to the principal's office before 9. There was plenty of time. When he went to the cafeteria for breakfast, Fang Shi, Wang Zhe, and Jiang Xingyu came over one after another. They had once been opponents, but now they drew Dong Zuodao Ta Sun Ban. After a few pleasantries, the atmosphere warmed up. The few of them imitated Fang Shi's way of calling each other. You shout, bro. I reply, bro, making a lot of noise and having a great time. Before long, the so-called Canteen Brotherhood of Four was hastily formed, creating an awkward yet amusing scene. At this moment, two figures walked into the cafeteria, instantly drawing the gaze of a large group of boys, making the steamed buns in their hands lose their appeal. One of them was considered delicately pretty. The other was excessively beautiful, with delicate features, a hot figure, and long straight legs, causing a group of adolescent boys to swallow their saliva. They were Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu, on their way to the principal's office. Being watched by countless eyes, Xia Qingyin felt helpless. Being too good-looking is also quite troublesome. After buying breakfast, she spotted Lu Yuan and the others at a glance, her eyes lighting up, and she pulled Wang Yuzhu over. Can I sit here? Can. Several people immediately made way. After a few words, they realized that they had all been called to the principal's office. There was a large gap between Lu Yuan and Wang Zhe, enough space for two people, so Xia Qingyin naturally sat down there. Wang Yuzhu thought for a moment and sat opposite. After finishing breakfast, the group went together to the principal's office, while Wang Yuzhu returned to the teaching building. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yuan knocked on the door. Come in. Song Liyuan's voice was firm and full of energy. As the door opened, 5 people walked into the office. Song Liyuan, unusually smiling, said, Is it still popular to enter the office in teams nowadays? He paused. Do you know why I called you here? Lu Yuan answered directly. Is it about forming teams for the freshman competition among the 4 prestigious universities? The 5 of them were exactly the top 5, so there was no need to guess the reason. That's right. Song Liyuan nodded. The competition is coming up soon, and you've practiced enough. It's time to form teams for special training. Captain, you all decide for yourselves. I won't interfere. As soon as the words were spoken, the other 4 simultaneously pointed to Lu Yuan. The meaning was very clear. Then it's settled. Lu Yuan will be the captain. You have full authority over the tactics. This is the special training plan from previous years. Take a look. At the scene, Song Liyuan added Lu Yuan on WeChat and sent him a file. Understood, Principal Song. Lu Yuan's eyes were determined. Song Liyuan gave a few more instructions, telling Lu Yuan and the other 4 to go directly to the dedicated arena for the 4 major prestigious schools' freshman competition to train. Lu Yuan nodded and took note. After leaving the principal's office, the group arrived at the competition venue. The hall is very large. 20 virtual seats are neatly arranged around, exactly corresponding to 4 teams, 5 people per team. A 4-sided display hangs in the center above, allowing the audience to watch from different directions. Around the outside are rows of tiered seats, clearly prepared for the audience. According to Song Liyuan, All the seating permissions here are fully open. It is no longer a temporary experience like the Ice and Snow Ability Pavilion. Instead, it requires real name registration. After registering, you can add friends and team up to enter the same space. Let's go up and try it first, Lu Yuan said. Got it. The few of them took their seats respectively. On the login screen, 5 flags appeared one after another. The 5-star red flag, the stars and stripes, the 12-star flag, the 6-star Union Jack, and a dark green flag, representing the 5 major superpowers of Blue Star. The virtual reality system is precisely their joint development. Welcome to virtual reality. Identity scanning in progress. As expected, real name authentication is required here. Identity verification successful. Lu Yuan, affiliated country, Daxiao, ID number. After confirmation, Lu Yuan's consciousness appeared in an isolated space. Notifications kept popping up. Xia Qingyin wants to add you as a friend. Wang Zhe wants to add you as a friend. Lu Yuan was still figuring out how to bring people in when the applications from the 4 appeared before him. Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, Feng Shi, and Jiang Xingyu all came from well-off families and already had virtual seats at home, making them extremely proficient with the system operations. Lu Yuan approved all of them. Immediately after, Xia Qingyin requests to enter your space. Wang Zhe requests to enter your space. After Lu Yuan agreed, all 4 appeared simultaneously. They had already changed into battle suits, exuding full momentum. Brother Lu Yuan, tell me, how do we practice? Feng Shi clenched his fist for a bump, eager to try. No rush. Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop them. Before fighting, first set the formation. If the formation is chaotic, no matter how strong you are, you will be broken apart. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his mind. A piece of paper and a pen appeared in his hand. Since we are a team, don't hide anything. Report all your strengths. I need to know clearly to arrange the tactics properly. Lu Yuan's expression was serious. Let's go. S-rank Earth Element. King Kong Xian Earth, 2nd rank lower tier. Uses a big blade, mainly defensive. Feng Shi was the first to speak. S-rank Eye of the Storm, 2nd tier lower. Skilled with a long blade, specializing in speed builds. Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses and gave a faint smile. As he spoke, one of his pupils shimmered with a pale green. S-rank Bone-eroding Toxin, 2nd tier lower. Use daggers, specialize in sneak attacks. No thrusting. Jiang Xingyu touched his nose. My awakening is an S-rank Natural Spirit, lower 2nd tier. My weapon is a longsword, but I can also use a staff, leaning towards support. Xia Qingyin was poised and graceful. She actually has offensive methods as well, but they can't compare to the other 3, so she simply takes on the role of a support. I have an S-rank Ice Snow Crown, lower 3rd tier. I use a spear, and my abilities are fairly well-rounded. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. As soon as the words fell, everyone was completely stunned. 3rd rank, lower level. A whole level above them. He was only at the 2nd rank during the freshman competition, and now he has actually broken through again. A gleam flashed in Xia Qingyin's eyes. She knew best that when Lu Yuan first enrolled, he couldn't even be considered a psychic. Now, he has already left everyone else far behind. Only Jiang Xingyu laughed naturally. He had seen Lu Yuan single-handedly kill a 3rd rank upper fierce beast. Captain, with you here, don't we just sweep them straight away? Why practice? Jiang Xingyu joked. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Jiang Xingyu immediately shrank his neck. Just kidding. After the introduction, Lu Yuan had already drawn the tactical diagram on the paper. Since it's a team competition, there will definitely be team battles. I designed 3 formations, corresponding to aggressive attack, kiting, and ambush. Formations are not fixed and must be adjusted according to the battle situation. Now, begin the combat training. Lu Yuan raised his hand. Mental energy surged. The next second, 5 fierce beasts appeared out of thin air, roaring as they lunged forward. A gale demon wolf fast enough to leave after images, a shadow bat specialized in sneak attacks, an ironclad rhinoceros with thick skin, and a mutated female baboon whose roar could rally the herd and disrupt opponents. In the very center stood a flaming tiger. For training purposes, Lu Yuan didn't use the extreme ice illusion killing formation. But aside from this, he almost didn't hold back. The arena was large enough. After one wave of ferocious beasts was killed, another wave would respawn. The coordination among the group was pushed to the limit repeatedly, honing their teamwork more and more. The whole morning quickly passed. The first day of training is temporarily over. From now on, can we set it from 9 a.m. to 12 noon? Lu Yuan asked. Okay, it's up to you. Everyone answered in unison. The training ended. Consciousness returned to reality. A few people took off their helmets and walked out of the hall. By the way, Lu Yuan, I made some croissants this morning. I haven't finished them. They're still in the dorm. Do you want some? Xia Qingyin leaned over and asked softly. Really? That would be great. Thank you so much. Lu Yuan smiled. The snack Xia Qingyin made unexpectedly suited his taste. He was too shy to speak up first, but she always remembered to save him a portion. Being liked by someone is the greatest affirmation of culinary skills. She was happy, and he didn't refuse either. Wang Zhe, standing nearby, rested his chin in his hand, his eyes full of meaning. He recalled the scene from the freshman competition, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. Then he wildly gave Jiang Xingyu a knowing look. Jiang Xingyu immediately understood and returned a smile that said, I get it. Why are you two blinking constantly? Do your eyes have a twitch? Fengshe looked puzzled. Jiang Xingyu sighed, his face full of there's no hope. Mai and Xingyu's companion beasts are sick. We have to go back, Wang Zhe said quickly. Yeah. My kaka has been down lately and won't eat. I need to go see it. Jiang Xingyu responded even faster. Before the words had finished, the two had already slipped away. Fengshe was stunned for a few seconds, then finally came to his senses and hurried after them. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left out of the 5. Xia Qingyin blinked. Huh? Where did they go? If something comes up, I'll leave first, Lu Yuan said calmly. Just then, gurgle. Xia Qingyin's stomach growled. Her face flushed instantly. Classmate Lu Yuan, Her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head without speaking, too embarrassed to know what to say. Hungry. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. This kind of reaction wasn't something one could control. He took out a compressed biscuit from the spatial ring and handed it to her. Xia Qingyin came back to her senses. She originally intended to take the food herself, but seeing he had already offered it, she had no choice but to accept it and quietly said, Thank you. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan went to his teacher Qin Tianlong's residence. Having just advanced his shooting skills to the master level, he had been thinking about the skill book his teacher had mentioned. Only those with master-level shooting skills are qualified to learn it. It is an SS-level skill, on par with his extreme Ice Phantom killing array. As he approached the door, he saw a familiar figure. Hu Dahai was coming out of the house, hopping excitedly with a face full of excitement. Senior brother Hu, good afternoon. What's making you so happy? Haha, my ice-breaking technique has advanced to a higher level. The mentor has already taught me the ice explosion technique. Hu Dahai couldn't stop grinning. After a few polite exchanges, Lu Yuan walked into the room. Qin Tianlong sat on the sofa, leisurely brewing tea. Lu Yuan, do you need something from me? Teacher, my shooting skills have reached the master level. You said that once I reach master level, you'd give me that SS-level skill book. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. So fast. Come, let me see. The two of them went to the backyard. Swish, swish, swish. The cold river's sky-splitting spear traced a cold gleam through the air, its momentum fierce and murderous intent overwhelming. In 1 second, he fired 5 shots in quick succession, almost without pause. Good, good, good. Truly master level. Qin Tianlong said good 3 times in a row, his eyes full of admiration. Teacher. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Follow me. Qin Tianlong led him into the bedroom. After a moment, he took out a thick skill book and handed it to Lu Yuan. For golden characters on the cover gleamed brightly. Frost Spear Assault. SS-level skill. Upon activation, enter a special state where spear damage is greatly increased. The more consecutive hits, the stronger the power. At Qin Tianlong's signal, Lu Yuan flipped another page. Can materialize the internal ice elemental energy into a reinforced ice spear and launch an attack. The skill effects have already been clearly explained in the first 2 pages. Turn elemental energy into a reinforced ice spear. Lu Yuan blinked. Sounds like an upgraded version of his own ice blade. But thinking carefully, it's not exactly the same. The power might be stronger, but the ice blade has a longer range and may not be completely replaced. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan thanked him sincerely. You deserve it. This is what you should get. Qin Tianlong waved his hand. This kid is already at the 3rd level. After Lu Yuan left, Qin Tianlong muttered to himself quietly. His advancement speed was truly astonishing. But then again, this is Lu Yuan, that monster who repeatedly breaks the rules. It doesn't seem so absurd anymore. Since he was his own disciple, of course, the stronger the better. That night, Lu Yuan did not go to train at the Ice and Snow Psychic Ability Hall. He stayed in his bedroom and opened his laptop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can surely win. Although he was confident that opponents of a lower 3rd rank were hard to come by, being a bit cautious never hurt. He began to investigate potential rivals from the freshman competitions of the other 3 prestigious universities. The internal lists could not be found on the official websites, but videos of the competitions had long been uploaded online by students. On Douyin and Xigua, clips of the competitions were everywhere, some with over 100,000 likes. New students with outstanding performance are highly likely to participate in the freshman competitions of the 4 prestigious universities. In this world, it is not popular to be low-key and hide one's talents. The stronger the strength, the more resources available. There is no need to pay anything to participate. But if he wins the championship, it will not only bring honor to the school, but also earn rewards prepared jointly by the 4 prestigious universities. This tradition has been the same year after year. Da-da-da. Lu Yuan kept clicking on the video. After more than an hour, he wrote down 3 names on the paper. Tang Hai, Lin Tongtong, Li Ji. Judging from the video, these 3 are the strongest freshmen from 3 other schools. Among them, Tang Hai from Jingbei Superpower University. Grass-type superpower, skilled in control. There are also leaks in the comments saying that he is the son of Master Tang Shan. The awakened power is the S-level supernatural ability Zijin Grass, 1 rank stronger than his father's A-level Longjing Grass. Many people sigh that Tang Shan has a successor. Ever since Tang Hai won 1st place in the freshman competition at Jingbei Supernatural University, this theory has been pushed to its peak. For a time, they were unmatched in prominence. Lin Tongtong of Tianchuan University of Supernatural Powers awakened a rare psychic ability, capable of telekinesis. In the video, when her opponent got distracted, her mental power instantly exploded, directly knocking away the opponent's weapon and easily securing victory. Li Ji from Moda University of Supernatural Powers awakened the S+ grade combat ability, Dragon Soul Body. There's only one word to describe his fighting style: fierce. Wearing gloves, he fights up close and personal, every punch landing solidly. He even punched through the opponent's large knife made of D-grade alloy, creating an explosive scene. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Yuan sneered inwardly, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ding! The doorbell suddenly rang. Master, someone is visiting, Xiaya prompted. Who's there? Lu Yuan went downstairs to open the door. Outside the door stood Xia Qingyin. The tips of her hair were still damp, and the faint fragrance after her bath was especially clear in the night. The moonlight fell on her, adding a touch of softness. Lu Yuan was momentarily dazed. Lu Yuan, try the egg tart I made. She smiled and handed it over. Lately, she has been bringing him food. He didn't refuse. All right. The puff pastry crumbles at first bite, releasing a burst of buttery aroma. The filling is soft and sweet, with just the right temperature. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Very delicious. As long as you like it. She smiled brightly. Before leaving, she reminded, there's training tomorrow. Get some rest early. You too. She didn't even realize it herself, but she was caring about him more and more. The next day, a few people arrived early to gather in the hall. You're all quite early, Lu Yuan said. Just got here. Wang Zhe adjusted his glasses. Morning, Xia Qingyin said softly. Fang Shi and Jiang Xingyu also greeted each other. Lu Yuan nodded, signaling everyone to come closer. The atmosphere instantly grew serious. Lu Yuan took out the paper marked full of notes from last night from his pocket, slowly spread it out, and placed it in front of everyone. Brother Lu Yuan, what is this? Jiang Xingyu looked completely confused. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Captain, you and I are thinking alike. Wang Zhe's right, I turned light green, and he also took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The content written on it was almost the same as Lu Yuan's. The two exchanged a glance and smiled, full of tacit understanding. Lu Yuan quickly suppressed his smile, his tone becoming serious. Tang Hai specializes in control and is still of the grass type. Feng Shi, be careful not to get controlled. Grass beats earth. You'll be at a disadvantage. Feng Shi nodded. Understood. Lin Tongtong is in the mental department. Everyone, focus, especially keep a close eye on the weapons in your hands. Don't laugh. I'm talking to you, Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu quickly put away his smile and scratched his head. Li Ji is an S+ level combat ability user, very strong in close combat. Don't fight him head-on. Target his teammates first. Everyone responded in unison. Analysis complete. Enter virtual reality and begin training. A few people lay back in their seats, their consciousness sinking into the virtual world. 1 day, 2 days. In the morning, 5 people practiced together. In the afternoon and evening, they went to the Ice and Snow Psychic Ability Hall to train. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a week passed, and the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities officially arrived. Xinqing Superpower University had banners hung up early and was cleaning the venue. The bushes were trimmed neatly, the ground spotless, and every detail was executed to perfection. This year, Xinqing Superpower University was the host, and it was a matter of the school's reputation. No mistakes could be allowed. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin, along with a few others, wore confident expressions. After waiting for so long, this day had finally arrived. The path of cultivation is too long. Without formidable enemies, there can be no breakthrough. It wasn't just those 5 who were looking forward to it. The entire school was waiting. Because during the competition, the whole school was on holiday. Whether they wanted to watch the top freshmen face off, focus on their own training in isolation, or sleep in their dorms until dark, no one was stopping them. Of course, most people still chose to watch the battle. First, to earn 0.02 credits. Second, to see firsthand the strength of the strongest freshmen in the country. According to Lu Yuan, this competition only compares supernatural abilities, and companion beasts are not allowed to participate. Lu Yuan could never leave Xiaobing fighting underground at such a critical moment. As a competitor, it would only take one word from him to have Xiaobing sit in the spectator area. He moved his mind and brought up the panel. Mental energy, 854 Hz. Health, 2,171 calories. During this time, he pushed his body to the limit, continuously taking the second-tier frozen essence liquid, steadily improving his strength. As for the Frost Spear Barrage, I haven't even begun to learn it, so naturally, I can't allocate any points to it. Just as I put away my tablet, my phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. It was my mother, Feng Wan. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan, is that new student competition about to start? You must be careful. Don't worry, I will. He had explained long ago, this is a virtual arena. Dying here won't hurt the real world. But he didn't emphasize it again. Mother worked hard all her life, only because she was worried about him. Go along with what she says and reassure her. It's more important than arguing about who is right. All right, you're sensible. I feel relieved now. The call ended. 8:30 in the morning. Several unfamiliar cars drove into Xinqing Supernatural University, followed by a few buses. The security guards let them pass directly. Inside the cars were teachers, competitors, and spectators from 3 other prestigious schools. They were all taken to the central playground. The 4-seat areas are arranged in separate rows, with each school's label attached behind, clearly demarcating the boundaries. The atmosphere is quiet, yet undercurrents are swirling. Before the official competition, there is a process similar to a school opening ceremony to go through. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Xingyu couldn't stay still. He turned around, looking around in all directions. Over there is North Beijing, 3 men and 2 women. One of the girls is quite fair-skinned, just a bit chubby. Here is Modu, for men and 1 woman. That girl's muscles are really exaggerated. He shook his head, his eyes full of scrutiny and a faint competitive spirit. Among the team at Modu Superpower University, the only girl had defined muscles and ranked second in overall strength among the five, just behind the captain Li Ji. On the right is Tianchuan Superpower University, 2 males and 3 females. Long-legged mature lady with black stockings, twin-tail lowly is not bad either. Jiang Xingyu watched and laughed, his smile a bit sleazy. Xingyu, little brother, what are you looking at? Wang Zhe came over. Didn't see anything. Jiang Xingyu immediately played dumb. Just a friendly reminder, they're from Tianchuan University of Supernatural Powers. Wang Zhe said, and then left. Tianchuan. Jiang Xingyu was momentarily stunned. Tyrannosaurus? He shivered in fright, his face full of regret. After a few minutes, he finally realized that they were just from a school in Tianchuan, not necessarily people from Tianchuan. Almost got tricked by you. Jiang Xingyu curled his lips, looking like he had seen through it. The conference continued. The chief organizer spoke, announcing that the competition would last 4 days, with specific arrangements to be announced tomorrow. Today, the schools would rest. Then he emphasized safety issues and quickly concluded. Next, each team captain took the stage to speak. Lu Yuan, Tang Hai, Li Ji, Lin Tongtong. They didn't say much, but were full of confidence. Finally, the principal of Shunqing Supernatural University announced the end of the conference, and everyone dispersed to rest. Lu Yuan. A voice suddenly called out to him. The newcomer was not friendly. This was Lu Yuan's first reaction. He turned his head to see Tang Hai, the captain of the Jingbei Supernatural University team, approaching with his team, a mocking smile on his face. Play well tomorrow, don't disappoint me. Tang Hai's tone was flippant and full of provocation. Don't worry, I'll disappoint you to the point of despair. Lu Yuan retorted coldly. Is that so? See you tomorrow. Tang Hai laughed heartily, waved his hand, and left with his people. Captain, isn't Tang Hai way too arrogant? Isn't he grass type? He should be countered by Lu Yuan's ice type. Yet he's still this cocky. The petite lowly leaned close to Lin Tongtong and whispered quietly. Don't mind him. There's a good show to watch tomorrow. Lin Tongtong waved her hand, looking excited to watch the drama unfold. He knows your ice type and still dares to provoke you? Where does his confidence come from? Jiang Xingyu frowned and asked. Such an obvious provocation. He's so confident, he must have a backup plan. Wang Zhe said in a deep voice. Lu Yuan shrugged, completely unconcerned. Isn't it normal to have a trump card? Who doesn't save a killer move for later? Meet force with force, cover water with earth. Just respond to each move accordingly. Also, Jiang Xingyu touched his chin and smiled. Others might not know, but the people on their team did. The captain was already a 3rd rank lower level, with spirit and vitality that were absurdly strong. With her here, there's no need to panic at all. Jiang Xingyu was now just waiting to see. Waiting for the captain to show his strength, and how impressive Tang Hai's face would look then. The next day, there was still an hour before the first battle, but the seats from the 3rd row back were already full. The principal and the mentors from the 4 prestigious schools were seated in the 1st row. Lu Yuan's teacher Qin Tianlong and Xia Qingyin's aunt Xia Wan were all among them. The 2nd row was reserved for the competitors. Lu Yuan's companion beast Xiaobing and Xia Qingyin's Xiaolan are all here. The 5 companion beasts, a snake, a dragon, an eagle, a bear, and a scorpion, crowded together, chattering nonstop. So cute. The girls in the back row all lit up their eyes. Every time a team entered the arena, the stands erupted in cheers. Kyodai is the strongest. Shindao will definitely win. The shouts rose wave after wave, as if the champion could be decided by who could shout the loudest. This is Shunqing University of Supernatural Abilities, with the largest number of students. Just by the momentum, Shindao has already won. This time it's 4 days, 1 more day than previous years. Awesome. Didn't you hear the host yesterday when you were just an audience? Hey wait, is that beautiful girl over there Senior Jiang? 2 boys were chatting. That long silver-white hair was too eye-catching. One of them was about to respond when they saw someone approaching from afar. Her figure swayed gracefully, exuding a strong aura. Stop dreaming. She hasn't come for the past 2 years. Wait, it really is Senior Jiang. Another boy initially didn't believe it, but after a casual glance, his eyes immediately widened. If I could be with Senior Sister Jiang, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Aren't you being too greedy? You're taking all the good spots. Stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword, brother. Soon, more and more people noticed that Jiang Xianran had arrived, and the scene erupted again. This was very normal. She was the most famous student at Xinqing Supernatural University. Jiang Xianyan was already used to this kind of gaze. Her expression was cold and calm, without the slightest fluctuation, and she sat straight in the second row. First place the year before last. First place last year. None of it was worth mentioning. She was nowhere near the version of herself from back then. Rather than watching this kind of match, she would rather go to the Thunder Superpower Hall to temper herself within the thunder. But Lu Yuan was different. His nearly godlike performance piqued her interest. So, she came, breaking all precedent, capable of killing a high-level Tier 3 ferocious beast. Lu Yuan, I want to see if you are really as strong as my cousin said. A glimmer flashed in her blue-purple pupils. Good morning to all contestants, mentors, and students. Welcome to the 2052 freshman competition of the 4 famous universities. I am the chief organizer, Xiang Jun. This competition will last for 4 days. Xiang Jun stepped onto the floating platform and ascended, appearing within everyone's sight. He waved his hand, and 4 huge display screens lit up simultaneously. Everyone's attention was instantly captured. A 2v2 match was held a few days ago, with the losers moving to the losers bracket. 1 match in the morning and 1 in the afternoon on the first day. The losers bracket continued on the second day, with the losers being eliminated. On the third day, the 3 teams simultaneously enter virtual reality to fight fierce beasts, with the top 2 advancing. On the fourth day, the final showdown between the 2 teams. Each match consists of 5 one-on-one games and 1 team game. A win in a singles match earns 1 point, and a win in the team game earns 2.5 points. The side with the higher total score wins. The schedule was clearly displayed on the screen. This year there are fierce beast battles added, which is a nice touch. Having an extra day of matches makes it more exciting to watch. The audience murmured quietly in the stands. Now, each of the 4 top university mentors sitting in the front row, please send 1 representative to the stage to draw lots. Xiang Jun's voice fell. The space ring in his hand flashed. 4 slips of paper that looked exactly the same appeared in his palm. These notes are made from special materials that can block psychic powers and are quite expensive. They can also be assembled and written on, with complete functionality. Their greatest function is to block external psychic surveillance. This way, the mentors on stage won't be able to cheat using psychic powers. Lu Yuan is the team leader, so logically it should be Mentor Qin who goes up to draw lots, Song Li Yuan said, sitting next to Qin Tianlong. Yes, yes. The principal spoke up, and the other mentors quickly chimed in agreement. Qin Tianlong felt a warmth in his heart. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, he wouldn't have needed to come today, let alone go on stage to draw lots. This student, he wasn't mistaken, he's definitely worth it. Captain, who do you think Tutor Qin will draw for us? Jiang Xingyu asked with a smile. I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. Lu Yuan's expression was calm, quite a boastful tone. Hopefully, we don't draw the North Jingbei University of Psychic Abilities. Tang Hai crossed his arms and sneered coldly as he looked over. The others weren't angry. Instead, they looked at him as if watching a joke. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to look at him. This disregard made Tang Hai's face even uglier. He sneered inwardly. Lu Yuan was just ice type, and he got lucky killing the lower third-tier flame tiger, and actually thought he had it in the bag? Once the match started, the trump card he had prepared would wipe the smile off Lu Yuan's face. Mentors from each school went on stage to draw lots. The slips of paper were unfolded on the spot, and the camera synced to the big screen. 1. Modu Supernatural University versus Tianchuan Supernatural University. 2. Xinqing Supernatural University versus Jingbei Supernatural University. The results are clear at a glance. Xiang Jun waved his hand to announce. In the morning, Modo versus Tianchuan. In the afternoon, Xinqing versus Jingbei. The mentor returned to his seat. The competition is about to begin. It really did happen. Lu Yuan, just wait. Tang Hai sneered. Here, Jiang Xingyu and Fang Shi directly high-fived. Xia Qingyin relaxed her brows, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just now Tang Hai spoke harshly face to face. She had been annoyed for a long time. Now is the perfect time. Let's see the real skills on the field. Strength is the best way to make people shut up. Please have the teams from Modu and Tianchuan come onto the field. As Xiang Jun finished speaking, players from both schools took the field. Shinda and Kyoto University's 10 members sat in place, staring intently at the screen. Lu Yuan was even more focused, trying to find flaws in the details to prepare for what was to come. The battle erupted in an instant. First, play the solo match. Both sides send players to the field without knowing the opponent's choice. The player who goes up, regardless of win or loss, cannot play again. Deploying troops and arranging formations became a strategic game. The suspense is at its peak. Unfortunately, the two team captains didn't meet. The audience let out a collective sigh. All 5 rounds are finished. The score is 3-2. Magic City Supernatural University leads by 1 point. But this 1 point doesn't mean much. As long as the team battle is won, they are the ultimate winner. Unless the solo match is beaten 1-4, there is still room for a comeback. Before the team battle, Li Ji's body is too strong, and his willpower is tough as well. My mental strength can't suppress him. Lin Tongtong lowered her voice. Let's attack his teammates first, then surround him at the end. Everyone nodded. Li Ji said nothing, only instructing his teammates to stand behind him. The team battle began. The students who had originally been looking down at their phones all looked up. The real show is about to begin. Fireball. Lightning strike. Both sides tested each other first, quickly turning furious. Dragon soul form. Li Ji shouted softly. The roar of a dragon seemed to explode throughout the arena. Even some of the weaker students outside the venue trembled involuntarily. Golden dragon shadows shimmered around Li Ji, swirling without dispersing. Rising dragon fist. He locked onto one person, closed the distance instantly, and threw a punch. The red dragon shadow exploded behind that person. Bang! The opponent was directly blasted away, heavily crashing to the ground, coughing up blood and unable to get up. At the same time, someone on the Magic City side was also eliminated by a sneak attack. The chaotic battle grew increasingly fierce. In the end, only Li Ji remained on the field, facing Lin Tongtong and that little girl. Li Ji's expression was calm, clearly still reserving some strength. Lin Tongtong was already panting like a bull. Not long after, Li Ji stood alone on the stage, breathing evenly, with a few drops of sweat sliding down his forehead. The oppressive presence of an S+ level ability was fully displayed. 1 against 2, still steadily suppressing them. Team Battle 1. Magic City Supernatural University scored a victory in their first match. In the viewing stands, Li Ji's body tempering technique is at least level 3. This person must be taken seriously. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, his mind already calculating. The morning match ended. The audience erupted in piercing screams and applause. Many girls' eyes sparkled with hearts, all directed at Li Ji, the captain of the Magic City Superpower University team. He was tall and muscular, yet not the least bit clumsy. His movements were as agile as a snake's. He managed to take on 2 opponents at once and still walk away unscathed, just with a bit of dirt on the corner of his clothes. 10 people withdrew from the virtual world. Captain, he's too strong. The little girl from the Tianchuan team couldn't help but exclaim. I'm impressed. Sigh, we can only hope for a comeback from the loser's bracket tomorrow. Lin Tongtong nodded and sighed. One person remained silent the whole time, their pupils still trembling. He was the one who was knocked flying by Li Ji's punch. The morning session ended, and the audience gradually left. It was lunchtime. Lu Yuan, let's hurry up, or there will be a huge line at the cafeteria, Xia Qingyin said crisply. So many people, they're definitely all crowding into the nearest cafeteria. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded, and the two walked away side by side. Not far away, Tang Hai sneered. Does Lu Yuan have a close relationship with that beauty? In the official competition in the afternoon, he had to publicly step on Lu Yuan. The applause could only belong to him. Take a short nap after lunch. In the blink of an eye, it was 2:30. Many people arrived early to reserve seats. There were even more people in the afternoon. Because the competitors were from our school, those who couldn't find seats squeezed into the aisles. Was the morning exciting? Xiang Jun asked loudly. Exciting. Have you seen enough? Not enough. The afternoon will be even more intense. He waved his hand. The salute guns fired in unison. The atmosphere exploded instantly. Waves of screams rose higher and higher. Under the fervent gaze of students from both schools, the teams entered, took their seats, and put on their helmets. 10 people synchronized their consciousness and entered the virtual battlefield. On the large screen, their figures lit up simultaneously. Just then, a highly secretive mental transmission sounded in Qin Tianlong's ear. If it weren't for being 2 major realms higher, it would be impossible to detect. Receiving the telepathic message, Qin Tianlong instinctively looked toward the first row of the audience at Jingbei Supernatural University. It was Tang Shan, Tang Hai's father, who sent him the message. Behind this, there is actually an old grievance. More than 20 years ago, the two were roommates at Shunqing University of Psychic Abilities and even formed a battle team together, with one as the captain and the other as the vice captain. Later, during a mission in the underground world, Tang Shan chickened out at the last moment and fled alone, abandoning the team. Qin Tianlong and the other team members fought desperately to break through and amazingly survived. After returning, Tang Shan even tried to justify himself. From that day on, the two completely broke off. Later, it was heard that Tang Shan went to teach at Jingbei University of Supernatural Abilities. Qin Tianlong felt somewhat emotional inside. Unexpectedly, the next time they met would be at the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious schools. At this moment, Tang Shan's spiritual voice transmission sounded again. Tianlong, long time no see, want to make a bet? What bet? Qin Tianlong replied calmly. Bet on this match. Will Xindao win or Jingdao win? Dare or not? Qin Tianlong's mouth twitched into a smile. Tangshan dares to speak up, indicating full confidence in Tang Hai. But he trusts Lu Yuan even more. This was his confidence. If we're going to bet, let's talk stakes. The loser will provide 2 sets of S-grade resources. Qin Tianlong sneered. What's an S-level? Even combined, it's only in the tens of millions, too small. If we're going to bet, let's bet big. This amount of resources was nothing more than pocket change to them. To make Tang Shan feel the pain, it was far from enough. So how do you want to bet? If you lose, give me the Huaxueden. If I lose, I'll give you an SS-level resource. Dare or not? Tang Shan frowned. SS-level resources often cost hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion, and you can't necessarily buy them even if you have the money. Huaxueden is also precious, capable of allowing an ability user to break through to the 4th level of physical refinement within a week. But it only works for those refining their flesh and blood for the first time. Its value at most counts as SS grade. Compared to a true SS grade, it's still 1 tier lower. Is he after Huaxueden because of that disciple? It seems he really treasures that kid. Tang Shan saw through Qin Tianlong's intention. But so what if he saw through it? Thinking that his son Tang Hai still had a trump card, Tang Shan's lips curled into a smile, full of confidence. He transmitted his voice with mental power, his tone straightforward. You're still the same. Love taking risks. I bet. This time you're not so lucky. It's rare for you to agree so quickly. Don't back out later. Would I, a grandmaster, back out? I can't afford to lose face. But you, don't refuse to pay if you lose. All right, it's a deal. Qin Tianlong smiled and withdrew his spiritual energy. On the other side, the match between Shunqing Supernatural University and Jingbei Supernatural University officially began. Qin Tianlong thought to himself that whether he could get the vitality pill depended on Lu Yuan. Starting with the singles match, Shunqing sent Jiang Xingyu, and he volunteered to go himself. Lu Yuan didn't stop him. Anyway, as long as they didn't lose all 4 matches, the final team battle was what really mattered. The one sent by Jingbei was a fair-skinned but slightly chubby girl. Beauty, I won't go easy on you, Jiang Xingyu said jokingly, still not serious. Cut the crap, she said coldly. The battle erupted. Right from the start of the fight, Jiang Xingyu sensed something was wrong. The opponent was of the metal type, naturally countering his poison type. Poison damage was almost ineffective against her. Pressure immediately bore down on him, his back drenched in sweat. She activated the A+ level skill metallization. Jiang Xingyu's poison rain descended like a deluge, formidable in scale, yet it couldn't harm her in the slightest. After more than a dozen rounds, her longsword was pressed against his throat. The first match, Jingbei wins. Jiang Xingyu walked off the platform with his head down, nearly in tears. Brother Liyuan, it's not your fault. Liyuan patted his shoulder. The second match, Xia Qingyin took the stage. As soon as she appeared, the audience erupted. She had attracted countless gazes upon entering, and students from various schools were waiting for her to make a move. On the arena, the atmosphere was quiet and tense. The two looked at each other, not a single word wasted. S-rank grass type versus S-rank wind type. Neither side gained an advantage. In the end, Xia Qingyin's sword was still one step faster. She deliberately left an opening, then suddenly changed her move in the next moment, cutting off her opponent's arm with one slash. Fortunately, it was a virtual battle, so the pain was turned off. Otherwise, dying once and then reviving would be unbearable for anyone, and psychological trauma would be the mildest outcome. The score was tied at 1-1. Hee. Lu Yuan, I did pretty well, didn't I? Xia Qingyin smiled brightly. The boys in the stands were initially cheering, but when she smiled at Lu Yuan, their expressions instantly darkened, and their fists clenched tightly. Both sides have 3 players left. In the third match, Shenqing Supernatural University sent out Wang Zhe. The opponent was a fire-type supernatural user. Brother, go easy, take it slow. Wang Zhe smiled gently. As soon as the words fell, whirlwind slash. The long blade cut through the air, sending out a huge wind blade sweeping across. The opponent reacted quickly, hurriedly dodging. But Wang Zhe had already planned ahead. The wind blade's angle was slightly off, directly slicing off one of the opponent's fingers, and it was the right hand. The first player was taken out, and the rhythm was completely disrupted. A few minutes later, the opponent was forced into a dead end and fell to the blade. Steady. The rest is up to you, Captain. The two of them high-fived. After 3 rounds, Shenqing Superpower University is in the lead. Feng Shi, are you going up or should I? Lu Yuan asked casually. Opposite us, only the grass-type Captain Tang Hai and a light-type girl remained. Go ahead. That captain is probably the final opponent. I'll leave him to you. Feng Shi raised his sword and shield, striding onto the stage. Unexpectedly, Tang Hai appeared earlier than expected. The captain duel that both schools most wanted to see did not happen. Tang Hai used the Zijin grass. Thick vines wildly grew out from behind him, thrashing frantically. It was even difficult for Feng Shi to get close. Knowing he was being countered, he still gritted his teeth and held on stubbornly, refusing to retreat at all costs. After 10 minutes, he ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. The score was tied. The final match. Lu Yuan, a lower third tier, took the stage. He didn't even take it seriously. A barrage of ice blades rained down, and the light-type girl couldn't hold them back at all. In the virtual screen, the opponent fell. The solo match ended. Shenqing Superpower University won 3-2. The real outcome will be determined by the team competition. Go Shenda, go Lu Yuan. Kyodai is the strongest. Kyodai is the strongest. The whole venue erupted, the chants rolling in waves one after another. The team match officially began, and both sides quickly took their positions. Nature's spirit. Xia Qingyin closed her eyes and released her supernatural power with all her strength. The next moment, small branches and leaves grew from the tips of her hair, shoulders, and sides of her legs. White flowers quietly bloomed, and a faint scent of grass and would spread around. She seemed to merge completely with nature. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils had turned teal. The power of nature spread out, enveloping her teammates. Everyone's breath steadied, their strength noticeably increased, and even damage was reduced. This is the complete form of natural spiritual essence. The audience was full of amazement. So beautiful. I'm really moved. At this moment, Xia Qingyin looked like a saintess walking out of the forest, pure and radiant. But the smile she just gave Lu Yuan made many boys in the audience clench their fists tightly. Why him? Holy light, divine protection. The opponents were unwilling to be outdone. The S-level light-type female student from Jingbei Supernatural University erupted instantly. Dazzling golden light spread, and all team members were covered with a layer of golden shields. Both sides activated buffs simultaneously, competing in endurance and attrition. Gale Spell. Fireball Blast. The opponent struck first, attacking with wind and fire simultaneously, rushing straight forward. Rock Barrier. Feng Shi roared angrily. With a rumble, a thick stone wall shot up from the ground, firmly blocking everyone in front. Wind blades and fireballs slammed against it, scattering stone debris everywhere, yet it was never pierced through. S-level defense, terrifyingly tough. Zijin grass. In the distance, a thick vine suddenly whipped over. Spikes attached. The vine instantly grew dense spikes, sweeping down with great force. Bang, bang, bang. The stone wall was already broken and was shattered directly by this strike. Here's the chance. Before the vines could retract, Lu Yuan had already moved. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blades were unleashed continuously, their speed leaving only afterimages. The ice blades slammed hard into the Zijin grass, unleashing a burst of cold that spread white mist everywhere. As the mist cleared, everyone clearly saw. The surface of the Zijin grass had cracked from the freezing, covered in ice blue patterns, its movements noticeably slowed. The situation was starting to turn around. These damages were not only repaired, but after the repair, they were even stronger than before. What the hell? Jiang Xingyu widened his eyes, rubbed them again, making sure he wasn't mistaken. My Zijin grass ability has a special trait. It doesn't fear fire. Plus, it can be medicated. Since its awakening, I've been feeding it nourishing ice potions. As long as it takes ice-type damage, it can not only absorb it, but also recover, even surpassing its original state. At this level, you can basically say, ice immunity. Tang Shan shrugged with a smile, his mouth almost curling up to his ears. This is his trump card. He had long known that this year's captain of Shun City Supernatural University was an ice element user, and also the disciple of Qin Tianlong, who didn't get along with his father. That's why he was so eager to trample on Lu Yuan and vent his father's anger. Tianlong, don't go back on your word about the SS-level resources. Tong Shen transmitted the words with his mind, his face full of anticipation. Hee, of course I won't go back on my word. You'd better be ready to hand over the Hoshua Dan. Qin Tianlong remained calm, as ever. Others were unaware, but he knew that Lu Yuan had not yet truly exerted his power. You're just an ordinary disciple, yet your tone is quite arrogant. Tang Hai transmitted his voice again. But this time, Qin Tianlong didn't respond. This is over, this is over. Tang Hai actually has this trick. The purple gold grass is just too insane. The battle isn't over yet. How can we surrender first? In the audience, some sighed, while others still gritted their teeth and believed. Go, master! Go, master! In the second row, Xiaobing and Xiaolan cheer with all their might, melting everyone's hearts. Many female students were directly overwhelmed by their cuteness. Jiang Xianran also sat in the second row, her gaze gradually becoming serious. This way, it's interesting. On the field, Tang Hai noticed that the people from Shun City Superpower University were not desperate. This made him slightly stunned. He squinted and suddenly laughed. Oh right, you guys have a poison-type awakened one here, don't you? The reason Zijin KO is called a summoning type and not a grass type is because Tang Hai can only summon it to fight. He doesn't know any other grass-type skills, which is completely different from Xia Qingyin. But after all, it's still grass. Grass-type's strength lies in its balance. It can attack, defend, and support, but it also has many weaknesses. Fire, ice, poison, steel, and bug, 5 different types all counter it. In the arena, Jiang Xingyu awakened to the poison element. Bring it on. Tang Hai waved his hand. Jiang Xingyu was stunned. Who did I offend? Everyone in Jingbei instantly focused their fire, fighting desperately. Jiang Xingyu was substituted off, but the opposing side lost 2 players. Tang Hai didn't care at all. Lu Yuan's ice element actually nourished the purple gold grass. Feng Shi's earth element was restrained by him. The remaining 2 are not enough to be feared. Without Jiang Xingyu, can you still turn the tables? He laughed even more wildly. The audience stands were also ignited. Go Jingbei. Tang Hai is invincible. Lu Yuan said coldly. 4 against 3, and you can still smile? Tang Hai snorted coldly. The 3-on-3 match is about to start. Zijin Grass charge. Zijin Grass dashed out wildly, heading straight for Feng Shi. As long as the defender is eliminated, the situation will completely turn in favor of Jingbei. Lu Yuan shook his head. Not necessarily. He unleashed Ice Extreme Flash, instantly surging forward 40 meters. Holding the Han Xuan sky-splitting spear in his hand, all the ice elemental energy was tightly compressed into the spear, not leaking a single bit. The next second, he fired 5 shots in a row. The full power of qi and blood erupted, releasing 2,171 calories in a torrent. The offense and defense reversed in an instant. The Zijing grass was pierced with 5 large holes, and purple slime splattered. That was not juice, but blood. It is trembling. It is howling. The pain is almost uncontrollable. A moment ago, Jingbei was still cheering, while deep in the city there was a chorus of sighs. The next second, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Damn, unbeatable. This shooting skill is too fierce. In the blink of an eye, the audience seats in the deep city erupted in excitement. The north of the capital was eerily quiet. Brother Tongshin, the Grandmaster, wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Qin Tianlong laughed as he transmitted his voice. Tongshin remained silent. How many resources did he pour into that purple gold herb? And this is the kind of result Tang Hai delivers? Consider yourself lucky. I'll give you the vitality pill after the competition. That pill was originally just something picked up casually at the auction, not meant for personal use. Given, it is just given. However, he has already had other intentions. It's time to train someone new. Jiang Xianran squinted her eyes. Others might not have noticed, but she was perfectly clear about it. She majored in spear fighting and was very familiar with marksmanship. Lu Yuan's proficiency was already at a master level. She was promoted to master level during the summer vacation of her sophomore year, and Lu Yuan had only been in school for a month. At this rate, it was even possible to reach the pinnacle before graduation. Her pride in her shooting skills was nothing in front of him, but she was not discouraged. Countless strong people. Growth is about continuously challenging stronger people. Unfortunately, she has only 1 year left until graduation. Otherwise, she really wants to have a fierce battle with him. On the arena, Lu Yuan gave no chance to catch his breath, directly pursuing the kill. Taking advantage of your injury, going for your life. Zijing grass is severely damaged. Now is the time to harvest. Tang Hai desperately called back Zijing KO. To his surprise, Lu Yuan's speed was not fast. He couldn't even catch up to Zijing KO and could only follow closely. Tang Hai had just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lu Yuan leapt up. Ice explosion. Boom. A loud explosion. The Zijing grass had not been retracted yet, and together with Tang Hai, it was blasted into a ground full of ice shards. This is a virtual arena. The next second, the ice blocks dissipated. Tang Hai appeared off stage, eliminated. On the other side, Wang Zhijing was fighting head-on against the other party, a fire element user. Their strengths were comparable, neither could overpower the other. Just then, he saw Tang Hai being eliminated. He was stunned for a moment. The opponent seized the flaw. S-rank skill, Storm Triple Slash. He reacted, but was still a step too late. Wang Zhe slashed down, and his arm was cut off on the spot. But there was not a trace of retreat on his face. Brother, there are only you two left? Why keep holding on? Wang Zhe asked coldly. I will never surrender. He gritted his teeth and responded, his eyes resolute. He never bowed his head until he was eliminated. People from Jingbei Supernatural University fell one after another. The holy light divine protection also dissipated accordingly. That light element girl, like the fire element psychic, refused to retreat even under the threat of death and charged straight forward. She has guts, but the gap was just too great. Her desperate strike couldn't even stir up a ripple. Lu Yuan didn't even use any skills. He suffocated her with just his marksmanship. Within a few moves, she was eliminated. At this point, the entire opposing team was eliminated. Xinqing Superpower University successfully advanced. Done. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. The 4 of them stepped down from the arena, and Jiang Xingyu greeted them below. The large screen froze on the image of the 5 of them standing side by side, smiling. We won. We won. Slap. 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 The applause was thunderous, lasting for a long time. The first day of competition ended. Mo University and Xin University advanced. Chuan University and Jing University fell into the losers bracket but still have a chance to make a comeback. The audience was still talking as they left, excitement still visible on their faces. Brother Lu Yuan, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, it would have been really risky. Let's go. Let's go. Time to eat. You were the only one eliminated, and you're still so upbeat? They're targeting me, and that's my fault. Laughter erupted within the group, the atmosphere light and easy. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated. Good performance. After the match, there's a surprise for you. Sender, Qin Tianlong. Surprise? Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. To be called a surprise, it must be something extraordinary. After the meal, he headed straight to Qin Tianlong's residence. What exactly has the teacher prepared? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Ding ding ding. Riding the shared electric bike to the door, he suppressed his excitement and rang the doorbell. Coming. Qin Tianlong's voice was loud and clear. The door opened quickly. Lu Yuan, come in. Qin Tianlong greeted with a smile. He had long known that Lu Yuan would come. He was very clear about what kind of temperament this kid had. Even more so, I understand why he came. Lu Yuan stepped through the door. The two walked into the living room. Teacher, what is the surprise you mentioned? Lu Yuan's face was full of anticipation. Qin Tianlong smiled, raised his hand, and the space ring flashed, 2 items falling into his palm. In his left hand was a lime green pill, and in his right hand was a special material ticket. This is called the blood activation pill, Qin Tianlong said calmly. It can accelerate blood refinement. Your flesh and blood have already laid a good foundation. With this, you can break through to the 4th stage of body refining technique within a week. 1 week. Lu Yuan's heart jolted violently. His breathing grew heavy. He spent 20,000 evolution points advancing from the 2nd tier to the 3rd. Going higher would require at least 50,000, maybe even more. And that was with the system's support. If relying on his own hard training, who knows how long it would take. Now, a single pill could solve it. This surprise is indeed quite harsh. Lu Yuan's Adam's apple rolled as he wanted to speak, but stopped. This elixir is too precious. Of course he wants it. But the more precious it is, the heavier it feels. The teacher must have paid a great price for it. I only led the team to win a match. Do I really deserve it? Qin Tianlong saw through his thoughts at a glance and sighed. Why are you still being so pretentious? He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I didn't spend any money on this pill, nor did I trade anything for it. What? You didn't spend any money? Lu Yuan was stunned. I bet on winning. Qin Tianlong raised his eyebrows, using you as the stake. He recounted how the bet had been made. Originally, he staked a precious SS-level resource, betting that Lu Yuan could lead the team to defeat Jingbei University of Superpowers. As it turned out, Lu Yuan won decisively, and the vitality pill naturally came into his hands. After hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. The teacher dares to bet. It's because he trusts him. Moreover, if he hadn't won the match, this elixir wouldn't have appeared. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and solemnly took the vitality pill. Teacher, what is this ticket? Qin Tianlong's left hand was empty. Lu Yuan looked at his right hand and asked again. The Sacred Ice Spring Entry Ticket. Qin Tianlong spoke slowly, then explained. Under the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Anomaly Pavilion, there is a passage leading to the underground world. Inside, there is a spring called the Sacred Ice Spring. I heard soaking in it and absorbing the essence of the spring greatly enhances Ice-type anomaly abilities. But the spots are very limited. Only 50 are issued every 2 years. This year, as a 7th level Ice Master, I also obtained one. He paused, his gaze serious. This is the real surprise for you. Lu Yuan, you are my proudest disciple. I hope you will accept this. Lu Yuan is gifted, works harder than anyone else, and is humble and respectful. Such a student is truly rare. Thank you, teacher. I cannot repay you for now, but I will definitely live up to your expectations. Lu Yuan took the entry ticket, placed it into the spatial ring, speaking sincerely. All right. It's getting late. Go back and rest. Qin Tianlong smiled so broadly, he couldn't close his mouth. Goodbye, teacher. Lu Yuan left, his heart burning. Huishu Dan, combined with Sheng Bing Spring. This is a qualitative transformation. He took note of this favor. Back to the dormitory. Brother Lu Yuan, your shots were too powerful. The purple gold grass withered on the spot. Lu Yuan rushed over, waving his fists, extremely excited. It's okay. It just resists ice. Doesn't mean it's really hard. Lu Yuan spoke flatly. You didn't see it live? The audience was full of senior girls. Their eyes were shining. Lu Yuan looked envious. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What's the use of envy? Don't you want to step onto the field yourself? Don't you want to be admired? Don't you want to find a beautiful senior? Don't you want to make a breakthrough on the path of supernatural abilities? 3 consecutive questions, each piercing to the heart. Of course I want to. Lu Yuan nodded vigorously. Then practice. One sentence woke him up. Got it. Thanks, brother Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed energized, rushing back to his room to train. The second day of the freshman competition came to an end. There was only one match in the losers bracket that day. Tianchuan Supernatural University versus Jingbei Supernatural University. There were far fewer spectators at this match. The losers bracket match was naturally not as intense as yesterday's. But when it came to the honor of the school, quite a few students from Tianchuan Superpower University and Jingbei Superpower University showed up. Yesterday, Tanghai was blasted into a mess of shattered ice by Lu Yuan's ice explosion technique. After returning to reality, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he immediately vomited blood and was hospitalized. With the captain down, the morale of the Jingbei team instantly collapsed. Other teams rested early to conserve energy, but Jingbei was panic-stricken and couldn't sleep at all. The stomach can rest, but morale will not automatically recover. History has long proven that without morale, no matter how strong you are, you will still lose. Sure enough, the morale-broken Jingbei team was quickly eliminated. The Jingbei students watching the game sighed all around. Tianchuan successfully advanced, earning the right to continue competing for the championship. The third day arrived. Many students from northern Beijing stayed. They wanted to see who would be the champion. Currently, the most support comes from Modu and Xincheng, with both sides being evenly matched. Only a few people are optimistic about Tianchuan. The match continues. Xiang Jun shouted loudly, holding a microphone. Today, 3 teams will simultaneously face the Beast Tide, and the top 2 survivors will advance. Applause erupted instantly. 3 teams lay down in the virtual pods, their consciousness connecting to the battlefield. Their silhouettes appeared on the big screen. 3 minutes to prepare. Countdown ended. 3, 2, 1, start. The first wave of ferocious beasts appeared simultaneously. 10 first-level lower-rank shadow cats, not many in number. The third team cleared everything out in almost 5 seconds. After a brief half-minute break, the real test was about to begin. The second wave arrived, 10 first-level mid-tier black-spotted deer. They were cleared out instantly again. This is way too easy. Can we have some difficulty? Jiang Xingyu yawned, looking bored. Hurry up, this is dragging on too long. Is this the level of the ferocious beast? The players on the field lacked enthusiasm, and the spectators outside were getting sleepy as well. Wave after wave, all instant kills, no suspense at all. However, the monsters started to level up later. The first tier can still be killed instantly. The second tier can also be steadily suppressed. By the 7th wave, the situation changed. A third-tier lower-ranked ferocious beast charged out, leading a group of second-tier ones. The pressure instantly maxed out. Roar! The flame tiger appeared, its beast king-like roar sending chills down people's spines. It led the pack charging straight forward. Lu Yuan raised his hand and cast an ice explosion spell. The flame tiger instantly shattered into ice shards. Li Ji's side was also decisive, focusing fire to kill the Tiger King first, taking it down in an instant as well. Lin Tongtong's side was slower, but also made it through safely without any danger. Half a minute later, the 8th wave arrived. 3 third-level lower-ranked flame tigers. Their roars merged into one, making the timid probably weak in the knees. Just in time. To conserve his energy, Lu Yuan did not use an SS-level ultimate skill, only using Ice Explosion. In less than a minute, all 3 tigers were wiped out. Li Ji held off 2 by himself and even managed to kill 1. With teammates stepping in, it took 5 minutes to clear them all. On the other hand, Tianchuan University of Supernatural Powers suffered terribly. Although we won, 3 people were eliminated. Only Lin Tongtong and 1 boy remain. The next wave is even tougher. 2 giant level 3 middle-ranked Gale Mantises. Fewer in number, but stronger in strength. Yet in front of Lu Yuan, It was still a matter of one ice explosion spell. Both were killed instantly together, even faster than before. The Magic City Supernatural University barely passed, but lost 2 more people. Only 3 people remain. Next, it was no longer about fighting back, but about holding on. The remaining 2 from Tianchuan Supernatural University couldn't stop the 2 mid-rank, 3rd-level giant storm mantises and were quickly wiped out. The competition on the 3rd day officially ended. In the end, only 2 teams remained. Tomorrow, the final winner will be decided. Congratulations to Shunqing University of Supernatural Abilities and Modi University of Supernatural Abilities for advancing to the grand finals. As Xiang Jun finished speaking, the entire audience erupted into applause. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on Shunqing Supernatural University. +1. The murmurs rose and fell continuously. Most people are optimistic about Shunqing Supernatural University. The reason is very simple. Facing the last 2 giant 3rd-rank middle-level Gale Mantises, Shinda fought with ease and composure. But Moda was clearly struggling. Yet no one dared to draw a conclusion. Perhaps Moda was deliberately hiding its strength, aiming only to reach the finals. Wait until tomorrow, then burst out all at once. This kind of thing has happened before. Back in the day, someone set up a gambling pool, and a bunch of people bet confidently, only to be completely wiped out in the end. The lesson was too harsh. No one dares to forget it. The contestant took off the helmet, consciousness returning to reality. In the spectator's stands, Jiang Ting stared at that upright figure, her eyes full of regret. That was Lu Yuan. If she had known he was this strong, she definitely would have requested more resources to compete. That original phrase, Shunqing Supernatural University will regularly enter the underground world, think it through, now sounds grating. Magic City Supernatural University spent nearly 20 million in resources to snatch Li Ji. But now it seems, Lu Yuan's potential ceiling is even higher. Unfortunately, there's no remedy for regret. Missing it means missing it. Day 4. The day of the finals. The freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities reaches its climax. The audience is packed, with even the aisles filled with standing people. Lu Yuan arrived at the scene an hour early. I used to be able to sit in the front row. Now, I almost couldn't even grab a seat in the very last row. The atmosphere was suffocating. With the players' brilliant performances, the match has reached its final stage. Welcome everyone to the finals of the 4 prestigious universities' freshman competition. Now, please welcome the 2 finalist teams to enter. The grandeur expected for a final was fully on display. Salutes fired in unison. The 2 teams emerged from the left and right, fireworks bursting into the sky, the atmosphere instantly reaching its peak. A few people waved to the audience as they walked. "Senior sisters, look at me." Jiang Xingyu waved desperately, almost jumping up. But only a few responded to him. Most of the attention was focused on Lu Yuan. Tisk, brother Lu Yuan is really eye-catching. Jiang Xingyu could only accept his fate. The 10 contestants sat down in virtual reality seats and put on their helmets. The vision went dark, and my consciousness instantly entered the battlefield. Their figures appeared simultaneously on the big screen. The match hadn't started yet, but the momentum had already revealed who had the upper hand. At Modi University of Supernatural Abilities, the expressions were solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. The Deep City Superpower University remained calm, as if victory was guaranteed. 3, 2, 1. The final begins. The solo competition ended quickly. The score was 3-2, with the outcome still undecided. The team leader still hadn't appeared, much to the audience's regret. But the real highlight was just beginning. The team competition took the stage. Natural Spirit Moisture. Pure Heart Jellyfish. Both supports activated simultaneously, causing the entire team's attributes to surge. Li Ji spoke in a deep voice. "Don't move yet. Use stillness to overcome action." He already knew that the opponent was not barely winning, but instantly killing the rival. A direct confrontation stood no chance of victory. The only chance was to gamble on the opponent underestimating him. And at this moment, the expression on the opponent's face was exactly as he had predicted. Confident, even a bit impatient. "You're not moving?" The other side sneered coldly. "In that case, I'll go first." Ice Phantom Killing Formation. Ice swords all fall down. Lu Yuan raised his sword-like brows, almost exhausting the ice elemental energy within his body, directly activating his strongest skill at the moment, the extreme ice illusionary killing formation. Whooshing through the air, the cold wind howled. 12 ice swords instantly formed an array, floating around him, cold air surging, constricting the chest and heart. Once limited to only 8 swords, now with drastically increased attributes and proficiency, it directly rose to 12. The ice swords intertwined with the cold air, making Lu Yuan look like a cultivator from a novel. In one word, cool. This skill is just outrageous. He's even more handsome than when I look in the mirror after a shower. If only he didn't have a girlfriend. The spectators' seats instantly erupted, with exclamations ringing out one after another. Jiang Xianran in the second row rarely lost her composure, her expression shocked. This power had long surpassed that of an ordinary S-level skill. It had only been a little over a month since the start of school, mastering gun skills to the master level, and even learning a skill of this caliber? It took her 2 to 3 weeks just to learn an S-level skill, and at least a month for an S+. But Lu Yuan had already used it. This comprehension is simply monstrous. Principal Song Li Yuan in the front row also couldn't sit still. That was clearly the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, he had given. Lu Yuan's learning speed completely exceeded expectations. He decided on the spot to grant Lu Yuan the highest student privileges since the school's establishment after the competition. The Resource Trading Center offered everything at a 90% discount. The library skill books were fully accessible, and SS-level books were available without time limits. There was only one condition: no reselling allowed. This kind of privilege has only been granted to 3 people in the 100-year history of Shunqing Superpower University. The first is called Feng Yu, who is now the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military District of Daxia. The second is Yi Qingwei, the head of the Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion. Both later became major figures in their respective fields. Now, this qualification falls to Lu Yuan, and his future is equally immeasurable. Back to the arena. When everyone saw the 12 floating ice swords behind Lu Yuan, the entire magical city Paranormal University turned pale. Go! Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An ice sword pierced through the air. A single ice sword was enough to severely wound a mid-level 3rd-rank giant gale mantis. Now, there were 12 swords. The 5 from Madwa didn't even think about counterattacking. They could only desperately dodge. But the ice sword was too fast. Li Ji barely dodged one, but the other 4 were pierced in the chest and were eliminated on the spot. Before he could even catch his breath, a chill exploded behind him. Uft! The ice sword pierced through the chest. The cold surged directly through the heart veins, as if the internal organs were splitting. He relied on his formidable physique and enhanced skills to endure, not collapsing immediately. The next moment, another sword. 2 ice swords locked on the left and right sides of the chest, sealing the primordial energy and bloodline with cold. Boom! Li Ji fell to the ground. The Supernatural Ability University in Magic City was completely wiped out. From start to finish, it took less than half a minute. The whole place fell silent. Only after comparing themselves with 3rd and 4th year students did they realize they simply couldn't do it. The gap was so vast, it was despair-inducing. But then, thinking again, the stronger Lu Yuan is, the more confidence Daxia gains. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts finally felt a bit more at ease. The match ended. 10 people regained consciousness. The Deep City University of Abnormal Powers was greeted with thunderous applause. There was only one focus: the Lu Yuan. The usually reserved senior girls, at this moment, their gazes are fiery and unabashed. Many of the upperclassmen who originally pursued them turned to stone on the spot. It turns out that being reserved is also dependent on the person. Seeing this scene, Xia Qingyin frowned quietly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Yuan, congratulations, you are really strong. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Li Ji walked over, his expression calm, without a trace of frustration, only an unyielding fighting spirit. You're not weak either. Being able to take 2 of my sword strikes is already impressive, Lu Yuan said honestly. In the past 2 years, Li Ji's team has won the freshman competition championship, proving their strength. The two bumped fists and laughed heartily, the drone capturing this moment. The school even planned to turn the photo into a promotional poster with just 3 words as the theme: unyielding, pursuit, transcendence. As the host announced the end of the competition, thunderous applause filled the venue, and the 4 teams bowed together to take their final curtain call. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Yuan was blocked. A group of senior female students swarmed him like they had spotted prey, asking for autographs and contact information. He gave autographs, but refused all requests for contact information. After everyone dispersed, he said to his teammates that he would host a celebration dinner tomorrow night. Everyone cheered in agreement. Only Xia Qingyin smiled reluctantly, clearly burdened with worries. Lu Yuan saw it, but didn't call it out in public. After everyone dispersed, he caught up to her and asked if she was unhappy. Xia Qingyin said softly that she was sick, just not feeling well. That was just an excuse. Lu Yuan asked with concern if she wanted to go to the infirmary. She shook her head in refusal. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a message from Song Li Yuan, the principal of Deep City Superpower University. Lu Yuan, are you free now? Come to my office. Without needing to think twice, Lu Yuan knew exactly why Principal Song was calling him to the office. Principal Song, I'll be there right away. He replied, then hopped on a shared electric bike and headed straight to the principal's office. After a while, Lu Yuan, you're here. For once, Song Li Yuan's usually stern face showed a rare smile. If other students saw this, they might doubt their own eyes. But Lu Yuan was already used to it. Principal Song, what do you need me for? He asked knowingly. You performed excellently this time, so I've decided to grant your students the highest authority. Song Li Yuan spoke gently and handed over an agreement. All resources at the trading post are at a 90% discount. The library is fully open. Even the treasured SS-level skill books can be studied, and there is no time limit. Lu Yuan glanced over, his pupils slightly contracting. This treatment is simply outrageous. But he also knew that the greater the benefits, the heavier the responsibilities. In the end, it comes down to 2 words: getting stronger. However, for him, getting stronger was never a difficult task. He didn't hesitate and signed his name immediately. This is the first thing. The second thing is even more important. Because of your performance in the freshman competition at the 4 famous universities, the organizers have rewarded you a number 7 ruins pass. Song Li Yuan flicked his fingers, and a dark red card appeared in his hand. Number 7 ruins? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. Through the underground passage, we discovered 12 lost ruins in the underground world, numbered in order. Inside, there are rare medicinal herbs, spiritual springs, and all kinds of treasures everywhere. We even found technology that doesn't belong to this era. The number 7 ruins are deep in the Victoria Desert of Alia, Haijiu, and are open every November. But it's still early for you to go now. Wait until you reach the 4th level, the pass won't expire. Song Li Yuan spoke very patiently. Technology not belonging to this era? Alien civilization? Lu Yuan caught the key point. Maybe, no one can be sure. Song Li Yuan shrugged. Then his expression grew serious. When faced with the unknown, we have only one path: to become stronger. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. On the other side, Xia Qingyin returned to the dormitory. As soon as she walked in, she flopped onto the sofa, muffling her frustration as she punched the cushion. Her long legs swung back and forth, her whole body full of displeasure. Wang Yuzhu heard the noise and ran down from upstairs. Xiaoyin, you're finally back. She was also present during the competition and originally planned to leave together, but a group of senior students surrounded Lu Yuan, so she had to come back first. Seeing Xia Qingyin like this, she was stunned. Won the match, but still not happy? What's wrong? Nothing. Xia Qingyin responded softly, clearly feeling guilty. Wang Yozhu's mind turned quickly, and she immediately understood. That group of senior girls had gone after Lu Yuan just now. She's jealous. Thinking of this, Wang Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaozhu, what are you laughing at? If you care so much about Lu Yuan, you might as well confess. Xia Qingyin's face instantly flushed. Is it that obvious? Very obvious. She was silent for a moment, then hesitated again. If he doesn't agree, we can't even be friends. Wang Yuzhu sighed. Are you willing to just be friends? Not willing. What's there to fear? You're beautiful, have a great figure, and come from a good family. Who would refuse you? When others find out about your relationship, they will naturally back off. She added another sentence. Besides, I can tell that Lu Yuan is interested in you too. These words reminded Xia Qingyin of the concerned look Lu Yuan had given her just now. My heart softened all of a sudden. Then I'll give it a try. She finally nodded. That's more like it. Wang Yuzhu smiled proudly. He rubbed his belly and said with a smile, Xia Qingyin, I've helped you so much. Making a few macarons is not too much to ask. All right. Xia Qingyin nodded and turned to go into the kitchen. Night. Xia Qingyin lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep no matter what. She kept wondering when to speak up and how to say it. Hesitation and inner turmoil weighed heavily on her mind. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that she finally fell into a deep sleep. 9 o'clock the next morning. Because she stayed up late, she just woke up. It's already so bright. How late did I sleep until? She grabbed her phone and saw the message sent by Lu Yuan. He asked her how her recovery was going and said that if she hadn't fully recovered, they could postpone the celebration banquet. Xia Qingyin felt a warmth in her heart and replied, Thank you for your concern. I'm already better. As soon as the message was sent, the status changed to typing. Lu Yuan quickly responded, That's good. Then the time and place of the celebration banquet were sent over. 8 p.m., Jushin Tower. Xia Qingyin kept it in mind. The time quickly reached 7 p.m. She left an hour early and happened to run into Lu Yuan. Good evening. She walked over with a smile. Good evening. Lu Yuan looked at her, his eyes brightening. The night in the south was still hot and humid. Xia Qingyin wore a floral dress, fresh and bright, her figure still clearly outlined beneath the loose clothing. She stood out particularly in the crowd. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Jushin Building. The entrance was bustling with noise. The three characters, Jushin Lu, on the signboard are full of grandeur. The new store, however, attracts a steady stream of customers and is booming. Being able to keep customers is the real skill. This store has a good environment, affordable prices, and excellent dishes. No wonder the business kept growing bigger and bigger. After that shop became popular, they directly opened a branch in Shenzhen. Lu Yuan saw the news on the campus forum. Someone posted asking how the newly opened Juxinlu near the school was, along with real photos. All the reviews unanimously praised the taste, saying it's a surprise. There isn't a single negative comment. This, on the contrary, piqued his interest. He's been busy lately, so he took the opportunity of the celebration banquet to give it a try. This is the place, let's go in. The two entered. Lu Yuan walked to the front desk. 5 people. Is there a private room available? The receptionist responded warmly. There are 2 6-person rooms left, numbers 45 and 46. 45. He sent the room number to the group and took Xia Qingyin into the private room. The waiter briefly explained how to order and then left. Only the two of them remained in the private room. Lu Yuan spoke humorously, making Xia Qingyin laugh heartily. Before long, Jiang Xingyu was the first to rush in, excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Feng Shi and Wang Zhe sat down shortly after. Everyone is here, let's order. As usual, everyone chose local dishes like steamed grouper, white-cut chicken, and roast goose. They couldn't handle spicy food, so they had to give up on Shijiang cuisine. Feng Shi suggested ordering a few bottles of beer. But Jiang Xingyu stirred things up. That's too boring. Let's go for 20-degree strong liquor. Get wasted tonight. Lu Yuan felt a tightening in his heart. Back then, when he drank 60-degree strong liquor with the teacher, just 2 cups, and he was drunk. Although 20 degrees was lower, he could only handle 6 cups at most. The dishes were quickly all served. 20 minutes later, the table was already full. The real competition was about to begin. The aroma of the dishes wafted over, making Jiang Xingyu salivate and keep giving Lu Yuan signals with his eyes. Seeing his expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh and simply invited everyone to start eating, promising to add more if it wasn't enough. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xingyu was the first to act, picking up some fish meat, dipping it in the sauce, and sending it into his mouth, eating with a fully satisfied expression. More than an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied, thanking and saying goodbye at the door. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Xia Qingyin behind. The night breeze grew cool, and she softly suggested taking a walk along the river together. Lu Yuan was just feeling full from eating and nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side along the riverbank, neither saying a word. The atmosphere was quiet but subtle. Suddenly, not far away, someone knelt on one knee, holding up a ring and a new phone, proposing to Feng Shiqi in public. The girl nodded in surprise, and the two embraced tightly. The sweet scene fell into Xia Qingyin's eyes, also stirring waves in her heart. Walking to a less crowded place, she suddenly stopped. Lu Yuan was about to speak, but saw her cheeks flushed, her expression nervous. She obviously hesitated for a long time, her breathing somewhat irregular. In the end, she mustered up the courage to look up at him. Lu Yuan, I like you. Let's be together. She blushed and lowered her head, but her eyes secretly glanced upward, waiting for Lu Yuan's reaction. Though her voice was soft, he heard it clearly. Seeing her so awkward during her first confession, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. But that hint of a smile felt like a knife grinding painfully in Xia Qingyin's eyes. Could the first confession end in failure? Lu Yuan was also thinking seriously. What initially attracted him was indeed her face. Likewise, she was first moved by his appearance. But after more interaction, he found her nature to be gentle and sincere, which suited him perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to get close again and again. Originally, she wanted to wait a little longer. But now that she had mustered up the courage, how could he still back down? Lu Yuan nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qingyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Shyness and insecurity faded away, leaving only a blooming smile. She excitedly threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. With softness close by, Lu Yuan paused his breath, secretly pleased in his heart. Now that I'm your girlfriend, those senior girls probably won't bother you anymore, she said softly. So you were worrying about this. Lu Yuan chuckled and reached out to rub her head. Unexpectedly, those people crowding around him asking for autographs and contact information instead became a catalyst. You were sulking yesterday, jealous, right? He teased her on purpose. Since they had confirmed their relationship, he naturally changed to a more intimate form of address. Humph, who asked someone to be so attractive? Once their relationship was confirmed, the two stuck together, so sweet it was almost sticky. Their feelings heated up quickly. Ah Yuan, see you tomorrow. Xiaoyin, see you tomorrow. It wasn't until midnight that they walked back from outside the school to the dormitory entrance, reluctantly parting ways. Wang Yuzhu sent messages asking for news, but she didn't even have time to reply. Xia Qingyin bounced back to the dormitory with a face full of sweetness. She had already started looking forward to tomorrow's first date. As soon as the door opened, Wang Yuzhu put on an angry expression. Humph, Xiaoyin, why didn't you reply to my message? Xia Qingyin quickly forced a smile. Sorry, I was just chatting with Yuan and didn't check my phone. At worst, I'll make you a few extra macarons to make up for it. You're already called Yuan? I knew it. You must have succeeded in confessing. Wang Yozhu's eyes lit up. Come on, tell me, what does being in love feel like? Is it sweet to the point of being sickening? Xia Qingyin nodded, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rising. If it weren't for the lack of time, she wouldn't want to come back so early. Thinking about tomorrow's date, she felt even more excited. So, does that make me your #1 strategist? When you get married in the future, I should sit at the main table. It's still too early for marriage. Xia Qingyin's face flushed instantly. TSK, still shy. She came back to her senses and grabbed Wang Yozhu's hand. Quick, help me decide which outfit to wear tomorrow. The next day, Lu Yuan rarely slept until 9 o'clock before going downstairs. Lu Yuan looked shocked. Brother Lu Yuan, you're not training today? Usually, he goes for his morning run at 6 sharp, then after breakfast, he heads to the ability hall and trains for at least 10 hours. He even does extra training at night, pushing himself to the extreme. And today he's just giving up? Not training, I'm going out with Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan smiled very naturally. Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan immediately caught the key point. Done. When the freshman competition arrives, those who are fascinated by him will probably be devastated. Lu Yuan sighed. When will my fate come? Lu Yuan walked to the door of the opposite dormitory to wait for her. Xia Qingyin didn't keep him waiting long and came out quickly. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. She wore only light makeup, her long hair smoothly draped down her back. A white dress outlined her slender waist, carrying a small shoulder bag, her legs straight and long. She looked clean and radiant. She wore white socks and white sneakers, spotless to an unbelievable degree. Like the unattainable first love in a campus novel, so pure that one couldn't look away. Originally, Wang Yuzhu wanted her to wear black stockings, high heels, and a tight skirt to seduce Lu Yuan thoroughly. But after Xia Qingyin tried it on and stood in front of the mirror, she immediately shook her head. It did look good, but wearing it out on a date was too flashy. In the end, she changed back into this refreshing outfit. Is it good looking? She met Lu Yuan's shining gaze, blinked, and smiled gently. Beautiful. Lu Yuan nodded, seriously to an unbelievable degree. She, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Ahem, let's go. All right. The two walked out side by side. After only a few steps, their hands naturally intertwined. They had already held hands yesterday, so today it felt even more natural. Along the way, many students kept turning their heads repeatedly. So beautiful, but unfortunately she's taken. Is that Lu Yuan? His girlfriend? This is bad. Hurry and take a picture to send to my bestie. Let her give up hope. Xia Qingyin had strong mental resilience and could hear the surrounding discussions very clearly. The more she heard, the sweeter her smile became. She simply hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's and snuggled close to him, as if to assert her claim. Lu Yuan looked at her little gesture and couldn't help but smile. Are all girls who are in a relationship this adorable? Quickly, the two arrived at the underground parking lot beside Shinching Supernatural University. With a beep, the red Ferrari unlocked. Get in the car. Ignition. The engine roared as it sped out of the garage. The red sports car attracted attention all the way, with passers-by turning their heads, guessing who might be inside. Before long, the car stopped in the underground parking lot of Yonghui Mall. The two walked up to the main entrance. The entire building was imposing, with glass curtain walls reflecting the sunlight, shining brilliantly. The four large characters, Yonghui Mall, hung high above the entrance, striking and bold. Just as they were examining the building, a figure suddenly rushed over quickly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from behind, and the two turned around at the same time. A girl about 20 years old ran up, a camera hanging around her neck, still out of breath. Hi, I'm a junior majoring in photography at Shanghai University. Can I take a photo of you? You both perfectly match the youth image in my mind. I just couldn't resist. Don't worry, the photos are yours. I won't use them commercially. She spoke very quickly, her face flushed with excitement. Xia Qingyin was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded. Sure, big sister. Lu Yuan also agreed. This was their first date, so taking a photo as a keepsake wasn't a bad idea. The girl led them to a secluded corner. Come a little closer. Handsome, smile more. She directed while adjusting the angle. After several tries, the two were almost pressed together. Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a click, the image froze. The girl lowered her head to look at the photo, her eyes shining. Perfect. This is the best photo I've ever taken. She deleted the negatives in front of them and handed over the developed photo. Wishing you all lifelong happiness. After saying that, he hummed a tune and left. Lu Yuan quickly took the photo and looked at it carefully. Ah Yuan, I haven't seen it yet. Give it to me. Xia Qingyin reached out, her eyes full of anticipation. Beautiful. Lu Yuan nodded but didn't hand it over. Let me see it. She gently tugged at his sleeve. No. Unless. Unless what? She blinked. Kiss me once. Lu Yuan just said it casually, not seriously. The next second, Xia Qingyin stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and lightly kissed his cheek. Like a dragonfly touching water, cool and fleeting. The feeling was light, yet it stunned him completely. While Lu Yuan was stunned, Xia Qingyin had already snatched the photo from his hand and hurriedly rushed into Yonghui Mall, only leaving him a hurried back view. Her cheeks flushed red, and her heartbeat was wildly out of control. This girl. Lu Yuan touched his face and smiled as he chased after. The Yonghui Mall was brightly lit. The dome soared high, corridors crisscrossed, and shops lined up in rows, almost without end in sight. Crowds pushed shopping carts back and forth, but it was not crowded. The escalators slowly moved up and down, with billboards neatly hanging. The lights were bright, and the goods were dazzling, both impressive and lively. Lu Yuan caught up with her. Xiaoyin, where shall we go first? He rarely goes shopping in malls, so he felt a bit lost for a moment. Xia Qingyin had already regained her composure and softly said, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. How about we make mooncakes ourselves? No sooner said than done. The two headed straight to the ingredients section, buying all-purpose flour, invert syrup, and also picked out lotus seed paste and red bean paste ingredients. When they discovered that they both hated Five Nuts filling, they exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Some tacit understanding requires no further words. After buying all the ingredients, they left the mall and went to the lakeside walkway. The evening breeze blowing over the lake also dispersed the restlessness in their hearts. Later, I entered a DIY craft store. Xia Qingyin made a bracelet for Lu Yuan and personally put it on him. The movement was gentle, yet solemn. Time quietly passed by. In the evening, the two returned to Shunqing Supernatural University. It's time to make mooncakes. When entering the dormitory, Wang Yuzhu only glanced briefly and didn't say much. The first floor really has little privacy. The two of them went into the kitchen, kneading the dough, preparing the filling, shaping the molds. Almost all of it was done by Xia Qingyin. She worked with seriousness and skill. Besides roasting ferocious beast meat, Lu Yuan basically couldn't do anything else and could only assist on the side. Preheat the oven, set the shape, apply the egg wash, and put it back into the oven. A few minutes later, the golden mooncakes came out of the oven. The aroma instantly spread everywhere. Wang Yuzhu rushed into the kitchen, drawn by the smell. Xiaoyin, what are you doing? It smells so good. Can I have a piece? Her eyes sparkled. Not helping at all, yet still want to eat. Xia Qingyin deliberately kept a straight face. I was giving you all some space, afraid of disturbing the atmosphere. Wang Yuzhu spoke with righteous confidence. Besides, I'm the strategist, so why shouldn't I have a share? Wang Yuzhu raised an eyebrow with a smile, speaking with certainty. Strategist? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, catching the key point. No wonder Xiaoyin suddenly had an epiphany. It turns out there was someone giving advice behind the scenes. It's late at night. No matter how reluctant, we have to part ways. We can't really have Lu Yuan stay overnight. After saying goodbye, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory across the way. The date is over. The next morning, Lu Yuan got up on time. He had arranged to go for a morning run with Xia Qingyin and was standing at the dormitory door waiting for her. When the door opened, she saw the tall and upright Lu Yuan. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled like a flower blooming in spring. She ran over happily, her face full of joy. Sweetness is sweetness, but cultivation is the real business. Busy with the freshman competition for the first 4 days, and yesterday accompanied all day again. Now it can't be postponed any longer. He has a number 7 relic entrance ticket in his hand. The breakthrough to the 4th tier must be achieved before November. If it drags on for another year, by next year, his strength will have already changed, and this ticket will become worthless. Breaking through the 4th rank is just the beginning. The body tempering technique needs to be more refined, skills need to be more numerous and proficient, and overall strength must rise to another level. Xia Qingyin was also very clear-headed. She knew that Lu Yuan's focus was on cultivation. Being able to accompany him for a day was already very satisfying. She herself needed to become stronger and would not indulge in gentleness. Ice and Snow Supernatural Powers Hall, B-level training room. Surrounded by snow, the cold was piercing, and the air was filled with ice elemental energy. An ordinary person would freeze to death within half a minute upon entering. But for Lu Yuan, the temperature was just right. He sat cross-legged, staring at the blood-revitalizing pill in his hand. Let's see how capable you are. The pill enters. Qi and blood surge instantly, like a volcanic eruption. The whole person seems to be ignited, as expected of the blood-activating pill. He immediately closed his eyes and, according to the method of Xianming Ice Soul Body, guided the boiling blood to strike the internal ice-type primal energy, using ice to cleanse the blood. Once, twice, 3 times. Severe pain tore through his entire body, almost causing him to faint for the first time. After enduring it, the second round was much lighter, leaving only a stinging pain. The third time was even more intense than the first 2. Instead of any sting, It brought a sense of relief. Moreover, this feeling kept growing stronger. The ice elemental energy continuously flushed through his boiling blood, rapidly accelerating Lu Yuan's tempering speed. The third night. Ordinary people need a week to temper their bodies. The stronger the talent, the faster it goes. As for Lu Yuan, it only took him 3 days to complete the tempering and break through to the 4th level of the Xianming Ice Soul body. Finally succeeded. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. Without bothering to wipe off the faint black impurities on his body, he first summoned the panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 2000. Ability: Ice and Snow Crown S. Realm: 3rd tier lower level. Spirit: 894 Hz. Qi and Blood: 2671 kcal. Skills: Marksmanship Master, Martial Arts Intermediate, Ice Crystal Ring Body D. Advanced, Ice Extreme Flash B. Advanced, Ice Blade A. Advanced, Ice Shield A. Advanced, Ice Explosion Technique S. Advanced, Detective Technique S. Advanced, Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Array SS. Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique Xianming Ice Soul Body S. 4th layer. Companion Beast Ice Prism Snake lower 2nd rank / upper 4th rank. He also spent 2,500 evolution points to upgrade Little Ice from upper 1st rank to lower 2nd rank. At this moment, Little Ice had already entered the school's underground world, fighting desperately for him. The spirit increase was minimal and can be disregarded. Qi and Blood surged by 500 calories. A full 500 calories. Lu Yuan just felt his whole body filled with power, as if he could easily shatter the air with a single move. As expected of the blood-activating pill, he sighed softly. This thing, thanks to Tongshan. If it hadn't been pulled from that Tongshan line, he wouldn't have been able to get such a precious elixir at all. The master can't reach it for now, but Tang Hai can still get to it. Next time we meet, he will definitely properly thank me. Suddenly, his stomach protested as his thoughts shifted. I'm hungry. Let's go out and eat something first. He got up, put on his clothes, and left the B-level training room. You've been inside for so long. I thought something had happened. The staff member's eyes widened. After staying for such a long time, the improvement must be considerable, right? The energy in the training room was dense, but staying too long would be hard on the body. Not bad. Made some progress. Lu Yuan responded Dindon. When paying, -90% popped up on the screen. The staff was completely stunned. This permission level is way too high. From the first time Lu Yuan came, to now obtaining advanced permissions, she had witnessed his growth all along. The night was already very late. Lu Yuan took back his phone and replied to several messages from Xia Qingyin. She quickly replied, telling him to go to the small garden next to the dormitory after finishing his meal. Lu Yuan asked her what she wanted to do, only to receive 2 words. Secret. Although he was puzzled, he still agreed. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, the cafeteria was still bustling, with a full range of dishes. The school would rather not make a profit than let the students eat poorly. After finishing his meal, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric bike back to the dormitory. He wanted to see what kind of secret it was that she wouldn't even tell her boyfriend. When he arrived at the garden, he was stunned at first glance. Under the moonlight, Xia Qingyin stood among the flower bushes. Her off-shoulder body-hugging dress outlined the curves of her waist and hips. Black over-the-knee stockings clung to her legs, and she wore stiletto heels. She looked both pure and alluring in the moonlight. Lu Yuan's breathing became erratic. Xia Qingyin blushed and called him softly. Ah Yuan, you're here. Do you like this secret? Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words and just walked closer to her. Xia Qingyin became even more nervous. Xiaozhu taught me to dress like this. She said you would definitely like it. The first time I wore it, you don't like it? Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, she grew anxious, afraid that he disliked this version of herself. Toward the end, Xia Qingyin's voice grew softer and softer, her head lowered like a little girl who had done something wrong. How could I not like it? You look so beautiful, of course I like it. Lu Yuan spoke slowly and very seriously. That's good. She suddenly burst into laughter and hugged him willingly. The two hugged tightly. After they separated, Lu Yuan cleared his throat lightly. This outfit looks really good, but from now on, Only wear it for me. He didn't want others to see her like this. Mm. Xia Qingyi nodded. She originally didn't like wearing such revealing clothes. If her best friend Wang Yuzhu hadn't said that he would definitely like it. And since Lu Yuan had just come out of seclusion for a few days, she wanted to surprise him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worn this at all. Fortunately, he really likes it. She went back to the dorm to change into more conservative clothes, then held his hand and walked slowly across the campus. Ah Yuan, what have you been practicing these past few days? You haven't come out for 3 days. Body tempering technique. Do you have to practice the body tempering technique continuously for so long? Did you use the blood-activating pill? She had already guessed. Yes, I have reached the 4th level. 4th level. She couldn't help but exclaim. She had just reached the 2nd level. It would take 2 or 3 months to advance to the 3rd level, not to mention using the blood activation pill to rush to the 4th level. But he was already months ahead of her. As for their realms, she was only at the lower rank of the 2nd stage, while he was at the lower rank of the 3rd stage. On top of that, with skill proficiency and rare skills, he outclassed her in every aspect. Thinking about these things, she was distracted all the way. Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong and looked down to ask, Xiaoyin, what's wrong? She took a deep breath and finally said, I have to go back to the family for special training. No matter how strong Lu Yuan was, even if he were a 7th or 8th level master, it originally had nothing to do with her. But now it's different. She is his girlfriend. In the eyes of outsiders, she represents not just herself, but also Lu Yuan's reputation. She can't hold him back. Even if she can't keep up, she has to desperately keep pace with him. She didn't have this pressure before. But as soon as they confirmed their relationship and had to be apart for a month of intense training, the thought of not seeing him for so long still made her heart tighten. After hearing her words, Lu Yuan smiled and raised his hand to rub her head. If you want to go, then go. Don't worry about me. I support you. Wouldn't it be better if we become stronger together? Ah Yuan, I understand now. Xia Qingyi nodded, took out her phone, and sent a message to her mother, applying to participate in the family special training. Are you serious? Xia's mother replied quickly. Yes. She did not hesitate. Okay, I'll contact your father. After the matter was settled, time flew by quickly. The moon at night grows rounder day by day, and the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Deep City Supernatural University is giving a holiday, and it will last for 5 days. Cultivating is important, and spending time with family is also important. Those who truly want to become stronger will not slack off even during the holiday. Xincheng High-Speed Rail Station. This car is way too cool, right? Mercedes? The driver must be a beauty, a rich heiress. Stop dreaming. It looks like there's a guy in the passenger seat. The murmurs rose and fell continuously. A black Mercedes slowly drove over, worth tens of millions of Blue Star coins. It was one of Xia Qingyin's cars, just switching things up after getting tired of Ferrari. Ah Yuan, we've arrived. The car stopped, and she softly reminded him. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow with a smile. We're going to be apart for so long. Shouldn't you show some feeling? Xia Qingyin blushed, naturally understanding his meaning. She first activated the car's stealth mode. The next moment, the car was enveloped in black mist. No one outside could see anything, not even a shadow. If anyone saw this scene, she would really be so embarrassed she'd want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Suddenly, she leaned forward, stood on tiptoe, and planted a heavy kiss on Lu Yuan's lips, much more earnest than before. So, is it settled now? Xia Qingyin blushed, tucking her hair behind her ear. Trying to brush me off after just a casual first kiss? And now you pull this. Lu Yuan smiled, reached out to wrap his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Xia Qingyin understood immediately but didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in along with his strength, her almond-shaped eyes still filled with a hint of anticipation. The next second, the two kissed passionately, unwilling to part. It wasn't until she was almost gasping for breath that Lu Yuan finally let go. Yuan, you are so mean. She hugged her chest, her face flushed unbearably. Then do you like it? I like. She lowered her head and admitted softly. I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. After saying that, Lu Yuan got into the Mercedes worth over 10 million yuan and headed straight to the high-speed train station. Who would want someone as perverted as you? Xia Qingyin complained verbally, but her heart was in turmoil. Then she stepped on the gas and drove home. On the road, many men stared at Lu Yuan's car, their faces full of envy. They couldn't see what was happening inside the car, but they could imagine. Those who can ride in such luxury cars are either beauties or wealthy women. Who wouldn't envy being close to a rich woman? Attention all passengers. The G889 train bound for Tianyuan Station is now boarding. The announcement sounded, and Lu Yuan boarded the train smoothly. There weren't many people in the carriage. Other schools only had 3 days off, and with all the travel back and forth, who would bother? In the afternoon, he returned to his new home, the Mingyue residential complex. Compared to the dark rental room before, it was like night and day. The room was all new, bright, and spacious. "Mom, I'm back." He rushed over, his eyes burning with emotion. "You must be hungry. The meal is all ready for you." Fong Wan had long figured out the timing. Lu Yuan walked into the living room, looking at the spacious area, feeling somewhat unreal. Then, he released the symbiotic beast Xiao Bing from the containment sphere to let it get some air. As soon as Fong Wan entered, her expression suddenly changed. "Xiao Yuan, why is there a snake next to you?" "Mom, this is my symbiotic beast, Xiao Bing. This is your master's mother, remember that." Lu Yuan gave a brief introduction. Only after confirming that Xiao Bing wouldn't hurt anyone rashly did Fong Wan finally breathe a sigh of relief. The dishes on the table remained the same. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised prawns in oil, and chopped chili fish head. Exactly the same as what he ate before going to Shun City Supernatural University back then. After finishing the meal, he received a message from his high school friend Li Ming. "I heard you have a 5-day holiday. Are you back?" Lu Yuan directly sent the location. "Sounds great. I only have 3 days, but I have my girlfriend with me." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. So it was to show off. He was too lazy to argue, as if he didn't have one himself. The next day, Mid-Autumn Festival. So early, going for a morning run. Lu Yuan greeted them and then went out. After finishing his run, he went to the Combat Powers Gym in the city. The cultivation room has insufficient ice elemental energy, but there is enough for spear practice. One practice session lasts an entire afternoon. When I came to my senses, it was already 5 o'clock. He packed up and went home. Appreciate the moon, eat mooncakes. The mooncakes made by Xia Qingyin were no different from those outside, and Fong Wan didn't have any doubts. On the other side, Xia Qingyin drove back to the Xia family home. The entire villa district had an imposing presence. In the central building lived the clan leader, Xia Jianfeng, an S-level combat ability user, 7th rank upper master. He was also her grandfather. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." She smiled as she entered. Her parents came forward to greet her. At this moment, a steady figure stepped out. It was Xia Jianfeng. The old man's face was full of smiles. His most beloved granddaughter had returned. "Grandpa." Xia Qingyin quickly stepped forward. Xia Jianfeng patted her head. Among many juniors, his favorite was her. Not only because she awakened the S-level supernatural ability, natural spirit grace, but also because her nature perfectly matched Xia Jianfeng's heart. Xia Jianfeng was already past 60, having seen many storms. He could see at a glance that many of the younger generation in the family were eyeing his position. In recent years, the Xia family has grown bigger and stronger, with industries everywhere and astonishing profits. Those people were not very capable, but their ambitions were not small. They spoke warmly and kindly, but harbored ulterior motives behind his back. Only Xia Qingyin truly cared about him. Suddenly, Xia Jianfeng felt a tightness in his chest. His breathing became strained, his body weakened, and he almost fell. Xia Qingyin quickly supported him, her voice trembling. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Xia Jianfeng sighed inwardly. She still saw the illness. Over the years, his health had been deteriorating day by day. The hidden injuries left from deadly battles during the family's expansion back then had never healed. Even inviting that S+ rank, lower 8th tier Grandmaster old friend could only suppress it, not cure the root cause. It would flare up from time to time. An old ailment, don't worry. He forced a smile and took a pill from the space ring before swallowing it. His breath then steadied a bit. "By the way, Xiaoyin, are you really going to join the family special training? That's not something to take lightly." He couldn't bear to see her suffer. "I can't always be protected by you all." Xia Qingyi nodded, her gaze resolute. Xia Jianfeng looked at her, his eyes full of satisfaction. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Yuan returned to Xinqing Supernatural University. In the morning at the Ice and Snow Supernatural Hall. In the afternoon at the Ice and Snow Supernatural Abilities Hall. At night, still at the Ice and Snow Supernatural Abilities Hall. He almost lived there, training until he lost track of time. Only late at night would he video call Xia Qingyin. In the screen, the corners of her eyes were lined with fine blood vessels. The cruelty of the special training goes without saying. Such days lasted for 10 days straight. Frost Spear Barrage. Lu Yuan whispered softly. The cold river sky-splitting spear was still in the spatial ring, his hands empty. The next moment, ice elemental energy condensed in the palm of his hand. An ice spear suddenly took shape. The gun body gleamed with a faint blue cold light, covered in frost patterns. As if it had just been pulled from an icy abyss, brimming with killing intent. If it were any other supernatural user, just touching it with their fingers would send a numbing chill through them, let alone being pierced head-on by the ice spear. Ice spear. Lu Yuan locked onto the target, muscles tensed, and fiercely threw the ice spear. An astonishing number popped up on the tester. 6,250 kilograms of impact force. Not bad. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It's worth noting that when he used the Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, the impact force of a single ice sword was less than 4,000 kilograms. The Phantom Killing Formation can summon multiple ice swords at once, and the total power is indeed frightening. But the cost is instantly draining all the internal ice-type elemental energy, making it impossible to engage in a prolonged battle. But Frost Spear Barrage is different. The key lies in the barrage. Low consumption, fast firing, and the damage increases with the number of successive hits. The more you fight, the fiercer it gets, and the longer it lasts, the more terrifying it becomes. Evolution Point 2720. Frost Spear Series SS. Beginner, Frost Spear Series SS. Elementary, Frost Spear Series SS. Intermediate. Lu Yuan had just upgraded it from beginner to elementary, and then immediately rushed it up to intermediate. As for where the evolution points came from, of course, from the hard-working Little Bing. It crazily farmed monsters in the underground world, bringing back hundreds of evolution points every day. These days, it not only broke through to mid-stage 2, but also became much sturdier, almost catching up to Li Yuan's wrist size. More importantly, it continuously supplied resources to Li Yuan. A few days ago, the school even organized the first real combat practice in the underground world. Not practicing on the surface level, but directly entering the deep area. There is a mentor accompanying, but unless it is a life or death moment, they will never intervene. Many students are nervous yet excited. But Lu Yuan did not go. This level of strength no longer holds any meaning for him. The next day at noon, Xinqing Superpower University cafeteria. Lu Yuan ate while scrolling through his phone. In the afternoon, he still had to go to the Ice and Snow Psychic Pavilion to train. There were already thousands of evolution points accumulated on the system panel, and he had a faint feeling that the time to break through to the mid-level third-rank realm was approaching. If Xiaobing could talk, it would probably remind him to remember the dividends. He was scrolling through the posts in heart at Shenzhen University when suddenly, a glaring red alert popped up at the top of the screen. From the task center. SS-level task released. Lu Yuan's gaze instantly froze. SS-level task released. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. All phones with Heart and Shinda installed simultaneously popped up notifications. Within seconds, the campus forum completely exploded. Originally, there was one post every 10 seconds. Now there was almost one every second. Finally something to do, Lu Yuan thought. He didn't go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Instead, he turned around and rode a shared electric bike straight to the task center. To view SS-level tasks, you must confirm on-site. What is an SS-level task? At most 100 people. Anyone wants to team up to share the reward. Let's check the content first. The school hasn't issued any SS-level tasks for over a year, so it definitely won't be easy. The task center was packed with people, the sound of discussions echoing everywhere. But when the content was announced, many fell silent. The mission is to go to Deep City Base number 2 and assist the military in repelling the ferocious beast attack. There are hordes of 3rd and 4th level ferocious beasts there, and even some lower 5th level ones. Most of the students present are only 1st or 2nd level. The reward is very enticing. Participation grants 10 credits. Commandability is more important. A 5th level ferocious beast can be killed with just one slap. If the city isn't defended, the consequences are unimaginable. Even if it is defended, survival until the reward is not guaranteed. I'll sign up, never mind. If you go, then I'll go too. I'm not sure either. In the crowd, hesitation and fear intertwined. A graceful figure slowly approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind, dazzling and captivating. Even more dazzling was her identity. All eyes in the room were instantly drawn to her. That's senior sister Jiang. She's also taking part in the SS-level mission? Then I'll sign up too, for the rewards. Don't push, I want to join too. As soon as Jiang Xianran appeared, everyone felt reassured. Those who were hesitating just now all rushed forward, afraid of being a step too slow. She recently just reached the upper 4th tier. S-level supernatural ability, Yuqing Divine Thunder. The thunder element inherently has the strongest destructive power, plus the strength of the upper 4th tier. Even if a 5th level lower rank ferocious beast came, it wouldn't necessarily be able to turn the tide. A ferocious beast attacking the city. I wonder how Jiangzhan City and the Firefox team are doing right now. Lu Yuan sighed lightly, but soon he smiled. The more ferocious beasts there are, the more evolution points he gains. This was exactly the chance to break into the 4th level and head to the number 7 ruins. Unfortunately, there were too many people. There were only 100 spots available for the mission. Lu Yuan was squeezed out and didn't get one. But this was no obstacle for him. He directly spent double the participation prize, 20 credits, to buy a spot from a student who was obviously just there to grab rewards. He was generous with the money, and the other party gave way even more willingly. The ferocious beasts have already started to stir, and the situation is tense. Once the spots are filled, assemble immediately. After a brief headcount, 100 people set off in 2 buses. The buses bear the emblem of Shunqing University of Supernatural Abilities. Vehicles gave way along the road, as if making way for an ambulance. In the car, Jiang Yin sat beside Lu Yuan, the senior who had brought him into the Ability University. After seeing each other last time at the alchemy place, the two hadn't met for over a month. Meeting again now, chatting endlessly. The car slowly came to a stop. Destination, Shenzhen City Base number 2. Hurry up and get out, the driver urged. Everyone rushed out of the car. The situation was urgent. Not a second could be wasted. The longer the delay, the more variables there would be. As soon as they landed, someone came to meet them. You must be from Shun City University of Abnormal Powers, right? Finally, we've been waiting for you. Who is leading the team for this operation? Seeing the Shun City University of Abnormal Powers emblem on the bus, the head of base number 2's eyes lit up, and he immediately came over to ask. The students instinctively stood behind a silver-haired girl. Jiang Xianran was the most famous and the strongest. No one had any objections to her leading the team. My surname is Jiang, she said calmly. All right, Captain Jiang, take the students and come in with me. The person in charge nodded. At that moment, 2 more buses arrived. The vehicle body was labeled with Shanghai Supernatural University and Hongbang Supernatural University. Both are key universities in Shunqing. One is a 985 project university, the other a 211 project university. Lu Yuan remembered this because the walls of the senior high classroom were covered with maps of all 211 and above national universities. He saw them every day, making it hard to forget. The vehicle doors opened, and students from the 2 schools got off one after another. About 50 people from Shanghai arrived, which is half of Shunqing Supernatural University. Hongbang was even smaller, with only 30 people. Task rewards were distributed by Deep City Base number 3. The school's strength varied, so the resources allocated naturally differed. Since everyone is here, let's go in together. The person in charge gestured. Several team leaders nodded and led their people inside. Lu Yuan followed the crowd inside and glanced around. There were uneaten sunflower seeds and peanuts on the table, hot tea steaming, and playing cards scattered all over. Obviously, Someone had been spending leisure time here just a moment ago. As soon as the news of the ferocious beasts attacking the city spread, all these social psychics ran away. No one wanted to get involved. The crowd quickly arrived at the underground passage. After lining up and passing through, they entered Deep City Number 2. Currently, the battle situation is not too severe. Everyone climbed onto the city wall and looked down. The wall was almost undamaged. What's approaching are just some first and second rank ferocious beasts. Although there are over 1,000, their bodies are fragile and can be suppressed by ranged firearms. Junior fellow student Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Jiang Yin suddenly asked. Just now, Lu Yuan suddenly turned around, his expression somewhat strange. It's nothing. Lu Yuan smiled, but a trace of unease stirred in his heart. Was it an illusion? Lu Yuan's heart tightened. He felt two pairs of eyes staring fixedly at him. This was not an illusion. Staring at him was Xie Sheng, the genius of Shanghai Superpower University, an A-level Ice-type superpower, ranked in the top 100 in the province in the college entrance examination and 7th in the freshman competition. 2 weeks ago, a burst of cold power suddenly erupted within him. No matter how he tried to suppress it, it was useless. The intense pain caused him to faint on the spot. After waking up, his superpower had mutated, leaping directly from A-level to S-level. This kind of thing is almost impossible to happen. In the history of Blue Star, only one person has ever undergone a first-level mutation twice in a row, jumping from A-level to SS level. But that person was born in the lower class of Black Continent and was assassinated before they could grow. Xie Sheng already knew that this year, there was only one S-level Ice-type awakener in the Great Xia. That person was named Lu Yuan from Deep City Supernatural University. I heard that Lu Yuan is currently very popular. Now, half a month has passed, and he is even more curious to see just how strong Lu Yuan is when the fierce beast attacks the city. Another gaze came from Du Qin. He was the champion of the last session of the Deep City Newcomers and also took part in this mission. Last year, during the Big Four prestigious school competition, he ended up at the bottom of the rankings due to his misjudgment in command and overconfidence. It could have been overlooked. But after Lu Yuan enrolled, he swept the competition, won the internal school championship, and then led the team to first place among the Big Four prestigious schools. The tide completely turned. There was always someone comparing him to Lu Yuan behind his back. Although no one said it to his face, he heard it. The resentment kept building up. He blamed everything on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, after this mission is over, I will definitely challenge you. Du Qin stared at that tall figure, his eyes turning cold. He was already at the lower third rank. In his view, losing a year ago did not mean he would lose now. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he felt. He felt a surge of restlessness in his heart. Thinking of this, Du Qin directly walked behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan heard footsteps, turned around, and saw Du Qin standing in front of him with a fierce demeanor. What's the matter? Lu Yuan spoke in a calm tone, his eyes already turning cold. Lu Yuan, I'm Du Qin, last year's freshman competition champion. When the mission is over, go back to the arena and have a match with me. Do you dare? Du Qin's face was full of provocation. He had to reclaim the lost reputation. Why should I agree to you? Lu Yuan frowned. After the mission, he still had to enter the underground world to farm evolution points. Fight Du Qin. Purely a waste of time. You? Du Qin's fists cracked as he clenched them. Their movements quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students, all eyes turning towards them. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Du Qin sneered deliberately. The mighty champion Lu, Captain Lu, also has moments of cowardice? Voices of discussion immediately broke out. He didn't believe Lu Yuan could still endure it. It's time for the mission now. A cold voice interrupted him. Personal matters can be discussed after returning. Jiang Xianran walked over. Du Qin's expression darkened. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Thank you, senior. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude. Du Qin buzzed around like a fly, constantly droning in his ear. While it didn't provoke him into a rash fight, it was indeed annoying. No need to thank me. Be careful. Jiang Xuanran's tone was calm, but carried a stronger note of warning. In her view, Lu Yuan was the only person on campus who might surpass her. She didn't want him to act impulsively, mess up the mission, and ruin his future. Lu Yuan nodded. But in the eyes of other students, things took on a different meaning. Senior Iceberg not only stood up for Lu Yuan, but also took the initiative to care about him. This was definitely big news. However, they only dared to be shocked in their hearts and didn't even dare to post on the forum. If Jiang Xianran found out about this, with her strength and prestige at school, Du Chun and the others definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. As soon as Du Chun left, Jiang Yin lowered his voice and said, "He's coming to you mostly because you won the freshman championship at the 4 top universities. He's not willing to accept it." Lu Yuan shrugged. "I've attracted a fly. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough." If he had the kind of strength Jiang Xianran has, probably with just one look, Du Chun would have to tuck his tail and run far away. Coming. Jiang Xianran held a specially made telescope, staring into the distance, her voice crisp and clear. "Everyone get ready." No sooner had she finished speaking than the city walls began to tremble slightly. In the distance, a black line slowly drew closer. Shadow cats, purple fong snakes, unicorn rhinos. A dark mass of beasts charged forward, transforming from a black line into a black tide, like a storm cloud pressing down on the city, making it hard to breathe. Everyone's face turned pale. Flame tiger, gale mantis, ice lion. Behind hundreds of first and second-tier ferocious beasts, nearly 23rd-tier ferocious beasts followed. Their momentum was awe-inspiring. Don't leave the city yet. Those who know ranged skills, attack immediately. Those who don't, grab guns. Those who don't know how to use guns, stay by the city walls and don't let them climb up. Jiang Xuanran's tone was calm and clear. She stood there, calm and resolute, like a stabilizing anchor. Not only the students of Deep City Supernatural University, but even people from 2 other schools followed her orders. A few minutes later, the beast horde pressed down on the city. It was exactly the right moment to strike. Flames, lightning, and wind blades flew together, skills raining down in an overwhelming barrage. More than half of the first-level fierce beasts at the forefront were instantly killed or injured. Ice blade, ice blade, ice blade. Lu Yuan continuously unleashed A-level skills. Large ice blades swept through the beast pack like a blizzard, leaving blood and flesh scattered wherever they reached. His elemental energy was long since different from what it used to be. For a full 10 minutes, he hardly stopped. Alone, he forcibly created a line of firepower. The students beside him watched in amazement. Even Jiang Yan, a senior, fell silent. His elemental energy truly couldn't compete with Lu Yuan's. Killed a lower second-tier purple fong snake. Evolution points plus 130. Killed a mid-second-tier shadow cat. Evolution points plus 400. The system notification sound keeps ringing. Evolution points skyrocketed. At this time, the third-level ferocious beast from behind also approached. Lu Yuan just took out an energy potion from his backpack, ready to restore his primal energy, and directly unleashed the extreme ice illusion killing formation to strike fiercely, earning a batch of evolution points. Thunderball bombardment, raging wind tear, water whale overhead. The lead teachers from the 3 schools struck simultaneously, instantly clearing large areas of third-tier fierce beasts, their movements even faster than Lu Yuan's. Fortunately, there were still some stragglers left. Lu Yuan quickly harvested, gaining 17,000 evolution points. Including the previously hunted small ferocious beasts and the points saved, his evolution points had already reached 23,000. To continue competing for high-level ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan did not hesitate and directly invested points into the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Formation. These 23,000 points were enough for him to break through from lower 3rd rank to middle 3rd rank. But he didn't choose to break through, because once he advanced, the turbulent ice elemental energy within his body would take at least 2 hours to stabilize. 2 hours. The battle would be over long before that. In contrast, absorbing skill memories was much faster. Evolution points, 7,800. Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, SS rank. Intermediate, Extreme Ice Phantom Killing Formation, SS rank. Advanced. The moment he pressed, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. It was as if he had already unleashed the formation thousands of times. Lu Yuan closed his eyes to absorb. Not far away, Du Chun sneered. He thought Lu Yuan had gotten weak after fighting for a short while, so weak that he could only close his eyes to rest. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. He can now release 15 ice swords at once. Logically, advanced proficiency can produce up to 16 swords. But his energy capacity is still a bit lacking. But it's not a big problem. 15 and 16 aren't much different. After this wave of ferocious beasts retreated, everyone rested against the city wall, but no one went down from the wall. No one knew when the next wave would rush up. Lu Yuan, I really didn't expect you to be this fierce now. Jiang Yin patted his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Not bad. There's still plenty of room for improvement. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. He was telling the truth. With evolutionary points, his cultivation was rapid and he hadn't hit a bottleneck yet. The limit is ridiculously high. If this continues, you'll be able to meet the graduation requirements next year. Jiang Yin teased with a smile. Graduation requirements? Lu Yuan was stunned. He's been enrolled for such a short time, and he's about to graduate already? You think everyone's as twisted as you. Our school's graduation standard is a level 3 median for ordinary graduates. Reaching level 4 makes you a good graduate. On top of that, you have to make outstanding contributions to the school to be considered an excellent graduate. Jiang Qing saw the shocked look on his face and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Third rank median. Lu Yuan whispered softly, his heart trembling. If he had chosen to break through just now, he could have already graduated as an ordinary graduate. However, his goal was never to be ordinary. What he wanted were outstanding graduates. He was just a bit sentimental a moment ago. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Then why didn't senior sister Jiang Xianran graduate as an outstanding graduate? She's already reached the 4th rank upper level and even led the team to win the National College Competition Championship. With her talent, 8th rank grandmasters outside would be fighting to take her as a disciple. There's no reason for her to stay at the school, right? Jiang Yin gave a mysterious smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. The first principal's surname was also Jiang. Many people speculate that she had a complicated relationship with that principal Jiang. She stayed because she wants to lead Shenzhen Supernatural University to win the national championship again. The competition is in 3 months. Once it's over, she will probably graduate. I see. Lu Yuan nodded. At that moment, Jiang Xianran shouted loudly. The next wave of ferocious beasts is arriving soon. Get ready to fight. As soon as the words fell, everyone on the city wall immediately took action, their eyes fixed tightly on the distance. Boom! A deafening roar of beasts came from afar. Many people, upon hearing the sound, felt a chill down their backs and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Immediately after, thousands of ferocious beasts came charging. The enormous weight piled up, causing the ground to shake like a minor earthquake. Some people could barely stand and almost fell off the city wall. At a time like this, falling down would only result in being trampled into mince by the beast herd. Soon, the ferocious beasts approached the city walls. Make a move. Jiang Xianran gave a cold order. The next second, the attack poured down like a torrential rain. The ferocious beasts' eyes were blood red, long lost their rationality, leaving only the instinct to kill. They recklessly crashed into the city walls, indifferent to life or death. Fortunately, most of them were 1st or 2nd level ferocious beasts, with limited impact force. The city wall withstood multiple collisions and remained intact. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could handle it as easily as last time. The next moment, several new ferocious beasts appeared. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. Thunderbolt Tiger. Silver Gray Armored Bird. Both are fierce characters among the 4th level vicious beasts. Thunderbolt Tiger's body is mainly infused with wind elemental energy, mixed with lightning elemental energy, moving at an absurdly fast speed, leaving afterimages with every move. Silver Gray Armored Bird specializes in metal and wind elements, slightly slower in speed, but terrifyingly tough. Its entire silver gray armor is almost impervious to blades and spears. They all possess 2 types of elemental energy, which is the biggest difference between the beasts and humans. Scientific research has long proven that the body structure of the ferocious beasts is special, allowing them to contain 2 or even more types of elemental energy simultaneously. However, The total amount of elemental energy is limited. Having more types does not mean being stronger, it just means having more methods. It's a 4th level fierce beast. What should we do? What's there to panic about? Our school's senior Jiang is a 4th level upper rank. Handling them will be easy. 4th level upper rank. That's a sure thing. The students from the two schools, who were just panicking moments ago, instantly calmed down upon hearing Jiang Xuanyin's realm, even feeling somewhat relieved. Among the crowd, there was one gaze that burned especially hot. Lu Yuan. He stared at the slightly smaller thunder tiger on the left, his mind racing with calculations. If I can use the ice sword to kill it, the evolution points will definitely explode. He still remembered getting 15,000 evolution points in one go after killing a 3rd-tier upper-rank ice lion in the underground world. In front of them was a 4th-tier ferocious beast. No matter how bad, it could never be less than 30,000. Thinking of this, he actually felt a bit of anticipation. Just as his thoughts surged, the remaining ferocious beast army had already approached the city walls, only 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, with a sense of pressure coming head-on. Jiang Xianran took the initiative to strike first. The thunder elemental energy erupted instantly. 100,000 volts. She whispered the words, directly unleashing her ultimate move. SS-level skill. Lightning exploded, purple and cyan arcs of electricity wildly dancing around her, crackling, tearing the air apart. In the next second, thunder roared down like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning tore through the sky, striking straight at the beast pack. She did not waste any energy, her target firmly locked on the few 4th-level ferocious beasts at the very front. The moment the thunder struck, those few ferocious beasts all changed colors simultaneously. The aura of destruction was crushing down head-on. The silver-gray armored bird closest to Jiang Xianyin had its silver armor instantly scorched black by a strike, with some parts shattered into tiny fragments, falling straight down from midair and crashing heavily onto the ground, losing its breath on the spot. The remaining silver-gray armored birds and thunder tigers weren't doing much better. The jade pure divine lightning descended, scorching their flesh and blood to blackened char. Although they were still gasping for breath, they couldn't withstand the aftershocks and soon fell one after another, no longer making a sound. Slap, slap, slap. Thunderous applause erupted on the city wall.